Knock, knock, knock amidst the sound of rain pattering against the glass. A sudden knocking at the door intruded. Wenqing rubbed her dry eyes and propped herself up, fumbling to turn on the bedside lamp. The soft, warm glow illuminated a small area, casting gentle light. Wenqing glanced at her bedroom door, just as a thunderclap erupted outside, a blinding flash of white light briefly illuminating the entire room. She confirmed that someone was at the door, or rather there was a cascade of black hair. In that fleeting moment of lightning, Wenqing distinctly saw a shadow beneath the door, merely a mass of darkness, with wisps cascading down, some even reaching into the room. There were no legs, no hands. The only posture this head could possibly assume was one of complete inversion. A chill ran down Wenqing's spine. The brightness of the lightning was transient, and the feeble light from the bedside lamp offered no solace. With cautious movements, she shifted her body and retrieved the peculiar note she had discovered earlier that day, inscribed with strange characters. The edges of the note were charred, as if it had been tossed into a fire only to be hastily reclaimed. There is only a very brief sentence on it. Mother suffers from severe insomnia. If night words obliterated by the impact of Mars, it is best not to refuse. This note had been found by Wenqing before she slept, and under what circumstances it was best not to refuse remained a mystery, as the crucial condition was indecipherable. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed, and this time Wenqing discerned it clearly. The sound was not a knock, but a collision, a head colliding with the door. The night rain felt cool, mingled with the fresh scent of earth, now imbued with a sense of melancholy. This small room felt like a coffin. Wenqing's heart raced wildly as she stepped barefoot onto the floor, inching closer to the door. The nearer she approached, the more she could sense the oppressive force that lay beyond the door, weighing heavily on her spirit. Crack! Another bolt of lightning struck, causing Wenqing's body to stiffen, her pupils reflecting a scene that plunged her heart into despair. The black hair extending from beneath the door seemed to possess a will of its own, reaching towards the doorknob. Wenqing lowered her gaze, instinctively clenching her hands. Whether she opened the door or not, whatever lay outside would inevitably enter. "Mom, what are you doing at Qingqing's door?" The voice belonged to her brother. As he spoke, Wenqing watched in disbelief as the long strands of hair swiftly retreated back through the crack. Her mother's voice followed, still as gentle as ever. "Your brother mentioned he wants to eat ribs tomorrow." "Mom, it's too late. Let's talk about it tomorrow." "What time is it?" "The meat needs to marinate longer for it to be flavorful," her mother replied, slightly raising her tone in displeasure. "My sister will wake up soon." Her brother's voice remained calm, and upon his words, an eerie silence enveloped the space outside the door. Wenqing's loose nightgown was already soaked with cold sweat, clinging to her skin, outlining her graceful form. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief at having narrowly escaped. Returning to her bed, sleep eluded her completely. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Wenqing still felt a sense of unreality. A couple of days ago was her birthday, and on the eve of this occasion, she received a promotion notice. It was an ordinary day imbued with a hint of joy when suddenly, a message popped up on her computer screen. "The new round of the game, Unfinished Melody, you reserve has commenced. Would you like to join?" After a moment of recollection, Wenqing remembered this game, a first-person battle royale. The storyline and fluidity had captivated her, prompting her to casually click to reserve it. Upon confirming that it was not a spam advertisement, she clicked yes. Thus, when she awoke the following day, she found herself in this peculiar situation. Her father, now remarried, her deceased mother, an unfamiliar brother, an elder and a younger. The life-saving note bore her handwriting, yet she had no recollection of when she had penned those words. Everywhere she looked exuded an eerie quality, starkly contrasting with the world she once inhabited. However, over the past couple of days, she had begun to discern some hidden rules. 1. The younger brother is preparing for his entrance exams during this period. He is akin to an emperor, and none may defy him. 2. The mother indulges the younger brother, while the father only heeds the elder brother's words. 3. In dire situations, one may seek assistance from the elder or younger brother, albeit with inherent risks. For the mother must not be allowed to gamble, nor should the father be permitted to drink. Knock, knock, knock. This time, the sound came from the window. Upon the glass, a grotesque silhouette revealed her mother. Like a spider, she clung to the window frame, pressing her face against the glass to gaze at her. Her mother's eyes crinkled into narrow slits, a smile stretching to the roots of her ears, yet she maintained a closed-lip grin, giving the unsettling impression of a gash carved into her face. Her neck appeared unnaturally slender, the entire proportion disordered, resembling a balloon shaped like a human head tethered to her shoulder. When Qing endeavored to suppress any overt display of fear or discomfort, her palms clammy with cold sweat. "Since you're awake, why didn't you open the door for Mommy?" Her mother's voice carried a hint of anger. "Do you not like Mommy?" When Qing approached the window and opened it, tears of grievance shimmering in her eyes. "Mom, I was just about to open the door when I overheard your conversation with Brother." Her mother seemed to possess an uncanny ability to detect falsehoods, rendering it impossible for Wenqing to deceive her, yet she could sidestep the crux of the matter. In essence, what Wenqing said was not untrue. She had indeed been on the verge of opening the door when her brother intervened to divert their mother. As anticipated, upon hearing her explanation, her mother retracted her eerie smile, scrutinizing her intently for a moment before awkwardly offering a token of consolation. Mommy doesn't hold it against you." Wenqing held her breath, and indeed, the next moment, her mother's face suddenly drew closer, her expression unmistakably that of a predator locking onto its prey. What was meant to arrive had finally come. Her mother's words echoed ominously, accompanied by a chilling laugh, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. "Mommy just wishes to borrow something from you." Chapter 2. A murder of four. Wenqing feigned ignorance of the yearning in her mother's gaze, obediently nodding her head. "Mother, what is it that you desire?" Her mother, satisfied, grasped Wenqing's hand and gently patted it in her palm. The mother favored obedient children. Compliance was essential for survival, given the current circumstances at home. "My dear, you are well aware that your brother is in a crucial phase of his studies. He requires proper nourishment." As her mother uttered these words, her eyes remained fixed on Wenqing's face, swallowing repeatedly. "Mother, you need not say more. I understand." The moment Wenqing finished her sentence, her mother's hand eagerly reached for her neck. However, Wenqing instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "I am willing to make any sacrifice for my brother. But different cuts of meat have varying textures. I believe I ought to consult my brother's opinion." Her mother's fingers halted upon making contact with Wenqing's skin, her sharp nails leaving a crimson mark on her neck. "That is indeed a valid point," her mother murmured, lowering her hand. Wenqing quietly exhaled in relief. As long as her brother's existence was utilized wisely, her mother could still be easily deceived. "Then you should retire for the night. Mother, I shall not disturb you any longer." Her mother rose, and Wenqing accompanied her to the door. As the door closed, all the strength seemed to drain from Wenqing's body, her hands slipping helplessly from the doorknob, collapsing onto the floor. The scene from outside the window replayed in her mind like an uncontrollable computer virus. Ugh! Wenqing struggled to her feet, retching repeatedly. She could not afford to rest. She needed to devise a plan to alter the inevitable outcome that awaited her the following day. The next morning, the family of 5 gathered around the dining table. Her mother impatiently inquired of her brother, "Darling, what kind of meat would you like for lunch?" Following her question, she cast a sidelong glance at Wenqing. Wenqing paused in her motion to serve congee, feigning calmness as she turned to enter the kitchen. The moment she turned her back, she could distinctly feel the piercing gaze filled with murderous intent upon her. The gaze lingered on the bone cleaver on the knife rack, her expression growing increasingly cold. "Pork head meat," her brother declared, pointing at their mother with a faint smile on his face. "Dear mother," thud, before her mother could finish her sentence. Wenqing struck from behind, ending her life with a single blow. The knife pierced through the gap between the cervical vertebrae, slicing with force to sever the head. The severed head plopped into the bowl, half submerged in broth, its eyes wide open, leaving behind 2 streams of blood tears. Wenqing was a dutiful daughter, deeply enamored with her family. Now that her mother was dead, she could not afford to appear too composed. Affecting a pained demeanor, she discarded the knife onto the floor. Her already delicate round face was now adorned with misty eyes, her gaze reddened from tears, embodying a heart-wrenching and pitiable sight. "Mother, your life was paramount. May you rest in peace," she sobbed, her breath hitching as she knelt beside the headless corpse. In the present circumstances, it is fortunate that she had previously perused her brother's diary. She discovered that this psychologically twisted and darkly deranged sibling harbored a fascination for grotesque and bloody scenes. With her doctoral degree in psychology, Wenqing adeptly leveraged her brother's mental state, inviting him to partake in this grand performance, which was not a daunting task. What could be more exhilarating than a typically docile rabbit suddenly striking back at a venomous snake? With a resounding clap, their father slammed the dishes onto the table, fixating his gaze on their mother's lifeless body. Wenqing felt her heart racing as her hand instinctively reached for the bone-slicing knife once more. Was her brother's demand not absolute within this household? For days, she had navigated her life with utmost caution, adhering to the established rules and her own analyses to survive thus far. Yet, could she truly evade an inevitable demise? Go, fetch me some liquor. This woman has finally met her end, ha 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 ha. Confirming that their mother was utterly lifeless, their father erupted into boisterous laughter, pulling Wenqing closer and patting her on the back. His heavy hand struck her with such force that it felt as though her bones would shatter. She dared not linger even for a moment, swiftly entering the kitchen to retrieve a bottle of beer from the refrigerator. She emptied its contents and replaced it with potent liquor, adding a generous squeeze of fresh tomato juice. Over the past few days, Wenqing had observed that their mother's cooking was sometimes unbearably salty, at other times insipidly bland. Thus, she had previously conducted an experiment, swapping the spice jars with their contents. The following day, the meals were indescribably tasteless, yet the rest of her family consumed them without a flicker of emotion. At that moment, Wenqing had nearly confirmed her suspicion that they lacked any sense of taste. Dad, here. After completing her task and wiping the sweat from her palms, Wenqing handed the concoction to her father. He gulped it down eagerly. Her brothers had finished their meals, placing their chopsticks down, showing no signs of reaction to their mother's death. In just a second, the potent liquor took effect, causing their father's face to flush crimson, and he staggered to his feet, leaving the table. In 2 seconds, her brothers began to experience stomach pains, and with 2 bathrooms available, each retreated into one. 3 seconds in, their father collapsed to the floor, the combination of liquor and persimmons triggering excruciating headaches as he pounded his head against the ground, causing a significant dent in his skull. For seconds passed, and their father lay still, twitching occasionally like a fish out of water, gradually succumbing to silence. 5 seconds later, simultaneous thuds echoed from the 2 bathrooms. The chaotic assortment of spices, guided by Wenqing's choices, had ingeniously led her mother to prepare a lethal concoction. 3 minutes ago, this family of 5 had been harmonious. Now, only Wenqing remained at the dining table. Before her lay her mother's headless corpse, while behind her, on the sofa, was the decaying body of her father, and within the 2 bathrooms were her brothers, who had perished after their violent bout of illness. The morning light pierced through the darkness as Wenqing entered the bathroom to cleanse herself of the bloodstains. The sound of knocking reverberated in her ears. She immediately turned off the water, holding her breath while fixating on the already locked bathroom door. The knocking continued, an ominous sound. Just moments ago, the sound of running water had obscured her perception, leading her to mistakenly believe it was the bathroom door being rapped upon, rather than the front door of the outer room. Rubbing her damp hair, Wenqing emerged from the bathroom, one hand grasping a bowl of soup containing her mother's head, and opened the door. At this moment, she intended to use this morbid offering to barter for an opportunity to escape this place. Chapter 3. Data uploading. The door creaked open. Under the watchful gaze of a black cat, Wenqing placed the bowl of soup outside. She had once written in her diary that her mother was severely allergic to cat fur, and her father had no fondness for small animals. Thus, each time the black cat appeared on the windowsill or outside the house, Wenqing sought ways to drive it away. Previously, she had discerned a hint of contempt in the cat's eyes, an expression only humans could possess. Yet this time, she resolved to take a chance. The black cat seemed unperturbed by her presence but did not rush forward. Between them lay her mother's head, creating a peculiar atmosphere. Not fond of it? Would you prefer to choose for yourself? Wenqing stood and slightly opened the door wider, donning a cordial smile, beckoning the creature inside. Meow? Came a languid reply as the black cat clawed at the bowl of soup and stepped into the room. The moment it crossed the threshold, the surroundings transformed. All the furniture and the corpse began to dissolve as if losing their rendering, revealing the underlying data strings, which quickly reassembled. In mere breaths, Wenqing found herself standing within a pale blue data channel woven from networks, strands of light flickering in a display of advanced technology. Meow, the black cat called, snapping her back to attention, indicating for her to follow. As she trailed behind the cat, a notification sounded in her ears. Congratulations, player Wenqing, for completing the beginner's tutorial. Welcome to Unfinished Symphony. I am your dedicated system sprite, 0911. You may call me Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi's voice was a delightful, youthful tone, a stark contrast to the emotionless nature of her surroundings. Before Wenqing could voice her myriad questions, A pale blue light screen materialized before her with an array of scrolling comments. Wow, among the newcomers, there is such a beautiful one. She looks so obedient. But that one strike was truly ruthless. Let me hear you call me hubby, and I'll give you a reward, ha. Be sure to follow for updates. I sense something intriguing here, and her psychological fortitude seems commendable. It's been ages since I've seen a newcomer start so steadily. Good luck, beautiful streamer. The overwhelming flood of comments was predominantly commentary on Wenqing's prior performance. At this juncture, the system proceeded to release the collected personal information. Player 10229 information. Name, Wenqing. Gender, female. Age, 24. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Orientation, attracted to good looks as long as they are handsome. I adore them regardless of their nature. Wenqing, are you polite? Health points, 100. Cherish this. It may seldom be so full in the future. Stamina, 3100. Wow, the average for regular players is around 20 to 25. Congratulations on your excellent physical condition. Mental state, 15100. So timid, yet you seem fearless when dealing with evil beings. Intelligence, 82-100. Greetings. Genius, danger level, low system. The last item appeared garbled, causing Xiaoxi to express confusion, and after a brief pause, offered an explanation. Apologies. Data detection has encountered an error. Repairs are underway. Wenqing, I expected this game to be of high quality, yet the system seems rather lacking. The screen automatically shrinks. And in the lower right corner of Wenqing's vision, the barrage of comments continues to scroll, but it does not hinder her normal view. The black cat comes to a halt, revealing a gigantic vortex gate before Wenqing. Xiaoxi's voice rings out. Please enter the instance. Instance. It appears that everything is far from over. Wenqing takes a deep breath. Further words are futile, and she can only strive to survive and seek an opportunity to escape this place. Without hesitation, she steps into the vortex gate. The tranquil light blue of the vortex transitions into a deep crimson, revealing the name of this instance, causing the viewers in the live stream to erupt with excitement. It's actually the Clear Spring Manor, the poor little beauty. I was just about to praise her for her mental fortitude. How she entered without crying or causing a scene. What a pity. If I recall correctly, this instance seems to involve spoilers. Keywords have been automatically blocked. The blinding white light gradually dissipates and vision returns, revealing a pair of grayish-white eyes before Wenqing. Taking a step back to observe. The man before her appears to be in his 60s, clad in a tailcoat, his face adorned with an overly amiable smile, reminiscent of a sculpted figure. His grayish-white gaze is fixed upon Wenqing. A jolt of fear grips her heart. She feels no breath of life emanating from him. Xiaoxi's voice chimes in at the right moment. Successfully entered the instance. Data loading in progress. Instance name, Clear Spring Manor. Instance description, a mysterious manor owner periodically organizes gatherings until a great fire consumed everything. This is the first gathering post-renovation, though it seems somewhat different. Instance type, werewolf game, player random identity, painter, a genius artist with numerous awards. Constantly seeking new sources of inspiration. Completion method, survive for 7 days to automatically exit. Upon reading the text displayed on the luminous screen, Wenqing cast a cursory glance around her surroundings. Beneath the cloak of night, the mansion resembled a stepped castle, towering 6 stories high, devoid of any illuminations. Exuding an eerie and desolate ambience, the locked door bore the key firmly in the hands of the steward. For a moment, Wenqing found herself at a loss regarding her next move, her gaze sweeping over the comments in the corner. Streamer, has she been frightened into silence? Surely not. One viewer remarked. She has 20 seconds left to survive. If she fails to gain entry, the steward will undoubtedly evict her physically, another added. It appears the streamer doesn't strike me as someone prone to deception. This scenario is rather unkind to her. With the urgency of 20 seconds to make her entrance, Wenqing swiftly grasped the crucial information. Moments later, she stepped back, adjusted her dress, pressed her lips together, and infused her gaze with a semblance of deference. Good evening. Sir, I am here to apply for the position of maid. The moment these words escaped her lips, the audience in the live stream slowly began to express their confusion with a series of question marks. The old steward, however, was not so easily convinced, his scrutinizing gaze almost piercing through her. The smile on his face began to falter as he replied, I received no notification. Wenqing countered, you labor so diligently. This is a surprise arranged by the master for you. Just as the steward was about to respond, she added, if you doubt me, Feel free to inquire with the master. The steward, meeting Wenqing's earnest gaze, took another moment to evaluate her attire. Clad in a white blouse paired with a deep green long skirt, she appeared gentle, dignified, and elegant. Please wait here for me, he instructed. After a brief stalemate, the steward ultimately decided to err on the side of caution and stepped inside to inquire. Once he departed, Wenqing quietly followed him in. The instant she crossed the threshold into the mansion, a warning from her companion, Xiao Shi, suddenly resonated in her mind. Alert! Someone has detected the player's infiltration. Chapter 4. New Scenario. Clear Spring Manor. Werewolf Game. The sound of footsteps echoed, drawing closer, synchronized with the alarming beeps that heightened the tension. Wenqing, her heart racing, raised her gaze to behold a man of striking stature, his deep-set eyes accentuated by a meticulously tailored black suit that made her wish to be fused with him. His handsomeness was almost unreasonably captivating. Xiao Shi interjected, the individual is the sole son of the manor's owner, and his profession is that of a lawyer. Before the live stream could react, Wenqing's bold proclamation left the audience momentarily speechless. Brother, she called out without a hint of fear, her voice resonating with clarity. After a brief silence in the stream, the comments erupted in a flurry. Wow, I didn't even notice until she mentioned it. He bears a striking resemblance to her brother from the previous scenario. The encounter was not as it seemed. Perhaps it was merely a twist of fate. However, he likely did not recognize the streamer, as the memories from the new dungeon would have been reset. Upon my arrival, I could only express my admiration for the streamer's bravery. The butler, silently astonished, stepped aside and refrained from speaking. The man furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed coldly on Wenqing, who had approached him. Madam, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else, he stated with aloof detachment. Wenqing rose onto her toes to scrutinize him closely. No mistake here, you are Song Hui, are you not? Indeed, he replied. A gentle smile was perpetually gracing Wenqing's features. Then I have not erred, brother, I have missed you. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast echoed a singular sentiment. It's over, it's over. Is she really trying to leverage familial connections at such a moment? Has the streamer truly given up? If Song Hui does not recognize her, she will be torn apart by the butler in the next instant. Song Hui should indeed remember her. Wenqing had leaned closer to confirm her suspicion regarding the earring adorning his left ear. Though partly concealed by stray locks, she could discern its design, unmistakably the birthday gift she had bestowed upon him in the previous dungeon. Her heart raced wildly, a mix of logical deduction and gamble. In the prior dungeon, Song Hui was likely unaware that the poisonous food had originated from her. The taunting comments and the butler's increasingly distorted expression heightened her anxiety to the brink of suffocation. The butler began to emit a creaking sound akin to rusted gears grinding, his deepening eye sockets and ever-expanding smile evoking a primal fear that made Wenqing tremble uncontrollably. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm, which had finally ceased, erupted once more, this time due to her mental health plummeting to a mere 10 points. Warning, Little Eleven's voice crackled urgently. Mental health below 10 points poses a risk of assimilation or disorientation. A mere moment of sheer terror cost her 5 points. The audience, who had previously supported Wenqing, began to join in expressions of pity. In horror games, low mental health is indeed a critical flaw. Is the streamer merely acting out her mental state? A classic case of being inexperienced yet eager to play. Yet, it was not the final hour. Life and death remained uncertain, and Wenqing would not surrender. Raising her gaze once more, a tear cascaded down her cheek. The butler's hand had already risen, poised to seize Wenqing and pull her away. Very well. Let us converse inside, Song Hui spoke, his tone calm yet resolute, decisively declaring the outcome of this contest in favor of Wenqing. As anticipated, the brother who had shown her such kindness in the previous dungeon could not bear to see her perish. Song Hui turned, not pausing for Wenqing. The butler resumed his normal demeanor, respectfully gesturing for Wenqing to enter. The barrage of comments was turned on its head by this unexpected twist, while some remained unconvinced. The majority expressed admiration. Oh my, this is incredible. I have never witnessed someone enter in such a manner before. The host's sister is truly astute. Her reasoning on 2 occasions was beyond what other players had considered. Indeed, at first, she did not stubbornly attempt to prove her identity as a guest. Just this alone surpasses that of 99 of newcomers. Wenqing initially claimed to be an applicant because she understood that the primary objective was to gain entry. Clear goals and appropriate adaptability are essential. She is indeed a treasure of a host, beautiful and exceptionally skilled in her craft. That final tear was simply heart-wrenching. Wenqing silently wiped her brow, It seemed the audience held her in far too high regard. That last tear was not an act. She genuinely feared she might cry. At long last, she had successfully entered the main residence, under the guidance of the elderly butler. When Qing arrived at the reception room to await the arrival of other characters, the moment the butler closed the door behind him, she felt like a deflated balloon. The elegance and composure she had just displayed vanished entirely. Her heart raced and her complexion turned pale. It was exhilarating. She dared not reflect on it. Fortunately, having frequently engaged in a battle of wits with those eccentric individuals, she managed to maintain her composure. Ignored by Song Hui, she asked, "Why do you think I would help you?" Song Hui casually lifted the red tea from the table. At those words, Wen Qing felt her blood run cold. It dawned on her that Song Hui truly did not remember her, which meant that her continued existence at this moment was largely due to luck. However, since the question had been posed, it indicated that Song Hui did not harbor a strong aversion towards her. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Wen Qing resumed her posture, gazing at Song Hui with a smile in her eyes. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. Uncertain if Song Hui possessed the ability to see through lies, Wen Qing opted for honesty instead. The crystal chandelier overhead cast a warm yellow glow, illuminating the two seated across from one another, each lost in their own thoughts. Half a minute passed before Song Hui shifted his gaze away, offering no comment on Wen Qing's rather unserious reply. 5 minutes later, the door to the reception room swung open once more, and the butler ushered in another player. A timely notification from Xiaoxi appeared. Chef, a first-place winner in nearly all culinary competitions, currently researching new dishes and seeking inspiration. Wen Qing's eyes brightened. This person shared a similar status with her character, both in search of new inspiration. The man appeared to be under 40, with a strikingly chiseled face. Clad in a khaki-checkered suit, exuding an air of British gentlemanliness, he approached Wen Qing, extending his hand, and in a deep, mellifluous voice said, "Greetings, Miss resembling Matcha Mousse. My name is Mi Mingjie." Wen Qing replied, "Matcha Mousse, what a unique description." Rising with a smile, she shook his hand and introduced herself. "Hello. I am Wen Qing." After their brief exchange, Mi Mingjie turned to Song Hui and said, "Greetings, sir resembling cuttlefish sausage. My name is Mi Mingjie." Wen Qing could not help but burst into laughter, caught off guard. The term squid intestines is rather vivid. Song Hui's expression darkened, and the murderous intent gleaming in his cold eyes sent a shiver down Mi Mingjie's spine, prompting Shan Shan to withdraw her hand and take a seat beside Wen Qing. Outside, the sound of footsteps echoed again as new players were ushered in. This time, it was a little girl who appeared to be several years younger than Wen Qing, with long black hair tied in 2 low ponytails and charming dimples adorning her cheerful smile. Little 11 introduced her, a musical theater actress, who has always maintained the image of a good girl, but is currently exploring a new style. Chapter 5 Song Hui. Don't come near me. We are not acquainted. I am Mingxue. Nice to meet you all, Mingxue chimed in with a lively voice. Before she could continue, the doors swung open once more. This time, the newcomer was the only glamorous beauty in formal haute couture attire present among them, appearing to be in her 20s. She exuded an air of nobility akin to that of a swan, seating herself beside Song Hui with an arrogant tone. "We are still missing one person. Once they arrive, we will be complete. Oh, by the way, I am Bai Xian, Song Hui's fiancé." Little 11's prompt followed, a renowned writer and the fiancé east of the estate owner's son. Song Hui set down his teacup, glanced at Wen Qing, and shifted slightly to the side, his tone nonchalant. "We are not engaged. We have only met twice." Thankfully, Song Hui had a somewhat stoic demeanor. Otherwise, Wen Qing would have seriously suspected he would openly display disdain on his face. His meaning was crystal clear. "Stay away from me. We are not familiar." Bai Xian's lips twitched, her expression darkening. Despite the fact that their relationship was merely a fabricated narrative, she had never anticipated being regarded with such disdain. Following Song Hui's gaze towards Wen Qing, a flicker of jealousy ignited in her eyes. "Wen Qing, wait, am I rejecting a rivalry among women?" All she wished for was to live peacefully, lacking any interest in such superfluous matters. Amidst the delicate tension, the final player arrived in the parlor. The man, named Xiaoyan Yuan, was 31 years old and had once been a military doctor. This game consisted of 6 players, 3 men and 3 women. Wen Qing activated the light screen to reconfirm the information. Women: Wen Qing, painter; Mingxue, actress; Bai Xian, writer. Men: Song Hui, lawyer; Mi Mingjie, chef; Xiaoyan Yuan, military doctor. With everyone present, the butler entered to guide them to the dining room for dinner. During the meal, the players engaged in minimal conversation. Beneath the seemingly calm surface, all were scrutinizing one another's identities, wary and cautious. After dinner, the butler escorted each player back to their assigned rooms. Wenqing's chamber was the first on the second floor's west side. Upon entering, she immediately spotted the painting tools designated for her character. After inspecting the room and the art supplies, Wenqing quietly drew the curtains, locked the door and windows, and fell into silence. The good news: there were no hidden listening devices or similar contraptions. The room was temporarily secure. Bad news: her paint was laced with poison, and several of the paintbrushes concealed fine needles within their bristles. Analyzing the situation objectively, it appears these were likely prepared by the character herself, suggesting that Wenqing is highly probable to be a werewolf. In the live stream, is this really not targeted? Shall we recreate the impressive kill from the last dungeon? What on earth is the anticipation about? If you ask me, just eliminate Song Hui first. That way, no one would suspect you. After all, who would let their brother die after a pleasant meal? A humorous remark for self-preservation. Yet, even if she belongs to the werewolf faction, indiscriminate killing is not justified. Among the remaining 5 individuals, several are still her teammates, whose identities remain unknown. Just the thought of administering a needle, potentially killing her own ally, and then facing the possibility of being apprehended the following day, creates a catastrophic scenario. Upon deeper reflection, Wenqing resolved to refrain from any actions tonight. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking startled Wenqing, prompting her to take a deep breath to calm herself before opening the door. Standing outside was the butler, delivering fruit tea to each player. After drinking, she soon felt dizzy and staggered back onto her bed. A resonant baritone echoed throughout the main estate. Close your eyes. It's dark outside. The night was shrouded in darkness, and Wenqing awoke under the moonlight. The clock in the lower left corner read 1:20 a.m. Nighttime is the hour of the werewolves. Wenqing pondered whether her awakening was mere coincidence, but through her previous novice dungeon experience, she had learned that one must not remain passive. It is imperative to cherish and utilize all available time for action. Waiting only invites demise. Clutching the paintbrush concealing the fine needle, she crouched by the door, listening intently. Confirming silence, she slowly opened the door. Ah! A startled gasp escaped her lips as she quickly covered her mouth, eyes wide with terror upon seeing the man outside. Song Hui. He stood before her like a statue, seemingly having been there for some time. Brother, what brings you here? Wenqing's expression shifted, her voice trembling slightly. The hand behind her tightened around the brush. Sleep? Song Hui replied in his usual, flat tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. Wenqing? Not only was Wenqing perplexed, but the audience in the live stream also found it confusing. Wait, is he asking the host to sleep together? Surely I'm not misinterpreting this. Dude, you can't just be handsome and act like a rogue. Don't deliver such brazen words with a serious face. It made me double take, thinking I was too lewd. Wenqing stepped aside, allowing Song Hui to enter. But why? She couldn't fathom it. Song Hui's character had a fiancée. Why seek her out instead? Could it be that he is a werewolf, intending to eliminate her tonight? Wenqing silently consulted with Little 11. What are the odds of me winning if I were to confront Song Hui? Little 11 quickly provided a simulated response, 50-50. Wenqing's eyes brightened, suggesting there was still hope. Little 11, however, coldly elaborated. All he needs to do is bring his 5 fingers together and give the player a slap, and the player will vanish in tears. The live stream erupted in mockery, leaving Wenqing with a darkened expression. Who had influenced Little 11 to interpret it this way? Yet, faced with utter hopelessness, Wenqing decided to directly inquire, Brother, may I leave a final message? Song Hui turned his gaze with a frown, appearing somewhat impatient, as if bewildered. Wenqing? Although it felt rather peculiar, she chose to respect his demeanor. No longer asking questions, she obediently nestled under the covers, revealing only her head, while observing Song Hui leaning against the sofa. Song Hui instructed, close your eyes. Wenqing pouted, barely suppressing the urge to curse. Who could sleep soundly under such a gaze? At best, one could only faint from fright. With that thought, Wenqing steeled her heart, pulled back the corner of the blanket beside her, and patted the bed. The live stream went into a frenzy. The host's bravery leaves me bewildered, yet I admire it. If the host isn't crazy, then I must be insane. Song Hui's gaze darkened, reflecting the starlight, enveloping the girl within his eyes. After hesitating for half a second, he approached and lay down beside her, saying, Sleep. Wenqing smiled gently. Good night, brother. The effects of the tea were not yet fully realized. And soon Wenqing's breathing steadied as she drifted into a deep slumber. In the dark corner, something was gradually attempting to draw closer. A hand, formed like mist, slowly crept under the covers, resting upon her fair ankle and inching upward. Chapter 6. Last night I slept with Wenqing. It tickles. The damp, cool sensation made Wenqing furrow her brow and retract her foot. Beside her, Song Huai's gaze flickered, turning to her with utmost seriousness. His expression suggested that she might vanish at any moment. The hand under the covers retracted its movements considerably, occasionally shifting slightly, tracing and etching the memory of Wenqing's form. A surge of intense emotion compelled Song Hua to turn on his side, raising his hand as if to touch Wenqing's face. Just before his hand could reach her cheek, she groggily opened her eyes. Their gazes locked, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. Song Hua said, "Retract your hand, then lay back down," his tone calm. "You drooled." Wenqing? Her still drowsy mind instinctively reacted, slurping. Oh, she really had drooled. So, had he been unable to bear it and wanted to help her wipe it away? It felt oddly off, though she couldn't quite articulate why, until her gaze swept over the already hysterically laughing comments. Sleeping so defenselessly, no wonder she gets bullied. Haha. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. You, young man, have the audacity to look her in the eyes and say it. Scoundrel. Wenqing silently lifted the quilt to inspect it. Once she confirmed that her clothes were merely wrinkled and there were no abnormalities, she breathed a sigh of relief. Song Hua, what thoughts occupy your mind daily? Though it was a seemingly ordinary inquiry, Wenqing detected a palpable disdain in his tone. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, startling Wenqing into an instinctive upright position. The first rays of the morning sun had begun to illuminate the sky. She had survived the night. But someone else had not. When Wenqing and Song Hua arrived at the scene, they found a crowd gathered before a room, and she immediately noticed the conspicuous absence of Bai Xian. Peering cautiously inside, Wenqing was overwhelmed by a wave of nausea and had to lean against the wall, retching. The ominous wailing of an alarm resonated once more. Viewers in the live stream, catching sight of the interior's grim spectacle, erupted with excitement. Wow, her head is gone. How thrilling. The headless woman in a red dress, she must be a vengeful spirit in the realm of Chinese horror. Who could have done this? What kind of enmity must exist for such brutality? Not only was she decapitated, but her body was left in a kneeling position. I suspect personal grievances are at play here. Such a gruesome death has never occurred so early in the game. Just discarded like that. My goodness. It was hardly surprising that Wenqing found it difficult to bear. The scene inside was utterly grotesque. The warm sunlight illuminated the severed neck of Bai Xian, and the clean cut suggested a sharp blade had inflicted the fatal blow. Her once pink nightgown was now drenched in a deep crimson, and the skirt was elegantly arranged as if she were still kneeling, her hands resting naturally on her thighs, devoid of any signs of struggle. Most disturbingly, despite the horrific wound, not a single drop of blood could be seen spilled on the ground, as if absorbed entirely by her dress. After witnessing such a shocking tableau, none of the survivors seemed inclined to eat breakfast. Gathered once more in the parlor, the relaxed atmosphere from the previous day had evaporated. The butler took on the role of moderator, standing before the tea table, his voice clear and precise. Last night's victim was Bai Xian. Players, please begin your analysis and discussion. You have 30 minutes, after which you may explore freely. With that, the butler departed to prepare lunch, leaving behind the 5 remaining survivors. Xiaoyan Yuan, a military doctor, spoke first, his thoughts articulated with clarity. I remained in my room all night and did not leave, though regrettably, no one can attest to my whereabouts. However, I plan to utilize luminol to check for any residual bloodstains, with someone leading the conversation. Everyone briefly shared their movements from the previous night. Yet, they had all stayed in their rooms, resulting in no useful clues. The atmosphere once again fell into a deadlock. Xiaoyan Yuan suddenly turned his attention to Song Hua, politely attempting to inquire further. The deceased was your fiancée? You seem rather unaffected by her passing? As Xiaoyan Yuan had arrived last, he had not heard Song Hua's earlier statement distancing himself from the victim. Wenqing harbored a foreboding sense of unease. Song Hua remarked, I am not well acquainted with her. There are no feelings involved. Last night, I shared a bed with Wenqing. The audience present gasped in shock. Viewers in the live stream reacted with fervor, exclaiming, what a lad! The profound intricacies of Chinese culture, indeed, and to articulate such a statement so poorly. You must possess some skill. Others lamented, alas, my beloved Wenqing is tainted. And what a startling revelation. What chaotic relationships. Did I miss something last night? I am filled with resentment. Wen Qing, typically effusive in her banter, was in fact a novice in matters of romance. Song Huai's unfortunate phrasing instantly reminded her of her own actions the previous night, when she had patted the bed, inviting him over. Her ears, tinged with crimson, felt as if they might bleed, and under the scrutinizing gazes of others, she managed to nod in acknowledgement, albeit with great reluctance. As the only two players who could corroborate one another's accounts, the ensuing phase of mutual suspicion largely excluded them. To summarize, Mi Mingjie, as the chef, was suspected of possessing a weapon and the physical strength and experience to decapitate. Xiaoyan Yuan, due to his identity as a military doctor, was similarly suspected of being capable of executing such a gruesome act and cleaning the scene, considering the physical strength required for decapitation. The female player Mingxue was temporarily excluded from suspicion, just as it seemed the two men were about to clash due to their growing distrust. When Qing boldly proposed a third theory, the number of werewolves is unknown. I suggest that both of you might indeed be werewolves. Her assertion heightened the tension in the atmosphere, but successfully interrupted their increasingly irrational quarrel. Mi Mingxie replied, "What Miss Wen says makes sense. But if I were truly a werewolf, I would never use a knife to kill. That would desecrate my beloved kitchenware." Xiaoyan Yuan countered, "If I were a werewolf, I would take my own life. I am a soldier and a doctor. It makes no sense for me to plunge a knife into a fellow being." The two men ceased to acknowledge each other, their explanations directed solely at Wen Qing, their steadfast gazes and tones devoid of deceit. The half-hour discussion concluded swiftly, leading to a period of free exploration. Utilizing the luminol reaction, Xiaoyan Yuan discovered that the room indeed bore traces of blood that had been cleaned, yet peculiarly. No traces were found on the clothing or belongings of the others. Bai Xian's blood existed solely within that bedroom. As the evidence of blood emerged, Wen Qing was horrified to realize that Bai Xian's death was far more terrifying than it appeared. Chapter 7. Beauty and talent. Every drop of blood fell with purpose, and even Bai Xian's posture and position were integral to the entirety of this sanguine tableau. The headless maiden sat amidst a sea of red spider lilies, their petals dancing in the wind, sweeping away the essence of the living. The scene was steeped in sorrow and enigma, yet possessed a breathtaking beauty that was profoundly unsettling. Not only Wen Qing, but the others also bore witness to this harrowing sight. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Wen Qing, each gaze imbued with a distinct expression, yet undeniably laden with scrutiny. As the artist of such a subtly blood-stained canvas, Wen Qing found herself at the forefront of suspicion. Mingxue, seemingly deep in thought, echoed Wen Qing's earlier words, suggesting that the number of werewolves remained unknown. In her opinion, both individuals could indeed be werewolves. The moment her words fell, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable sense of danger, vigilance, and even veiled hostility directed towards her. Though merely conjecture, the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for Wen Qing. Just as Song Hui was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Wen Qing. Unfazed by the dire situation, her expression remained composed as she pointed towards Mi Mingjie. Startled by her gesture, Mi Mingjie instinctively turned to look behind him, prompting everyone to realize that Wen Qing was actually indicating the floor beneath him. Cautiously, she navigated around the bloodstains, crouching down to examine a particular spot, inquiring with a calm demeanor, from a chromatic perspective. "Do you not find the color transition in this area rather peculiar?" The area she referred to depicted a bright moon. However, upon closer inspection, the colors that should have been solidly filled appeared uneven and muddied. Having systematically studied criminal psychology and aided the municipal bureau in solving several major cases, Wen Qing had encountered such traces at various crime scenes and consulted with professionals on the matter. With a serious demeanor, she elucidated to the group, "The reason this pool of blood exhibits such a state indicates that something must have been placed here previously." Rising, she retrieved a sheet of white paper, positioning her finger upon its surface and lightly applying watercolor around her fingertip. "Just like this, once it dries. Removing my finger will reveal a clean area where it was obscured. In such cases, if one wishes to conceal, one must." Wen Qing paused, continuing her demonstration. She applied watercolor solely to that small, white area, and after a moment, once fully dried, the overlap of the two layers deepened the hue, forming a darkened ring. Pleased with her practical results, she smiled gently and remarked, "Just like reapplying color. However, blood is viscous, akin to watercolor, and thus, the edges inevitably display variations in color." The audience in the live stream began to type questions. It would be wise to scrutinize the host closely. The quality of new players this time is remarkable. They understand this. "Sister, you're so stunning. Slay me." This display of skill truly compels me to fall for you. I followed you. Mi Mingjie stood there bewildered, while Xiaoyan Yuan gazed at Wenqing with admiration. Just as Song Hui attempted to interject, Xiaoyan Yuan preempted him, stating, "You are absolutely correct. If this is the case, it implies that the severed head of Bai Xian was initially placed there, but was subsequently removed. And the scene was meticulously restored." Song Hui observed that Mi Mingjie, in matters unrelated to cooking, exhibited a certain dullness. His gaze flitting back and forth between Wenqing's painting and the bloodstain for an extended period. Xiaoyan Yuan, perceiving the confusion in his eyes, cast a disdainful glance in his direction. However, Wenqing remained unfazed, offering a gentle smile as she elucidated her point. In simpler terms, if I were indeed responsible, time would be insufficient. One must wait for the bloodstain to completely dry before concealing the head and then repairing the painting. With Bai Xian situated in the east wing and Wenqing in the west, the time and risks involved were quite considerable. Mi Mingjie, suddenly enlightened, responded with an appreciative and admiring look towards Wenqing. Thanks to her recent eloquent discourse, Wenqing not only averted the immediate crisis but also garnered the admiration of those present. Standing off to the side, Song Hui felt rather solitary. The scene of Bai Xian's demise had yielded little to investigate. The next step involved searching for the missing head and clues related to the werewolf. Mi Mingjie declared, "I am robust. I can protect you." Xiaoyan Yuan remarked, "Our expertise aligns. Resolving issues will be straightforward." Ming Shui chimed in, "Sister, take me along. I have some skills in combat." The barrage of comments in the live stream resembled those of doting fathers, expressing their approval. This is a talented and beautiful woman, deserving of her position. The host's personality truly fosters affection. Sister, take me with you. I can do it too. Why do I feel like a certain gentleman is about to shatter? Haha. About to shatter? Wenqing noticed the final comment and shifted her gaze towards Song Hui, who stood a distance away, causing her to shiver slightly. At that moment, Song Hui was positioned by the window, the bright sunlight illuminating him, yet Wenqing felt an unsettling shadow mingling with the light. Was Song Hui angry? "I'm sorry, but I still wish to stay with my brother," Wenqing said, as she naturally linked her arm with Song Hui's, flashing a smile that outshone the sunlight. Song Hui raised an eyebrow at those who had failed in their competition, saying nothing, yet a barely perceptible smile tugged at his lips. After exiting Bai Xian's room with her arm linked with Song Hui's, Wenqing casually released her hold. Song Hui remained lost in thought, gazing at his arm, prompting Wenqing to tease, "Do you still want me to hold on to you?" What was intended as a mere jest surprised her when Song Hui nodded in affirmation. The atmosphere grew undeniably intimate, and Wenqing swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of regret for her impulsive comment. Yet having already said it, she felt compelled to act. She leaned in once more, effortlessly wrapping her arm around Song Hui's. Apart from her fleeting moment of anxiety, her thoughts were consumed with the pursuit of clues. Completely oblivious to the fact that Song Hui's gaze had not strayed from her. "Shall we explore the kitchen?" Song Hui replied affirmatively. Upon their arrival in the kitchen, they discovered the butler diligently preparing ingredients. After a brief survey, finding nothing suspicious, they decided to depart. When lunchtime arrived, only Xiaoyan Yuan returned with useful information. "Xiaoyan Yuan, the head of Bai Xian has been located, yet it was so mangled by gnawing that it bore little resemblance to its former self. The current methods at my disposal yield no clues. Thus, I refrained from bringing it back. The estate harbors several guard dogs, and by the time Bai Xian's head was discovered, it was reduced to nothing but a remnant of an edible scalp." This revelation, uttered by Xiaoyan Yuan, rendered the meal once again tasteless. As night fell, the group convened and decided to relocate to the western side of the estate, where any disturbances would be more readily perceived. Ming Shui and Wenqing took residence on the second floor, while the remaining three gentlemen occupied the third. The patter of rain awakened memories of her previous ordeal, as Wenqing curled up beneath the covers, her hand instinctively reaching for the brush concealed beneath her pillow. The weapon was her sole source of solace in these turbulent times. A sudden noise startled her, a sound akin to something tapping against her window. Chapter 8. Single-handed wolf slayer. In this moment, reality and memory converged, causing Wenqing's heart to race. The shrill alarm echoed in her ears, mingling with the sound of the rain, reminiscent of a death knell that instilled a sense of despair. The noise persisted, taunting her with an insistence that threatened to drive her to madness. Barefoot, Wenqing approached the tightly drawn curtains, clutching her brush tightly. As her fingers gripped the fabric, her gaze fell upon the sofa where Song Hui had previously sat. Something appeared to be nestled within its crevices. Intuition whispered that this was a deliberate message left for her by Song Hui. She cautiously turned and retrieved it, recognizing his handwriting. A remnant from the previous ordeal where she had perused her brother's journal, she found only 2 simple characters that served as both an indication and a reminder: sleep. The audience in the live stream expressed discontent. A fraction yearned for thrilling escapades rather than slumber. What kind of reminder is this? A splendid opportunity for exploration wasted on sleep. Have you lost your mind, streamer? This does not seem to align with the original game rules. There is no compulsion to comply. Song Hui likely doesn't know you are the wolf, hence his suggestion. The streamer is astute. Do not waste time. If you are indeed the wolf, at least venture out to slay someone. When Qing clutched the note, ensnared in conflict. She remained uncertain of her identity as the wolf, for during her cursory examination of each player's belongings, she sensed that every character possessed instruments of lethality. Xiao Nian Yuan's various syringes, Mi Ming Jie's kitchen utensils, Ming Shui's cosmetics, and the peculiar pen and books in Song Hui's room. If she could conceal poison and needles within her paints and brushes, so too could they hide toxins and other deadly tools. The knocking outside her window intensified, solidifying Wen Qing's resolve. She must extricate herself from this scenario as swiftly as possible. Remaining passive was not an option. Wen Qing grasped the brush in reverse and swiftly drew back the curtains, appearing as if just roused from slumber, rubbing her eyes. Ming Shui? What troubles you? Ming Shui stood on the balcony outside, drenched, her exquisite makeup ruined by the rain, presenting a pitiful and disheveled sight. Upon catching sight of Wen Qing, she burst into tears, turning to reveal the ghastly scars on her back. 3 shallow yet bleeding marks, with edges tinged purple from clawing. I have a monster in my room. Please, sister, let me in to hide. The audience in the live stream mocked her indifferently. Let you in? Dream on. At a time like this, self-preservation comes first. Why should we care about you? Honestly, seeing you leap such a distance to reach the streamer, you should be fine. Just wait. Wen Qing feigned concern and panic, hastily turning to light the candlestick by her bedside, preparing to open the window for her. The audience reacted with disbelief. What? Are you serious? When did you become so compassionate? Wow, this is hilarious. You didn't even read the note, and now you're just asking for trouble. Wen Qing merely glanced at the barrage of comments without responding, carefully igniting the candlestick and squeezing a bit of mixed toxin paint onto a piece of paper, tossing it into the flames to burn. A reminder from Little 11 appeared. Player enters a poisoned state. This effect is halved for the player, and it will take 10 minutes for the player to completely lose mobility. The live stream was flooded with question marks, the audience utterly perplexed by Wen Qing's actions. Choosing not to comment further, holding the candlestick, Wen Qing turned and opened the window, allowing Ming Shui to enter. She guided Ming Shui to the sofa, placing the candlestick beside her, and gently reassured, "Wait here, I will fetch you a towel." Under the flickering candlelight, Ming Shui's gaze had transformed from that of a frightened fawn to a cold, piercing stare, merely responding with a curt nod. Wen Qing, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, turned her back, unguarded. Ming Shui gradually rose, her hand reaching into her bosom. Suddenly, before she could draw the weapon concealed within, Wen Qing whirled around, her eyes sharp, pressing her palms against the base of the brush, driving the needle forcefully into Ming Shui's chest. The needle was slender. As long as Wen Qing did not withdraw it, Ming Shui would not instantly perish. You vile creature. Ming Shui's gaze trembled as she stared at her chest, forcefully pushing Wen Qing away. Wen Qing fell to the ground, watching in disbelief as Ming Shui foolishly extracted the brush, still intent on retaliating. The brush clattered to the floor as Ming Shui slumped back onto the sofa, her breaths coming in gasps, her pupils beginning to dilate. The toxic gas lingering in the air had already harmed her, and she had now hastened her own demise. To Wen Qing, Ming Shui appeared tragically foolish and absurd. Why? Ming Shui's eyes, void of tears, reflected not regret, but a deep-seated unwillingness to accept her fate. The audience in the live stream expressed their astonishment, yearning for Wen Qing to elucidate the situation. Otherwise, their previous mockery would appear rather foolish. I have modest expectations. I simply wish for the host to clarify how she discerned the discrepancy in her identity. Such a decisive elimination. I'll retract my earlier comments about the host being overly benevolent. Double kill. Double kill. A swift decapitation followed by a piercing strike to the heart. I swear I have not missed a single frame. Yet I truly cannot fathom where she slipped up. I sincerely suspect the host intends to eliminate regardless of the truth. Wen Qing retrieved the fallen paintbrush from the ground, meticulously cleaning the bloodstains upon it. Her explanation was far from arbitrary. She was certain that the victim was a werewolf. Pausing for a moment, she gazed at the now lifeless Ming Shui with a sigh. The wound on her back was self-inflicted. After speaking, she walked over, turned on the room lights, extinguished the candles, and revealed Ming Shui's back to the viewers. In this position, the marks were evident, scratches she had made from reaching over her shoulder, with slight traces of poison along the edges, glistening with a sticky sheen, indicative of a toxic, oily lip balm. Rain fell upon Ming Shui's back. Yet the infected area remained dry, a detail Wenqing immediately discerned. Perhaps, in Ming Shui's mind, this rain was an opportune moment to feign fragility and approach Wenqing. However, to Wenqing, it was her greatest blunder. After Ming Shui's demise, Xiaoxi unexpectedly released a message that took Wenqing by surprise. Congratulations to player Wenqing, faction, civilian. Wenqing? The audience? They were perplexed as to why her identity was suddenly revealed again, leaving no room for speculation. Wenqing herself was baffled by the criteria for this determination. The screen automatically enlarged, showcasing the explanation provided by Xiaoxi regarding the factions. All players begin with a blank identity. When someone successfully eliminates another player, their identity becomes that of a werewolf. Conversely, if one successfully retaliates, their identity is that of a civilian. Chapter 9. Only you and I. Upon hearing this, Wenqing was drenched in cold sweat. Thus, the underlying logic was merely a test of human nature. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her fear and inquired, what if it had always been a peaceful night? Wouldn't tea that prevent any exposure? Xiaoxi, devoid of emotion, reverted to a mechanical coldness. If there are 2 consecutive peaceful nights, all players will directly clear the game. However, such a scenario has never occurred. At this moment, the live stream erupted in chaos. Some were vocally condemning the sinister nature of this design, while many others were in deep contemplation. Upon reflection, if I were in that position, I too would struggle to refrain from action for 2 consecutive days. Indeed, we have won far too few times in such tests of human nature. It's only natural to fear for one's life. Being exploited leads to such outcomes. Wenqing observed the scrolling comments, her emotions tumultuous and unsteady. Despite the bittersweet smile meant to comfort the somewhat disheartened audience, Xiaoxi did not declare the game over, indicating that the one who had slain Bai Xian last night was not Ming Shui. This suggested the presence of another werewolf. Nonetheless, at least her identity was now established, and the remaining werewolf was likely to be either Mi Mingjie or Xiaoyan Yuan, or possibly both. Careful observation would ensure that victory in this game belonged to the righteous faction. However, just as Wenqing believed that the advantage lay with the humans, a previously overlooked thought suddenly struck her. If Ming Shui had come to kill her, did that not imply that the slaughter upstairs was also ongoing? The cold, emotionless visage of Song Hui flashed through her mind. Though this version of him lacked the tenderness seen in the previous scenario, he had consistently been her protector. Song Hui. He must not come to harm. Wenqing took a bottle of poisonous paint and a needle-tipped brush, cautiously exiting the room. The corridor was eerily silent, the moonlight outside seemingly unable to pierce through the enveloping darkness. Wenqing ascended the stairs with utmost care, only to be met halfway by a pungent, metallic scent of blood. The wetness beneath her feet was unmistakable, and without needing to look down, she could surmise the grim reality. Her fingers tightened around the railing, turning pale from the pressure as her mind conjured a myriad of horrific scenes. In a hushed tone, she communicated with Xiaoxi, instructing, if my mental health drops to 5, please automatically purchase a restorative potion for me. Xiaoxi responded, received. The current balance for player donations is sufficient, but the maximum purchase limit per day is 5 potions. Wenqing acknowledged this and, after concluding their discussion, resumed her ascent up the stairs. Each step a laborious endeavor. One misstep could lead to a fall. This path felt like a staircase leading to death. Upon arrival, she beheld the sight before her. The blood glimmered black under the moonlight, a long trail extending towards Mi Mingjie's room. Upon confirming that the blood did not originate from Song Hui's quarters, Wenqing's expression softened slightly. Covering her mouth and nose, she silently retched a few times, inching closer to the ajar door. They were dead. Both Mi Mingjie and Xiaoyan Yuan had perished. As Wenqing entered the room, the moonlight broke through the dark clouds, illuminating the tragedy within. Both bodies bore numerous scars from the struggle, with half of Mi Mingjie's ear even lodged in Xiaoyan Yuan's mouth. The fight had devolved into primal biting. Wenqing dared not dwell on the gruesome details, silently retreating from the room, her legs trembling. Xiaoxi had already restored her mental health once. Suddenly, the door to her left creaked open, releasing a fragrant waft of orchids. Wenqing turned cautiously to investigate. When she recognized the figure that appeared was Song Huai. A wave of relief washed over her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Having just witnessed such a harrowing scene, her tense spirit found solace in the presence of someone who brought her comfort, causing her previously suppressed emotions to surge forth. Wenqing quickened her pace, eager to draw closer to Song Huai, yet her hastened steps abruptly slowed. Maintaining a distance of 3 paces, the two exchanged a silent gaze. The viewers in the live broadcast remained oblivious to Wenqing's unease, engrossed in discussions about the death scene they had just witnessed. From my perspective, Xiaoyan Yuan must be the werewolf, and due to the disparity in strength, he ultimately could only meet the same fate as Mi Mingjie. I believe it should be Mi Mingjie who is the werewolf. Did you not notice the wounds on Xiaoyan Yuan? They are primarily slashes. If he was merely defending himself from the outset, how could he have sustained only such injuries? Wenqing had long since lost interest in the barrage of comments. Her emotions were more intricate than at any previous moment. Song Huai's gaze, fixed upon her, bore an unsettling intensity, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike a rabbit. Brother. Wenqing called out with a quivering voice, her heart filled with an unspoken hope for a reply. Yet, silence reigned. She awaited a response that never came. In this moment, silence was indeed an answer. Song Huai was no longer her brother, but rather the adversary she was destined to confront. Seemingly aware that Wenqing had reached this realization, Song Huai suddenly smiled, his voice teasingly low. How clever of you to deduce that. Wenqing inhaled deeply, only to be assaulted by the metallic scent of blood, causing her to gag. Song Huai gestured for her to enter the room to converse. After a brief moment of hesitation, she followed him inside. There was no escape. The manor was a trap from which she could not flee, and capture was inevitable. As the door closed, the stench of blood was shut out, and Wenqing drew in large breaths to steady her racing heart. Once she regained her composure, she addressed the question Song Huai had posed earlier. It's the scent. There's a fragrance of body wash about you, and your hair appears slightly damp. You must have just bathed. Seated on the sofa, Song Huai propped his chin on his hand, observing the somewhat uneasy Wenqing with keen interest, nodding in affirmation. Wenqing continued, given the commotion in the adjacent room, the sounds of a struggle would be significant, although I cannot fathom why the noises did not reach downstairs. I surmise that you, being next door, should have heard them too. As she spoke, Song Huai rose, prompting Wenqing to fall silent, her guard instinctively raised. Song Huai chuckled, glancing at the assortment of teas on the shelf, preparing a cup. Do not be anxious. Everything you've just articulated is indeed correct. Wenqing took a deep breath, fully aware of Song Huai's cunning nature. In such a moment, how could she possibly remain calm? Yet, Song Huai maintained an air of nonchalance, leaving her utterly perplexed as to his intentions. It was exasperating. Internally, Wenqing was in turmoil, yet she forced a stiff smile. Continuing, thus, the only plausible explanation for your tranquil demeanor while attending to your personal care is that you, too, are a werewolf. Having laid out her analysis, she fixed her gaze intently on Song Huai's silhouette. This man, regardless of the circumstances, exuded an undeniable charm. Bathed in moonlight, Song Huai's elongated figure stood tall and proud, with broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. His sharply defined jawline and the cool, aristocratic aura he possessed rendered Wenqing unable to tear her eyes away. Here, this cup is for you. Song Huai turned around while holding a cup and handed one filled with floral tea to Wenqing. Noticing her hesitation to accept it, he chuckled playfully. Weren't you just supervising? There's no added ingredients. Wenqing took the tea, bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrance. The aroma was heartwarming. Even without the ability to discern flavors, she could tell it was of superior quality. The livestream audience was both furious and anxious. What on earth does he intend to do? This is utterly torturous. My goodness, this psychological warfare is making it difficult to breathe. Indeed, he is a weirdo. What the hell? Amidst the thrilling tension of the 11th segment, he is even playing psychological games. His heart is truly vile. Wenqing watched as Song Huai sat back on the sofa amidst the crowd's scorn, and spoke softly, it's quite similar to what you're thinking. But there is one aspect where you're mistaken. What? Chapter 10. Unresolvable affection. Song Huai spoke with a calm demeanor, as if he were describing an ordinary matter. That chef did not perish at the hands of the person surnamed Xiao. It was I who ended his life. Wenqing, typically composed, found herself momentarily stunned. Her mind racing with the question, why? Song Huai gazed at her meaningfully, as if anticipating her reaction upon uncovering the entire truth. Because if he had not died tonight, you would have been next. Before she could ask further, he promptly elucidated the matter. In a few succinct sentences, he nearly rendered Wenqing unsteady on her feet. Bai Xian intended to kill you on the first night. I killed him. Afterward, I sought you out and overheard that actor misleading the chef. The two of them had already become entangled on the first night. If you killed that actor, do you think he would let you go? As for that military doctor, he seemed to have a fondness for you, hence his desire to eliminate the chef. Unfortunately, he was rather ineffective and met his demise instead. Wenqing forced herself to process the implications of his words. Bai Xian wanted to kill her, Ming Shui wanted to kill her, and Mi Mingjie also had her in his sights. Out of a total of 5 individuals, 3 had her as their target. A chill ran down her spine. No matter how strong her psychological endurance, she was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness at that moment. A bitter smile graced her lips, her pale face reflecting her fear, accentuated by a few strands of hair falling loosely, illuminated by the warm light, reminiscent of a flower wilting before its time. So, brother, do you intend to kill me as well? If this were any other streamer, the comment section would have erupted in disdain. However, the barrage of comments in Wenqing's live stream was filled with lamentation. As a newcomer, her performance was flawless in every frame. I really don't want this to happen. Please, must it be so cruel? Wasn't there a resurrection scroll or something? How much does it cost? I can pay. Damn it, with enough money, anything can be achieved. I refuse to believe that I can't save you today. With the first significant reward of 1 million, another was sure to follow. The incessant sound of donations echoed until Xiao Shi's voice, barely concealing her excitement, broke through. Congratulations to player Wenqing for surpassing a total asset of 100 million, activating the rare marketplace. Would you like to spend all your funds to purchase a resurrection scroll? Wenqing's throat tightened, and before she could articulate a complete response, Song Hui interrupted. You seem not to have fully absorbed what I just said. The steady stream of donations in the live stream was suddenly interrupted, leaving Wenqing momentarily stunned. Both groups of people recalled Song Hui's earlier words, sinking into silence. Wenqing's mind finally rebooted, grasping the crux of Song Hui's message. He had killed Bai Xian because she intended to kill him, and he had slain Mi Mingjie for the same reason. Thus, from the very beginning, his acts of violence were solely to protect her. Wenqing's mother had passed away when she was merely 3, and her father had perished in the line of duty at 5. In her memories, no one had ever offered her such unfounded protection. Ultimately, human emotions are tender. Despite the rational reminders of Song Hui's unique identity, her heart rebelled. She found herself moved. Tears blurred her vision as Wenqing approached Song Hui, boldly lifting his chin to kiss his warm lips. It was devoid of overwhelming desire, merely a gentle nibble upon his mouth. Sensing Song Hui's increasingly heavy breathing, her previously tense body began to yield. With her slender waist easily enveloped in his embrace, she relinquished control, becoming soft and pliant. The atmosphere thickened with ambiguity, their hurried breaths intertwining, the intense sensations crashing over her like waves against rocks, gradually engulfing her in a haze. Transitioning from a mere bite of her lip to soft pleas, Song Hui was attuned to her feelings, yet eventually he allowed her to succumb entirely halfway through. The shattered, chaotic images felt like sinking into the depths of the ocean, the sound of seawater filling her ears, enveloping her in Song Hui's gentle, affectionate voice. Let us marry. I remember that humans need to wear wedding dresses in a hall and make vows. I will prepare those. What color do you prefer? I wish to craft a ring for you. Blue, red, or perhaps pink. In human terms, one calls their beloved wife. May I do the same? From the moment I first saw you, I felt an inexplicable warmth. Wenqing couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't anticipated this adorable side of Song Hui. He was not human, perhaps he did not comprehend love as humans do. Therefore, everything he sought to do now was but a clumsy imitation, believing that only in such a manner could he convey his feelings to Wenqing. However, affection arises from the heart, and there are myriad ways to express love, hence, no formula exists. It is precisely this mystery that renders love a timeless conundrum. Upon waking the next day, even with Xiao Shi's assistance in restoring her energy, Wenqing felt as though she might shatter. Her composure faltered. Barely sitting up, she grimaced and fell back onto the bed, surrendering to the struggle. The comments streaming in were filled with content unfit for her eyes. Last night's audience experienced something truly extraordinary. Although the visuals were rather risque, they were certainly not suitable for young Shi. However, the skilled camera work allowed for a tantalizing glimpse, and under Shi's expert direction, various close-ups combined with intermittent audio created a uniquely exhilarating experience. Ha ha ha, even through the screen, I can feel the pain. I bet she won't be able to speak today. After shouting like that last night, her voice must be completely hoarse. I wager she definitely won't be getting out of bed today. When she goes to the bathroom, she will surely be in tears. Ha ha. You all are truly merciless. I bet you're right. At that moment, Wenqing felt a sense of shame akin to that of recalling a drunken escapade. As the events of the previous night surged uncontrollably into her mind, reminding her that everything comes at the price of madness. Knock, knock, knock. A voice from the butler called out from outside. Madam, the young master specifically reminded me to deliver breakfast to your room before he left. Is it convenient for me to come in now? Yes, 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 Wenqing replied, feeling a bit shy as she burrowed deeper under the covers. The level of awareness shown by Song Hui was indeed impressive. She had only slept a little longer, and during this time, Song Hui had already instructed the butler to adjust his approach. As the butler set the breakfast down and nodded before exiting the room, Wenqing couldn't shake the feeling that his gaze held a hint of hostility towards her, especially when she could no longer resist asking about Song Hui's whereabouts. A flash of intense dissatisfaction crossed the butler's eyes as he mentioned that he was preparing a surprise. Wenqing, a psychology student, recognized this micro-expression as part of her curriculum. She watched the butler leave, a lingering sense of unease settling in her heart. Chapter 11. Song Hui's fatal love. Song Hui did not return until evening, and the two of them nestled in bed to have dinner together. Wenqing munched on the chips Song Hui had brought back for her, occasionally stealing curious glances at him. She wanted to inquire about the surprise he was preparing. Sensing her gaze, Song Hui seemed to read her thoughts instantly. Don't ask. You'll know when the time comes. Wenqing sighed, realizing that she could not expect him to divulge any hints. She had 5 days left in this scenario, after which she would automatically exit. A flicker of worry crossed her mind about possibly not seeing Song Hui again. Leaning against his shoulder, she tried to keep her tone light. Will we be able to see each other again? Song Hui gently patted her head, his eyes brimming with unwavering affection. Of course, no matter where you are. I will find you. As night fell, Wenqing, cradled in her lover's embrace, was jolted awake by a series of terrifying nightmares. Blinking through the haze, she attempted to turn over, only to find her limbs seemingly devoid of sensation. A glance towards the corner revealed the barrage of comments, and her heart sank like a stone. What kind of skin condition is this? My heavens, what are those dark spots? How terrifying. Can she truly feel no pain? A skin affliction? Dark spots? Wenqing felt as though she were being crushed by an unseen force. Unable even to lift her head to observe the changes in her own body, she could only desperately shift her gaze to her beloved lying beside her. But he was not there. At that moment, Song Hui was absent from her side. The overwhelming despair of the unknown engulfed her in an instant, and the incessant alarm rang in her ears. The luminous screen that had once displayed tranquil blue now blazed a glaring red. With each breath she took, her mental vitality dwindled further. 10 points, 8 points, 5 points. In her heart, Wenqing anxiously called out to Xiaoxi, pleading for assistance to restore her mental vitality automatically. Xiaoxi, equally frantic, replied, No, there is nothing I can do. I've already reached the limit. Xiaoxi had been attempting to awaken Wenqing but had failed each time, having to repeatedly provide her with last-minute boosts until the 5-time limit was reached. In that moment, despair seemed to take on a corporeal form, an invisible grip tightening around Wenqing's throat. Pain coursed through her limbs, gradually enveloped by the sensation of suffocation. Her consciousness floated away like a released balloon, drifting into the void. Was she about to die? To perish in such an unclear manner, without even the chance to bid farewell to her beloved? How utterly woeful. Suddenly, the sound of the door being pushed open broke the stillness. Wenqing caught a glimpse of a blurred figure rushing towards her. The familiar scent of her brother flooded her nostrils as she weakly called out, It's me. Song Hui's voice was hoarse, as though he had just wept. He lifted her fragile body, placing something cold into her hand. In the next moment, a sharp sound pierced through her body, warm liquid flowing from her fingertips. Wenqing's heavy eyelids shot wide open, finally focusing on Song Hui's tear-swollen eyes. My love, I'm sorry. Song Hui slowly bowed his head, the light in his once vibrant gaze fading, yet in that final moment, his eyes remained fixed solely on his beloved. Song Hui took his own life, wielding Wenqing's paintbrush. Xiaoxi's voice, devoid of emotion, echoed, Congratulations, player, you have successfully completed the quest at Qingchuan Villa, achieving victory for the human faction. Wenqing cried out in silent anguish, her trembling gaze conveying her unvoiced despair, tears that could not flow stinging her heart. Her body transformed into specks of light, vanishing within Qingchuan Villa. Wen Qing would never comprehend the reasons behind her bodily transformation or why Song Hui had suddenly chosen to end his life. Song Hui had believed he was in control of the situation, envisioning a life alongside the woman he cherished. Yet, during Wen Qing's slumber, the butler had abruptly summoned him with a single sentence that brought him to the brink of collapse. The old butler's voice was as cold and mechanical as a machine. She could not remain here. I had poisoned her food, and given her current mental state, if she did not leave tonight, she would surely perish. Wen Qing had previously discerned a fundamental logic of this game. One must never sit idly by. However, she was yet unaware that this game was far more ruthless than she had imagined. For the sake of the audience's viewing experience, players who failed to engage would not be tolerated. The butler acted as a tool deployed by the main system to monitor the proceedings. Once he determined that neither Wen Qing nor Song Hui would take the life of the other, he would resort to coercive measures to terminate the game. Though Song Hui was filled with rage and resentment, under a barrage of intense questioning, he ultimately had no choice but to accept the fact that there was no antidote. When Wen Qing awakened, it felt as if she had indulged in a rejuvenating rest. Her mind was clear, and her entire being felt at ease. As she sat up and surveyed her surroundings, she quickly realized that she was no longer in the manor, although it was also a bedroom. It appeared to be a rustic cabin constructed entirely by human hands, simple yet reflecting the builder's thoughtfulness, well equipped against rain and humidity. Detecting Wen Qing's awakening, the blue screen before her magnified, displaying the completion data for the Clear Spring Manor instance. Instance, Clear Spring Manor. Completion data as follows. Faction, human correct kills, 2 incorrect kills, 0 time taken, 40 hours, 10 minutes, 27 seconds. Achievements unlocked. 1. Speedrunner, completion time less than the maximum duration of 50 hours, unlocked. 2. Charmer, in a single game, gained favor from 2 or more players, unlocked. 3. Brainiac, completed a flawless deduction, unlocked. 4. Reincarnation of wealth, accumulated over 10,000 in tips in a single game, unlocked. 5. I am the god of wealth, total accumulated tips exceeded 100 million, unlocked. 6. Please call me boss, achieved a score of level or higher in the instance. Unlocked. Overall rating. Rewards. Resurrection Scroll X1, additional rest days X1, total. 2. A resurrection scroll? Wen Qing found it hard to believe, just moments ago. Little 11 had informed her that this scroll would cost her all her savings, yet now she was being bestowed one. Little 11 appeared quite pleased. The player's rating reached the highest level, allowing for a random item reward from the rare shop. The resurrection scroll is what I helped the player draw. Wen Qing was overjoyed. This meant she effectively had 2 lives now. Little 11, you are incredible. However, this elation lasted no more than half a second before her eyes suddenly reddened. Her thoughts turned to Song Hui. Little 11 hurriedly reassured her, do not worry. Song Hui is of high rank. Even in death, you will be revived after a certain period. Wen Qing barely managed to hold back the tears that threatened to spill, though her expression remained somewhat dazed. Even if one could be resurrected, it would undoubtedly be painful, wouldn't it? Wen Qing's voice was soft and melancholic, as if she were conversing with herself or inquiring of Xiaoxi. Will we meet again afterwards? Xiaoxi hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth. Each instance was randomly assigned, and encountering the same person twice was already quite rare. 3 times had yet to occur. It will definitely happen. Chapter 12. A subtle shock. Once Wen Qing had composed herself, she donned a convenient deep green outdoor outfit, tying her hair back in a high ponytail before leaving the inner room and opening the door. She surveyed her surroundings, greeted by a cluster of towering ancient trees. The air rich with the fragrance of earth and floral dew, utterly enchanting. Wen Qing remained vigilant, not rushing to depart the wooden cabin. Xiaoxi, where are we? This is the next instance. However, these 2 days are a safety period. The purple mist has yet to arrive, so there is no danger. Xiaoxi paused briefly, a hint of resignation in their tone. This is a large map with considerable difficulty. I will guide the players in to familiarize themselves briefly. Upon finishing, the information for this instance materialized on the screen. Instance name, Purple Mist Forest. Instance description, once a picturesque woodland, now suddenly shrouded in dense purple mist, where chilling roars can occasionally be heard. Instance type, Battle Royale. Player random identity, doctor, with a free supply of hemostatic kits and analgesics. Other medical supplies at half price. Completion method, escape alive. This instance accommodates a total of 100 participants with random entry points and various gameplay options, including temporary teams. Temporary teams? Wenqing's thoughts shifted, and the screen displayed a separate small box with 5 slots, the first containing her name. It appeared that a team could consist of up to 5 players. Xiaoxi also provided a reminder. Weapons will randomly refresh each time, but acquiring them depends on luck. Wenqing nodded appreciatively, grateful for Xiaoxi's care, as she had a tendency to lose her way, although not to the degree of being utterly lost. In such a dense forest where disorientation was easy, she felt somewhat inadequate. Fortunately, it was currently a break period. The live stream was closed, allowing her to explore the vicinity alone for a while. Wenqing returned indoors, took a piece of chalk from the table, and stepped outside, choosing a direction at random. She began to walk, marking a circle on a tree every short distance. Suddenly, a crack echoed as a branch snapped, followed by a thud as something fell. Wenqing instinctively retracted her foot, cautiously gazing toward the source of the sound. She asked tentatively, "Xiaoxi, you're certain I am absolutely safe right now, yes?" Xiaoxi replied with assurance, "Yes, currently, none will exhibit any aggression toward players. In their eyes, you are a companion." A companion, indeed. Wenqing finally felt a semblance of relief as she adjusted her direction to investigate further. Parting the overgrown weeds that reached her waist, she immediately spotted the deep pit. Measuring approximately 1 meter in diameter and 5 meters in depth, the pit was camouflaged but had suffered damage, revealing its contents, not a person, but an enormous white rabbit nearly 2 meters in length. As Wenqing leaned in to observe, the creature made a powerful leap. Its adorably bewildered face suddenly magnified before her, those unsettling red eyes glinting ominously. Startled by this unexpected encounter, Wenqing inadvertently intruded upon the rabbit's space, causing a commotion that resulted in her head colliding with the pit's edge and tumbling directly into the abyss. Fortunately, the rabbit, thwarted by Wenqing's presence, failed to escape, cushioning her fall and sparing her from any serious injury. In the dim confines of the pit, the two, one human and one rabbit, locked eyes. And Wenqing felt tears welling up. The fear of this colossal creature rendered her legs weak, and had it not been for the safety period, her mental fortitude would surely have plummeted. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to," Wenqing stammered, her voice quaking with trepidation. "Are you all right?" came a youthful voice, tinged with lingering innocence. Wenqing looked around skeptically until her gaze returned to the rabbit, which was now intently observing her. Wenqing was taken aback, within mere seconds. This scenario had delivered her 2 shocks. The largest rabbit known to exist in the world was only about 1.3 meters long. Yet the creature beneath her was at least 1.9 meters. In a human context, this rabbit would be considered a standard male model height, and astonishingly, it could speak. Taking a deep breath, Wenqing endeavored to accept these absurd circumstances. However, the ability to communicate alleviated her fears somewhat, and her voice steadied. "I'm fine." The rabbit, displaying a surprising kindness, promptly hoisted Wenqing onto its back and leapt out of the pit. Upon returning to the surface, her curiosity shifted from the rabbit to the peculiar pit itself, which appeared to be anything but a natural formation. The rabbit had already bounded a few steps away but turned back when it noticed Wenqing lagging behind, tilting its head in inquiry. Standing upright, the rabbit towered over her, its ears erect, making Wenqing feel exceedingly diminutive. Yet, a chill ran down her spine as she instinctively sensed that this creature could easily crush her skull with a single bite. Little 11 hadn't anticipated Wenqing's misfortune. Merely wandering about, she had stumbled upon the native creature of this realm. It was worth noting that the instance had occurred before the official commencement of the quest, when the purplish mist had yet to descend, rendering the native inhabitants rarely active. "Player, he has taken you for a companion. He likely intends to escort you back to his territory," Little 11 remarked. Wenqing felt a flush of embarrassment. It was that she didn't understand the rabbit's intentions, but rather that she had no desire to comply. Realizing her discomfort, Little 11 quickly added a supplementary explanation. Although the player is currently in a state of safety, engaging in unreasonable behavior could lead to being discovered as an outsider and subsequently being killed, albeit with the option for a free resurrection. Wenqing, do you want to listen to yourself? Even though she is aware that she is in a game and can be revived, her innate fear of death prevents her from attempting anything reckless. At this point, despite her inner resistance, Wenqing had no choice but to force a somewhat stiff smile and said, "Let us go." Thus, with 1 person and 1 rabbit, they traversed through the purple mist forest, with Wenqing occasionally marking trees discreetly as a precaution. When Wenqing entered the instance, it was already dusk, and by the time they reached the rabbit hole, fireflies were beginning to dance in the woods. The temperature in the purple mist forest had dropped, and the night's scenery was enchanting. However, Wenqing was too stunned by the sight before her to appreciate it. The rabbit hole appeared to be the very embodiment of a fairy tale dwelling. The entrance was obscured by brush, and upon pushing open the wooden door, there were steep stairs leading down to a rustic, solid wood-style country home. Further inside, she discovered a bathroom, kitchen, pantry, and even several guest rooms. Illuminated by lights crafted from fireflies, the space was well lit and well ventilated, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Wenqing was utterly astonished by the impeccable taste of this rabbit. Xiao Shi promptly provided an explanation. Players need not be surprised. The indigenous inhabitants here can be regarded as children aged 5 to 8. In that moment, Wenqing felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, no more becoming sentient after the founding of the nation. Yet, in the interest of survival, she restrained herself. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the rabbit guided Wenqing to her designated guest room for rest, a knocking sound came from the wooden door at the entrance. Wenqing thought, goodness. Even animals understand the etiquette of knocking. Chapter 13, Throwing the Wife Up. The rabbit went to open the door, and as Wenqing listened intently, a shiver ran down her spine. She heard the sound of a snake flicking its tongue, deducing that the visitor was likely not just one giant python. The hissing noise was louder than an engine. If a rabbit could grow nearly 2 meters, one could only imagine how large the snake could be. Easily reaching 3 to 4 meters. Wenqing dared not ponder further. Though it felt somewhat unjust, the urgency of survival took precedence. And she carefully crawled out through the enormous ventilation shaft. Instinctively looking up, she realized that the trees were exceedingly tall, nearly obscuring the sky. At that moment, apart from the flickering fireflies, there was no other source of light. Wenqing attempted to retrace her steps to the entrance, relying on her memory to guide her as she navigated back along the trees. Xiao Shi automatically replenished her stamina, allowing her to move unencumbered by physical limitations. Initially, Wenqing was able to reassure herself with the markers she had left every few meters, but as darkness enveloped the path and the markers became invisible, she ultimately found herself lost. To alleviate her fear, Wenqing chose to engage in conversation with Xiao Shi, reflecting on her current discoveries. Wenqing, do the snakes here not eat rabbits? The response given by Little 11 was both ruthless and reasonable. Do not eat. All the indigenous beings here are companions, and their sustenance is periodically provided by players. Wenqing, at that moment, felt as though the ironically satirical cartoons had come to life, with humans, once the caretakers of these animals, now transformed into their fodder. She walked a little further before stopping before a severed log, lost in contemplation. This log, which she had not noticed upon her arrival, was evidently not freshly broken, as indicated by the moss covering it. She had completely strayed from her intended path. Wenqing elongated her tone, infusing a hint of playfulness into her voice. Little 11, even if you cannot directly transport me back, could you at least provide some guidance? She called out to her in a sweet, melodious tone, and even though Little 11 was a straightforward system, it was hard to resist. After a brief struggle, Little 11 relented. Before Wenqing, a luminous pathway composed of fireflies materialized, resembling the guiding lines that appear in online games for automatic navigation. Overwhelmed with excitement, she exclaimed, Little 11, I knew you loved me the most. Little 11, seated before the screen, felt a faint blush creep to her ears. Wenqing was the first player who treated her as a friend, never complaining or insulting her when she was unable to assist. With the guidance now in place, the fear that had gripped Wenqing dissipated, and her pace quickened significantly. However, just as she returned to the correct path, she plummeted into a deep pit. Coincidentally, this was the very pit where the rabbit had previously fallen. The connection was simply uncanny. This time, without the rabbit to cushion her fall. Wenqing clearly heard the ominous crack of her bones as she landed in the 5-meter deep pit. An excruciating pain surged through her, forcing tears from her eyes as she bit down hard on her lower lip to suppress a scream. Clutching her unconscious left leg, she curled up, shivering in agony. Everything happened so swiftly that Little 11, upon realizing the situation, immediately began to administer treatment to Wenqing. Painkillers have been injected for the player. Checking the player's injuries. Please hold on. The results indicate a mild fracture in the left calf. Treatment is underway. Please wait. In moments like this, the advantages of the virtual world became starkly evident. Little 11 merely needed to tap the screen, and Wenqing could instantly feel the piercing pain begin to subside. I truly thought I was going to die just now, she sighed, leaning back against the bottom of the pit, feeling slightly relieved. At that moment, her face was smeared with dirt, and she appeared utterly disheveled. The fracture resulted in a significant drop in her various attributes. In gaming terms, she was now in a half-health state. Although her leg hurt less, it was still immobile. Looking up, the pit's opening seemed so distant. Wenqing knew without needing to try that escape was impossible. Even if her leg healed, climbing out was certainly out of the question, especially now that she was limping on one leg. Wenqing let out a self-deprecating sigh, while others conducted reconnaissance in advance for a smoother experience. Her own efforts seemed only to render her incapable of survival. Little 11 remarked, "I hadn't anticipated this either." Just as Little 11 began to ponder whether to teleport Wenqing back, footsteps echoed from above. The sound resembled not that of a creature traversing on four limbs, but rather the distinct noise of a person walking in boots. Wenqing refrained from calling for help immediately and instead inquired silently within her heart, "Are there humans here in addition to animals?" Little 11's tone conveyed uncertainty. "Well, theoretically, there shouldn't be." The use of theoretically suggested the possibility of exceptions. At that moment, Wenqing remained oblivious to the peculiar nature of Little 11's response until she discerned the figure peering down from above. It was Song Hui. More accurately, it was a Song Hui who had aged a few more years. In the first instance, Song Hui was characterized as a university student, aged 19. In the subsequent instance, he was depicted as the son of a manor owner, aged 24. Now, he appeared to be in his 30s. Though the specific expression on his face was unclear, Wenqing sensed a maturity that had developed with the passage of time. The beam of the flashlight was blinding, and Song Hui's magnetic voice descended from above, confirming her condition. "Can you still move?" Wenqing attempted to rise, placing her left foot on the ground, only to be met with a sharp pain that drew a gasp from her. "It seems I cannot. I fractured my left calf," she replied candidly. In the next moment, a shadow leaped down, and Song Hui entered the scene with remarkable swiftness. Their reunion was sudden, and a smile of happiness blossomed on Wenqing's face as she instinctively extended her arms. "Let us embrace." Under normal circumstances, one would expect that Song Hui would either carry her away or offer her a piggyback ride. However, before Wenqing could complete her thought, Song Hui seized her by the collar and tossed her upwards. Tossed, although the ground was soft and cushioned by a thick layer of grass. And despite Song Hui's strength being just right, it was still rather absurd. The emotional warmth from their earlier reunion was swiftly dissipated by the night breeze. "Song Hui, you scoundrel!" Wenqing clenched her fists, silently cursing. Little 11 observed her reddened eyes and softly reminded her for comfort that player, in the new instance, he likely no longer remembers you. Wenqing's expression remained grim. She understood fully, yet that did not diminish her displeasure. However, upon re-evaluating the situation, her anger began to wane. So, was it true that Song Hui, lacking in tenderness, was only gentle and forgiving towards her? Chapter 14. The identification was complete. And this time, the forgetfulness was rather thorough. For a fleeting moment, Wenqing felt akin to a pitiful wretch, abandoned by a callous lover. With a sigh, she lamented her misfortunes while awkwardly rising to her feet. At that moment, Song Hui had already approached, casting not even a glance in her direction. Just as Wenqing was about to call out to him, he vanished like a shadow, seemingly fearful of being ensnared by her. To claim that she was not aggrieved would be disingenuous. From her perspective, it felt as though just yesterday they were sharing heartfelt confessions, and today they had become estranged. As if they had aged into indifference. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, uncertain whether the pain was physical or a reflection of her emotional turmoil. "Let us go." Wenqing took a deep breath, brushed away the impending tears, and attempted to move forward, albeit with a limp. "Ouch," she gasped, halting in her tracks. Indeed, it was untenable. Even the slightest pressure on her left foot sent waves of agony coursing through her. Standing still, caught in a web of indecision, she scanned her surroundings, hoping to find something to serve as a makeshift cane. "Here, take this." The familiar voice of Song Hui resonated behind her once more. She turned on one leg to find him holding a sturdy, straight wooden stick. So, he hadn't abandoned her out of cruelty. Rather, he had gone to fetch a crutch. A flicker of warmth ignited within Wenqing's heart. As she reached out to accept the crutch, her hand hesitated. Her beloved stood before her. Should she not take a more proactive stance? Reflecting on her previous attempts to bridge the gap between them, she concluded that a third effort would not be amiss. With a playful leap forward, she pretended to lose her balance, anticipating that Song Hui would catch her. Instead, to her dismay, he remained as stiff as a statue, failing even to instinctively reach out. Wenqing's expression faltered, her face smeared with dirt save for her eyes and teeth, which still retained their porcelain whiteness. Little 11, I think we're about to shatter. Silently, Wenqing rose, wiping her face and concluding that Song Hui had indeed forgotten her thoroughly this time. Just as she prepared to accept the crutch and spare him further discomfort, Song Hui spoke apologetically. I'm sorry, but physical contact between men and women is inappropriate. I am already married. Wenqing. At this, a genuine frustration welled within her. What was this game about? Each time, Song Hui was assigned a female companion, as if to ensure she was acutely aware of his desirability. In the first scenario, he had a childhood sweetheart, a long-distance girlfriend from university. In the second, Bai Xian was cast as his fiancée. Now, in the third scenario, he was utterly established with a wife. Wenqing let out a heavy sigh, accepting the crutch from Song Hui's hand. Fine, I shall take my leave. Wenqing was acutely aware that in Song Hui's heart, she had become a stranger, and speaking in such a tone was, in essence, rather impolite. However, feeling aggrieved, she could not help but seek a moment of catharsis. In the next instant, Song Hui seized her hand as she attempted to turn away, only to release it immediately. Wenqing turned her head and met the flustered gaze of Song Hui. She merely offered a polite smile before limping away. Xiaoxi, who had just witnessed the tenderness in Song Hui's eyes when he grasped Wenqing's hand, found it utterly astonishing. Player, just now, Song Hui was concerned about you. Wenqing was taken aback, forcing a bitter smile, dismissing Xiaoxi's words as mere consolation. It wasn't until Xiaoxi showed her a screenshot of Song Hui's expression that Wenqing fell silent. Xiaoxi remarked, typically, when one has died and been reborn, their memories are thoroughly erased. It is remarkable that he still exhibited concern for you. A myriad of emotions surged within Wenqing, and she murmured, indeed. It is quite extraordinary. Although they could not yet acknowledge each other, this incident rekindled her confidence. She resolved to make Song Hui fall in love with her once more. By the time Wenqing, supported by her crutch, returned to the wooden cabin, dawn had already broken. She quickly wiped the sweat from her body, downed a vial of restorative potion, and collapsed into slumber. Rest was her most pressing need, provided she did not injure herself again. The potion should enable her to recover her health before the game officially commenced. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, while a refreshing breeze accompanied the cheerful chirping of birds, creating a natural white noise conducive to sleep. Wenqing slept soundly, awakening to the sun's zenith. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, her drowsy state vanished in an instant. A whiff of metallic blood, mingled with an unfamiliar scent, filled the air. Someone was in the house. Wenqing quietly descended from her bed, cautiously opening the door to the inner room a crack to peer outside. In the kitchen stood a man, his back to her, the blade of a tang knife glinting ominously in his hand, dripping with a copious amount of crimson liquid. The man had rolled up his sleeves, revealing well-defined muscular arms, and his fair skin bore conspicuous bloodstains. Wenqing recognized him as Song Hui, but for a moment, she hesitated to make a sound. She was certain that the source of the bloody scent was the kitchen, and now this man, who had seemingly followed her home and intruded while she slept, posed an uncertain threat. Wenqing initially intended to close the door and wait to see if Song Hui would leave, as she inclined towards the notion that he did not intend to harm her. After all, he had ample opportunities to do so before. However, the wooden door creaked slightly, the sound resonating clearly in the tranquil environment. In an instant, Song Hui turned, and their eyes met. Through his turned body, Wenqing caught sight of the scene on the table. A serpent, as thick as a bowl and nearly 2 meters long, lay before her. Long since departed, the body had been severed into several segments by Song Hui. One portion was being chopped while another simmered in the pot. The bubbling crimson liquid and the thrashing serpent's head within the cauldron made Wenqing retch repeatedly. This sight was undeniably overwhelming. Which family-esque good-hearted individual would cleave a snake with a tang knife, neglecting to drain the blood or eliminate the stench, simply tossing it into boiling water? Forcing her gaze away from the snake's head, Wenqing turned to Song Hui, pointing at the pot, questioning, "What is this?" Song Hui glanced over, continuing to prepare this audacious dish, his tone as unperturbed as ever. "Our pot is broken, so I came out seeking something to substitute. I happened to pass by here and borrowed your kitchen." Clearly an act of trespass, yet his explanation somehow felt entirely reasonable when articulated by him. Little 11 mockingly interjected, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Aside from players needing to cook, other beings relish their meals raw." Relish raw? Wenqing cursed her vivid imagination. As soon as Little 11 spoke, an image titled Song Hui's ancestral portrait vividly formed in her mind, bizarre and disconcerting. As she pondered this, she successfully overlooked the flush creeping up Song Hui's ears, which was precisely why he had turned away to respond to her. Song Hwai had lied. He had followed her, unable to forget the frail, solitary silhouette she left behind. More crucially, Song Hwai was, in fact, without a wife. He was perplexed by his own impulsive declaration. Chapter 15. Uncontrollable concern, instinctively yearning to offer support, he was halted by a voice from within, leading to his subsequent claim of having a wife. Yet at that moment, his concern for Wenqing's injuries was so profound that it compelled him to act against his emotions. Internally, Song Hwai was tormented. Wenqing felt a warm sensation in her heart, but grew increasingly troubled as she gazed at the half-exposed iron pot. Silently, she inquired of little 11. "I won't die from eating that, will I?" Wenqing was willing to sacrifice her life for love, but only if it truly came to a moment of dire choice, not out of a desire to spare her partner's feelings by poisoning herself. Little 11 understood her apprehension. His voice laced with sympathy. "If it's cooked, it's non-toxic and edible. It's just the taste." Adults often need not articulate every nuance. Wenqing comprehended little 11's implication. The mere fact that a dish is edible is the baseline. Its flavor is an entirely different matter. Taking a deep breath, Wenqing mustered her courage and approached, trembling as she proposed to Song Hwai. "How about I take over as the head chef?" Without a moment's hesitation, he declined. "Your leg is injured. Allow me to handle it." He added, "By the way, I'm Song Hwai." Wenqing stole another glance at the unblinking snake's head, swallowing hard. I am Wenqing." "Wenqing? No, it's still too stimulating." After a nap, Wenqing found that she could slightly touch the ground with her feet, and she could walk slowly without crutches, albeit with a bit of wobbling. Considering her own appetite, she eventually persuaded Song Hwai to relent. After assisting Wenqing in chopping the snake into pieces, he left the kitchen in her hands. As Wenqing grasped the tang knife that Song Hwai had placed on the cutting board, a notification from Xiao 11 chimed in. "Congratulations, player. You have acquired a weapon, a tang knife used for cooking." It was uncertain if it was merely her imagination, but she felt as though the tang knife quivered slightly when the words used for cooking were uttered. Was the blade feeling aggrieved? Wenqing thought she was losing her mind, yet recalling the absurd events of the previous night, she deemed her thoughts not entirely bizarre. In the ensuing minutes, Xiao 11 narrated with an impeccably standard broadcasting tone, infused with emotion, alleviating Wenqing's fear significantly. The flustered chef won, after a 3-minute internal struggle, finally commenced the preparation of the meal. The industrious chef resolved to stir-fry the snake meat, but underestimated the spiciness of the peppers, resulting in tears from the heat. The terrified chef discarded half a pot of bloody snake soup. After 3 busy hours, she finally managed to cook the snake meat until tender and well-fried. Song Hwai came over to assist in serving the dishes at the table. The two sat across from each other, and Song Hwai maintained his usual elegance while eating, causing Wenqing to momentarily drift into nostalgia for the Qingchuan villa. Though not much time had passed, it felt remarkably nostalgic. Wenqing naturally stood up and placed a piece of snake meat into Song Hwai's bowl. Just as he was about to pick it up to eat, Wenqing suddenly smiled. "Won't your wife mind this?" Song Hwai showed little reaction, seizing the opportunity to clarify, "I don't have a wife." Wenqing was taken aback, instinctively retorting, "What about before?" Song Hwai met her gaze and replied truthfully, "I don't know. It was just a reflex. Perhaps there was someone, but something happened to her. This place is quite perilous." Wenqing's lips twitched, casting him a silent glare. She guessed correctly, but not entirely. It was he who had met a tragic fate, not she. Following that, both of them adhered to the unspoken rule of silence during meals, swiftly finishing their food, while Song Hwai proceeded to wash the dishes. Wenqing leaned her chin on her hand against the chair back, listening to the sounds of washing emanating from the kitchen, lost in thought. It truly resembled the ordinary life of a married couple, so delightful. Suddenly, Wenqing inquired of Xiao 11, "Must the team consist solely of players?" Xiao 11, understanding the underlying implication, responded with a hint of resignation. "I am unclear about that. There has never been a case of players teaming up with non-players in this instance. However, once the dungeon officially opens at midnight tonight, you may attempt it." Since the possibility remained uncertain, she resolved to give it a try, nodding in agreement. Initially, she contemplated devising a reason to keep Song Hwai until midnight. In truth, Song Hwai's intentions aligned perfectly with hers. Wenqing thought, "I must find a way to persuade him to stay until midnight and then convince him to join my team." Meanwhile, Song Hwai resolved to remain by her side and persuade her against taking risks. Thus, for the next few hours, Wenqing employed every stratagem at her disposal. Pretending her leg hurt, Song Hwai carried her back to bed, As she tugged at him, asking various questions, he consistently responded with patience. However, as there was little of substance to inquire about, when Wenqing intended to steer the conversation towards more personal matters, Xiaoxi could no longer bear to watch and intervened. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees most clearly. Xiaoxi had long discerned the mutual willingness between the two. Xiaoxi remarked, "Have you truly not noticed how his attitude towards you differs significantly from last night? Love can render one foolish." And it was only under Xiaoxi's subtle hint that Wenqing finally recognized the anomaly. Stifling the question that was about to escape her lips, "What is your grandfather's name?" she instead posed a direct inquiry, "Song Huai, would you be willing to stay with me?" In response to Wenqing's sudden candor, Song Huai, without a moment's hesitation, replied affirmatively. Xiaoxi silently added, "Well then, the deed is done. Let us proceed to the bridal chamber." As the clock struck midnight, chaos erupted outside. Xiaoxi's timely reminder rang out. "Player Wenqing, the rest period has concluded. The instant's purple mist forest is now commencing." Immediately, an alarm blared in her mind. "Alert! Players, please secure doors and windows. The purple mist is imminent." Repeat. "Players, please secure doors and windows. The purple mist is imminent." Xiaoxi spoke rapidly, and Wenqing, not daring to delay, hurriedly hobbled to close the windows and lock the doors. The already connected live stream, with a multitude of eager viewers waiting, suddenly swelled to over 10,000 participants as the broadcast commenced. "The 2-day period has arrived. I am here. The 2-day period has arrived, my dear wife. The 2-day period has arrived. The screen displays a working girl. How splendid. Wife, look at me. After 2 days away." The atmosphere in Wenqing's live stream had completely transformed. It felt akin to a star-studded event. Wenqing calmly faced the camera, flashing a sweet smile at the audience. "Good evening, everyone." Chapter 16. The New Instance. Purple Mist Forest officially begins. Battle Royale. Who are you speaking to? Song Huai's voice resonated, plunging the live stream into a brief moment of silence. Soon, viewers identified the source of the voice, erupting in a cacophony of excitement. "What? Did I hear that correctly? Ah, the living Song Huai. Do you know how I spent the last 2 days? My eyes are swollen from crying. As a devoted fan, I have endured sleepless nights and hair loss. I deserve this sweet reward. No need for further words. A kiss is in order." "I second that. Let us have a kiss." The celebration of pink has commenced. Wenqing's cheeks flushed red, catching the attention of Song Huai, who mistakenly assumed she was still unwell. "Be careful not to catch a chill," he said with a tone that, while understated, conveyed a familiar concern. Wenqing intended to explain, but in the blink of an eye, she was swept off her feet and carried into the room. "I'll boil some water, drink up, and then rest. Don't wander about," he instructed. With his captivating profile and assertive words, he only heightened the excitement in the atmosphere. "Oh my goodness! You have successfully captured my heart. Let us sleep together. It's fine, we can pretend we don't exist." The moon asked me why there is a doppelganger beside it. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was merely the smile I wore. "All right, so this is how it is when you come up. I love it. Bring it on." The barrage of comments scrolled feverishly, perfectly illustrating the essence of being online without the need for pants. He appeared to be indifferent to Wenqing's quiet explanations, which were drowned out by the fervor. Once back in the room, Song Huai gently placed her on the bed. The man who had shown her no tenderness the night before now seemed transformed, attentive in ways that suggested he was a different person entirely. He not only tucked her in, but also thoughtfully placed a soft cushion beneath her left foot. Xiaoxi, observing the reality, sighed. "I suppose there is no need for me to remind you of the precautions for now, given the current situation. Wenqing need not worry about intruders with Song Huai guarding her. How could any creature dare to breach their sanctuary?" The playful banter from the comments already made Wenqing blush, and now even Xiaoxi began to tease her. In response, Wenqing pulled the blanket over her face, feigning death. Yet, having slept well in the morning, she was not sleepy at all. Before long, she peeked out, curious about the dense purple mist outside the window. If not for the small screen beside her displaying the time, she would have had no means of determining the hour. She turned to Song Huai, who stood vigil by her side, attempting to inquire about the purple mist. "Wenqing, what exactly is this purple mist? Do you know?" Song Huai glanced out the window, his tone indifferent. "I don't know. All I am aware of is that this purple mist seems to pose no harm to me, but it does to you." Wenqing's gaze fell upon the protective suit hanging by the bedside, to which Song Huai scoffed. "That thing is useless. It merely slows the infection." After Song Huai spoke, Xiaoxi provided information about special equipment. Exclusive protective suit for the Purple Mist Forest instance. Current wear level, 0. Function, can resist mild purple mist. Effective duration, 1 hour. Note, the protective suit is a consumable item. Repairs require finding the special herb, Illusion Brain. Once collected, the system will automatically restore the item to pristine condition. Illusion Brain? The very name of this herb suggests its extraordinary nature. Xiaoxi then displayed an image of the Illusion Brain, a plant devoid of blossoms. Adorned solely with broad, flesh-colored leaves, bears a striking resemblance to the convolutions of the human brain, complemented by the crimson stems that meander through its foliage. The name it bears is indeed a fitting tribute. Surprisingly, Wenqing remained remarkably composed, even feeling a twinge of admiration for the plant's appearance, which exceeded her earlier imaginings. However, the pressing issue at hand was the dense fog that obscured all visibility outside. How was she to locate this herb? Wenqing glanced once more at Song Hui, poised to inquire about the illusory brain, when suddenly, a resounding bang echoed from the wooden door outside. A player's desperate wail pierced the air. Is anyone there? I implore you, save me. The banging persisted. I am a guide. You will need me. Please, I do not wish to perish. Initially indifferent to the man's pleas, Wenqing knew that revealing compassion in such dire circumstances could be perilous. Yet, upon hearing the man's role, her interest was piqued. Her eyes brightened as she silently sought Song Hui's counsel. Earlier, Song Hui had already become her ally. He responded to her unspoken question with a glance that conveyed his approval. With her companion's endorsement, Wenqing cast aside her hesitation. She consumed another vial of restorative potion to fully replenish her energy and opened the door. In that instant, she cleverly sidestepped, preventing the man from barreling into her with reckless abandon. Cough, 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 thank you, he exclaimed, stumbling inside and collapsing to the ground in a fit of coughs. Wenqing promptly secured the door, ensuring the violet mist did not follow him in. Neither she nor Song Hui rushed to assist the man. Instead, they maintained a cautious distance, scrutinizing him instead. He appeared to be of a similar age to Wenqing, in his early 20s, with an earnest demeanor. Glasses perched precariously on his nose, one lens already shattered, and clad in khaki athletic wear. Before the man could catch his breath, Song Hui coldly interjected. Having encountered the violet mist for at least 5 minutes, the man's eyes widened in fear, mistakenly believing that Song Hui intended to cast him out. Just as he prepared to protest, Wenqing interrupted with a spell. What is your name? You mentioned you are a guide. The man seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope, turning to Wenqing and vigorously nodding his head as he rose unsteadily, retrieving a map from his backpack. Yes. I am Su Sun, a guide. I possess a map that reveals the surroundings within a radius of 150 meters, which is how I managed to find you. In such a haze of violet mist, the skill of a guide was undeniably invaluable. However, as Wenqing unfolded the map, her expression shifted to one of confusion. The parchment was of exquisite quality, yet it bore no markings. Little 11 swiftly provided an explanation. To prevent excessive player-on-player conflict, unless they share the same identity, character-specific items cannot be mutually utilized. Enlightenment dawned upon Wenqing, accompanied by a sense of admiration. This game truly delves deeply into the intricacies of human nature. Consequently, the players find themselves compensating for one another, which undoubtedly diminishes internal strife to a significant extent. However, this also renders it impossible to ascertain the authenticity of Su Sun's identity. What if this item was seized from another player he eliminated? Song Hui furrowed his brow and approached, casting a fleeting glance at Su Sun. Come here and sketch what you see on the map. Wenqing immediately comprehended Song Hui's intention. He was likely familiar with the area, and if Su Sun's identity were false, he would surely reveal his true self eventually. Wenqing instinctively glanced at Su Sun, noticing the perspiration cascading down his face, his expression pale with anxiety. Chapter 17. A gentle invitation to share a bed. Su Sun followed Song Hui into the room, trembling as he grasped paper and pen to begin his drawing. Wenqing stood nearby, attentively observing Su Sun's demeanor. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with him. While it was understandable to feel tense in such circumstances, Su Sun's furtive glances towards Song Hui as he sketched did not convey mere nervousness. They suggested a lack of confidence. Wenqing approached Song Hui and nudged him with her elbow. He understood her unspoken concern and shook his head in response, indicating that Su Sun's drawings were indeed accurate. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were engaged in fervent discussions regarding Su Sun's fate. He truly makes me uncomfortable to watch. I feel like we shouldn't keep him. We have the map, and who knows, we might discover a new guide tomorrow. To be honest, let us not be too harsh on Sun. He seems overly anxious. But he hasn't made any mistakes. For safety's sake, let's keep him for now. If it doesn't work out, we can always replace him. Teaming up isn't permanent. Changes can be made at any time. Indeed, a guide is quite crucial. Suddenly, after completing a small section, Sun swayed and fainted. Song Hui waited a few seconds, and seeing that Wenqing did not advocate for his retention, he prepared to carry him outside. Wenqing felt an overwhelming sense of conflict. Logically speaking, Sun posed no threat, and she should indeed keep him. But wait, let us allow him to stay for the night. Wenqing called out to Song Hui. Without uttering a word, he turned and brought Sun back inside. As there was only one bed available for rest, Sun was unceremoniously laid on the table. Wenqing administered the cheapest antidote and kindly covered him with a blanket. Having decided to keep Sun, there was no need for unnecessary hardship. Yet, his presence had usurped the space where Song Hui intended to sleep. Thus, he had no choice but to share a room with Wenqing. Amid the playful taunts from the audience, Song Hui simply lay down on the floor, leaving Wenqing feeling rather guilty. A familiar scene unfolded once more. Wenqing pulled back the covers and patted the bed, this time inviting him more naturally. Let's sleep together. The viewers who had witnessed the previous live stream erupted in excitement. Who truly understands the formidable allure of a straightforward girlfriend? I find myself utterly captivated by the unpretentious nature of streamers. When there is love, they charge forth without a hint of pretense. Here I am, darling, in a bubbly tone. Song Hui, I strongly advise you not to be ungrateful. The girl has been exceedingly proactive. Go for it, my friend, go for it. Song Hui responded with the same demeanor as before. Following a brief silence, he stood up, dusted off his clothes, and lay down at the edge, avoiding any sideways glance. Wenqing suppressed her laughter, yet her heart felt as if it were drizzled with honey. She was quite easily satisfied. Simply being able to share a pillow with Song Hui once more brought her immense joy. The sound of her beloved's breath soothed her, and soon, drowsiness enveloped her. In a dreamy haze, she instinctively rolled over, wrapping herself around Song Hui like a koala embracing a tree. In less than half a second, she felt something pressing against her knee and reached down to shift it away from the crease of her leg. Comfortable in her position, she prepared to drift into slumber, not forgetting to wish Song Hui good night. Good night, my dear. The audience in the live stream, who had stayed up late, bore witness to Song Hui's rigid posture, paralyzed in a state of discomfort, with laughter filling the screen for an extended time. Wenqing was indeed a well-behaved sleeper. However, due to her lack of security, every time Song Hui waited for her to fall asleep, he would gently turn her over, only for her to roll back and hug him again, repeating the initial process. Although Song Hui was weary, his friends remained wide awake, ensuring that he would be restless throughout the night. The sound of a creaking door came from the inner room, where a broken padlock dangled. Song Hui cast a glance toward the bedroom door. Sun stealthily peeked in, and at the moment their eyes met, Sun nearly gasped in surprise. Noticing that Wenqing was already fast asleep, he quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth. Under Song Hui's menacing glare, he whispered, I just wanted to find the restroom. Song Hui offered him no response, prompting Sun to lower his head and retreat. After staring at the door for a while longer, a hint of disdain flickered in Song Hui's eyes. He had not heard Sun's departing footsteps and noticed that. At the moment Sun had peeked in, his gaze had fallen upon the isolation suit hanging on the wall. The following morning, upon waking, Wenqing immediately noticed that the isolation suit was missing from the wall. Her first instinct was to blame Sun. Filled with regret as she hastily got up and exited the inner room, the protective suit was neatly placed on the table in the outer room, leaving her momentarily stunned as she looked outside. The purple mist that had enveloped the area had temporarily dissipated. What she had thought was Sun fleeing was revealed to be him hanging upside down from a tree outside, his mouth stuffed with rags, while a cold-faced Song Hui lashed at him with a vine. Crack. Wenqing was utterly astonished, not because of Sun being captured and beaten, but rather due to the manner in which he was suspended. It was truly a professional binding technique, aesthetically pleasing while simultaneously deeply humiliating. The barrage of comments in the live stream. How delightful. I initially intended to sleep a bit longer, but now I am thoroughly awakened with laughter. This couple truly astounds me. What peculiar skills have they illuminated? I am somewhat eager to see how this will be utilized in the future. Wow, you are quite skilled. My friend, your techniques are remarkably professional. Even I, an old pervert, find this level of abnormality astounding. Clearly, no one in the comments was curious as to why this scene unfolded. Wenqing had no choice but to maintain her focus, approaching the man whose face was streaked with tears and snot. "Who on earth are you?" "MMM. Su Sun struggled to respond, but his mouth was stuffed, rendering him mute. Wenqing sighed, disappointment etched on her face. She had hoped to offer him a chance, but since he chose silence, so be it. After glancing at Song Hui, she smiled gently. "Thank you for your efforts. Please continue, as long as you don't kill him. I have ample supplies of hemostatic agents." "Understood," Song Hui replied calmly. Su Sun was genuinely taken aback. The Wenqing who had been gentle with him the previous night revealed a surprisingly ruthless side. The interplay between the two frightened Su Sun so much that he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Wenqing pouted, casting a disdainful glance at him. "This man, so cowardly, yet he dares to steal." Song Hui paused his actions, allowing Su Sun to regain consciousness, and recounted the earlier events to Wenqing. "His identity is genuine. However, he ended up in a house where his protective suit was damaged, which is why he took a gamble by coming here." As soon as Song Hui finished speaking, Su Sun awoke once more, but the prolonged upside-down position had caused significant blood rush to his head. With tear-filled eyes, he looked at Wenqing with a mixture of fear and pity, softly whimpering. Chapter 18. The consequences of one's own actions. Wenqing sighed, let him down. Song Hui hesitated but ultimately cut the ropes. Su Sun fell to the ground, unable to rise for a while, clearing the rag stuck in his throat. Su Sun knelt on the ground, genuinely repenting. "I truly understand my mistake. By the way, this is illusory brain. It can repair protective suits. I'll give it to you. Just let me go. I beg you." Su Sun carefully retrieved a jar containing the illusory brain from his backpack and placed it delicately before Wenqing. Though his heart ached, he understood that he needed to demonstrate sufficient sincerity at this moment. Wenqing's expression remained unyielding, growing even colder. Initially, she thought Su Sun was merely cowardly and greedy, but now it seemed her assumptions were shallow. Reflecting on it, even if Su Sun's house lacked a protective suit, he could have survived the night by merely closing the doors and windows, thus avoiding the risk of venturing out during the peak of the purple mist. The value of the illusory brain must have been conveyed to him by his system. It was likely that what truly captivated him was not Wenqing's protective suit, but rather the illusory brain growing nearby. This individual was not only cunning, but also possessed considerable audacity, willing to gamble with his life. At present, Wenqing possesses protective gear and a single illusory brain. To return this individual would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, inevitably posing a future threat. But must one truly resort to murder? When indecision clouded her judgment, Wenqing instinctively glanced at the barrage of comments. Such a person must not be left alive. Let us bind him and make him a dog that can find its way. This is indeed an illusory brain, and it looks utterly repulsive. I still believe Su Sun holds some value. After all, Song Hui cannot possibly be familiar with the entire purple mist forest. A guide is invaluable. Wenqing swiftly gathered the pertinent information, soon arriving at a conclusion. It was not Su Sun himself that bore significance, but rather his identity. In other words, should Su Sun lose his role as a guide and be stripped of his protective gear, he would be rendered incapable of seeking assistance from others. Contemplating this, a malicious smile crept upon Wenqing's lips. She approached, retrieving the illusory brain that Su Sun had offered, her tone softening considerably. "Is this what you saw on the map?" Su Sun nodded. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Wenqing's eyes. "Are there any other materials in this vicinity that you can sketch?" Su Sun swallowed hard, his gaze wavering. The places he had illustrated for Wenqing and her group yesterday only depicted the more perilous areas nearby. This locale was not particularly abundant in supplies. The illusory brain was the only specimen handed over, and the remainder consisted merely of a few vacant houses, the contents of which he had yet to explore. Noticing Su Sun's hesitation, Wenqing found his demeanor both exasperating and amusing. He was preoccupied with resources even when uncertain of his own survival. With a playful gesture, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes narrowing in a gentle smile. "I intend to let you go, but it seems he is not entirely satisfied." Su Sun followed her gaze to Song Hui, whose piercing glare compelled him to avert his eyes hastily. With this contrast, Wenqing appeared to Su Sun as a radiant being, her hair shimmering with a warm glow, resembling a savior freeing him from his plight. "All right, I'll draw." Su Sun conceded. Throughout this exchange, Song Hui stood silently, observing Wenqing's gentle persuasion that coaxed Su Sun to lower his guard. The coldness in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a hint of admiration. Although he remained silent, if Wenqing ultimately decided to release Su Sun, Song Hui would also depart. He had witnessed too many players who, out of a moment of compassion, had sown the seeds of tragedy. He held a disdain for those who exhibited such indiscriminate softness. Once Susan finished sketching inside the house, Wenqing promptly collected the map and the copy laid upon the table, while Song Hui moved to restrain him. Their synchronized actions delivered a resounding slap to the viewers in the live stream, who had previously criticized Wenqing for her perceived leniency. At that moment, Su Sun was finally forced to confront the harsh reality he had been played. You don't mean what you say. Su Sun's furious outcry met Wenqing's serene smile as she carefully stowed away the map. I never said I wouldn't let you go. You, what? Su Sun was initially ready to curse in despair, resigned to his fate, but a single remark from Wenqing rendered him momentarily speechless. Her expression did not appear feigned. However, the ambiguity of her demeanor left Su Sun perplexed. Are you truly intending to let me go this time? Wenqing nodded, affirming. I will have Song Hui escort you, ensuring your safety. You're sending me off? Su Sun, who had harbored resentment over the confiscation of his map, found himself surprisingly amenable to the idea. After all, he had retained a general sense of the vacant locations upon his return. He could navigate the area once the fog lifted, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility to locate the map again. Su Sun had always enjoyed favorable fortunes, and he firmly believed that he had a considerable chance of discovering a new protective suit, or perhaps even parchment. Song Hui furrowed his brow ever so slightly, having deduced that Wenqing intended to confiscate Su Sun's map, yet he had not anticipated that she would genuinely allow him to depart. When Wenqing met Song Hui's questioning gaze, her peripheral vision naturally flicked towards the wooden sticks standing by the table. Song Hui understood and smiled faintly, releasing Su Sun and urging him, let us go. We have about half an hour before the fog rolls in again. The audience in the live stream appeared somewhat bewildered, recognizing that Wenqing was subtly signaling something to Song Hui, yet they were unable to comprehend the meaning. What does that look signify? Why glance over there? Is there something there? I saw a stick erected there last night. What does that mean? Is she suggesting Song Hui should go kill him? Is this some kind of encrypted dialogue? Can anyone explain? After Song Hui departed with Su Sun, Wenqing headed to the kitchen to reheat the snake meat from the previous night while engaging the audience in conversation. You all asked me last night how I met Song Hui. I fell into a pit, and he rescued me. The stick was the crutch he provided me. With these two simple sentences, all questions were elucidated, and the audience suddenly experienced an epiphany. I get it. So, you meant for Song Hui to toss him into the pit, right? Ha ha ha. Though it's rather malicious, it's truly satisfying. How deep is that pit? Won't he be able to climb out? Will he? As Wenqing placed the snake meat into the pot, the rising smoke obscured her view. With a sly smile, she responded, there's a slight chance he could escape, which is why I said I would let him go. Upon hearing this, the audience and Xiaoxi, who had fully grasped the situation, felt a chill run down their spines. They reaffirmed a singular truth. Wenqing was far from being a harmless little rabbit. She was a serpent concealing its fangs. When she spoke of letting someone go, it truly meant there would be a glimmer of hope. Yet that hope was overshadowed by a more profound despair awaiting them. Su Sun's fate was already sealed. Either he would meet a desperate end in the depths of the pit, or, if fortune favored him and he managed to climb out, he would be lost without his map, likely to become disoriented. And with less than an hour before the purple fog arrived, he would still perish. Chapter 19. Song Hui has disappeared, having prepared a warm meal. Wenqing sat at the table, resting her chin on her hand, staring blankly at the doorway. The violet mist has already risen outside. Yet Song Hui is yet to return. The barrage of comments in the live stream reads, my dear wife awaits my return home. How enviable it is to have a wife who prepares dinner for her husband after work. In this moment, the epitome of a virtuous wife and loving mother is vividly manifested. Host, abandon that scoundrel who continually forgets you and come join me. Wenqing, faced with the playful banter, finds it difficult to smile. The last time she returned, limping, it only took her 2 hours. How could it be that Song Hui, with his agile legs, has not returned even after nearly 3 hours? Internally, Wenqing inquires of Xiaoxi, surely, Song Hui hasn't he encountered any mishap? Xiaoxi responds, perhaps he sensed an intrusion into his territory and has gone back to address it. Let us wait a little longer. The data status from Song Hui appears abnormal, leaving Xiaoxi uncertain of his species. However, regardless of what it is, all beings within this realm possess a strong sense of territorial awareness, and Song Hui should be no exception. After waiting another half hour, there remains no sign of the man amidst the violet fog. Silently, Wenqing rises, reheats the now cold meal, and resolves to venture out for exploration. Time is of the essence. She cannot afford to be merely a stone waiting for her husband's return. Presently, she possesses a protective suit with a 5-wear, a piece of illusory brain, and a map of the nearby area. These items are sufficient for her to explore relatively safely for over an hour today. After her meal, Wenqing leaves a note for Song Hui, dons her protective suit, and departs the house. Utilizing the map from the previous night, she easily navigates around the marked danger zones. As she passes, the heart-wrenching sounds of screams echo from that direction. This is just the beginning, and the real-time count of remaining individuals in the lower right corner begins to plummet rapidly. Comparing the two maps while being mindful of her footing, Wenqing finally arrives at the nearest wooden cabin, cautiously pushing the door open. The layout of this cabin is identical, albeit in a more dilapidated state than the one she currently inhabits. A faint cough suddenly emanates from within, as if someone were hurriedly stifling it, and the sound abruptly ceases. Wenqing retrieves the tang knife from her spatial pocket. This weapon was gifted to her by Song Hui when she invited him to team up the previous night. With the weapon in hand, she feels a surge of confidence. Gripping the hilt, she steps toward the inner room. Through the wooden door, she can hear heavy, labored breathing and faintly catch a hint of blood in the air. Is the person injured? Tightening her grip on the knife, Wenqing presses herself against the wall, carefully creating a small gap to peek inside. Suddenly, a flash of cold light darts through the opening, slashing upward with force. Thankfully, Wenqing had anticipated this. Her body was pressed against the wall, or else she would have surely been wounded. The mere act of that surprise attack prompts the hidden individual within to erupt into a violent fit of coughing. Even though she was aware that the person inside was perilously close to death, the recent attack rendered Wenqing hesitant to act recklessly. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her voice, striving to sound as calm as possible. "I am a doctor. It seems you require assistance." The individual within, leaning against the door, attempted to shift his body slightly, the faint sound of movement reaching her ears. "Wenqing, I've placed the medicine at the door. You may retrieve it when you are ready." While the audience in the live stream presumed this to be a ruse by Wenqing to coax the other party into opening the door, she genuinely retrieved a vial of hemostatic medicine, placed it at the threshold, gently knocked twice, and then turned to leave. No, even without spending money. You can't truly give it away. You don't even know who he is, and you just gave it to him. Woo, sister is an angel, so gentle. What are you all doubting? I think this is fine. We are all players and should help each other escape. We can't disregard everyone just because of a few nuisances. Exactly, the streamer is a doctor by profession. It's only natural to lend a hand when possible. The barrage of comments continued to fervently debate, and in the next moment, Wenqing emerged from the door, skillfully maneuvering to the window of the inner room. With deft precision, she inserted her dagger, lifted it slightly, and unlatched the bolt from the outside. In one fluid motion, she executed a one-handed somersault, landing inside the room. How daring is that? Who understands? That ponytail has captured my heart. I certainly cannot manage that flip. Suddenly, I recall the streamer has impressive stamina. It seems she enjoys extreme sports in her spare time. Wenqing's gaze swept over the comments, and she smiled. This time, the audience was indeed correct. Due to her frail health in childhood, she had taken up rock climbing, skydiving, and skiing to enhance her fitness. The man, or rather the boy, hidden within the room, startled as he opened the door to retrieve the medicine. Turning around, he found a dagger poised at his neck. "Why you? Are you human or a ghost?" The boy appeared to be merely 18 or 19, with tousled brown hair obscuring his brow and eyes. His lean frame was drenched in blood, and he clutched his left shoulder, yet the crimson liquid continued to seep through his fingers. Wenqing furrowed her brow. Given his rate of blood loss, without immediate hemostatic intervention, he would succumb to excessive bleeding in less than 3 minutes. "If you wish to survive, drink this quickly," she warned sternly, pressing the blade closer to his throat. The boy shivered, realizing the gravity of the situation, and promptly tilted his head back to consume the entire contents. After finishing, he obediently showed her the bottom of the vial. His eyes, filled with dread, appeared pitiful, silently pleading, "Sister, look, I have drunk it. Can you lower the blade and speak to me civilly?" As the boy tilted his head to reveal his eyes, Wenqing experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. This person bore an uncanny resemblance to her brother. Wenqing's voice trembled lightly as she inquired, "What is your name?" "Qingli." The boy replied in a somewhat hoarse voice, revealing the truth. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Wenqing's eyes. Although she understood that the dead cannot be resurrected, The surging waves of longing made it difficult for her to calm her emotions. Noticing Wen Qing's unusual demeanor, Qin cautiously asked, "Sister, what is troubling you?" The term sister struck a chord in Wen Qing's heart, shattering her facade of coldness. She sheathed her dagger and knelt down, wordlessly tending to Qin's wounds. With her back turned to the audience, only Qin noticed the silent tears that slipped down Wen Qing's cheeks. His heart quivered as he observed her gentle care. While he himself silently wept, strands of hair clinging to his tear-streaked lashes, presenting a poignant beauty amidst the sorrow. Qin yearned to offer words of comfort, but the pain radiating from his arm made him gasp sharply. To avoid the embarrassment of crying out, he proactively introduced himself to Wen Qing. "Ahem, sister. I am Qin. My in-game identity is Xiang, the guide." But his voice faltered, a hint of awkwardness surfacing. "I lost the map while fleeing from pursuers." Chapter 20. Qin. A single phrase allows the jealous king to tolerate me. This is true skill. "A map?" Wen Qing replied, "How fortuitous. I happen to have an extra map." However, she was reluctant to hand it over to Qin too readily. Wary of the possibility that he might be allied with Su Sun, with a serious expression, she asked, "Are you still playing solo?" Qin nodded in affirmation. "Yes, my original location was not here, but in the western region, where players have begun forming alliances. I did not wish to join, so I fled." In such a game, forming alliances is a common occurrence, and when Qin found herself curious about Qin's strong aversion to it, her inquiring gaze prompted him to elaborate, his tone growing increasingly animated. A utopia, a 10-person team divided into 2 groups, with only 1 guide and 1 doctor. The rest are all adventurers. Little 11 immediately provided clarification. Adventurers lack external talents, merely granting former players a certain amount of stamina. Qin continued, "Do they truly believe that resources are endless? Within 3 days, conflicts over resource allocation will arise, and infighting is inevitable." The audience in the live stream quickly chimed in. "He speaks the truth. Every time players have attempted this, the outcome usually ends with them perishing at the hands of their companions. There will always be those who believe themselves to be the only wise ones, thinking others foolish. Even with 5 people in a team, managing roles becomes challenging. The more individuals involved, the more complicated it becomes. This young man is correct, though I believe he has underestimated the situation. I would say it would only take 2 days. In a 10-person team with 1 guide and 1 doctor, it means those 2 have no opportunity to rest and must continuously scout with the group." When Qin discreetly glanced at the rolling comments, finding herself in agreement with the audience's analyses. The truth is, if the rewards do not align with the investments, soon enough, protest will arise. At that moment, while it may be easy to join voluntarily, exiting voluntarily may prove to be a different matter altogether. When Qin gazed at Qin, increasingly satisfied with the child, he possessed intellect. Just as when Qin contemplated what further inquiries to make, the window, which had merely been shut but not locked, was forcefully pushed open once more. A chilling gaze emanated from behind her. As she was facing away from the window, she did not have the time to turn and check. Qin, however, acted swiftly, rising to his feet and pulling her behind him for protection. With his pull, Wen Qing seized the opportunity to turn around and discern the newcomer. It was Song Hui. The man, despite changing his attire, had not entirely masked the lingering scent of blood. Amidst the violet mist, Song Hui stood silently outside the window. His cold gaze fixated on the hand that Qin held around Wen Qing. Wen Qing had been worried about Song Hui, but now, seeing him appear unscathed, she brushed Qin's hand away, stood up, and, ignoring Qin's attempt to grasp her, walked over with a face of delight, exclaiming, "Darling." Those simple 3 words subtly altered the expressions of both men present. Song Hui's demeanor, once fearsome, crumbled just like when Wen Qing had previously heard Qin address her as sister. Qin, astonished, gaped, feeling an involuntary burn of disbelief. What? Here stood a creature, untouched by the mist, undeniably monstrous, and yet his fairy sister addressed him as darling. Nevertheless, his good upbringing allowed Qin to solidify his blissful future with a single phrase, "Sister, brother-in-law, greetings." When Qin's affectionate term combined with Qin's respectful address made Song Hui feel as though he were floating in ethereal beauty that felt unreal. He suppressed a grin, rendering his expression somewhat peculiar, and hastily locked the window. The audience in the live stream was notoriously merciless. "You kid, if you want to laugh, just let it out. Don't hold it in. I'm truly amazed. Such a sudden treat, it feels rather delightful. I want more. Qin, young brother, how clever." with just one phrase. He has completely grasped Song Hwai. I can clearly see the importance of emotional intelligence. Not only did he save his life, but he also latched onto the most substantial support. If I possessed even half of this child's emotional intelligence, I would have been invincible by now. When Qing observed the barrage of comments, feeling a mix of amusement and acknowledgement that they were indeed correct, as Song Hwai's gaze fell upon the disheveled Qinli. When Qing, with a hint of suggestion, introduced him, Qinli, a guide who lost his map. Initially, she expected Song Hwai to inquire further about Qinli, but instead, he turned to her and asked, "Why weren't you waiting at home for me?" This question carried an unmistakable air of intimacy, reminiscent of a typical couple, where a husband returns from work to find his wife missing, expressing a blend of concern and reproach. Yet, when Song Hwai posed this question, his expression remained remarkably calm, devoid of any signs of worry, resembling more a discontented complaint. When Qing felt somewhat aggrieved, her eyes dimmed, and her tone was listless as she replied, "It's not like I wanted to come out for a stroll. I waited for you to return after heating the food for quite some time." Song Hwai was momentarily taken aback, the faint blush on his ears betraying his awareness of the subtle tension between them. Averting his gaze, he dared not meet when Qing's eyes, and his tone softened instantly. I apologize." Qinli stood nearby, perfectly embodying the audience's current state, anxious not to disrupt the sweet atmosphere with his very breath, appearing calm on the outside while his heart raced with excitement. Ahem. Qinli truly wished not to cough, but as an injured party, it was an inevitable occurrence. As expected, the sound shattered the fragile pink bubble that enveloped the two. When Qing's cheeks flushed as she awkwardly changed the subject. "Qinli, would you like to join our team?" "Yes. Brother-in-law, do you agree?" Qinli responded instantly, hastily glancing at Song Hwai's expression, cautious and humble. Song Hwai caught a glimpse of Wen Qing from the corner of his eye and responded readily, "Listen to your sister." These simple 4 words conveyed both his stance and acknowledgement of his role. Little 11, watching from the screen, was nearly rolling her eyes to the heavens. Little 11, damned Sunera, how can you have a wife? In the end, Wen Qing's team welcomed another member, leaving only 2 spots remaining. When Wen Qing handed Su Sun's map to Qin Li, the child flinched back in fright, evidently believing that Wen Qing and her companions were engaged in some nefarious activities involving killing and looting. Only after learning the truth did he dare to accept it. Song Hwai glanced at the increasingly dense purple mist outside and suggested, "It's currently the thickest the purple mist has ever been. We should stay here for the night and return in the morning." Given that Qin Li's protective suit was damaged and Wen Qing showed a 40-wear rate, it would be unwise for them to attempt to return in their current state. Wen Qing nodded, and naturally, Qin Li had no objections. Chapter 21. This is true cooperation. That night, rain fell in the purple mist forest, bringing with it unwelcome guests. The players Qin Li had mentioned formed a team and found their way here. A loud crash resonated as the door was broken down, followed by a chilling scream. By the time Wen Qing awoke and emerged with Song Hwai to investigate, they found Qin Li silently confronting 4 aggressive men outside. With the body of a man lying on the ground, a dagger embedded in his forehead. One of the burly men among the 4 shouted angrily, "Qin Li, how dare you ambush us? Do you have no conscience?" A blond man beside him chimed in, "After you stole the supplies and fled, our leader defended you all along. And now you've gone and killed him." Hearing the commotion behind him, Qin Li turned, and upon meeting Wen Qing's gaze, his expression turned visibly flustered and agitated. He hastily explained, desperate to avoid any misunderstanding, I didn't. Those supplies were mine to begin with, and I never joined your group. Why shouldn't I take what I found?" The burly man spat and unexpectedly drew a gun from his pocket, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Qin Li's forehead. "Damn it. If you believe I won't pull the trigger, you're mistaken. A life for a life." At the sight of the firearm, the viewers in Wen Qing's live broadcast room were thrown into a state of panic. What kind of world is this? How can these people possess such weapons? Unbelievable. While poetic justice may be a noble wish, reality shouldn't be this grotesque. It's over now. These individuals clearly aren't benign. Dear, don't confront them. The bandits have arrived. Wen Qing's gaze swept across the barrage of comments, her palms already slick with cold sweat. With a gun in the mix, the situation had escalated drastically. I placed the knife. She inhaled deeply, feigning the demeanor of someone just awakened, appearing startled. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Song Hwai attempted to grasp Wen Qing's arm as she stepped forward, but she subtly brushed his hand away in a gesture of reassurance. In such precarious times, having a woman step in to mediate was a weight on Qin Li's conscience, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, Wen Qing silenced him with a mere glance. Her major in psychology meant that only she could effectively minimize unnecessary casualties in this tense moment. Opposite them stood 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. The men unabashedly displayed lustful glints in their eyes upon seeing Wenqing, while the woman exuded wariness. The leading man, who had previously addressed the group as boss, brazenly stepped over the corpse of their leader upon noticing Wenqing, with the others following suit into the room. "Pretty lady, what is your intention?" The burly man with the gun inquired, his tone laced with amusement. His gaze lingering on Wenqing's chest, as if wishing to see through the fabric. Wenqing instinctively took a half-step back, maintaining a 2-step distance. In a gentle tone, she replied, "I merely intended to prevent any harm. I had no intention of causing your boss's demise." Her soft words, accompanied by her gentle demeanor, seemed to appease the trio of men. Just moments ago, they had appeared intent on making Qin Li pay for the boss's death, but now the man holstered his weapon, adopting a magnanimous air. "Oh, it's no big deal. We should have knocked before entering and startled the beauty." As he uttered the word startled, Wenqing even played along, giving a slight shiver. Beneath her facade of fear, Wenqing calmly notified Xiaoxi to procure a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid. "I've purchased it for the player. Shall I use it now?" Xiaoxi queried. With her head lowered, Wenqing stole a glance at the other 3 individuals, contemplating her next move. Not yet. She wasn't certain if this formidable weapon was wielded solely by the man before her. During this period of uncertainty, she needed to probe further. Wenqing raised her hand to rub her eyes, reddening them, and when she lifted her gaze to the warm yellow light within the room, she appeared utterly pitiable. "There are only 3 of us. Why have you come to visit so late?" Once she finished speaking, the 3 men exchanged quick glances, entirely disregarding the sole female member of their group. As if reaching a certain consensus, the leading man turned his head and forced a smile. "We truly admire Brother Qin and would like to invite him back. It took us quite a while to find him here." The woman in the group seemed to have something to say, but was silenced by a sharp glare from the man with yellow hair after only uttering 2 words. Wenqing, feeling awkward, glanced at Qin Li, recalling that they had teamed up just yesterday. The leading man, as if already having a solution in mind, chuckled and pointed at Song Huai. "This is simple. The little beauty kicks him, and then the 2 of you can join us. That makes 5 of us." Wenqing's gaze swept over the 4 individuals opposite them, cautiously reminding them, "But you are currently 4, and if we join, it will make 1 extra." Xiaoxi, who understood Wenqing's maneuver, silently lamented, "Indeed, the drama queen's act is unbeatable." Wenqing, being astute, could not possibly misunderstand the man's insinuation. Yet she chose to feign ignorance. As anticipated, the man looked disdainfully at the female player in their group, casually suggesting, "Just kick her out." The woman, an adventurer, was the least needed in their team at that moment. Upon hearing this, she could no longer contain herself, pulling out a military folding knife and lunging at the man. "How dare you abandon me? Go to hell." The sudden incident caught the man off guard, but fortunately, the yellow-haired man reacted swiftly, delivering a kick to the woman's chest, while another man hurriedly subdued her. After a moment, noticing that the other 2 had no intention of drawing weapons, Wenqing successfully assessed their configuration. The only powerful weapon was in the hands of the man before her, while the other 2 were unarmed. In that case, it was time to use an item. Wenqing suddenly retreated a few steps, raising her hand to throw a vial of strong acid that had inexplicably appeared in her possession. As the acid made contact with the man's face, white smoke billowed up, corroding much of his visage and exposing grim white bones. In agony, the man dropped his gun and covered his face, howling in pain. Wenqing crouched and kicked the gun towards Song Huai, instantly reversing the situation. With a click, the sound of a handgun being chambered resonated, momentarily silencing the man's cries. By the time the 4 individuals regained their composure, Qin Li had already retrieved the knife lodged in the forehead of the fallen, blocking their escape route. The once demure Wenqing now stood beside the gun-wielding Song Huai, proudly raising an eyebrow at them with a tang knife in hand. The man on the ground suddenly burst into tears, resembling a child who felt profoundly wronged. In the blink of an eye, he had lost his gun and marred his appearance, causing his mental state to crumble completely. Meanwhile, the woman, restrained by the other 2 men, laughed heartily, clearly relishing the moment. The viewers in the live stream suddenly realized the truth. I underestimated this. I thought the streamer was a lone hero intending to take the blame for that guy. Damn, I apologize for my previous superficiality. This teamwork has ignited my passion. So cool. Chapter 22. Not yet over. Before the emotions of the crowd had a chance to settle, a low growl resonated from the purple mist outside. Wen Qing's heart leapt to her throat. At that moment, the creature outside seemed to be no less than 3 meters tall, merely from the sound of its roar. She recalled the enormous rabbit. Song Hui nudged Wen Qing's hand, exchanging his gun for her Tang Dao. Wen Qing? Under the fearful and bewildered gazes of everyone, Song Hui approached and swiftly severed the head of the corpse at the door. He quickly opened the door and kicked the head outside. After shutting the door, they waited a moment, and soon the sound of crunching bites echoed outside. Wen Qing swallowed hard, internally lamenting that it truly sounded like something gnawing on brittle bones. With another roar, the creature outside finished its meal. Song Hui furrowed his brow and muttered with a hint of resignation, "It seems we have no choice but to kill it." The 4 individuals huddled in the corner had fainted when Song Hui decapitated the head. The trembling Qinli, who was barely holding on to consciousness, inched closer to Wen Qing and whispered, "Sister, brother-in-law, what does this mean?" Having spent considerable time with Song Hui and possessing a keen intellect of her own, Wen Qing found herself somewhat comprehending his line of thought. After some contemplation, she attempted to interpret it. After all, they were of the same kind. And perhaps he was reluctant to kill, intending instead to offer some food to encourage the creature to leave peacefully. As Song Hui brandished his knife to open the door, Wen Qing called out to him amidst Qinli's astonished gaze, "Perhaps it hasn't had its fill yet. Why not try giving it an arm instead?" Unbeknownst to her, the tone and expression she exhibited while making this suggestion were surprisingly casual, as if they were discussing not the act of feeding human flesh to a monster, but rather buying meat to feed a pet. "Not me. But I have just one question. How do you think that creature hasn't eaten enough?" "Oh no, I seriously suspect the wife has been assimilated. Forgive my erratic thoughts, but at this moment, I suddenly recall the psychiatrist who fell for her patient and lost herself, like Harley Quinn. Oh my gosh. Don't scare me. The streamer can't really be going insane." Wen Qing cast a swift glance over the rapidly escalating barrage of comments, noticing that the audience seemed to misunderstand her, and hurriedly clarified, "I'm not insane. I just feel that this time, its roar wasn't as fierce as before." It felt somewhat conciliatory. Realizing that merely stating this might not hold much credibility, she added, "I used to work as a pet communicator." Wen Qing believed her explanation to be quite reasonable, yet the comments in the live stream were filled with ellipses. Viewers in the live stream. How can something so absurd sound so reasonable? After pondering for a moment, Song Hui chose to follow Wen Qing's suggestion, severing the left arm of the corpse and tossing it outside. Another series of bone-chilling crunches ensued. The wait for results was always interminable in those brief seconds. Wen Qing felt her legs growing numb from standing. As the sound of gratitude faded, an unexpectedly unrefined voice echoed from outside, swiftly followed by an unsettling silence. Wen Qing let out a long sigh of relief, casting a sidelong glance at the 4 individuals still unconscious, feeling a profound sense of survival. Just as she was about to inquire how Song Hui and Qin Li intended to deal with the 4 captives, a suffocating breath resonated from above. Another entity seemed to have arrived. The gust of air that penetrated the gaps in the roof struck her directly, causing Wen Qing to collapse onto the floor. Her complexion ashen. The rapid depletion of her mental fortitude nearly left Xiaoxi without the chance to recover. The earlier voice from outside had returned, momentarily freezing the atmosphere within the room as the 3 exchanged apprehensive glances. The terrifying breath above persisted, indicating that at least 2 monsters lurked beyond the door. Startled by the sudden fright, Wen Qing's mind was clouded, yet fortunately, Qin Li managed to keep pace with the unfolding events and voiced a conjecture. Perhaps he brought friends to get food? As he spoke, uncertainty crept into his tone. If true, the implications would be utterly shocking. Observing Wen Qing, who had yet to regain her composure, Song Hui seized the corpse from the ground and stepped outside. Qin Li remained with Wen Qing, both of them, along with thousands of viewers in the live stream, fixated on the frail wooden door. Moments later, a series of crunching sounds resonated, causing the entire wooden structure to tremble as if shedding splinters. In the live stream, comments flooded in. Are they eating? I wonder if they're consuming the corpse or something else. Oh my goodness, I forgot to lower the volume. My ears almost gave out. This sound is surprisingly relieving. 2 minutes later, the wooden door swung open, revealing Song Hui, bloody Tang knife in hand. His gaze settling on the corner where the recently awakened, bound quartet lay. His expression bore the chilling demeanor of a butcher selecting meat. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me, kill him. Don't kill me, kill him. Kill her. The 4, sensing the encroaching specter of death, clung tightly to one another. Yet their words betrayed a desperate desire for the others to take their place. With an impassive face, Song Hui grasped the left leg of the disfigured man. glanced at Wenqing, and rather than executing him immediately, he rendered the man unconscious with the back of his blade before dragging him away. By now, Wenqing had regained her composure, taking a moment to steady herself, and, with a shuddering breath, remarked, "It seems I was right. I hope there is enough meat to distribute." Her words caused the three, just roused from their stupor, to faint once more. In the ensuing brief period, Song Hui returned to procure more flesh. The blonde-haired man was dead. When Song Hui entered for the third time, the room was filled with resounding expressions of gratitude. Far beyond a mere handful of stagnant comments, at that moment, they sprang to life. "Who understands? I hardly dared to breathe just now. I've been meaning to say, this is my first time witnessing this scenario, and I'm quite curious about what those things look like. For those who wish to see appearances, perhaps try another live stream. Our esteemed friend here possesses too little mental fortitude to withstand a direct gaze upon them. Never mind, my own mental stamina isn't particularly high either. A bit of idle chatter will suffice. Regardless, congratulations are in order." We've endured yet another night. Wenqing gazed at the screen filled with gift effects and congratulatory messages, yet she could not muster a smile. Indeed, they had survived this night, but how many more nights remained? Feeling somewhat fatigued, she prompted Xiaoxi to automatically cleanse her body. Having just perspired profusely and now feeling uncomfortable in her own skin, observing the weariness in her eyes, Song Hui calmly delivered a piece of good news. Chapter 23. Emotionally unrestrained tomorrow, they would send supplies as a token of gratitude for the dinner she had prepared for them. Wenqing nearly spat out her tea. Staring in astonishment at Song Hui, the comments erupted into chaos. What does this mean? Wait, if I'm not mistaken, does this imply that they are safe from now on? I doubt it. This might just be a one-time occurrence. So, does this mean those monsters can actually communicate? I'm even more curious as to why they suddenly began to speak. I'm dying to know what they truly look like. Wenqing pondered, what would happen to them in the future? Suddenly, Song Hui smiled. A smile imbued with tenderness, assuring her that apart from the mist within this area, nothing else would harm her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wenqing burst into tears. She had been in a state of heightened anxiety for days, and she was utterly exhausted. Wiping her tears, she stood up and embraced Song Hui, while Qin Li, understanding the situation, turned over in bed, choosing not to listen or watch. Song Hui instinctively attempted to push Wenqing away, but hesitated when his hand brushed against her gently trembling shoulder. The audience in the live stream, despite their disdain for Song Hui, urged him to be considerate at such a moment. Damn it, if you dare to push her away, I'll take you on. Are you even a man? Comfort her. That's your wife. It's not a crime to console her. Stop dawdling, hurry up. Under the crowd's urging, Song Hui wrapped his arms around Wenqing, gently patting her back. The softness of her form pressed against his chest, and Wenqing felt the tumultuous rhythm of his heartbeat. Raising her gaze, the tears that slipped from her eyes fell into Song Hui's heart, creating ripples of emotion. Overwhelmed by feelings, Song Hui lowered his head and gently nibbled her ear. His voice laced with a hint of desire and a touch of negotiation. May I hold you while we sleep tonight? Wenqing quivered lightly. It was evident that Song Hui desired more than just this, yet he remained restrained and composed. Regrettably, Wenqing was unwilling to endure. She lifted Song Hui's chin and pressed her lips against his warm ones, igniting a fervent blaze. Song Hui's breath hitched as he half-pushed, half-embraced Wenqing back into the inner room. Qin Li, youthful and impetuous, could hardly bear to hear such tender whispers. He initially intended to cover himself with a blanket. But in that moment, silence enveloped him, the wind outside no longer audible. Xiaoxi remarked, "Fear not, players. I have notified Qin Li's system to temporarily mute his hearing." When Qin finally dared to catch her breath, her chest heaving rapidly, and the intoxicating sighs that escaped her lips nearly compelled Song Hui to surrender. "Darling, kiss me," she uttered in a soft and sultry tone, imbued with a hint of command. The two indulged in their sweet intimacy, while the live stream's chat overflowed with exclamations. "I just want to know what sleeping position would allow me to dream of such a wife. They're absolutely killing me with their sweetness. Kill me, and give the two of you a boost. Unknowingly, you've raised my standards for a partner. I fear I shall remain single forever." Wenqing, overwhelmed to the point of unconsciousness, found herself adrift in a sea of desire when suddenly, something cold and sticky slithered around her ankle. She let out a soft protest, though it seemed futile. As her consciousness flickered back, she squinted to observe that Song Hui now appeared less than human. Below his waist, he seemed shrouded in mist, enveloping much of her own form as well. Wenqing thought, right, Song Hui is not human. Beyond that, she had no other thoughts. when she awakened again. It was 2 days later. As she sat up, a momentary haze clouded her mind. Once she regained her senses, she remembered where she was. The live stream audience teased her jovially, recounting the events of the past 2 days. "Oh, look, our young lady has awakened. You slept quite comfortably. Your husband and brother have gone out to scout. They should return in just a few minutes. You are now the designated chef for the monsters, who have been waiting for their meals these past 2 nights. The others have all been fed, and this morning, they brought you 2 brain plants and a few bullets. Oh, and your brother reserved a little sister for you. She's quite a charming girl and also a doctor." When Qing earnestly read the scrolling comments, striving to grasp the information being shared. However, it all felt overwhelmingly surreal. Had she truly become the cafeteria for monsters? Qin Li had found them a doctor? They now possessed 3 brain plants, overflowing with resources? So much had transpired in just 2 days. Hearing a sound from within, Jiang Yo knocked on the door, calling. "Sister Qing, are you awake?" Her voice was sweet and soft, unmistakably that of an adorable girl. When Qing rose and opened the door, only to be startled by the skull placed on the table behind Jiang Yo. Upon closer inspection, when Qing successfully deduced that the object in question was, in fact, an oversized spicy rabbit head. Its gaping eye sockets, filled to the brim with chili powder, seemed to gaze directly at her, a truly provocative sight. Jiang Yao followed her line of sight, and a shy smile graced her features. "It tastes delightful, though it does appear rather intimidating," she remarked. When Qing glanced at Jiang Yao, and then back at the rabbit head, concluding that this girl appeared softer yet possessed a far bolder spirit than herself. Having not eaten for 2 days, when Qing's stomach emitted a timely growl, reminding her of her hunger. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was Song Huai and Qin Li returning. At the dining table, Jiang Yao formally introduced herself. "Hello, Sister Qing. I am Jiang Yao, a doctor by profession. I was a middle school classmate of Qin Li, attended the same high school though in different classes, and after graduating from different universities in the same city. We have had little contact. I encountered him yesterday in the forest. I accidentally fell into a pit, and he rescued me and brought me back." A pit? When Qing immediately thought of the very one she had fallen into initially. After inquiring about its location, she confirmed her suspicions. Internally, she couldn't help but scoff. One might mistake that pit for a romantic encounter. After all, it was clear to Wen Qing that Qin Li's gaze towards Jiang Yao was anything but innocent. This fellow had likely harbored feelings for the girl for quite some time. Wen Qing did not dwell on it too much, given their acquaintanceship and his character. Coupled with the fact that he chose to stay with her for 2 days, it was evident that Song Huai found no fault in Jiang Yao. Thus, she decided to extend an invitation to team up. In the next instant, a notification from Little 11 chimed. Player Jiang Yao has agreed to join the team. Now, Wen Qing's small squad consisted of 2 doctors, 1 guide, and a special combatant. While it was not necessary to have a full team of 5, Wen Qing found herself pondering what type of individual they should recruit next. It seemed Song Huai had read her thoughts as he suddenly spoke. "Tomorrow, I will introduce you to someone who could also join us. He is well-liked in the Purple Mist Forest." Wen Qing was taken aback. "What do you mean by well-liked in the Purple Mist Forest? Are there individuals here besides players?" Chapter 24. I am Bear 2. Wen Qing had anticipated meeting this mysterious individual the following day. However, not long after dinner, they encountered him in the woods. Days had passed, and today the purple mist was notably thin, signaling that Wen Qing and her companions were beginning their journey to depart. At the moment they stepped out of the cabin, Wen Qing felt as though her body had suddenly shrunk, surrounded by towering, terrifying shadows of over 10 meters high. "Good morning," she swallowed hard, quietly trailing behind Song Huai. Suddenly, a booming voice resounded above her, nearly causing her spirit to leave her body. Before she could respond, many of the moving shadows halted, and amidst the chilling stares, a chorus of greetings arose. Wen Qing clutched the hem of Song Huai's garment tightly, despite wielding a firearm. An overwhelming sense of insecurity enveloped her. "Good morning," Wen Qing responded with a tremor in her voice, her mind drifting to other thoughts. She recalled the talking rabbit and the grotesque creatures that had suddenly begun to speak human language after consuming human flesh just days prior, having indulged excessively in horror games. A chilling hypothesis surged through her mind. She quietly pondered to Xiaoxi whether these animals, the more they consumed humans, became increasingly human-like. Xiaoxi replied, "Indeed. Congratulations on uncovering one of the truths of the Purple Fog Forest." The official announcement lacked warmth, its cold, mechanical tone amplifying Wen Qing's dread. After a brief pause, she discreetly released her grip on Song Huai's clothing, apprehensive about the idea of the very human-like Song Hui and the potential number of players he had devoured. Feeling the release of her hand, Song Hui turned to regard Wenqing with concern. She grasped his hand once more and shook her head. "It's nothing. Let's go." Wenqing had always been adept at adjusting her mindset. The moment she met Song Hui's gaze, she resolved firmly. Should Song Hui ever intend to harm her, she would not hesitate to incapacitate him with a single shot. The indignity of being assaulted and subsequently murdered would never befall her. At that moment, not only was Wenqing filled with trepidation, but Jiang Yao also appeared to be in a precarious state, prompting Qin Li to naturally take her hand. 2 hours later, the quartet finally emerged from the haze of the purple fog, during which 3 of them had consumed a single illusion brain. There was no need to squander resources unnecessarily. A single illusion brain could intermittently repair the 3 protective suits, allowing them to endure for quite some time. At last, upon seeing the verdant forest again, the taut nerves of Wenqing began to ease, if only slightly. "Brother!" A shadow suddenly darted forth, blocking their path. The voice sounded like a roar yet also resembled a call for a brother. A colossal brown bear, nearly 2 stories tall, stood just 2 steps away from Wenqing. The alarming sound of rapidly decreasing rationality was the most genuine response she could muster. Song Hui made no move to draw his weapon. Instead, he turned to grasp Wenqing's hand, his tone calm and composed. "This is the individual I mentioned who can join our team." Individual? Wenqing's mouth twitched as she fought the urge to lose her composure, wishing she could wipe Song Hui's eyes clean of whatever delusion he harbored. This was no human. It was unmistakably a bear. At that moment, it was not just Wenqing who found it hard to accept. Even the audience in the live stream could barely contain their reactions. All right, a non-human is not enough, so we've summoned a creature that is utterly not human, have we? Forgive my unseemly laughter. I genuinely want to see how this team configuration dares to venture out. If we bring this one in, I won't say anything else. But at least among the players, the streamer will be invincible. I'm already covered in goosebumps, whose good-natured team includes a bear. Brown bear. I am called Bear too. Wenqing? Qin Li and Jiang Yao exchanged glances, holding each other tightly, their eyes filled with confusion. The viewers in the live stream simultaneously recalled the name of that animated series that popped into their minds. Wenqing's fear dissipated, successfully shattered by Bear 2's authentic northeastern accent. Reflecting on how he had previously referred to Song Hui as brother, Wenqing turned to Song Hui and cautiously inquired. "If he is Bear 2, then you are." "I am Song Hui." Song Hui subtly interrupted Wenqing, as if he had anticipated her intended words. Wenqing struggled to suppress her laughter but knew she must first address the matter at hand. She looked at Bear 2, and for some reason related to his name, found him increasingly endearing. "Your brother mentioned that you have quite a good reputation in this purple mist forest?" Upon hearing this, Bear 2 placed his hands on his hips, beaming with pride. "Of course, I have a solid network." Wenqing nodded. "So, do you know which way we should go to leave this place?" At this, Bear 2's expression became somewhat ambiguous, as if he was hesitant to speak. "Well, there is a way, but..." After receiving a stern glance from Song Hui, he continued, "You won't be able to get out." Wenqing and Qin Li exchanged puzzled looks, clearly struggling to comprehend. What did he mean by there being a way? Yet they couldn't leave? Bear 2's speech was somewhat halting, and his limited vocabulary made it difficult for him to clarify, causing him to stamp his feet in frustration. Suddenly, the ground shook, and Wenqing fell to the ground. After Song Hui helped her up, he helplessly proposed a solution, regardless of whether it works or not. "You should take us to see." Bear 2 nodded earnestly, scratching his head apologetically. Wenqing turned to Qin Li and Jiang Yao. "What are your thoughts?" Although Jiang Yao was genuinely terrified of the bear, if he truly knew the way to escape, it would be extremely beneficial. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Yao nodded resolutely. Qin Li naturally followed suit, indicating his agreement. With unanimous support, Wenqing extended an invitation to form a team with Bear 2, who readily accepted. Little 11 watched the now full party with a complex expression. What on earth is going on? Nonetheless, the announcement had to be made. Little 11 cleared his throat. Congratulations to player Wenqing for assembling a full team, with the following configuration: Team Leader, Wenqing, Doctor, Deputy Leader, Song Hui, Family Member, Team Member, Qin Li, Guide, Team Member, Jiang Yao, Doctor, Team Member, Bear 2, Northeastern Guide, perhaps? The viewers in the live stream empathetically voiced Little 11's sentiments. "It feels like Little 11 is about to shatter, haha. Little 11, do I really have to endure this broken team?" The composition of this streamer's team is indeed overwhelmingly powerful. I genuinely feel for Little 11 for a second, Then I started laughing. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere of the comments, the five continued their journey forward. At this moment, within the violet mist behind them, a pair of cold, wolf-like green eyes flashed with a momentary glimmer. A hunched, shadowy figure, neither fully human nor beastly, silently trailed behind several individuals. Chapter 25. A well-played demise 2 hours later. A dense expanse of violet mist reappeared before Wenqing and her companions. This time, the mist was significantly thicker than before. Qin Li took out a map and quickly informed the group of the nearby structures. The good news was that within 500 meters of entering the misty area, there was a wooden cabin available for rest. The bad news was that the next resting point beyond that was entirely surrounded by marked danger zones. Wenqing suddenly raised her hand to stop Song Huai, who was about to step forward, frowning with a serious demeanor as she inquired whether they were genuinely not heading further into the central region. Since earlier, a nagging concern had taken root in her mind. Although she lacked a strong sense of direction, Qin Li's occasional reminders from the map had made her aware that as they advanced, the danger zones around them were increasing. At that moment, the color of the mist before them was unprecedentedly deep, no longer the rich gray purple, but approaching a dark violet hue. Hearing Wenqing's words, Xiong'er had no intention of deceiving her and nodded honestly. Sister-in-law is astute. Wenqing's frown deepened, and she did not feel any relief from the compliment. A significant problem lay before them. Continuing forward in this thick mist would mean that the remaining half of the semi-phantom brain would certainly be insufficient for the three of them. Moreover, the protective suits were only designed to withstand mild mist. Since half an hour ago, Wenqing had begun to feel a tingling sensation in her arm, indicating that the mist was seeping through. Looking through the visor of his protective suit, Song Huai anxiously observed the faint yellow signs of infection appearing in the whites of Wenqing's almond-shaped eyes. He tightened his grip on her hand and spoke with a note of pleading, "Let us go back." The viewers in the live stream began to urge Wenqing as well. "Indeed, you've already spent too long in the violet mist today. This isn't a situation that requires haste. You've been quite swift already, so take a break. I recall that the detoxifier can be quite harmful to the body. Find a house to rest in, detoxify, and then proceed. Take care of yourself." After a moment of hesitation, Wenqing eventually nodded in agreement. The five of them retraced their steps to a larger wooden cabin they had passed earlier. Inside, there happened to be an extra room available for Qin Li and Jiang Yao. While purchasing the detoxifier, Wenqing unexpectedly discovered a method to exploit a loophole. If one purchased a detoxifier, used it, then filled the empty syringe with water, stored it back in the backpack, and chose to return the detoxifier, as long as the weight of the water was correct, a refund could indeed be obtained. Thus, the advantage was that not only was there no cap on the purchase of detoxifiers, but one would only ever need to spend a single penny. Within the team, 2 doctors were present, and as time unfolded, a remarkable scene took place in the small room. Jiang Yao and Wenqing sat opposite each other, their expressions grave, their movements skillful and swift, creating an almost ethereal blur. The 2 bowls of water on the table visibly diminished at an astonishing rate. In the kitchen, Qin Li was cautiously instructing Song Huai step by step in the culinary arts, his heart racing with trepidation. Meanwhile, Xiong'er diligently patrolled the wooden cabin, ensuring that no one disturbed the couple's respite. An hour later, when Qing and Jiang Yao lay contentedly on the table, their hands nearly too exhausted to lift, they exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding profound. A curious spectator opened their backpacks, eager to discover the quantity of antidote they had produced within that hour. Antidote 99, though it appeared as a single unit, the spirited addition of the plus sign sent both live streams into a frenzy. "Wow, that is incredible! What speed is this? Even my hand speed after 24 years of being single pales in comparison. Impressive, truly remarkable. Sister, from this moment onward, my reasons to adore you have multiplied. Who would believe it, in a game where resources are scarce? I'm beginning to wonder if someone might perish from overdosing on potions. Absurd, yet undeniably fierce." The Wenqing squad had, from the very inception of its first member, been advancing inexorably towards invincibility. However, the prior annihilation of the 5-member Huang Mao team had instilled a sense of intimidation in other players, thus dissuading them from seeking confrontation. Yet now, with the emergence of a substantial quantity of antidote, many players began to stir restlessly, initiating large-scale hunts for the surviving doctors. Given that there were only about 10 doctors and guides combined among 100 players, the situation was dire. The guides could at least find temporary refuge using the map, But the doctors were vulnerable and easily susceptible to ambushes. After a fruitless search, they ultimately managed to locate just one doctor. In their struggle for dominance over this individual, a confrontation erupted, inadvertently attracting monsters, which led to the doctor's demise. Thus, the only path left before them was stark, to either abandon their pursuit or devise a plan to seize Wenqing and Jiang Yao. Ultimately, greed triumphed over reason. The remaining 30 or so individuals, communicating through their barrage of messages, convened that very night to deliberate on their robbery scheme. However, there was a complication. If they could communicate via messages, then Wenqing's team was equally informed. At that moment, within the live stream of Wenqing's trio, have you heard? Those shameless ones seem to be planning to raid us tomorrow night. I've seen that too. They apparently have a fire crossbow, which is rather unsettling. At first, I doubted their ability to organize, but upon a recent glance, it seems they have indeed managed to distribute the supplies clearly. Perhaps you should consider relocating, given the crowd on the opposite side. It might complicate matters, remarked Wenqing, her demeanor calm as she took a bite of the dish that Song Hui had served her, conveying this information to him in a measured tone. Qin Li and another person looked at Song Hui with a hint of anticipation, eager to hear if he had any solutions. Without lifting his gaze, Song Hui replied with a nonchalant tone, assuring them it was nothing to worry about. Those simple 4 words instantly reassured Wenqing, allowing her heart to settle. That night, as Song Hui ventured out with Xiong Er, Jiang Yao shared a room with Wenqing while Qin Li, feeling rather forlorn, clutched his blanket. Enduring the mocking comments in the chat, what had been a night filled with hopeful anticipation concluded abruptly, as Song Hui strolled leisurely into the other players' resting area. His excessive calmness went unnoticed by the crowd. With obsidian-like eyes, he surveyed the scene and, upon spotting the 3 sentinels, slowly drew his tang knife. The first scream pierced the air, igniting a blaze of chaos as dozens of players clad in protective gear encircled Song Hui, brandishing an array of weapons. In a silent standoff, Song Hui stood alone, bloodied yet unyielding, exuding an indomitable presence. "You are that monster." Finally, one player recognized him, his voice laced with both fury and disbelief. Slowly turning his head, Song Hui's gaze bore the weight of death itself, causing the man to tremble and retreat a step, raising his weapon defensively. "Kill him," barked the scarred leader orchestrating this operation, showing no intent for dialogue with Song Hui. Chapter 26, An Unexpected Arrival. In the misty purple haze, pairs of eerie eyes flickered to life, accompanied by the low growl of beasts radiating immense pressure. Song Hui raised his hand, his figure flickering momentarily before vanishing from sight. The night was filled with harrowing screams, the splattered crimson merging with the purple fog, transforming into a rich dark red. One by one, the streaming rooms closed amidst the cries, marking the end of those players' lives. When Song Hui returned, it was already the following morning, accompanied by a strikingly handsome man with golden hair and blue eyes. Clad in an ostentatious attire, a light brown shirt that accentuated his well-defined muscles, perfectly revealing yet modest. Wenqing, perplexed, wondered, "Who is this?" The man spoke, instantly stunning everyone with his deep, magnetic voice. "I am Xiong Er." In the streaming room, the audience reacted with disbelief. "Huh? Could you repeat that, handsome? Who are you?" "I kicked my dog several times, yet it remains silent. How am I supposed to watch cartoons after this?" He truly knows how to captivate, even donning a sheer shirt. "I'm at a loss. You might not believe it, but I've fallen for a bear." "Buddy, what's with your northeastern accent? Speak up." Jiang Yao and Qin Li exchanged wide-eyed glances, rendered speechless, while Wenqing pondered a rather pressing question. Transforming into a human. Xiong Er's situation of being relegated to live outdoors seems rather inappropriate, suggesting that the room is insufficiently spacious. During this period of deliberation over room assignments, Xiong Er unexpectedly approached Wenqing with an expression brimming with affection. His imposing stature, nearly 1.90 meters, instinctively caused Wenqing to retreat half a step. The gaze he directed at her was easily misinterpreted, prompting both the audience in the live stream and Qin Li, who stood nearby, to simultaneously emit a classic phrase from the depths of their hearts. "Delicious food cannot compare to dumplings. Fun cannot compare to." As if to validate the suspicion swirling in their minds, Xiong Er suddenly produced a bouquet of flowers from behind him and presented it to Wenqing. Wenqing, possessing exceptional beauty and having received numerous confessions throughout her life, found herself genuinely flustered by this gesture. With her hand raised, she momentarily hesitated, unsure whether to slap Xiong Er or to accept the flowers before firmly declining. Fortunately, as her gaze swiftly swept over the bouquet, She noticed that it comprised 6 rare brain flowers. Just as she reached out to take them and inquire about Xiong Er's intentions, he staggered, leaning against the nearby table. Song Huai, with a darkened expression, coldly fixed his gaze on Xiong Er, his frustration palpable. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at the spectacle. Ha. You truly are bold, teasing your sister-in-law in front of your brother. Ha. It's clear you're itching for trouble. That kick struck right at my heart. Xiong Er clumsily regained his footing, laughing heartily, and explained to Wenqing, "These are the materials we collected." Wenqing examined the brain flowers in her hand, her expression growing complex. It appeared that these flowers were indeed exceptionally rare. Out of more than 30 individuals, only these 6 had been recovered. She now harbored grave concerns about whether they could rely on this meager supply of 7 brain flowers to sustain themselves until their departure. The 3 who had remained behind last night, although receiving real-time feedback via comments indicating smooth progress, were still anxious and had not rested well, leaving them somewhat fatigued. Observing the red veins creeping into Wenqing's eyes, Song Huai feigned a yawn, then lifted her into his arms, striding toward the room. "I'm tired and wish to sleep for a while. The fog is thick. We'll reassess in the afternoon." He offered the others outside no opportunity for refusal. As he shut and locked the door behind them, Wenqing, sensitive to shifts in emotion, sensed a tinge of reluctance in Song Huai's eyes. She turned and nestling into his embrace, caressing his face, her tone soft. "You don't want me to leave, do you?" Song Huai gazed into her eyes, his affection unmistakable, and replied, "Yes, but you must go. This place is not suitable for you." With tears brimming in her eyes, Wenqing clutched him tighter. Song Huai's warm hand rested on her waist, as he struggled to contain his restless emotions, wishing only for her to find comfort in his arms and enjoy a restful slumber. For Song Huai, leaving the misty forest was not an option, and naturally, he harbored a desire to keep Wenqing within its confines. Yet reason told him that the protection he could offer Wenqing would inevitably impose restrictions on her freedom, a notion she would surely find unappealing, and moreover, it was inherently unjust. As he felt Wenqing's breathing gradually stabilize in his embrace, Song Huai gently lowered his head and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Remember to think of me. Don't forget me, all right?" A man dares only to humbly beseech for his beloved's heart while she sleeps, hoping she might linger a little longer for him. Such sentiments, if expressed in her presence, would undoubtedly impose psychological pressure on Wenqing. Upon awakening, the sun had already set beyond the horizon. The purple mist in the area had dispersed, and warm light dappled the forest. As Wenqing and Song Huai emerged from their room, Jiang Yao and Qin Li coincidentally exited the adjoining room, appearing to have just awakened as well. At that moment, Xiong Er was absent from the house, which did not surprise Song Huai in a casual tone. He remarked that Xiong Er was likely out for a stroll. "Let go of me. Who are you? Do you know who I am?" Suddenly, an angry roar erupted from outside, drawing the attention of the 4 individuals towards the door. Xiong Er barged in, dragging a disheveled man whose limbs were already bound. The man had tangled black hair, tattered clothing, and his skin appeared hardened and cracked, resembling a gaunt specter. Xiong Er tossed the man onto the ground, his tone severe. "I saw him lurking around nearby when I went out today." Initially, Wenqing did not recognize the man, merely surprised that he had dared to approach such a dense concentration of purple mist without protective gear. Song Huai stood nearby, coldly gazing at the man, evidently unable to identify him either. It was only when Xiaoxi's astonished voice broke through to Wenqing that recognition dawned upon her. "Is that Su Sun?" "He is not dead." "Who?" "Su Sun." Wenqing instinctively blurted out the man's name, her voice filled with disbelief. "You are Su Sun." At that moment, Su Sun lay on the ground, writhing like a maggot, his head tilted back as he grinned widely. "It's me." "Surprised, are you?" "Unexpected, right?" The surprise was hardly warranted, yet the unexpected nature of his reappearance was indeed staggering. Especially after Wenqing absorbed Xiaoxi's explanation, the incredulity deepened. Xiaoxi spoke with fervor, as if he had encountered a ghost. How is this possible? His live stream was shut down. The system had unbound him. How could he still be alive? It is crucial to understand that when a live stream is terminated, it signifies that the player's vital signs have ceased, akin to a deletion process from the game's backend. The system unbinding meant that, even if Su Sun were alive, he could not escape the current scenario. He had become an outcast within the game, devoid of identity or security, destined to meet a dismal end in such a wretched state. Chapter 27, Deadlock. Live stream audience. My heavens, I saw him swallowed by the purple mist. And when the live stream ended, I thought he was dead. Is this person truly resilient? How can one possess such vitality? I am eager to ascertain whether he is human or specter. The current state of Su Sun is undeniably alarming. Neither Qin Li nor Jiang Yao have ever encountered Su Sun, leaving them perplexed by Wen Qing's heightened emotions, prompting them to turn their gaze towards her. At this moment, Wen Qing's heart raced uncontrollably. She inhaled deeply to steady herself and cast a sincere smile at Su Sun. You truly have a remarkable fate. The mere phrase incited an immediate fury within Su Sun. He writhed violently, attempting to lunge at Wen Qing, only to be thwarted by Song Huai's swift kick, causing him to cough up a spray of blood. It was then that everyone noticed the peculiar purple hue of the blood Su Sun expelled. Wen Qing instinctively retreated several steps, while Qin Li shielded Jiang Yao behind him. Has he been poisoned? Su Sun surveyed the group, their expressions riddled with fear and tension, and began to cackle, only to dissolve into tears shortly thereafter. With a gaze filled with rage directed at Wen Qing, his tone, though laced with malice, bore an undercurrent of schadenfreude. Is it not laughable? You shall soon find yourselves in a similar predicament. No one can escape. Not a soul. A chill ran through the hearts of all present. Song Huai had already unsheathed his tang knife, but it was halted by Wen Qing. Though her rationality urged her to dismiss Su Sun's words, logic dictated that his current state suggested he had already contemplated death. He had no reason to fabricate such a lie merely to instill fear. What do you know? Wen Qing's voice trembled subtly. Su Sun, reveling in his perceived superiority, retorted. Shouldn't you first speculate why I managed to survive the purple mist without that foolish protective suit? Su Sun's mindset had transformed death into a mere game. He was in no rush, possessing ample time to toy with Wen Qing and the others. Qin Li felt a surge of anger. It was not just him, but the entire barrage of comments echoed curses towards Su Sun. Yet, Wen Qing inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. She understood the twisted psyche of such individuals. If no one played into his rhythm, Su Sun would never divulge what he knew. Wen Qing pulled a chair closer and sat down, contemplating earnestly. Has someone rescued you? Su Sun shook his head, excitement gleaming in his eyes. After a moment of reflection, she inquired, Did you discover an antidote? This time. Su Sun hesitated but ultimately shook his head once more. Wen Qing candidly admitted, Then I cannot deduce. Su Sun did not rush to respond but instead posed a question to Wen Qing. How many brain illusions do you currently possess? Wen Qing refrained from answering, clearly unwilling to disclose such critical information even if Su Sun was on the verge of death. However, Su Sun seemed unconcerned with her silence and calmly stated, As long as there are enough to share, at least 3 will suffice. Those 2 aberrations should be unnecessary. If you consume it, you may live, but in doing so, you may also seal your fate. As Su Sun spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, and his skin visibly decayed into a pool of green liquid, leaving no trace of his bones behind. Su Sun was dead. In the room, the silence was palpable. Wen Qing's peripheral vision remained fixed on the rolling barrage of comments. At that moment, her mind felt a tumult of confusion. She recognized the words on the screen, yet when placed together, her brain struggled to comprehend their meaning. What did Su Sun's words signify? The keywords, such as 3 people must consume it to survive, coiled like errant threads within Wen Qing's mind. After a long pause, she finally spoke, I understand. Everyone turned to her, awaiting her explanation. Taking a deep breath, Wen Qing's eyes, devoid of light, met theirs. Did we not witness the density of the purple mist in the center yesterday? The protective suits are utterly ineffective. Each word she uttered felt like a heavy hammer, striking at the hearts of those present. The only thing that could truly withstand the purple mist was, indeed, the illusory brain, was it not? None of them were fools. Some truths did not require elaboration. They all grasped the implications. The exit lay at the center, yet the protective suits would fail there. The only means of entry was to consume the illusory brain, but the human body might not endure it. Thus, the antidote was also a poison. This was a deadlock. Despair at that moment felt tangible, constricting around their throats, rendering them breathless. In the time that followed, the team did not proceed as initially planned. Instead, they each reflected and made decisions. Song Huai stood by the window, watching the gradually dissipating purple mist. After much hesitation, he finally spoke in as calm a tone as he could muster, why not just stay? Wen Qing was taken aback, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, momentarily choked. She had indeed contemplated the idea of not leaving. In reality, she had no family, not even friends, apart from her work that filled her existence. She was truly a profoundly lonely individual. Yet, perhaps the harshness of reality, at least, posed no threat to her life. Moreover, If she remained here indefinitely, it would mean placing her hopes entirely on Song Huai's unwavering feelings for her. Love is such a resilient yet fragile thing. Wenqing did not wish to wager her life on it. I understand. I will find a way to ensure your departure. Give me 2 days, all right? The growing determination in Wenqing's gaze answered Song Huai's unspoken question. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, and while Wenqing intended to comfort him, she suddenly realized that there was no trace of the disappointment she had expected in his eyes. Instead, his expression was one of contentment, affection, and admiration. Song Huai smiled, and Wenqing found herself smiling in return. In that moment, it transcended 1,000 words. To be on the same wavelength meant that the other could always understand your thoughts and feelings. Embracing lovers shared a tender kiss, and as Wenqing gasped for breath, she softly implored, "Promise me, please, do not get into any trouble, all right?" The last time her lover died in her embrace. That scene was still too overwhelming for Wenqing. She feared that Song Huai might once again sacrifice himself for her. She dreaded the thought of enduring another devastating blow. Song Huai lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on her neck, causing Wenqing to shudder slightly. "I will. I don't want you to be sad," he replied, his tone tender and affectionate. As she gazed into his eyes, Wenqing felt as though she might drown in their depths. Meanwhile, outside, the solitary bear, Xiong Er, sat at a table, resting his chin on his hand, listening to the joyous sounds emanating from the 2 rooms. Rising from his seat, he stepped out to patrol. With a march as precise as a soldier's and eyes filled with unwavering determination, Xiong Er declared, "I must protect my brother's happiness. I cannot allow outsiders to disturb it." Chapter 28, Professional Alignment. The antidote in production the following day. When Wenqing awoke, Song Huai was already gone, leaving only Xiong Er to keep watch in the room. Upon seeing Wenqing emerge, Xiong Er relayed Song Huai's words from before he left. "My brother said he wants to be back for the next couple of days, so don't worry, sister-in-law." Wenqing nodded in response. The viewers in the live stream commented candidly, "It really resembles the notifications husbands give before business trips. Sweet." What was intended to be a survival game had been transformed by Wenqing and her companions into a leisurely escapade. Earlier, Wenqing had requested a plethora of testing equipment from the system, extracted a small sample of her own blood, and simulated the effects of a mind-altering substance to explore potential methods of mitigating its toxicity. Meanwhile, Qinli and Jiang Yao, buoyed by the bridge effect, found their relationship rapidly intensifying, spending every day in close proximity. Jiang Yao had also utilized the ingredients Xiong Er had gathered to experiment with several new dishes. Although they knew they shouldn't, the voices in the chat urging them to stay grew increasingly louder. If I may suggest, why not simply adjust your timing to avoid the appearance of the purple mist and settle down here? Indeed, otherwise, who knows if the next dungeon will be as tranquil. The creatures here coexist peacefully with you. As long as you don't provoke them, there shouldn't be any issues. Isn't this the idyllic life everyone dreams of? Wenqing and her companions found themselves swayed by these sentiments. However, what truly unsettled them was the thought of the next dungeon, which might be far more perilous than they could imagine. The fear of the unknown is one of humanity's most ingrained instincts. The once slightly relaxed atmosphere faltered under this mental struggle, barely sustaining for a mere day. Ultimately, Wenqing's rationality rejected the proposal, and she once again immersed herself in researching the toxicity of the mind-altering substance. As she gazed at the nearly depleted vial of blood, a thought suddenly struck her. She inquired of Xiaoxi, "Is there any of Su Sun's blood left?" "Yes," came the reply. Immediately, a vial of pale purple liquid appeared on the test tube rack before Wenqing. Previously, upon witnessing the unusual color of Su Sun's blood, she had been astonished and, in her shock, the first thing she did was instruct Xiaoxi to collect some. It could be considered a form of occupational hazard. The audience in the live stream room, many of whom comprehended Wenqing's actions, expressed their admiration. The host is truly remarkable. To conduct blood tests in such a rudimentary environment, I can only say that she is exceptionally skilled. Every reagent's ratio is precisely correct. Though I don't fully understand, I feel it's necessary to voice my appreciation. Oh, I regret not being there. I could have been of some assistance. Immersed in her work, time seemed to slip away swiftly. Before long, the morning had passed. Wenqing finally set down the reagents, exhaling deeply as if all her energy had been drained, collapsing into her chair. Emerging from her focused state, she was immediately enveloped by the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. Ignoring the barrage of inquiries about her results in the live stream, she sprang up, swiftly washed her hands, and fixated her gaze upon the fish simmering in the pot. Her intense stare unnerved Jiang Yao, who gulped and picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks. Turning to savor it, the delectable fish melted in her mouth, and when Qing was nearly moved to tears by the exquisite taste, Xiaoxi silently remarked, "It's evident that the child is truly famished." In the ensuing minutes, the fish head had scarcely a chance to remain intact, as when Qing devoured the majority of it. Indeed, no matter how daunting the ingredient, as long as it is sufficiently spicy, the flavor remains delightful. Once she slightly satiated her hunger, when Qing contentedly departed the kitchen to address her audience. At this moment, the table had been cleared of other experimental apparatus, leaving only a few transparent reagents in the test tube rack. These were the neutralized antidotes. Although still somewhat harmful to the human body, they were at least not lethal. When Qing spoke of this with a light-hearted tone, seemingly satisfied with the current results. However, the viewers in the live stream remained anxious. What are the side effects? Perhaps it's best to reconsider. It feels too risky. Don't joke with your life. Even a PhD in pharmacology might not grasp this. Are you certain this is safe? If it were me, I'd wait for your husband to return. Don't put yourself in danger. Few in the comments held faith in Wen Qing, yet she remained unfazed, simply smiling as she carefully stored the synthesized vials. Given the magnitude of the situation, she had intended to wait until tonight when Song Hui would return for a discussion among them. The comments were not entirely unfounded. After all, side effects did exist, and the decision of whether Qin Li and Jiang Yao should trust her was beyond her control. That evening, Song Hui did not return. When Qing gazed out at the persistent purple mist lingering outside, her heart filled with unease. She glanced at Xiong'er several times, noticing that he too seemed to exhibit signs of restlessness. It appeared that the very event they dreaded was destined to unfold. That night, when Qing was unable to find slumber, at the break of dawn, as the violet mist dispersed, she ventured outside, waiting expectantly for her beloved to return. Alas, she waited as the mist ebbed and flowed, yet Song Hui remained absent. To make matters worse, Xiong'er, who had gone out to gather provisions, had also not returned. A shroud of unspoken dread enveloped the three of them, and during dinner, the atmosphere was heavier than ever before. Jiang Yao, unable to contain herself any longer, tentatively inquired, "Sister Qing, but her words were abruptly halted by a gentle nudge from Qin Li beneath the table. When Qing cast a glance at the rolling comments, most of which were suggestions for her predicament, the prevailing sentiment among the crowd was to wait another day, a notion which Wen Qing also embraced. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain a tone that was not overly grave. "We shall wait another day. If they do not return, we will leave them a note and seek an exit ourselves." Qin Li and Jiang Yao exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement, each refraining from further comment. Wen Qing treated them with utmost kindness, and they regarded her as a true sister. She was not merely the captain of their team, but also a cherished family member, deserving of their trust in such trying times. A glimmer of tears shone in her eyes. It was profoundly moving to know that they still believed in her. Although she hesitated to disclose the matter of the antidote, the current circumstances dispelled her reservations. Turning to her companions, she spoke earnestly, "If it comes to that, I possess a method to guide us all into the heart of the violet mist." Chapter 29. Administration of the antidote. Qin Li and Jiang Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. While they were aware that when Qing had been researching the illusory brain over the past few days, the difficulty of the endeavor had led them to doubt her success. Yet, when Qing retrieved a syringe from her space and placed it on the table, her tone tinged with exasperation. "Do not be so excited. It still has flaws. Though unknown, it may harm the body to varying degrees." To her surprise, rather than the anticipated disappointment, their expressions mirrored excitement. Qin Li exclaimed, "Sister, you are incredible." Jiang Yao added, "Sister, I might just fall in love with you. At least we won't die, right?" When Qing was momentarily taken aback, her emotions a tumultuous blend of nostalgia for her own youth and admiration for the resilience of the younger generation. However, their lack of aversion brought her some comfort. With a gentle smile, she reassured Jiang Yao, "Yes, it will not be fatal, though it may induce a prolonged fever or soreness in the limbs afterward." Jiang Yao dramatically patted her chest. "I was so worried that we might be trapped here forever. It is a relief to have some hope." Thus, Qin Li and Jiang Yao each took a vial and secured it, agreeing that if Song Hui and his companion had yet to return by the following day, they would consume the remedy and depart. The next day, the audience in the live broadcast room anticipated that the three would be anxiously waiting throughout the day. However, in reality, they appeared remarkably composed, engaging in a spirited game of landlord. As night fell, the outside world was enveloped in silence. And when Qing let out a resigned sigh, it seemed that Song Hui, that foolish boy, had yet again failed to take care of himself. Taking a deep breath, she forced a wry smile before retreating to her room to rest. At 5 in the morning, as the purple mist dissipated, the three rose in unison to wash and gathered at the dining table. This time, the atmosphere was tinged with tension. When Qing provided a final explanation regarding the antidote, allowing them to make their ultimate decision. According to the blood tests, complete integration would require 20 minutes, during which some physical discomfort might be experienced. Although many side effects had been mitigated, the original efficacy had also been somewhat diminished. Thus, a single injection would likely remain effective for 3 days. Theoretically, one injection should suffice for their escape. After a brief pause, Wen Qing added solemnly, "Yet all of this was merely theoretical and data-driven. The actual circumstances remained uncertain. You must consider this carefully." Wen Qing, taking on a rare maternal tone, offered her advice, while Qin Li and Jiang Yao, resembling rebellious children, clinked their glasses and administered the injections to one another. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted in laughter. "You two are truly brave. How could a life-and-death decision be transformed into such a farce? I was mentally prepared to cry, and then you give me this? All right, this game has finally taken the turn I hoped for." Before the lively barrage of comments could continue, the condition of Qin Li and Jiang Yao began to shift ominously. Jiang Yao's left arm, where she had received the injection, started to change color, resembling a shrimp slowly being cooked. Desperately, she looked to Wen Qing for help. "Sister, I feel so hot." Qin Li, while not experiencing any immediate discomfort, suddenly gazed at Wen Qing with a dazed expression. "Sister, your nose seems to have 3 nostrils," he slurred, as if intoxicated. Wen Qing, though not inclined to meddle, couldn't help but quietly inquire, "Are you certain that the serum is safe?" Silently, she raised her glass of water and downed it in one gulp, nodding resolutely. Unfortunately, the trembling of her hand as she set down the cup betrayed her composure. Internally, Wen Qing was in a state of panic. Her rational mind assured her that, based on the blood reaction tests, their current symptoms were within a controllable range. Yet, until the results were revealed, uncertainty still loomed. Forcing herself to ignore the barrage of comments, Wen Qing first assisted Qin Li to lie down on the bed, instructing him to remain still. She then returned to cool Jiang Yao with water, patiently wiping her body to lower her temperature. The audience in the live broadcast room was so tense that they scarcely dared to blink, fearing they might miss any new developments. Fortunately, after 20 minutes had elapsed, the condition of Qin Li and Jiang Yao began to stabilize. Jiang Yao's complexion gradually returned to a normal hue, and Qin Li's perception of the world ceased to be a bizarre spectacle. When Qing drew blood from both individuals for testing, confirming the success of their fusion, the nearly halted barrage of comments resumed, transforming from accusations against Wen Qing into accolades. "The host is incredibly skilled. Just 2 days. This result. And yet they modestly claim it is not perfect. Indeed, comparing oneself to others is disheartening. What am I even? So powerful. Utterly charming. May I take this moment to affectionately call you my dear wife." Qin Li and Jiang Yao were joyously bouncing with excitement, while Wen Qing appeared tense. It was now her turn. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, she injected herself in the arm with a cold serum, and soon, her reaction unfolded, albeit in a manner quite different from what everyone had anticipated. Instead of the similar visual distortions experienced by Qin Li, Wen Qing's perception was imbued with a romantic fervor. In her perspective, the world transformed into an expansive realm adorned with Song Hui motifs. Walls, furniture, and even cups were embellished with stickers of Song Hui. Qin Li and Jiang Yao appeared as characters from various scenarios involving him. Wen Qing, bewildered yet elated, shifted her gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably, brimming with an affection that surged like an erupting volcano. She seized Jiang Yao, who, in Wen Qing's eyes, resembled the proud older brother from the first scenario, who showered her with affection. With a commanding yet tender demeanor, Wen Qing embraced Jiang Yao, lifted her chin, and gazed deeply into her eyes, her voice sultry and alluring. "My dearest, I adore you. My gaze yearns to linger solely upon you. I cannot endure a minute of life without you." This unabashed confession, devoid of any subtlety, left Jiang Yao blushing, while Qin Li stood by, bewildered. Xiaoxi, like a mischievous friend, quietly activated the recording function to capture this delightful moment. The comments in the live stream erupted in laughter. "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die from laughter. I was just wondering if the host's reaction might be perilous, whether these two could manage it. But it seems my worries were unfounded. Ha ha ha. channeling the domineering CEO. Shouldn't there be a line like, "Are you playing with fire?" in a bubble voice? This live stream is truly a spectacle. Chapter 30. The heart of the purple mist forest. In the ensuing 20 minutes, the three maintained a delicate tableau. Wen Qing persistently sought to steal a kiss from Jiang Yao, while Qinli desperately clung to Wen Qing's waist, attempting to separate the two, and Jiang Yao, blushing, oscillated between anticipation and reluctance. This frozen moment eventually concluded when Wen Qing willingly released Jiang Yao. The three collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, each panting heavily. Wen Qing intently observed the flowing barrage of comments, accompanied by the playback that Xiaoxi had shown her, her cheeks gradually turning crimson. Eventually, she turned to Jiang Yao, her toes awkwardly fidgeting, and stammered, "I'm sorry, it was unintentional." The rosy hue on Jiang Yao's cheeks had yet to fade. She shook her head and smiled sweetly. "Sister, if you wish for a kiss, that is not out of the question." Qinli was taken aback, exclaiming, "No way." The live chat was instantly swept into a new wave of mockery. "Ha ha ha, little Qin is flustered. In my opinion, the anchor is an absolute gem. Who knows? She might just win Jiang Yao's heart. Is the hometown lily about to bloom? I'm not picky. I feel like it would still be a delightful pairing." Qinli felt aggrieved, on the verge of tears. Many in the chat believed that Wen Qing could indeed take better care of Jiang Yao, a sentiment that Qinli himself secretly shared. Fortunately, just before the atmosphere completely veered off course, Wen Qing decisively extinguished the burgeoning romantic tension, stating, "Stop it. I already have Song Huai. Isn't fidelity essential in relationships?" Jiang Yao nodded, and Qinli quietly exhaled in relief. As the farce concluded, the blood test results for Wen Qing indicated her successful integration. The trio quickly tidied their belongings, their gazes lingering momentarily on the protective suits. "Let us go," Wen Qing said, pinning a letter to Song Huai before taking a deep breath and opening the wooden door first. The area was currently devoid of the purple mist, and Qinli, as the guide, led the way by glancing at the map. After walking for a short while, Qinli suddenly muttered with suspicion, "That's strange." Wen Qing and Jiang Yao leaned in to inquire, "What's wrong?" Qinli scratched his head and scrutinized the map again, finally saying, "According to the map, we can go in any direction. There is absolutely no danger in this vicinity." Upon his declaration, the trio halted simultaneously, exchanging bewildered glances. They knew that during their previous passage through this route, even a momentary lapse in map observation could have led them to become a meal delivered to their foes. Yet now, Qinli's map appeared pristine, devoid of any red marker. Wen Qing was striving to suppress thoughts of the ordeals that Song Huai might have faced, attempting to avoid succumbing to deeper anxiety. However, at that moment, the emotions she had long repressed erupted uncontrollably. Tears fell silently, blurring her vision. She could not believe that these monsters had departed due to her. It must have been Song Huai, who would go to the lengths of cleansing the area for their safety. The weight of safety purchased with a lover's life, a profoundly heavy sentiment. Wen Qing felt her breath becoming increasingly labored. After several attempts at inhalation, she barely steadied her emotions, which were on the brink of collapse. Her voice trembled as she forced out, "Then let us go. Sister, we must hurry." Jiang Yao wished to offer comforting words, but was abruptly interrupted by Wen Qing, who took the lead. The slowly scrolling comments in the live stream echoed the state Wen Qing was currently in. "Do not offer consolation, let us simply accompany her, believing that she will emerge safely, and that is sufficient. Indeed, at such a moment, what she requires is not comfort, but the assurance of a loved one's safety. Yet, since this is unattainable, any consolation merely serves to soothe our own anxieties. Ah, but it is truly heart-wrenching. I genuinely wish to embrace her. It feels as though the broadcaster is on the brink of fracturing." In silence, the trio journeyed until they reached the edge of the dark, purple mist once more. After nearly a week, the aura of death emanating from it still rendered them breathless. Wen Qing stepped forward, only to be halted by Qinli. At such times, it is illogical to let a girl take risks. Qinli exhaled deeply, his gaze resolute, and stepped slowly into the mist. In a mere moment, the two outside could no longer see Qinli at all. After a brief interval, Qinli's hand emerged from the mist, prompting a quiet sigh of relief from the two. Regardless of the circumstances, they must not let go. Jiang Yao grasped Qinli's hand with one hand while holding Wen Qing with the other. Under Wen Qing's urging, the three figures completely vanished into the fog. The density of the mist was overwhelming. Even though the medication would prevent them from succumbing to its effects, inhaling such substances was inherently uncomfortable. The pressure on their lungs was immense, each breath sharp with pain. Qinli exchanged for a light source, ensuring that he could discern any potential markers on the map amidst the purple haze. The journey was interminably long, at the center of the purple fog forest. There were no landmarks to guide them. Even with Qin Li as their guide, the trio frequently experienced disorientation. Suddenly, Qin Li halted, and Zhang Yao, following closely behind, inadvertently stepped on his heel, letting out a startled gasp. Qin Li whispered an explanation. The map indicated that the exit lay directly ahead, but he paused. According to the map, approximately 500 meters ahead, there was a golden marker. As previously indicated by Qin Li's system, red signified danger, while the colors white, blue, and purple denoted varying levels of resource scarcity. Gold represented an exit. However, the area surrounding the exit was entirely marked in red, radiating like sunlight, with the golden center expanding outward for 100 meters. Given the number of red markers, Qin Li reasonably suspected that all the creatures in the dungeon had congregated in this vicinity. What could be done? Upon hearing Qin Li's explanation, Wen Qing's first reaction was to wonder if Song Hui would also be present. Yet she quickly shook her head, interrupting her own irrational thoughts. Whether Song Hui was there or not was not the pressing concern. The immediate issue was that they had no way of knowing whether those creatures were in a hostile state. If they were not, the three of them might not even be sufficient to fill a gap between teeth. If they were, how could they safely ascertain that? In an instant, the situation became precarious once more. The dawn of victory lay just ahead, yet they found themselves unable to proceed. When Qing inquired of Xiao Shi whether the creature's vision would also be affected within the purple mist, the response from Xiao Shi instilled a glimmer of hope in Wen Qing. Their senses are akin to those of the players, albeit with a heightened olfactory awareness. However, the aura you currently exude resembles theirs closely. As long as we maintain a prudent distance, we should remain undetected. Wen Qing nodded thoughtfully and proposed, Qin Li, let us veer slightly and locate a more dispersed position. Perhaps we can stealthily make our way towards them. A wave of perspiration broke upon Qin Li's palms, yet he resolutely acquiesced. Very well. The weight of expectation now rested solely upon Qin Li, bearing the unconditional trust of his two teammates. This was a test of his observational acuity and judgment. This way, Qin Li urged, gently tugging at Zhang Yao's hand, signaling the trio to circumvent from the left. Chapter 31, The Subservient Husband. A trait imbued in the bones leading Wen Qin and Zhang Yao, Qin Li navigated towards the rear of the exit. He halted, scrutinizing the map several times before finally declaring, we shall enter from this direction. Wen Qin contemplated inquiring about the conditions along this path, but reconsidered. The more one knows, the greater the potential to falter in courage. Wen Qing, let us proceed. Zhang Yao, I have faith in you. In that moment, the trust of her teammates served as the finest encouragement. Qin Li's gaze grew resolute as he began to guide the two inward cautiously. The audience's perspective was completely synchronized with that of the players. Before them lay a realm of deep purples and blacks, punctuated only by the eerie gusts that occasionally swept overhead and the sudden tremors of the ground. This was the breath of the monsters, a testament to their movements. I feel like I'm going bald. This gust has blown my spirit away. Finally, there's a sense of pressure akin to an escape game. There's no option to attack, only to evade. How exhilarating. Indeed, this has suddenly become thrilling. Being discovered equates to certain death. As they traversed the same scenery, their perception of time dulled. The trio lost track of how long they had been walking when Qin Li finally came to a halt, just as they thought they were nearing the end. The celebratory messages in the live stream abruptly froze at Qin Li's next words. Something is approaching us. Both Wen Qin and Zhang Yao gasped sharply, and there was a tremor in Qin Li's voice. Hurry, we have no time. According to the map, the brightest red dot was rapidly closing in on them, almost flickering in its approach. There were other monsters in the vicinity, and in mere seconds, Qin Li could not discern an alternate route for evasion. There was no option but to brace for impact. Boom. As Qin Li's words fell, a tremendous shockwave sent the three sprawling. The blaring alarm echoed in their ears. Player has been detected. Please take evasive action. Repeat. Player has been detected. Please evade immediately. In his instinctive effort to shield Zhang Yao, Qin Li lost his grip on the map, and in that final moment, he beheld a multitude of red dots converging upon them. All were drawn in. Countless arms emerged from the dark purple mist, shoving aside Qin Li and Zhang Yao in front, and reaching directly for the last member of the group, Wen Qing. Her fair arms, ankles, and waist were gradually ensnared by an increasing number of limbs. In the face of such overwhelming force, Wen Qing's struggle appeared both laughable and futile. The monster's strength was poorly controlled, leaving shallow crimson marks on her porcelain skin, imbued with an unsettling allure. Wen Qing dared not resist any longer. She had just heard the brittle sound of her own bones. She allowed those arms to drag her away. A pair of crimson eyes glimmered, almost brushing against her nose. And a low voice reverberated, causing her eardrums to throb painfully. Food, my food, do not steal. When she, though the voice was tinged with echo, it struck her as strangely familiar. She lowered her gaze to the giant hand gripping her, and the more she looked, the more it felt reminiscent. This hand bore a striking resemblance to those summoned by Song Hui earlier. Could it be? When Qing raised her hand, attempting to touch the purple mist before her. And indeed, she felt the warmth of skin beneath. The low voice sounded again, it tickles. When Qing, oh, it seems I just touched his nose. Little 11 finally sifted through the pile of data to find the official explanation for the current situation. Found it. Your husband appears to have consumed too many of his kind, causing him to lose control. Consumption of his kind. If Wen Qing initially felt fear, and later sorrow upon confirming that the monster before her was Song Hui, now she was engulfed in anger, in the presence of thousands of viewers in the live stream. Being held by the monster like a mere doll, the girl with reddened eyes raised her hand and slapped the purple mist before her. Smack. The crisp sound resonated, carrying all her grievances and worries from the past few days. Her voice, taut with frustration, echoed, "Didn't you promise you wouldn't make me worry?" In the live stream, did she just slap the monster? She really did, didn't she? Wait, hold on. My brain just short-circuited for a moment. But I think I understood. This monster is Song Hui, right? The eyes, nearly the size of Wen Qing's face, held no anger, but rather a hint of grievance. The audience, who had doubted his identity, were now convinced. All right, devoted husband, it's a quality etched in his very bones. Are you feeling wrong now? No need to ask, this is definitely Song Hui. Otherwise, the host's head would have been bitten off by now. I'm truly amazed. I was ready to cry. And suddenly I'm being fed. I can only say, their love is indeed quite mad. At that moment, when Qing was unwilling to dwell on anything further, with no escape route or better plan, she could only hope that Song Hui still heeded her words. Thus, each subsequent scene unfolded in an unexpectedly dramatic direction. When Qing, with righteous indignation, declared, "If you wish to harm my friend, I shall no longer consider you my sustenance." Thus, Song Hui seized not only the two individuals, Qin Li and Zhang Yao, who had barely managed to fend off attacks with their dwindling wealth, but also claimed them as his own nourishment. Surrounding them was a chorus of discontented growls, yet none dared to approach and contest this ownership. Song Hui, now their unequivocal leader, commanded a formidable power that instilled fear in all the creatures present. Jiang Yao had succumbed to terror, and Qin Li contemplated fainting on the spot, until he noticed that Wen Qing remained alive, her pallid face wide-eyed in horror. Wen Qing had no time to elucidate the circumstances. After a moment's hesitation, she turned her gaze toward Song Hui. Is it permissible for them to leave? Song Hui did not immediately acquiesce, nor did he decline. Instead, he inquired about her reasoning. Deep within, Wen Qing felt a flicker of excitement. Song Hui's lack of outright rejection indicated potential. The crux of the matter now lay in whether her rationale could persuade him. Reason. A light bulb flickered in her mind. With great effort, Wen Qing twisted her body and leaned forward to plant a gentle kiss on the tip of Song Hui's nose, her tone laced with a hint of girlish shyness. If they perish, I shall be heartbroken. A sorrowful sustenance becomes unpalatable. Her words, though utterly nonsensical and devoid of logic, struck a chord with Song Hui. Without a care, Song Hui casually tossed the charred Qin Li and the recently roused Jiang Yao toward the gaping pit at the center of the purple mist forest. Wen Qing had made the right gamble. She recalled how Little 11 had once mentioned that the intellect of the creatures here was akin to that of a small child. Coupled with the disjointed manner in which Song Hui had spoken to her, reminiscent of a toddler's babbling, it became clear that he possessed the mindset of a child. Thus, reasoning with him was futile. A blend of coaxing and playful persuasion was the key. At that moment, the audience in the live stream shifted their concern to Wen Qing's own escape. Yet, she displayed an expression of regret as she gently patted Song Hui. I'm sorry. Chapter 32. Exiting the instance, acquiring version Song Hui in the next instant, Wen Qing's figure mysteriously vanished before Song Hui's eyes. The system's completion notification resonated in the heavens. Congratulations to players Wen Qing, Qin Li, and Jiang Yao for successfully escaping the purple mist forest. All the creatures rushed toward the abyss in frustration, while Song Hui stood in stunned silence, gazing at the hair tie in his palm. The beloved sustenance had vanished. The audience in the live stream experienced a rapid shift in perspective, instantly transitioning from the purple mist to the deep pit, flooding the screen with question marks. On the verge of breaking. As the white light engulfed the bodies of the three, Wenqing's consciousness slipped into slumber. During this time, Little 11 stepped in to clarify the recent events to the audience. Player Wenqing utilized a high-level item, the shift scroll. Fortuitous circumstances had played a significant role in this outcome. Just before their departure, Jiang Yao had fortuitously requested a hair tie from Wenqing, securing her hair into a low ponytail. It is this singular, straightforward maneuver that grants Xiao Shi the opportunity to reposition Wenqing at an extreme distance. While the live stream is filled with exclamations of astonishment at the perilousness of the moment, there is also a palpable anticipation regarding the rewards that the forthcoming instant settlement may bestow. As each second slips away, the scene shifts once more, revealing Wenqing reclining upon the bed in her designated relaxation space. This simulated room mirrors her actual home, designed specifically to allow players to unwind to the fullest extent. Before Wenqing, the luminous screen displays the settlement data for the Purple Mist Forest instance. Instance, Purple Mist Forest, completion data as follows. Total number of illusions held, 9. Rare items held, 3. Common materials held, 99. Data anomaly. Monsters slain, 0. Players slain, 0. Infection level. Data anomaly. Time taken, 192 hours, 17 minutes, 9 seconds. Achievements unlocked, 1. Apothecary, achievement unlocked for holding 20 or more potions, 2. Peacekeeper, achievement unlocked for 0 kills in the Purple Mist Forest instance, 3. Arms Dealer, achievement unlocked for possessing 3 or more powerful items in the Purple Mist Forest instance, 4. Immune, achievement unlocked for maintaining an infection level below 20 in the Purple Mist Forest instance. Overall score, rewards obtained, Lord of the Purple Mist Forest, figurine, paper doll, 1. Extra rest days, 1, total of 2. Among these, the immune achievement, along with the Lord figurine and paper doll, are highlighted in golden font, signifying their rarity. Wenqing's gaze settles upon the paper doll, prompting the item description to automatically appear. Consumable rare item, paper doll. Usage effect. Creates a decoy that perfectly replicates the player's appearance and can simulate simple actions. Weakness. Vulnerable to fire. Contact with flames results in immediate destruction. Note. Reusable. Can withstand damage equivalent to that of the player. Excessive damage results in item destruction. The reusability of this rare item stirs a sense of excitement within Wenqing. Her eyes then drift to the Lord figurine. The Lord of the Purple Mist Forest? She seems to have never encountered such a figure before. A weight in her hand reveals a figurine of Song Hui, poised as if drawing a blade. Though merely a replica, its fierce gaze is remarkably well rendered, both menacing and endearing. A smile dances in Wenqing's eyes as she gently caresses its face. The live stream's comments flood in. Can't we get a merchandise release for this? I want to buy one. This is a golden opportunity. TSK, TSK, TSK. This reward certainly carries a hint of privilege. Just a man's little scheme. Who is bitter about me not saying anything? Tears drown me. Who will love me? Before Wenqing, a reminder from Xiao Shi appears on the luminous screen. Players are about to enter rest time. The live stream will close in 5 seconds. Wenqing gazes into the camera, aware that not a single one of the thousands in the live stream is willing to depart prematurely. Wenqing smiled sweetly at the camera and said, "See you the day after tomorrow, everyone. Make sure to rest early." The barrage of comments ensued. "Good night, my dear. Good night, streamer. See you soon. Darling, no. Please let me draw from the new dungeon before leaving. Hey, can you give us a sneak peek of the next dungeon?" A sneak peek? Wenqing, who was about to lie down, paused upon seeing the comments. She inwardly queried Xiao Shi, "Can the dungeon be drawn in advance?" Xiao Shi responded, "That depends on the player. However, considering it may affect the player's mood for rest, I advise against drawing in advance." Xiao Shi's words were quite reasonable, and Wenqing hesitated. Yet, the incessant sound of donations and the rapidly accumulating gift effects prompted her to relent. Wenqing sighed. "There's nothing I can do. I don't want to. But they are being overly generous." She sat up again, tucked her hair behind her ears, and smiled indulgently. "All right, let's draw. We'll wrap this up first." Xiao Shi remained silent, and the blue screen before Wenqing displayed the loading message. The anticipation among the viewers heightened palpably. 3 seconds later, the name of the next dungeon appeared on the screen. Just one character, yet it made Wenqing thoroughly regret her decision to draw early. New dungeon. The moment this character appeared, Wenqing knew without asking that it was a classic Chinese horror theme. The dungeon information confirmed her suspicion. Dungeon name. Dungeon description. At the stroke of midnight, The sound of the gong echoes. The bride prepares. The copper mirror reflects her sorrowful makeup. You are the destined bride. Dungeon type, performance-based, player identity, bride. Completion method, do everything possible to survive and escape. The comments in the live stream erupted, filled with excitement, yet predominantly apologies and sympathy. I am guilty. I was wrong to let the streamer draw now. This is overflowing with Chinese horror elements. This dungeon seems new. Indeed, it appears that recent Chinese horror themes have gained popularity, with new maps added. Just reading the description gives me goosebumps. I feel for the streamer. Hang in there. I will definitely come to watch you the day after tomorrow. At such a moment, despair and complaints held no meaning. Wen Qing could only muster a faint smile and bid farewell to everyone. All right, I will do my best. See you all the day after tomorrow. Goodbye. As the 5-second countdown on the screen concluded and the screen went black, Xiaoxi was about to offer words of comfort when Wen Qing transformed into a tempestuous figure, unleashing a torrent of expletives upon the game and its creators. Xiaoxi, taken aback, dared not utter a word. After 2 hours of unrestrained venting, Wen Qing's emotions finally began to settle. In fact, she felt somewhat invigorated as she concluded. Indeed, when it comes to venting, a touch of vulgarity is rather satisfying. Once she had decided to unleash her wrath, who needed to maintain an image or showcase culture? Wen Qing reclined backwards, curling up on the bed with a sigh. Xiaoxi, can you take me to see this dungeon in advance? Chapter 33. A moment's rest is elusive. Xiaoxi, somewhat helpless, replied, my permissions are limited. I cannot allow you to enter 2 dungeons consecutively. Moreover, this time it is a new map, and I lack much of the necessary data. Wen Qing managed a bitter smile. So, I have become a complete guinea pig. Xiaoxi fell silent. Wen Qing felt an overwhelming exhaustion. She understood the implication of Xiaoxi's words. The lack of unlocked data meant that more players were needed for exploration. As one of the first test subjects, she was to engage in a game of Chinese horror under almost completely unknown circumstances, an immense burden indeed. Since she could change nothing in the present, she decided to let go of her worries. Wen Qing placed the pillow beside Song Hui and turned over, clutching the blanket to find a comfortable position. With a languid tone, she said, please knock me out. I just want to sleep for a bit. Xiaoxi merely tapped the screen. And Wen Qing felt a dizziness wash over her, her eyelids heavy as if laden with 1,000 pounds. Within a few breaths, she fell into a deep slumber. In this profound sleep, she experienced no dreams, and the fear that had plagued her briefly departed. Beside her, Song Hui suddenly turned his head, staring intently at Wen Qing. This scene startled Xiaoxi to the core. For the first time, Xiaoxi's voice echoed in the room, filled with astonishment. How can you enter the player's resting area? In Xiaoxi's understanding, this space, separate from the dungeon after a player exited, was completely isolated and not accessible by anything within the dungeon. Song Hui did not respond to Xiaoxi's inquiry. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, dark mist pouring forth to barely coalesce into a somewhat unstable humanoid form. This space rejected his entrance. At that moment, it was impossible for his physical body to appear here, but he could manage to send a small fragment of his consciousness. Although Xiaoxi believed that Song Hui would not harm Wen Qing, this serious breach of protocol could not go unreported, as it would bear consequences. Torn with indecision, Xiaoxi beseeched Song Hui, what exactly do you intend to do? Song Hui's misty arm gently embraced Wen Qing, lying down beside her, his voice ethereal, sounding both distant and close. Just sleep. Xiaoxi admitted in that moment that she was beginning to dislike this lovesick mentality. Fearing that the main system might detect this anomaly, Xiaoxi had no choice but to disable the surveillance monitor. Before shutting it down, she couldn't help but issue a few warnings, her expression reminiscent of a mother preparing to marry off her daughter. Don't act recklessly. She still needs to enter the dungeon in 2 days. Do you understand? The humanoid mist's head bobbed slightly, and Xiaoxi inferred that it was nodding. With a deep sigh, she turned off the monitor. In that moment, the space became a true sanctuary for the two of them, enveloped in their own world. Song Hui possessed a limited capacity of consciousness. His sole desire was to draw closer to his beloved. When the covers over Wen Qing became cumbersome, he lifted them, taking on the role of the blanket himself, enveloping Wen Qing in warmth. With gentle kisses and tender caresses, he soon elicited a soft, cat-like moan from her. This melodious sound seemed to unlock a new realm for Song Hui. He began to deliberately explore certain sensitive points, hoping to hear that delightful response once more. As Wen Qing was not in a normal slumber, she remained blissfully unaware until the parameters on Xiaoxi's end were adjusted. She did not dream in a conventional sense. Yet she felt herself cocooned in a cloud-like softness, utterly relaxed, until an ominous storm cloud approached, unleashing bolts of electricity that sent tingles throughout her body, leaving her with no place to hide. Her bashful and urgent pleas proved futile. 2 days swiftly passed, during which Song Huai was far from idle. While Wenqing endured considerable turmoil, when Xiaoxi discreetly reconnected the visual feed, preparing to usher Wenqing into the subroutine, she was taken aback. On the screen, Wenqing's fragrant shoulder was partially exposed, her damp hair clinging to her neck, her flushed face adorned with a furrowed brow and a gently bitten lip. Exuding a sense of fervor and impatience, Song Huai was reduced to an indistinguishable mass, a dark silhouette sprawled over Wenqing. Fortunately, the bedding was of a deep hue, effectively concealing the extensive dampness. Xiaoxi dared not contemplate what Wenqing had endured over the past 2 days. You may cease now, the time has come. The dark mist complied, gradually shrinking its form, reverting to the guise of a pendant, striking a pose identical to that which Wenqing had originally placed him in. Xiaoxi mused, that scoundrel, truly adept at feigning innocence. Reluctantly, she undertook the task of rectification. Upon accessing Wenqing's data panel, she discovered her stamina was nearly depleted. Suppressing the urge to curse, she initiated a recovery sequence, followed by a quick cleanup and a single button to awaken her. When the unsuspecting Wenqing emerged from her slumber, her eyes were dazed, imbued with a hint of allure. I have a lingering feeling that I have experienced much over the past 2 days, yet I possess no evidence, she remarked. Xiaoxi watched with concern as the monitor displayed Wenqing's expression, inhaling deeply to steady her tone, ensuring it conveyed no hint of disarray. There are 20 seconds remaining in the rest period. The live stream will commence in 5 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the real-time barrage of comments appeared in the lower left corner of Wenqing's vision. The screen filled with greetings and expressions of concern, overwhelming her senses. Darling, I made it on time. Wow, you seem to be in remarkably good spirits. What a relief. I've missed you so much. Sister, let us hug. I've researched numerous feng shui secrets over the past 2 days. I'm certain they will be helpful. Me too. I've looked into many folk taboos. I may lack other skills, but I've prepared ample funds. As the audience exerted every effort to assist her in surviving, Wenqing expressed her heartfelt gratitude, accompanied by a gentle smile. Thank you. The voice of Little 11 echoed once more. Entering the dungeon countdown. 5. Wenqing retrieved the version of Song Huai and placed it into her backpack. 4. She took a deep breath, opening her backpack to confirm the items she possessed, a resurrection scroll, a paper effigy, and the version of Song Huai. 3. Looking into the camera, her gaze resolute, she affirmed, yes, I will strive. 2. A soft white light began to emanate from her body. 1. With the final count, Wenqing vanished from the room. The screen in the live stream fell into darkness, displaying a loading message, though the visuals had yet to synchronize. The sounds emerged first, the sudden rustling of wings, followed by the sound of a swona, intertwined with the voice of a woman with a slightly hoarse tone. The auspicious time has arrived. Chapter 34, New Dungeon. She, a Chinese horror interpretation. When Wenqing awoke, her vision was enveloped in a blood-red hue. Instinctively terrified, she attempted to cry out for help, only to find her mouth gagged with a handkerchief and her limbs bound. At that moment, she could only wriggle to sit upright, struggling to shake off the red veil that obscured her vision. Finally, she discerned her surroundings, a lavish red bridal sedan chair swaying unsteadily. As the veil fell to the ground, the audience in the live stream switched to a third-person perspective. Dressed in traditional bridal attire, adorned with a phoenix crown and vibrant robes, her makeup appeared excessively pale, devoid of any color, failing to convey the festive spirit. The drooping ends of her eyebrows even hinted at a semblance of sorrow. Oh my! Is it this thrilling right from the start? How ridiculous! Who ties up their bride with such coarse rope, turning her into a dumpling? Clearly, they want us to see that something is amiss with this wedding. The engagement has already concluded at the outset. What more can we do? There's no escape. Wenqing had not yet considered surrender, but the ropes constricting her limbs and body were painfully tight, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Her earlier attempt to sit up had been rather vigorous, causing the sedan chair to abruptly halt, nearly throwing her off balance. The curtain was lifted, revealing a woman with a large flower atop her coiled hair and a prominent black mole on her left cheek peering inside. Upon seeing her face, Wenqing immediately recognized her as the matchmaker. The matchmaker's left eye had clouded over, while her remaining eye squinted at Wenqing with a sly grin. The bride has awakened. Do not worry, we shall arrive shortly. Wenqing wished to respond, yet her mouth was gagged, and all she could emit were muffled sounds. The matchmaker's gaze turned icy as she assumed that Wenqing was pleading for her release. With a cold scoff, she warned, "You would do well to remain seated. Little girl, you seem delicate, but my hands are rough. If I resort to force, I might mar your pretty face." Wenqing took a deep breath, her frustration stemming not from the prospect of an unwanted marriage, but from the method of her binding. She was no strong man. The rope was thick and tightly wound, rendering her unable to escape, and it constricted her breathing as if they feared she might perish. Wenqing was at a loss for words. Yet she understood the necessity of seizing this opportunity to communicate, to grasp at a fleeting chance for survival. Unable to speak, she resorted to her eyes. Immediately, she furrowed her brows, pressed her legs together, her misty gaze betraying a mixture of fear and urgency as she repeatedly glanced between her legs. The matchmaker, initially poised to lower the curtain and continue the procession, paused at this sight and scrutinized Wenqing, uncertainly inquiring, "Do you need to relieve yourself?" Wenqing nodded vigorously, her head adorned with jingling jewels, shaking as if to dislodge it entirely. Viewers commented, "It's evident she is truly urgent." The matchmaker, however, was wary. Suspecting that Wenqing might seize this moment to flee, she did not immediately respond, instead observing her intently. Wenqing, adept in psychological tactics, understood that fear can dissipate when anger reaches a certain threshold. After all, one cannot delay such vital matters. Her fear of the matchmaker evaporated, replaced by red-rimmed eyes as she began to mutter curses. The matchmaker, though unaware of the content of her words, could ascertain that they were undoubtedly foul. Half a second later, she entered the palanquin and loosened Wenqing's bindings. Wenqing's feet had grown numb, and she stumbled as she exited the palanquin. Upon catching sight of the grand procession awaiting her, her already diminished spirits plummeted further. Thankfully, Xiaoxi had foreseen this moment, having prepared in advance, thus restoring her energy just as it reached a precarious low. On the desolate mountain road, enveloped in mist, the night wind whisked away the scattered yellow paper. The four bearers of the palanquin, clad in identical attire, bore expressions as uniform as their garments, their chests devoid of movement, resembling paper effigies. The once festive red lanterns now flickered with eerie green flames. The low visibility rendered it impossible for Wenqing to discern either the head or the tail of the procession. This grand parade, typically jubilant, now exuded an unsettling tranquility. In the live stream, "I've wet my pants. I can only say the atmosphere is too authentic." This is a fear etched into the soul. Absolutely thrilling. My goodness, I genuinely feel that among this group, only the host appears to be alive. Is this a wedding or a funeral? One could say, with the sound of the Swana, it is either ascending to heaven or a wedding ceremony. Before getting off the sedan chair, Wenqing had intended to put on a performance. However, once she actually descended, her legs turned to jelly. And faced with the eerie atmosphere, she stood there, frozen and speechless, appearing obedient and docile. This utterly authentic reaction pleased the matchmaker, who gestured towards the nearby woods. Her tone less domineering now. The bride seemed to be perceptive, and the old woman added, "I want to make it difficult for you. Go ahead and proceed over there." After a moment's hesitation, she added, "Don't think about running away. You want to escape." Wenqing's teeth chattered as she shivered while taking the paper handed to her by the matchmaker, her movement stiff as she walked into the woods. The underbrush reached up to her calves, and crouching down would keep her from being exposed. "Don't venture further in. Beware of wolves." The matchmaker's ominous words echoed from behind, causing Wenqing to stiffen in response. Finding a tree to hide behind, she lifted her skirt and squatted down. Taking a couple of deep breaths, she struggled to calm herself and quietly asked Xiaoxi if the paper substitute could be utilized. Although she did not turn to look back, she was certain that the deadly gaze remained fixed on her. Xiaoxi replied, "Yes. The paper substitute can directly replace your physical form, allowing your body to remain undetectable for a brief 10 seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, Wenqing decided to use it. This distance would provide ample time for her to find a new hiding spot before the eyes of the livestream audience. Wenqing slipped away like a golden cicada shedding its shell, her form becoming translucent as she cautiously stood up, leaving behind a false image of herself crouched and holding her skirt. Xiaoxi reminded her, "You can issue basic movement commands to it." Though she appeared relatively calm, inside she was a bundle of nerves. Had it not been for Xiaoxi's reminder, she would have already been plotting her escape. Wenqing thought, "Right. I'll command her to rise and return to the sedan chair in 3 seconds. Understood, Xiaoxi confirmed. With preparations in place, Wenqing took off in a daring manner, one hand gripping her red skirt and the other supporting her heavy headpiece, sprinting away with a wide stance. Move swiftly. Look graceful. Chapter 35. There's no escape. Entering the village of marriage when Qing dashed through the woods in her wedding dress, covering 100 meters in 10 seconds. The audience in the live stream was in awe. Is this the instinct for survival? Even professional sprinters would find this challenging. So impressive. I even felt the camera struggled to keep up. Having successfully escaped, when Qing finally began to regain her composure, crouching behind a sturdy tree, her first order of business was to remove the conspicuous wedding gown. The hairpin atop her head proved troublesome to dismantle, unwittingly consuming more of her precious time. To avoid detection, she diligently gathered sticks and dug a shallow pit to discreetly conceal the remnants. Ultimately, when Qing opted for a single golden hairpin to secure her hair, donning a simplistic ensemble of a beige short-sleeved top and fitted jeans beneath her wedding attire, the distant sounds of the Swana gradually faded, and the audience in the live stream expressed their relief at her successful escape. However, when Qing's expression remained grim, rising to her feet, she surveyed her surroundings and concluded that she must return. Despite her apparent versatility and various skills, her wilderness survival abilities were woefully inadequate. In the dead of night, she could hardly remain in the forest, nor could she risk venturing deeper. Encountering a wild beast would spell disaster, though fraught with peril. She resolved to return to the road and retrace her steps. The night was dark and breezy, but fortunately, the sky was cloudless, and the brilliant moonlight illuminated her path. As she traversed the forest, occasional strange noises heightened her alertness, leaving her anxious about the possibility of a wolf leaping forth or a snake emerging from the underbrush. Fortune favored Wen Qing on her return journey, as she encountered no obstacles. However, upon reaching the road, she discovered that her jeans had sustained several tears, exposing her fair, delicate skin. The purple marks from her earlier bindings were now accompanied by a small, fresh red line, evoking a pang of sympathy. Wen Qing did not feign strength. Those minor wounds, although superficial, were persistently painful. Little 11, could you assist with the treatment? As a doctor, she was acutely aware of the lethality associated with tetanus. In the live stream, comments flooded in. Honestly, this unpretentious, genuine girl is simply delightful. Absolutely. She doesn't play the victim at all. I find her presence quite comforting. Ha ha ha. Those two above, I can hear your sarcasm. I've seen that other live stream too, and it's truly unbearable. As Wen Qing walked back, she glanced at the barrage of comments. Initially perceiving the audience's remarks as mere compliments, she even took a moment to educate them about the dangers of tetanus. Yet, she soon realized they seemed to be subtly referencing another streamer, sparking her curiosity. Reflecting on it, the only players she knew, aside from Qinli and Zhang Yao from the previous dungeon, were indeed very few. Before attempting to join the discussion, she prioritized her own safety. Opting for a friendly tone, let us keep the conversation light. The life of a streamer is fragile and cannot withstand conflict. Almost immediately, someone in the chat began introducing her to this so-called tea-flavored streamer. Ha ha ha, don't worry, streamer. Chu Wei's audience consists solely of her fans. A distinct culture of fandom. They don't watch other streamers, so you're safe. Indeed, Chu Wei relies on clinging to the popular and feigning vulnerability to garner donations and sustain herself. I saw a clip that nearly made me laugh to death. When she got injured, she ignored all the advice to bandage it and ended up with a fever that nearly killed her. Haha, that segment has indeed become a classic. I have seen it as well. However, she is undeniably wealthy. I just noticed that she remains at the top of the trending list even in her current state of rest. Trending list? It was the first time Wen Qing learned of such a ranking system. Before she could inquire further, a striking comment floated by. What's the big deal? ISNT Wen Qing currently the unassailable first on the newcomer list? Once this chapter concludes, let us compare with the overall rankings. Who knows who might be first? The screen was filled with agreement. Wen Qing was momentarily taken aback as she glanced at the 30,000 viewers in her live stream. Realizing just how extraordinary her popularity had become, she paid little attention to the subsequent comments in the chat. After nearly half an hour of walking, she finally caught a glimpse of a house's silhouette through the mist. Her pace quickened, excitement bubbling within her. Yet, before she could articulate her thoughts, the slanted moonlight illuminated a stone tablet by the roadside, inscribed with the words "Een Village," chilling her heart. The words echoed in her mind. Recalling what the matchmaker had once said, "Don't think about running. You cannot escape." At the time, she thought it merely a threat, but now, Wen Qing seemed to grasp the true meaning behind those words. Since the moment she donned the wedding attire, and embarked on this path. No matter how she tried to flee, the destination would remain unchanged. Suddenly, the sound of a Swona pierced the air, cutting through the thick fog and drawing near. Wenqing stiffened and turned, witnessing the sedan chair that had come to fetch her emerging from the mist. The blaring alarms jolted her back to reality. And Xiaoxi urged, "If you don't hide soon, you'll be discovered." Hastily, Wenqing concealed herself among the low bushes, only to realize that her paper doll substitute had automatically returned to her backpack due to the distance. That doesn't make sense. Observing the wedding procession enter the village, doubts arose within her. Even without considering that she was heading in the opposite direction, it was clear that her speed could not surpass that of the procession. How could she arrive before the sedan chair? Scanning the comments, Wenqing was momentarily stunned. Guess who's in that sedan chair? You're not giving any hints. How can we guess? Zhu Wei? Since he asked like that, it must be someone we just mentioned. I bet it's Zhu Wei. No need to bet. I just checked, and it really is Zhu Wei. Before Wenqing could fully comprehend the situation, Xiaoxi provided a timely explanation. If a player successfully escapes from the wedding procession, a new bride will take their place. Wenqing fell silent for a long time, staring at Yin village shrouded in mist, her voice tinged with confusion as she spoke. So, that means there are now two brides? What is my current identity? Xiaoxi replied, the rebellious runaway bride. Wenqing, so blunt, yet so apartment. Wenqing glanced around, sighed, and rose from the low thicket. So, I must infiltrate the village under the guise of fleeing from marriage and seek another way to escape, correct? Xiaoxi did not respond, but gave her a thumbs up on the display screen. Wenqing thought, why does it feel like it would be less exhausting to be carried into the village than to run away? Lacking experience in stealth, she could only disguise herself in the darkness like a clumsy thief, tiptoeing into the village. She kept her body bent, sticking close to the edges, feeling utterly cowardly. She thought about the dramas she had seen, where one would steal clothes to blend in as a local resident. However, after just a few steps, she was called out. And upon turning, she found herself face to face with two obviously intoxicated men. Hehehe, little beauty. Chapter 36, Wenqing. Never a mere ornament. Wenqing frowned and immediately averted her gaze. With drunkards like these, a reaction would inevitably invite trouble. In such situations, one must neither display fear nor disdain. If possible, it was best to flee. Hey girl, are you deaf? Why are you pretending? Wenqing was slightly slow to escape, and one of the men seized her wrist. The viewers in the live stream were anxious, worried that Wenqing was about to be in trouble. How unfortunate. At a time like this, she can't even call for help. This is so frustrating to watch. This is. Before the concerned comments could accumulate, Wenqing's subsequent actions left everyone in awe. Using the man's grip to her advantage, she pivoted, gripping his wrist and simultaneously bending her knee to strike his outstretched elbow. Instantly, the man's arm went numb, and he released her, grimacing in pain. The other man, rushing over to grab her from behind, was met with a swift kick to the groin, with no hint of restraint. There were no elaborate moves. All her counteractions occurred in the blink of an eye. Wenqing narrowed her eyes, removing a hairpin, her gaze as sharp as the blade, refusing to yield even an inch as she coldly regarded the two men. The night wind tousled her long hair, and the two swaying, supporting each other, burly men exuded far less presence than the seemingly delicate girl before them. Damn, this girl is insane. Let us get out of here. The man who had been struck urged, his voice trembling with lingering desire, but overshadowed by a profound fear akin to encountering a vengeful spirit. Watching the two retreat like zombies, Wenqing scoffed. Did you see that? They say drunkenness leads to recklessness, but if they were truly that brainless, they wouldn't have known to run. Wenqing intended to kindly advise the female viewers in the live stream not to fall for men's nonsense. However, when she glanced at the comments, she noticed something peculiar. Just moments ago, over 1,000 new viewers had joined, yet their comments bore an unsettling resemblance to the ramblings of those with underdeveloped minds. Oh wow. She just got lucky. Violent woman, kicking someone in the groin without a hint of martial ethics. I initially assumed she was a special broadcaster. Yet it turns out she is merely a violent individual. Thus, it is of no concern. Is this a performance? Two grown men unable to subdue a single woman? A mere kick to the arm, and they immediately retreat. How utterly pathetic. Dr. Wenqing, a psychiatrist, felt a surge of emotion. Not anger, but rather compassion for these patients. Taking a deep breath, she adhered to her professional principles and proceeded to explain. A kick to the arm results in a release due to ulnar nerve paralysis, akin to how a minor bump on the elbow can cause a prolonged numbness. After her explanation, Wenqing realized that this group seemed incapable of understanding her words. With a resigned sigh, she reminded the viewers who were defending her to merely shout and not to let their anger harm them, given that they are indeed unwell. When Wenqing referred to their illness, she meant it literally, not as an insult. However, it was evident that they did not share her perspective. Soon, someone revealed a name that sparked outrage. What a disgraceful creature! Comparing her to Wei Wei is nothing short of a joke. Wei Wei? Chu Wei? Just as Wenqing contemplated responding, a sound of a twig snapping echoed from behind her, accompanied by a woman's startled exclamation. Turning to the darkness, she glimpsed a golden-haired head peeking from behind a straw pile. Instantly, viewers recognized her. Well, that head unmistakably belongs to Chu Wei. I wondered why her dog suddenly appeared. It turns out the owner was spying. Many in the chat anticipated a confrontation between the two, expecting a dramatic clash. However, Wenqing merely cast a fleeting glance in that direction before turning to leave. The commotion had grown rather loud, and considering Chu Wei had likely just escaped, it would be unwise for her to linger if those searching for her were to arrive. Hey, stop. Wait a moment. Chu Wei called out urgently, instinctively adopting a commanding tone, only to quickly soften her demeanor. Wenqing, slightly irritated, turned back with an unfriendly tone. What is it? As Chu Wei emerged from the shadows, Wenqing instantly understood why so many were enamored with her tea artistry. Chu Wei possessed a visage reminiscent of first love, radiating innocence like a delicate flower, her golden curls rendering her as exquisite as a doll. Chu Wei approached cautiously, gripping the hem of Wenqing's garment, her large, hopeful eyes glistening with helplessness. Sister Qing, can we team up? Wenqing noticed Chu Wei's firm grasp on her clothing, a gesture that appeared to be a request, but clearly indicated an unwillingness to let her go, which was rather amusing. A notification from Shaoxi chimed in. Detected a large number of villagers heading this way. Wenqing responded decisively, no, release me. Chu Wei lowered her head in feigned disappointment, yet her grip remained resolute. After being brought into the village, she was confined in a cellar. After a strenuous escape, she learned of Wenqing's existence through the comments and realized that she had taken Wenqing's place as the new bride, which stirred feelings of resentment within her. Spending a considerable amount of money, she purchased a tracking scroll to locate Wenqing. Her primary objective upon escaping was to lead the villagers toward Wenqing. Chu Wei naively believed that if she could find Wenqing for the villagers, she would be able to evade her fate as a sacrifice, and then devise another way to flee. Wenqing, without a moment's hesitation, raised her hand holding a hairpin, causing Chu Wei to scream and withdraw her hand in fright. Wenqing was speechless. Her intention was merely to pierce the hem of her garment and leave quickly, without any desire to harm Chu Wei. Ultimately, Chu Wei's scream attracted the villagers prematurely. Wenqing had no choice but to use a paper effigy yet again, placing it beside Chu Wei while she herself concealed in the shadows to observe. In the live broadcast, Xiao 11 had already cleared out the disruptive onlookers, and the current audience was vocally supporting Wenqing. What a terrible teammate. What is her name? Who made her feel so comfortable? Unbelievable. The host is doing great. With teammates like this, surviving 3 seconds would be a miracle. Meanwhile, surrounded, Chu Wei calmly took Wenqing's hand and smiled at the approaching matchmaker, saying, Please don't hit me. I'm helping you find the bride. Hidden in the shadows, Wenqing smirked with a hint of derision. She had no intention of targeting Chu Wei, but some people were recklessly courting their own doom. Xiao 11, retrieve the paper effigy. With Wenqing's command, Xiao 11 retracted the effigy, and the living Wenqing vanished from Chu Wei's grasp. Chu Wei, as if encountering a ghost, repeatedly turned to look at her empty hand in disbelief. Before Chu Wei could explain, the matchmaker's slap struck her, crisp and melodious, lifting the spirits of those present. Take her back. Keep an eye on her. The matchmaker beckoned, and the villagers dragged Chu Wei away like a lifeless pig. Chapter 37. This time, she truly fainted. Chu Wei was taken away, and the flickering flames gradually receded, restoring peace to the area. To be cautious, Wenqing waited for quite some time before daring to emerge from her hiding place. The comments in the live chat were filled with praise for her recent actions. The host is so clever. She is becoming increasingly skilled with the props. Amazing. Look at her ghostly expression. It's making me laugh so hard. What a relief. She has brought it upon herself. Wenqing gazed in the direction where Chu Wei had been taken, letting out a long sigh. It wasn't that she felt pity for Chu Wei. Rather, she was weary from having to share the same quest with someone like her. Especially upon glancing at the comments again and noticing the ill-minded individuals starting to speak up, she felt a tightening in her chest, struggling to breathe. The voice of Xiaoxi resonated at an opportune moment, providing her with solace. Do not fret too much. When you were utilizing the prompts, I activated the screen delay. So you need not worry about them revealing your location to Chu Wei. When Qing suddenly grasped the situation and uttered a soft "oh," it became clear why her use of the paper substitute had astonished Chu Wei, and why the barrage of comments had seemed somewhat sluggish in response. With the crisis temporarily averted, Wen Qing gathered her thoughts. At this juncture, venturing towards the other side was out of the question, for that was where Chu Wei was confined. It seemed she could only search within this area for any available accommodations or items suitable for disguise. Resolute in her decision, Wen Qing checked the current game time. It was now 2:34 a.m. During summer, dawn arrived early. She had approximately 3 to 4 hours to seek shelter and a means of camouflage. Time is of the essence and the task is daunting. This place is vast. She mused with a bitter smile, allowing herself a moment of complaint before focusing her gaze and not wasting any further time. She began to navigate cautiously along the outskirts of the village. In such villages, many homes were often left unlocked, as there was hardly anything of value to steal. The exploration task was relatively simple, with the only concern being the dogs and cats kept in the yards. As time ticked away, Wen Qing proceeded with caution, successfully avoiding any unnecessary complications. Just before dawn, she finally discovered an empty house. Wen Qing gently pushed the door open and peered inside. The yard was devoid of any pets, and there were no clothes hanging to dry. A thick layer of dust covered the floor, and the interior lacked curtains. This should suffice, Wen Qing concluded, pushing the door open wider and cautiously squeezing herself inside. Utilizing the soft moonlight, she approached the door to the inner room, cupping her hands to peer through the window. The audience in the live stream teased her. Beautiful host, spying online. Good thing no one else is around. Otherwise, this would be hard to explain. I don't know why, but this is so amusing. Perhaps this behavior is too incongruent with the hostess image. Your spying posture is not quite right. Take my advice and look more enamored. Wen Qing swiftly scanned the increasingly irreverent comments and could not help but retort playfully. Are you all this experienced? A thorough investigation is in order. The main house appeared to lack any obvious signs of life, prompting Wen Qing to shift her gaze to the adjacent small room. If all went as expected, she could use the few garments inside to disguise herself and take refuge here. With that in mind, she decided to be even more meticulous. Approaching the side door, she found it locked, compelling her to opt once more to peer through the window. Just as she leaned in for a closer look, a gasp escaped her lips, and she quickly covered her mouth, stepping back with a pale face. Her heart raced violently, pounding in her chest, refusing to settle. Due to the astonishing speed at which Wen Qing reacted, the audience in the live stream was utterly unable to discern what had frightened her so profoundly. What's happening? Is someone there? I thought I saw a person for just a fleeting moment, but it didn't quite seem like one. Surely it can't be a person. The host doesn't strike me as overly timid. If there is someone, it shouldn't provoke such terror. Indeed, could it be a corpse? Damn. I wasn't scared until you all mentioned it. The barrage of comments surged with fervor, yet Wen Qing's gaze remained fixated on the glass pane before her. Her eyes trembling as she stammered, who on earth would place a human model in such a ghastly position by the window? Her tone conveyed fear, though her words dripped with sarcastic ire. No one could truly comprehend the psychological trauma inflicted by that fleeting image. The moment she leaned closer, she found herself locked in a gaze with lifeless, soulless eyes. What exacerbated the horror was the fact that the model was one commonly used in medical studies. Half vascular and half skinned. Whoever had positioned it thus was undoubtedly a twisted individual, lacking any moral compass. To display such a terrifying object facing the window was already reprehensible. To pose it as if peering outward was beyond the pale. The level of strangeness escalated exponentially. Wen Qing, not having succumbed to death from fright, owed her resilience to the previous instances that had bolstered her courage. Suddenly, the audience in the live stream began to shower her with extravagant gifts, and a sense of impending doom washed over her as she glanced at the comments, nearly moved to tears. Ha ha ha, who is so cruel? I want to see too. Let's seek some excitement. Oh no, my dear, are you curious enough to take another look? If anyone's being cruel, it's you all. Since you want to see, I suppose I shall too. Wen Qing was not so high-minded as to reject the gifts outright. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Thus, she reluctantly attempted to appeal to their emotions. Having nearly been frightened to tears, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reflecting the scattered moonlight as she gazed into the camera. Pleading silently, can we not face it directly? Since the viewers merely wished to glimpse the model, she could easily shift her angle for a quick look. Typically, the audience relished in witnessing the hosts unraveling, yet this time they displayed a surprising empathy towards Wenqing, showing no inclination to torment her. All right. Switch to first person. Just a glance will suffice. I'm curious about the pose. Yes, that works. I'm not particularly curious. If it's too terrifying, let us forego it. Taking a deep breath, Wenqing clenched her fists, rallying her resolve. She stepped forward once more, shifting slightly to peer inside, aware that the model was nearby. Her instinct to avoid confrontation compelled her to first glance in another direction. With a resounding clap, Wenqing impeccably fulfilled the audience's expectations. Yet before she could even let out a cry, she succumbed to unconsciousness. The model that had previously been on her left now bizarrely appeared on her right. And when she gazed directly at it, another face materialized before her. Wenqing exclaimed, "How can it not only move, but also manifest another presence?" Although the other face seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 38. This time, Songhua is truly terrifying. Upon regaining consciousness, Wenqing discovered that her attire had been replaced with coarse linen garments akin to those worn by the locals. The back of her head, which she had struck when she fell, had swollen into a painful lump, prompting her to gasp in discomfort. Surveying her surroundings, Wenqing swiftly deduced her location. She was in the main house. She lay upon the bed in the main bedroom, covered by a slightly tattered, yet clean thin blanket. Outside, the faint sound of knife sharpening echoed, accompanied by the bright morning light, evoking a sense of despair akin to a dawn just out of reach. The rapidly scrolling comments were filled with concern for her, yet no one knew what had transpired after Wenqing had fainted. Their perspectives had been fixed in the first person. When she lost consciousness, the screen had gone black, just as Wenqing's feet touched the ground. She heard a man's low, excited whisper from outside. Fresh ingredients have finally arrived. Blood for medicine, meat for stir-fry. Wenqing covered her mouth, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Truly, this was a manifestation of Chinese horror. Her survival was becoming increasingly precarious. She had barely endured a night, having narrowly escaped capture twice, once from an assault and once from a terrifying human model. Now, after enduring until dawn, she found herself in the clutches of a cannibalistic monster. Wenqing felt an overwhelming urge to lose her mind. Her only means of self-preservation was a paper effigy. However, she had just discovered that due to excessive usage, it now had a cool-down period. There were still 10 minutes remaining until it could be used again, an interval both lengthy and brief, playing with her psyche. Crouching low, Wenqing edged her way to the door, carefully peering outside. A large pot had been set up, boiling water bubbling vigorously, while a man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist sat on a small stool, sharpening a kitchen knife. The chilling glimmer of the blade sent a shiver through her chest. Strangely, the man's silhouette seemed eerily familiar. Wenqing swallowed hard, contemplating retreating back into the room to devise a plan. Venturing outside recklessly would be tantamount to delivering herself to death. "You're awake," the man suddenly spoke, not turning his head, his tone casual. Wenqing hesitated, unsure if he was addressing her directly. It wasn't he until he abruptly raised the knife that their eyes met through the reflection of the blade. In that moment, her emotions were a tumultuous blend. The live chat erupted in fervor. "I knew it felt like that. It truly is. Beautiful. My husband has arrived, albeit late." The bond between them was undeniably strong, prompting her to question if it was perhaps a stroke of luck. Songhua. The good news is Songhua. The bad news is also Songhua. On the familiar visage of her beloved, there was a smile that Wenqing found unsettling. Though the smile appeared gentle, it was tinged with an undercurrent of coldness in her eyes. Having been discovered, there was no point in retreating, and Wenqing instinctively reached for her head, only to realize that her hairpin was gone. "Well, this is splendid. My only weapon is lost." Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears and stepped forward, murmuring, "Yes, I'm awake." Songhua, with a knife in hand, stood up, and Wenqing felt a chill run through her veins. Her pupils quivered as she watched him retrieve a cleaned intestine from a basin of blood, casually tossing it into a pot after a quick slice. As he cut, he spoke in that unruffled tone devoid of discernible emotion. "Why aren't you resting at the village chief's house? What brings you here?" Half of Wenqing's spirit seemed to have fled. Rather than responding immediately to Songhua, she focused on mentally alerting Xiao Shi, from this moment on. "Ensure that my mental state remains at its peak." Given Songhua's intention to intimidate her, if Wenqing wished to survive, she needed to maintain her composure. Adjusting her mindset was challenging, so she resorted to auxiliary means. Received. With the boost to her mental state, clarity began to wash over her mind. Taking another deep breath, when Qing pondered the implications of Song Huai's earlier question, she had assumed that as a bride brought against her will, not everyone in the village would recognize her before her arrival. Yet, it appeared she had underestimated the situation. Stealing her courage, when Qing approached Song Huai, declaring, "I came specifically to find you." Her bold statement sent waves of confusion through the live chat. "I'm burning up again. Is this really your answer? Logic tells me not to question, but my emotions are in turmoil. What are you plotting, streamer? Can I say I saw this coming?" Song Huai's gaze sharpened, a hint of danger lurking within as he scrutinized Wen Qing for the first time. "You're looking for me? Is there something you need?" Wen Qing responded swiftly. "Do you lack a wife?" This direct inquiry successfully melted the icy demeanor in Song Huai's eyes. "Yes," he admitted. Wen Qing's face lit up with a sweet, innocent smile as she pointed to herself. "Then may I be the one?" Song Huai set down his knife, appraising her with newfound seriousness. The young woman before him, with her alluring figure, rendered even the simplest attire remarkably exquisite, her porcelain skin inviting to the touch. A wife falling from the heavens, and one so beautiful at that. Desire ignited in Song Huai's eyes, clearly pleased with Wen Qing. Every subtle expression of his was meticulously noted by her. Wen Qing. It appears that before Wen Qing could arrive at a preliminary conclusion, Song Huai suddenly narrowed his eyes, sneering as he advanced towards her. Tilting his head to scrutinize her gaze, meticulously observing every minute expression that flitted across her face. "I will protect you?" Without a shadow of a doubt. The man's penetrating gaze unveiled Wen Qing's innermost thoughts. Although it seemed a question, the man had no intention of hearing her response. The sharp blade in his hand was already poised to pierce her chest. "Ah!" Wen Qing screamed, her legs buckling beneath her as she collapsed to the ground. Confronted with the stark reality of death, no one could maintain their composure. With her eyes tightly shut and trembling in fear, she waited in vain for a prolonged moment, only to receive Song Huai's approving nod. "That's more like it. Stop pretending." Wen Qing cracked her eyes open just a sliver to discover Song Huai extending a blood-soaked hand, feigning an intent to help her up. Looking down at her chest, she realized that he had merely slashed her clothing with the knife's tip. The abrupt turn of events was dizzying. Not only Wen Qing, but even the viewers in the live stream and Xiao Shi were caught off guard. Xiao Shi, trembling, withdrew her hand from the resurrection scroll she had pressed down on, wiping cold sweat from her brow. She concluded that this version of Song Huai was quite deranged. His temperament was so erratic that she watched with trepidation as Wen Qing's health points dwindled to a mere 3. "Xiao Shi, I can't shake the feeling that no amount of money will be enough for recovery. What if she dies of fright?" Chapter 39. The familiar formula of Song Huai. When Qing grasped Song Huai's hand and stood up, her gaze fixated upon that kitchen knife with an unyielding intensity. The audience in the live stream reacted. To be honest, if he were to go even further, raising the knife for a swift strike would truly make him legendary. If we talk about perversion, it's undeniably you all who are the real deviants. I just want to know, did he agree to let the host live? Am I allowed to breathe now? I'm still observing. Due to Song Huai's astonishing maneuver, the viewers hesitated to voice any conclusions, fearing their words might inadvertently doom Wen Qing. Song Huai moved again. He raised the knife to strike at Wen Qing once more, but this time she finally reacted, retreating while deploying her item. In her mind, she urgently shouted, "Xiao Shi, the paper doll." Xiao Shi, received. Just then, her item had cooled down. In her invisible state, Wen Qing turned to flee, only to hear Song Huai's voice behind her, "You will cook." Turning back, she saw him directing the knife handle towards the paper doll. However, since the paper doll could only mimic actions and not speak, when Song Huai noticed her lack of response, he added, "Wife, you may not need to cook, but you must know how to cook. If you can cook, I shall keep you." Wen Qing admitted to herself that she truly longed to escape without a trace. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she had no standing to refuse. With daybreak upon them, if she were to leave Song Huai's side, she would have nowhere to go. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a comment that piqued her interest. He actually agreed. It suddenly dawned on Wen Qing that she had been overly sensitive. Because the man before her was Song Huai, when she expressed her willingness to marry him, she believed that his attitude towards her should change. However, upon deeper reflection, she realized that in Song Huai's eyes, she was merely a troublesome woman in need of protection, and her desire to marry him was not entirely sincere. He could have chosen to disregard her, yet he merely proposed a modest condition and agreed to allow her to stay. She ought to feel grateful. Wen Qing smiled with a sense of relief, dismissing the barrage of comments in the chat that condemned Song Hwai due to their habitual thinking, and softly instructed Xiaoxi to deactivate the prop's effects. Xiaoxi was taken aback, but seeing Wenqing standing back in position, aligned with the paper effigy, she complied. With the prop's effects lifted, Wenqing confidently accepted the kitchen knife, deftly sweeping her long hair to one side and securing it, smiling gently as she thought to herself, "What do you want to eat? I am quite confident in my culinary skills." The summer breeze danced through Wenqing's flowing hair, and as the strand swayed, the morning light filtered through, merging with the warmth in her eyes. Song Hwai felt as though he had been struck by something powerful. Just as one cannot gaze directly at the sun, he found himself unable to meet Wenqing's gaze. "Just wash the vegetables in the basin and stew them," he said, turning to enter the house, showing no inclination to supervise. Wenqing glanced back at his retreating figure and softly murmured, "See, he has always been gentle." In the live broadcast room, while many believed Song Hwai's actions were justifiable, there remained a significant number of viewers who had been invested since the first episode, struggling to accept it. What is so gentle about that? The human model must have been intentional. You were just terrified, and he offered no words of concern. How is that gentle? Good heavens, when did the host become so lacking in principles? Is this what gentle looks like? Honestly, if it were me, I would gladly accept it. A beautiful wife who can cook? I want that. As Wenqing prepared the ingredients, she noticed the hostile comments flooding the screen. Although she understood the viewers meant well, she couldn't help but defend her man. Her voice remained calm as she gently replied, "What if we factor in my status?" Wenqing's words were quite clear. If she were merely an ordinary outsider, perhaps most would be willing to accept her. But if she were a coveted prize for someone of high power, then the considerations would multiply significantly. Once Wenqing's statement settled, the number of disparaging comments about Song Hwai noticeably lessened, though some persisted. As her long hair fell loose, the absence of a hairpin made cooking a bit troublesome, requiring her to frequently gather her hair. After searching for a while, Song Hwai found something in the house to substitute for a hair tie. Approaching Wenqing from behind, he gently gathered her hair, smoothing it out before securing it. He tied it loosely, allowing the shorter strands to cascade naturally, exuding a sense of domesticity. Song Hwai's breath caught in his throat, and when Wenqing turned to look at him, a blush crept onto his cheeks. As Wenqing observed the scene, she lowered her gaze and chuckled softly, asking, "Is your wife beautiful?" Just moments ago, he had appeared to effortlessly dominate her, yet now his eyes darted away, ultimately settling on the pot, and he answered, clearly flustered, "The dish is simmering quite nicely." At this point, the audience in the live stream had grasped the situation. What a kid, outwardly disdainful yet inwardly honest. The facade of abnormality conceals an essence of pride. Draw your sword, rival. Stop pretending. Your lips can no longer conceal your emotions. You long for a kiss, a hug, damn it. I want to cry. I can endure this. How wonderful. You have found happiness once more. In moments like these, a little teasing sufficed. Wenqing turned to extinguish the flame, and Song Hwai naturally reached for the bowls and chopsticks, setting a table in the courtyard. The once desolate yard became infused with warmth and life due to Wenqing's presence. During the meal, Wenqing gleaned the essence of Song Hwai's character in this narrative, observing the man before her, who elegantly consumed pickled cabbage and blood sausage as if he were dining at a fine restaurant. She remarked, "You hardly resemble a local." What was intended as playful banter elicited an unexpected nod from Song Hwai, who replied, "Indeed, I am not." Astonished, Wenqing followed his gaze toward the small room that had frightened her into unconsciousness the previous night. "I initially came here to travel, but I found this place truly charming and decided to stay. The medical facilities are lacking, and as a medical student, I felt compelled to help." Wenqing understood. This version of Song Hwai was a village doctor. After finishing his explanation, he suddenly smiled at Wenqing, adding, "Last night, when my wife fainted, she lay so straight. Her ears flushed crimson, wishing she could bury her head in her food." Song Hwai, suppressing a grin, proceeded to clarify the events of the previous night. "That was my clinic. I happened to be tidying up when you arrived, and I mistook you for a burglar. Seeing you frightened, I thought I might frighten you further." Wenqing felt a tumult of emotions, frustration mingled with an inability to voice her thoughts. After all, she had indeed brought this upon herself. Yet this also explained why. During her second glance, the anatomical model had shifted position, along with the sudden appearance of a second face. At that moment, Wenqing had no desire to glance at the livestream's comments. A brief scan had made it abundantly clear that they were all mocking her alongside Song Hwai. Knock. Knock, knock. Just as the light-hearted meal was halfway through, a knock resounded at the door. Someone had arrived. Chapter 40. The Arrival. Retort when Qing's hand stiffened, nearly causing her utensils to clatter to the ground. The comments in the live stream had already alerted her to the situation. Damn it, that foolish Chu Wei is relentless. She informed the village chief of your whereabouts. That woman seems unhinged. She believes that if she captures you, she will escape the sacrificial fate. Wait, a sacrifice? When Qing's complexion paled, she had always thought her misfortune extended only to being brought here for a ghost marriage. But now there was talk of sacrifices. A flood of horrifying game scenarios involving sinister rituals surged through her mind, sending shivers down her spine. There exists a poignant realization that one might initially believe the worst fate to be death itself, only to ultimately discover that being able to die peacefully is a fortune to be cherished. The sound of knocking at the door has transformed into a forceful pounding, echoing like a relentless hammer against Wen Qing's heart, the summer sun failing to alleviate the chill that envelopes her at this moment. Song Huai, observing the drastic change in Wen Qing's complexion, mistakenly assumes she is merely startled by the visitors outside. He sets down his bowl and chopsticks, rises, and speaks with a calmness that is most reassuring in this tense moment. Return to the house and wait for me. Wen Qing stands, naturally retrieves her bowl and chopsticks, and retreats indoors. Concerned for her safety, Xiaoxi has exercised his privileges, streaming the outdoor scene to Wen Qing in the audience via a light screen, thus sparing her the risk of being caught peering through the window. Outside, Song Huai opens the door to find a matchmaker and the two men he had driven away the previous night, accompanied by an elderly gentleman who appears to be nearly 70, presumably the village chief. Upon seeing Song Huai, the four individuals immediately glance into the house, their posture revealing a desire to ascertain Wen Qing's presence. With a frown, Song Huai subtly positions himself to block their view, his tone icy. Is there something wrong? His words immediately dispel Wen Qing's earlier anxiety, nearly provoking her to laugh. In the live stream, the audience reacts. This is what a cultured person is like. Such a double entendre, I truly adore it. Ha ha ha. Is there something wrong? If not, then leave. If you weren't a doctor, he'd surely be beaten for saying that. Buddy, you really know how to handle it. The two men who had been assaulted the previous night, furious, attempt to advance towards Song Huai, only to be deterred by a single glance from the village chief. The chief, with a gentle smile, squints his already narrow eyes and leans on his cane as he addresses Song Huai. My sons, in their foolishness last night, angered the bride into fleeing. I have brought them here this morning to apologize to the bride, as after all, we are family. At the mention of family, Song Huai can no longer restrain himself and interjects, if I recall correctly, you lost her last night before she even entered your home. How can you claim to be family? The village chief's elder son snorts disdainfully, asserting, once she enters this village, she belongs to my family. That's a problem. His haughty demeanor marks him as a quintessential bully. The village chief seems to glare at him, yet refrains from contradicting his words, clearly acknowledging the truth in them. Wen Qing, in her mind, instantly conjures the most fitting two-character phrase, village tyrant, but her curiosity is piqued regarding the mention of a sacrifice. She quietly inquires through the comments. What is this sacrifice you just spoke of? The live stream's comments soon provide an answer. I'm not entirely sure either. But I heard the village chief discussing it in Chu Wei's live stream, mentioning something about this year having two. Should they offer one to the mountain god? Yes, I gathered that meaning too, and it seems they decided to keep Chu Wei due to her beauty, intending to offer you to the mountain god once they located the host. The remaining comments predominantly expressed discontent on behalf of Wen Qing, who is perceived as a potential victim of unjust treatment, with many asserting that they have yet to witness her true beauty. Wen Qing, however, is left utterly speechless, faced with the dilemma of marrying two scoundrels or being offered as a sacrifice to the mountain deity. She feels as though she is being coerced to choose between two equally distasteful options, akin to being forced to consume something repugnant. Lacking familiarity with this village, Wen Qing intended to inquire with Xiaoxi about any pertinent information, but was interrupted by a sudden commotion outside. A loud crash accompanied by the startled exclamation of the matchmaker prompted her to glance at the screen, instinctively believing that Song Huai had fallen victim to the crowd. In the footage, Song Huai remained steadfast in his position, his expression a mask of calm yet tinged with anger, while his younger son lay on the ground, clutching his side and grimacing in pain. Wen Qing thought to herself, how ruthless. Despite their camaraderie, Song Huai refrained from delivering a direct blow to the groin. Yet the kick to the side was scarcely gentler. The village chief and the matchmaker stood frozen in shock as the younger son had just announced that they had nearly captured Wen Qing the previous night, only to be abruptly silenced by Song Huai's powerful kick. The elder son rushed to assist, but as the village chief attempted to speak, he was cut off by Song Huai, who observed the situation with a grave demeanor, suggesting that they might need to carry the injured inside for medical attention. Noticing the hesitation among the group, Song Huai raised an eyebrow with a sardonic smile, directly exposing their ulterior motives, an opportunity to enter and search for someone. The transformation of the aggressor into a healer was a chilling revelation that left the younger son terrified, retreating in fear and unwilling to advance. Song Huai stepped aside, patiently awaiting their decision. After a brief stalemate, the village chief ultimately refrained from risking his beloved son's life for a jest. Feigning concern, he peered inside with a forced smile and waved dismissively, suggesting they abandon their search, as it was evident that no one was present. As the group prepared to leave, Song Huai followed them with a seemingly genial demeanor, yet the cold glint in his eyes sent shivers down their spines. The village chief quickly interjected, urging, "Dr. Song, there's no need for formality. We have already caused you enough trouble. Please, return." As the chief's hand hovered near Song Huai's elbow, it was met with a distinct aversion as Song Huai sidestepped, declaring, "Then I shall remain. Take your time." Without allowing the village chief another word of politeness, Song Huai turned abruptly, the smile vanishing from his face as he retreated indoors and secured the door. Just before the broadcast concluded, Wen Qing faintly heard the village chief muttering curses at the matchmaker. "Chief, did you not mention that the person is here? Where are they?" The matchmaker, feeling quite innocent, had only relayed what Chu Wei had told her. Observing Chu Wei on the verge of tears and speaking with fervent conviction, she had pitied her and believed her once more. However, reflecting on it now, how could Chu Wei, a woman confined to a cage, possibly know of Wen Qing's whereabouts? At this moment, she realized it was too late. All she could do was hang her head in self-loathing for her momentary weakness, silently vowing never to show any kindness to Chu Wei again. Inside the room, Wen Qing rose to greet the triumphant Song Huai, leaning against the doorframe, her smile radiant in the morning light. "My husband is truly remarkable." Chapter 41. Meeting the Parents, a Promise for Life. Song Huai, his expression impassive, merely uttered an acknowledgement as he brushed past Wen Qing. She noticed the tips of his ears had turned crimson. Wen Qing thought to herself, such a proud and aloof person. Just as she was about to turn and follow him inside, Song Huai's voice echoed from within, "Wait a moment. I will call you in." Wen Qing paused her steps and replied, "All right," though she did not inquire further, obediently waiting in the courtyard. She now possessed a clear understanding of her identity and a fundamental grasp of the perilous environment surrounding her. A defenseless foreigner struggling to survive in a hellish place. What she needed to do at this moment was to comply. Without Song Huai's protection, her fate could only lead to death. Yet, whether from others or Song Huai himself, she needed to be wary of any information regarding this place, neither fully trusting nor entirely dismissing it. As Wen Qing sat in the courtyard, she suddenly recalled a question she had intended to ask Xiaoxi earlier, but had not had the chance. "Xiaoxi, is there anything you can tell me about this village?" She understood that the background of the village was a crucial aspect she needed to investigate. Surely, there must be some fundamental information that could be disclosed in advance. Xiaoxi flipped through some data. "Please wait a moment." After a brief pause, a holographic screen materialized, displaying several pieces of information that Xiaoxi had compiled. 1. There are no young women in the village. 2. The southern part of the village was burned down over a decade ago and remains a desolate ruin. 3. The villagers unconditionally worship the mountain god. 4. The mountain temple is located just south of the village. These 4 simple pieces of information were matters that Wen Qing could have discovered with a little exploration. She read through the details meticulously, pondering them deeply. The most peculiar point upon her first reading was undoubtedly the first one. There had been young boys in the wedding procession, yet if there were no young women in the village, how had those boys come to be? They could not have simply materialized from thin air. Wen Qing suddenly recalled the legend of a land of women. Might this place resemble that? Perhaps the mountain god had a way to enable men to procreate. But before she could delve further into this line of thought, her conjecture was swiftly dismissed. It was unlikely. The more she contemplated, the more contradictions she perceived in this village. If worshipping the mountain god could yield offspring, there would be no need to capture women. Conversely, if women were captured merely for the sake of indulgence, then the absence of any young women here was inexplicable. Wen Qing did not wish to dwell excessively on this matter, as the clues at her disposal were still scant. To unravel the mystery, She would have to await further information. Thus, her attention shifted to the second and fourth clues, currently positioned to the north of the village. She was acutely aware that the opposite end lay in ruins, a consequence of a fire that had ravaged the area years ago. Without a doubt, she understood that there was a story behind that fire, one that demanded investigation. However, the fourth clue indicated that the mountain god temple was situated to the south. Wenqing's vivid imagination conjured an image of a desolate ruin, where a dilapidated temple exuded an eerie aura amidst the surrounding wreckage. This sanctuary, which should have emanated divinity, instead appeared grotesquely out of place, resembling a coffin that ensnared wandering souls. She dared not ponder further, as a shiver coursed down her spine. With a sigh of resignation, Wenqing slumped over the table, feeling as wilted as a sun-scorched leaf, forced to endure the relentless heat of life. Although she remained oblivious to the village's true nature, the mere presence of a few elements was sufficient to dissuade her from further inquiry. The vanished woman, the bride intended for sacrifice, the all-consuming inferno, and the temple that loomed over the ruins, all of these thoughts left her feeling a profound sense of dread, with a desire to escape her circumstances more intense than ever. "Come here," Song Hui called from within the house, beckoning Wenqing. She snapped back to reality, rising to follow him inside. It was then that she noticed a concealed door adjacent to them. Upon entering, she found the interior dimly lit, with an altar featuring two side-by-side black and white photographs. Surrounded by curling incense smoke and fresh fruit, Song Hui knelt on a mat, and Wenqing surmised that these must be his deceased relatives, prompting her to kneel beside him. The flickering red candles obscured her view of Song Hui's expression, yet the trembling lashes seemed to silently convey a sense of longing. With a profound bow, Song Hui spoke gently, "Mom and Dad, I have brought my wife to meet you." Wenqing was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at her beloved. Their marriage felt so absurd and whimsical, a union born of necessity and allure. She had presumed Song Hui would be less attentive, but to her surprise, he remained devoted. Noticing her gaze, Song Hui turned to her, his gentle eyes reflecting a hint of regret. "To marry you, Qingqing, is a privilege I scarcely deserve, and I vow to cherish you henceforth." Wenqing's heart ached, cursing the handsome man who had so effortlessly captivated her. Each encounter deepened her affection, leaving her utterly powerless to resist. She delicately brushed away the tears that hung at the corners of her eyes, redirecting her focus to the portraits of Song Hui's parents. With a deep bow, she pledged, "I shall never let you down in this lifetime." Perhaps it is mere coincidence, but the curling wisps of smoke seemed to caress Wenqing's face like the gentle fingers of a woman, imparting a sense of affection. Wenqing lifted her gaze, rose, and with a soft smile offered incense to the elders once more. This time, the incense burned particularly swiftly, its rich aroma enveloping the space, enhancing the smiles of the elders and their portraits. Song Hui took Wenqing's hand, and under the watchful eyes of the elders, they exchanged vows and drank from the same cup. What should have been a jubilant and festive wedding unfolded in this dimly lit room, in a strange yet simple manner. As the couple emerged from the shadowy chamber, the barrage of comments flooded in. "Congratulations. Wishing you everlasting happiness. Please consummate the marriage. Congratulations. Wishing you everlasting happiness. Please consummate the marriage. Congratulations. Wishing you everlasting happiness. Please consummate the marriage." Observing the rapid, synchronized stream of comments that blurred into an afterimage, Wenqing felt a flush rise to her cheeks and stole a glance at Song Hui. Although she had shared countless moments with him from her perspective, this was indeed his first experience in the present context. A mix of anticipation and anxiety stirred within her. However, Song Hui appeared unperturbed. Perhaps it was the midday sun that prompted him to glance at the clear sky and suddenly suggest, "My dear, there is still time. Let us visit the mountain god temple once again." As they exited the temple, Wenqing felt a sudden jolt in the hand he held. While she trusted that Song Hui would not offer her to the mountain god, and believed that accompanying him would ensure her safety, those were rational thoughts. Deep down, her emotions resisted the idea of going. Sensing her apprehension, Song Hui turned to her and patiently explained, "In our village, it is customary to visit the mountain god temple after marriage to seek the deity's blessings. By doing so, you become part of this community, and they cannot harm you." Chapter 42. The mountain god temple. Wenqing suddenly recalled the third piece of information she had previously overlooked. The villagers held an unwavering devotion to the mountain god. Yet, this seemed illogical. Human nature is rife with greed. If their faith never yielded any response to their hopes, how could they remain so sincerely devout without resentment? With doubts in her heart, she donned a straw hat for shade and followed Song Hui along the path southward, casually inquiring about the mountain god. My dear Wenqing, how much do you know about the legends surrounding the mountain god? Song Hui, not being a native of the area himself, was not a witness to the great fire that ravaged the village over a decade ago. He recalled the tales he had heard and recounted them to Wenqing in a calm tone. It is said that many strange occurrences took place during the village's founding, prompting the village chief to summon a master for consultation. The master claimed that the mountain god resided here, and their extensive construction disturbed the deity's rest. Thus, they built the mountain god temple to honor him, which granted them permission to live here as his followers. Wenqing nodded thoughtfully, observing the ongoing discussions in the rolling comments. In my opinion, the mountain god is suspect. What kind of deity in a game does not turn out to be problematic in the end, even disregarding the logic of the game? Which deity requires beautiful women to serve them? This is utterly absurd. This place hardly qualifies as a gathering of spiritual energy, even from a metaphysical standpoint. It is inconceivable that such a formidable mountain spirit could arise here. The person upstairs clearly possesses expertise. I was just about to remark on that. This location truly exudes an ominous aura. It appears to be nestled between water in front and mountains behind, yet the water has dried up, and the mountains have withered. Where is the slightest trace of spiritual essence? Wenqing was perplexed by these matters, but suddenly recalled something and inquired within, asking Xiaoxi about the current outdoor temperature. Xiaoxi responded, and a chill ran through Wenqing's heart, leaving her slightly pale, although she lacked knowledge of geomancy. As an enthusiast of horror games, she was aware of a characteristic common to malevolent places. They are cold and foreboding. Typically, upon entering such realms, characters can distinctly perceive a change in temperature. Currently, Wenqing, being in the summer, did not find the coolness particularly chilling, thus she had overlooked this detail. Under the blazing sun, one would expect to feel stifling heat, yet she felt merely a gentle warmth, which was entirely illogical. This realization further convinced Wenqing that the so-called mountain spirit here was far from benevolent. With her heart racing, Wenqing found herself being pulled along by Song Hui, one hand clutching her hat's brim to avoid drawing the attention of passing villagers. With her head lowered, she caught sight of a comment on the barrage that sent her already anxious heart into a frenzy. What the hell? Do they not have shadows? Wenqing gasped instinctively, raising her gaze slightly and locking eyes with a villager approaching from the opposite direction. Her breath caught in her throat, but fortunately he seemed not to recognize her. The next moment, he turned his attention to Song Hui, greeting him. Dr. Song, where are you off to so early? Song Hui casually replied, taking my wife to pay respects to the mountain spirit. He did not conceal their purpose, and the villager did not dwell on it, merely admiring Wenqing's beauty before glancing at the sky, hastily bidding farewell to Song Hui and continuing on his way. Wenqing forced a sweet smile as she watched him depart, but once her gaze returned, she shuddered. Goodness, that person truly had no shadow. Moreover, from her perspective, she even perceived him as somewhat translucent for a brief moment. Could he possibly be a paper figure? A village full of paper figures? Wenqing felt her blood run cold. She desperately wished to ask Song Hui to take her away at once, but in that moment of hesitation, she realized that since he intended to take her to pay homage to the mountain spirit, it implied he held strong beliefs in its protection. To express a desire to flee might be interpreted by Song Hui as a lack of faith in the mountain spirit's safeguarding ability, likely leading to unnecessary complications. Thus, she decided to refrain from voicing her fears. Wenqing now understood the necessity of treading carefully with each step, avoiding any reckless actions. Throughout this journey, apart from the occasional encounters with villagers whose vitality was uncertain, little else of a frightful nature transpired. However, as the two ventured further south, the human presence dwindled and the houses fell into a state of disrepair, prompting Wenqing to conjure a plethora of murder mysteries in her mind. One must admit, this truly is an ideal haven for criminal activities, she mused. With a soft sigh, Song Hui suddenly halted, reclaiming her hand from the brink of slipping from his arm. His tone gentle. Stay close to me if you're afraid. Wenqing gazed up at Song Hui's towering figure, his dark, soft hair glistening in the sun. His skin tanned slightly from its previous pallor, lending him an air of untamed allure. Her trepidation waned beneath the charm of his handsome visage, and she began to ponder how each time she entered a new scenario, she acquired a new husband. The same face, yet distinct narratives. This sensation evoked a sense of playful role-playing. In her whimsical thoughts, Wenqing successfully alleviated her fear. As they strolled hand in hand, Song Hui picked a bouquet of flowers for her, thoughtfully selecting and arranging them, their fragrant beauty infused with a touch of heartfelt sentiment. The live stream audience erupted in lively banter. Look at that smile. It's practically uncontainable. I suspect this sly fellow is merely seeking excuses to take his wife out on a date. I agree. After this journey, his wife has surely had enough of his hand-holding. Such a scheming man. I'm so envious. How many more times must I express this sentiment? Thank goodness I don't have high blood pressure. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to watch this stream. At last, they arrived. Amidst the cheers and blessings from the audience, the pair reached the mountain god temple. A single glance left Wenqing in admiration of herself. The temple resembled her fantasies perfectly. Indeed, within this desolate landscape, it stood out as a complete anomaly. The exterior walls were a vibrant red, appearing untouched by decay, while the courtyard was immaculate, devoid of dust or fallen leaves. The half-open temple door swayed gently in the breeze, revealing a table laden with offerings. The food beyond recognition due to decay, and a thick layer of cobwebs clung to the half-exposed statue of the mountain god. The stark contrast between the temple's pristine state and its surrounding decay baffled Wenqing, just as she intended to inquire of Song Hui. She realized he had brought her to a halt outside the temple, showing no intention of entering. Releasing her hand, Song Hui reverently clasped his palms together. Bowing his head in murmured supplication, I bring my wife to meet the mountain god. May the mountain god bestow protection upon her, year after year. Chapter 43. Favored by the mountain god, Song Hui goes berserk. A chilling wind swept through the temple, whisking away Wenqing's hat and tousling her hair. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze toward the temple's interior, locking eyes with a pair of hauntingly luminous orbs. As if entranced, Wenqing straightened her posture and began to walk toward the temple. Wife? Song Hui's voice resonated from behind her. As Wenqing's consciousness stirred, she yearned to respond. Yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless, her body unresponsive to her will. Her trembling eyes brimmed with terror. And the audience in the live stream discerned the unsettling shift. Is she being controlled by something? Why does it feel so sinister? Song Hui calling her, but she doesn't respond. Something's definitely wrong. What is happening? Are we about to begin the battle now? Darling. Song Hui grasped Wenqing's hand just as she was about to step into the mountain god temple. In that moment, to the onlookers, Wenqing turned rigidly. Her once dark eyes now dulled, extending her hand in a trance to point at the idol within the temple, proclaiming, I want to marry the mountain god. Inside, her heart screamed in frantic denial, my dear, I don't want to marry any mountain god. Fear and despair caused her mental state to plummet. The blaring alarms in her mind echoing like death knells. Unbeknownst to her, her outstretched hand had crossed the threshold of the temple, entering its domain. The curling crimson mist stung her fingertips, a formidable force yanking her down, attempting to drag her inside. Song Hui. Wenqing's desperate cry finally broke free from her constraints. In an instant, the wind ceased, and darkness enveloped the world. Song Hui's gaze transformed, resembling that of a serpent, his eyes glowing with a chilling, eerie light. The dark golden hue sending shivers down spines. The terrified voice of Xiaoxi became the only vivid sound in that moment. Alert. Abnormal energy field detected. The instance is collapsing. Attempting to restart. Restart countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, with the utterance of the number 1. Wenqing's body collapsed like a doll with severed strings, drained of all support and vitality. She fell into a deep slumber, as if descending into an endless abyss of darkness, isolated from the world. The viewers in the live stream were left in profound shock. Just moments prior, as Wenqing's finger crossed into the mountain god temple's realm, the signal of the entire live stream experienced violent fluctuations amidst the static and flickering screen. They seemed to witness an indescribable force clutching Wenqing's hand. It appeared as a mass of dark red flames, unstable in form, emanating a bizarre glow, revealing countless heads swirling within. Each flicker of the flames was accompanied by terrifying sounds, the voices of those heads uttering their longing for Wenqing in various eerie tones. It was as though the voices emerged from the depths of hell, intertwining madness and obsession, akin to a sinister, dark hymn. As the speed of the flickering intensified, the screen succumbed to darkness. What is happening? Is the host all right? Network malfunction? Is it an issue on my end? Or can none of you see it? Wow, this is my first experience with a restart. Is this a system problem? When Wenqing awoke once more, she was greeted by a blood-red haze. Struggling to rise, her veil fell away. She had returned, dressed in a vibrant crimson wedding gown, tied and seated within the palanquin. Wenqing was taken aback as her gaze fell upon the rolling comments. I was terrified. Thankfully, the streamer is unharmed. Indeed, it's a restart. Starting from the beginning. I think it's better not to run this time. Otherwise Chu Wei will come again. Just the sight of her is annoying. Wait, isn't Chu Wei already in the instance? If it restarts, won't she still be there? Then what identity could Chu Wei possibly have? I just checked her live stream. It's still black screen and hasn't started yet. The recent barrage of stimuli had been overwhelming. Had it not been for the comments reminding her of Chu Wei, Wenqing might have almost forgotten about her. Taking a deep breath, she silently inquired of Xiaoxi. What exactly was happening? Xiaoxi, still shaken from the fright, could not immediately respond to Wenqing's question. This restart was also a trial for Xiaoxi. Fearing that the instance might collapse and pose a danger to Wenqing, she had no choice but to attempt a back-end restart. However, this was against regulations, and Xiaoxi was uncertain of the consequences it might bring. Meanwhile, within the mountain god temple of Yin village, Song Hui wore a composed expression as he gazed at the trembling mass kneeling before him. Each face on that peculiar entity bore a mournful expression, and the once arrogant flames enveloping it now gently flickered like rippling water. The entity spoke, its tone laden with grievance. Boss, if you had mentioned that was my sister-in-law, I wouldn't have dared to covet her. At that moment, the adult entity truly wished to throw a tantrum like a child. He had no great love for his work, merely following the character script. Upon discovering Wenqing's beauty, he momentarily succumbed to desire. Surely that was not a sin worthy of death. Now, Song Hui exuded an air of authority, his gaze cold and piercing. With a restrained demeanor, he inquired, devoid of emotion. Now that you are aware, do you understand what must be done? The entity nodded fervently, its flames flickering as several heads rolled away, ignited, and tumbled far off. Song Hui turned to leave, and the air around the mountain god temple began to stir once more, returning to its original state. Wenqing. It has been a long time, Song Hui remarked, his eyes lingering on the newly adorned black and gold bracelet on his wrist, revealing profound and fervent emotions, akin to aged wine that grows more intense over time. Forgotten memories surged like a tidal wave within his heart. He attempted to mask his inner excitement with a smile. Yet the trembling of his lips betrayed his true feelings. His hands unconsciously clenched, as if striving to grasp the time he had lost. Back with Wenqing. A now recovered Xiaoxi responded to her previous inquiry regarding Chu Wei. Xiaoxi paused, seemingly skeptical of the displayed information, and after confirming it once more, continued. But her current identity is under Wenqing's astonished gaze. Xiaoxi relayed the information about Chu Wei to her. The screen magnified, and Wenqing, along with the audience, began to read the pale blue text displayed above. Name: Chu Wei. Identity: Junior Matchmaker of Yinsun. Chu Wei, the matchmaker? Each character on the screen was familiar to Wenqing, yet when combined, they appeared somewhat alien. Before she could ponder further, the sedan chair swayed lightly and came to a halt. Has the girl awakened? History was repeating itself. Wenqing's movement had caught the matchmaker's attention, prompting her to lift the curtain and take a look. However, this time, it was a golden-haired head that peeked in. Chapter 44. Chu Wei offline. Wenqing captured Chu Wei was clad in the attire worn by the previous matchmaker, an old-fashioned outfit that surprisingly lent her a sense of modernity. Yet, the way she regarded Wenqing felt decidedly peculiar. Beneath her mask of feigned cheerfulness lay a deep-seated animosity and resentment. A shiver ran through Wenqing as she silently confirmed with Xiaoxi. Does she still remember me? Xiaoxi retrieved Chu Wei's detailed data and responded, rest assured. She does not remember, and due to certain restrictions, she cannot arbitrarily eliminate players. However, it seems that her hostility towards you is somewhat elevated, possibly due to recent data adjustments. Wenqing understood, the ingrained disdain was palpable. Nevertheless, as long as there were constraints, it was imperative for her not to provide any opportunities. Wenqing refrained from any extreme reactions, merely feigning urgency. As anticipated, Chu Wei had no intention of releasing her. Noticing Wenqing's lack of struggle, Chu Wei scoffed and diverted her gaze, casually dropping the sedan curtain with a fierce tone. No need to waste your energy. Just relieve yourself in the sedan. With the curtain lowered, Wenqing concealed her expressions and began devising a new escape plan. She was now in the second round of the game, her prior knowledge affording her a more proactive stance. Since fleeing mid-journey was not an option, she resolved to wait until confinement to observe her circumstances. Wenqing believed that since Chu Wei had managed to escape once before, it indicated that the initial guards were likely lax. Moreover, with the paper doll as her decoy, the situation should not be insurmountable. Yet, she harbored some uncertainty about whether Song Hui still remembered her. The sedan swayed and soon arrived at Insuin. Whether it was due to the reboot, there seemed to be slight deviations in the plot. This time, Wenqing was not taken directly to the village chief's residence. Instead, upon entering the village, they paused briefly while the village chief appeared to converse with others. Once the sedan resumed its journey, it headed directly towards the southern mountain temple. Bound within the sedan, unable to discern the outside world, Wenqing remained unaware. However, upon faintly hearing the village chief beckoning to the others and calculating the distance traveled, she sensed something amiss. Recalling the earlier events at the mountain temple sent a chill down her spine. There was no way she would dare enter the mountain temple in the dead of night. Even if given 1,000 chances. Shall she use an item to propel me forward? Wenqing was uncertain how far they had to go and, unwilling to waste any time, immediately activated her substitute paper figure. The fake Wenqing was thrown out of the sedan chair, while the real Wenqing remained in an invisible state. Once the sedan came to a halt, she seized the opportunity to slip out through the gap created by the lifted curtains. At that moment, their location allowed them to glimpse the rooftop of the mountain god temple in the distance. Wenqing swallowed hard, hiding beneath a crumbling wall, as she resolved to have the substitute paper figure investigate what this mountain god truly was. Thus, to prevent her paper figure from failing, she could not venture too far and had to remain close. Wenqing whispered, "Little 11, purchase a few bottles of invisibility potion. Once this invisibility wears off, let us replenish it." "Understood," replied Little 11. Before Wenqing's eyes, Chu Wei began a prolonged 10-minute verbal humiliation of the mountain goddess bride, even striking at Wenqing's face twice with her palm. The audience in the live stream fervently expressed their outrage on behalf of Wenqing. This woman is truly malicious. Clearly, this is personal revenge. Goodness, if I hadn't witnessed the previous matchmaker's actions, I would have thought she was serious. Even without the last one, Chu Wei is still in the wrong. After all, that woman is the wife of their revered mountain god. How could she be subjected to such humiliation? Damn, people like Chu Wei are simply nauseating as long as they exist. Just as Wenqing noticed comments in the barrage decrying Chu Wei's existence, a sudden chilling wind swept through the street. Amidst the swirling dust, a burst of red light shot forth from the direction of the mountain god temple, accompanied by a sonic wave that surged like a vengeful spirit's wail, instilling terror in all who heard it. At last, Wenqing caught a glimpse of what the so-called mountain god truly looked like. She covered her mouth and nose, terrified to make a sound, yet her curiosity compelled her to continue watching. The relentless red light struck Chu Wei's forehead, and the sonic wave sliced through the air with a razor-sharp wind, cleaving through the bodies of several villagers at the front of the group. Their forms ignited as if they were paper figures set ablaze, with no blood spilling forth, as flames erupted from neat incisions, gradually consuming their bodies entirely. Chu Wei was no exception. She wailed in despair, wishing to take Wenqing down with her, but fortunately, Little 11 managed the paper figure and had already concealed it behind the sedan, thus avoiding the flames that would have otherwise obliterated them. Chu Wei's body began to dissipate, turning to ash. In her final moments, she glanced toward Wenqing's hiding spot. Her eyes, shimmering like moonlight, briefly regained their brilliance. In the flickering firelight, her expression reflected utter despair, a bitter tear trickling from her eye, only to evaporate in the intense heat. Wenqing found herself at a loss to interpret that last expression. A weight settled in her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Chu Wei certainly deserved her fate, without a doubt. Yet, Wenqing felt that she at least should have been allowed to die as a person, rather than in such a grotesque manner. With matters having reached this point, further words were futile. Wenqing briefly averted her gaze, gently patted her chest, and exhaled to ease her breath. Upon glancing back at the group, she was taken aback to discover the street was utterly deserted, save for the large crimson bridal sedan that remained stationed in the center. The solitary moonlight cast an eerie glow upon it, swirling up a carpet of yellow paper, creating an unusually spectral scene. The reminder from Little 11 echoed in her mind, tinged with a hint of regret. Detected, the player's item, the paper effigy, has suffered fire damage and has been destroyed. Wenqing froze, her gaze sweeping across the barrage of comments. Wow, I actually guessed it right. These villagers are indeed not human, but puppets drained of their vitality. I was genuinely shocked when they suddenly dispersed into the air. What a pity, who would have thought that thing would suddenly go after the paper effigy? Indeed, that speed was so swift that I couldn't react in time. Grabbing the paper effigy? Wenqing's thoughts stirred, and the screen conveniently displayed the elimination scene of the paper effigy as narrated by Little 11. She observed as the remaining villagers' bodies suddenly rose with the wind, scattering in all directions, and in the next instant, the mountain god's hand lunged toward Wenqing, who was hiding behind the sedan. At that moment, Wenqing's back was already drenched in cold sweat, and the chilling night breeze sent a shiver down her spine. Stealthily, she prepared to crouch and return to find Song Huai. After all this commotion, her identity had transformed into that of the mountain god's fleeing wife, leaving her with no choice but to seek out Song Huai. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. A deep, resonant voice boomed behind Wenqing, reverberating in a way that made it hard for her to discern the specifics of what he said. Startled, she turned, her pupils constricting sharply. Chapter 45, The Mountain God's Marriage Proposal to Song Huai. The mountain god was right behind her. Dozens of eyes within the flickering flames fixated upon her. Wenqing rolled her eyes in resignation, feeling faint. No, no, no. Before Wenqing could lose consciousness, the mountain god's reaction seemed even more terrified than hers. He awkwardly stepped back, frantically waving his hands, his face etched with sheer panic. Little 11 then replenished her sanity, allowing Wenqing only a moment of weakness in her legs before she stumbled and managed to brace herself against the crumbling wall, steadying her form. The human and the deity exchanged wary glances, each hesitant to make a sudden move, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ultimately, it was Wenqing who broke the silence, her voice trembling slightly. Are you the mountain god? The heads nodded in acknowledgement. Wenqing swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words on how to politely decline this marriage proposal. She could sense that this mountain god was still capable of communication. Before she could voice her refusal, the mountain god spoke first about the matter. Seemingly recalling his status, the mountain god regained his solemn and authoritative demeanor, stating, Your fate does not align with mine. This marriage cannot proceed. Wenqing? The mountain god squinted at her reaction, pausing briefly before continuing. A man of the Song family from the north of the village is a suitable match. Seek him swiftly. With that, he left a bewildered Wenqing behind and swiftly retreated into the mountain god's temple. The wind tonight is tumultuous, and Wenqing stands alone in its midst, feeling a sense of disarray. How to articulate that subtle sensation? In the live broadcast room, comments flash across the screen. It must be Song Huai. Surely it's Song Huai. Who else in this village bears the surname Song? Does anyone else feel that this mountain deity has lost its charm? Rest assured, it's not just you. I too harbor doubts about this mountain deity's character. What mountain deity? This clearly resembles a lowly entity, though it inexplicably possesses a hint of sycophancy. Little 11, momentarily perplexed, gazes at the information regarding the mountain deity on the screen, particularly fixating on the bold term brutal, and falls into contemplation. Ultimately, she attributes all questions to her own actions. It must be the data anomalies caused by my restarting the instance. When Wenqing embarks on her journey home, her emotions complex. Contrary to her expectations, the path is devoid of danger, the only predicament being that she nearly loses her way. At last, she arrives at Song Huai's residence. Standing hesitantly at the door, her hand poised to knock yet faltering. Should she utter something upon this unexpected visit? But what should she convey? After a brief internal struggle, she knocks on the door, which is promptly opened from within. Song Huai remains clad in the familiar attire. Yet the warmth in his gaze towards Wenqing is unexpectedly intense, leaving her momentarily taken aback. Song Huai, sister, you have returned. Wenqing, come in quickly. I've warmed up dinner for you. All right. Wenqing, somewhat bewildered, follows the seemingly vibrant Song Huai into the house, where she discovers several exquisitely arranged dishes on the table in the yard, complete with a candle to enhance the ambience. Everyone is puzzled with the instant's restart. It appears that everyone's character settings have subtly shifted. Only little 11 increasingly feels a chill around her neck. It's over, all over. After this instant's restart, everything is in chaos. It remains uncertain whether this is merely a temporary data error or if other players will experience the same upon entering this instance. If this persists, it's only a matter of time before the main system becomes aware. Little 11 lets out a long sigh, curling up before the screen, trembling. Meanwhile, Wenqing has been drawn to the table by Song Huai, who thoughtfully serves her soup. With a tentative voice, she asks, Dear, do you still remember me? To her surprise, after all these years, Song Huai is visibly excited to see her and nods enthusiastically. Of course, how could I forget my sister? Wenqing muses. Being called sister is something I need to acclimate to. Previously, I would either address Song Huai as brother, or husband or darling. Now, being referred to as sister feels quite unfamiliar, given that Song Huai's character seems evidently altered. Wenqing decides it prudent to verify the situation first. With a gentle sip of the soup, warmth cascaded into her stomach, dispelling the lingering fears that resided deep within. Her voice softened, no longer strained, as she questioned, "Dear, why do you call me sister?" The gleam of joy in Song Huai's eyes dimmed considerably, as he murmured to himself, seemingly forgetting. Wenqing furrowed her brow in confusion, striving to recall. Yet she vowed she had never requested Song Huai to address her in such a manner. Taking a deep breath, Song Huai quickly composed himself, half jokingly yet earnestly stating, "Sister. We met 15 years ago." 15 years. The audience in the live stream erupted in astonishment. This could explain why Song Huai had always treated Wenqing with such gentleness, but the realization struck them. 15 years ago. Wasn't the host merely 7 or 8 at that time? Wait, am I overthinking this? Are you suggesting that 15 years ago, Song Huai had already? Right now, I'm pondering, does he call the host sister because, according to some bizarre calculation of age, he is actually a tad younger? Friends, who understands? I thought my ship had sailed into the realm of the bizarre, and now it suddenly transforms into a tale of childhood sweethearts. This calls for elaboration. Sunflower seeds and benches are ready. Let us begin. Wenqing's tightly knit brows gradually unfurled as she gazed at Song Huai, slowly perceiving the shadow of the little boy he once was. Memories intertwined, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked on her words. I knew I wasn't insane. Her recollections from kindergarten were filled with constant transfers, endless self-introductions, and the struggle to remember each new friend's name before gradually forgetting them. This cycle continued, numbing her spirit. In her secluded heart, a longing for friendship blossomed until she encountered him. They would chase and frolic in the yard, collapsing onto the soft grass, basking in the gentle breeze, and making promises to be lifelong friends with a pinky swear. Many details had faded from her memory, but she knew that in that space, it was just the two of them, undisturbed and unseparated. At least, that was how she once envisioned it. Yet, life's unpredictability led her to share her newfound joy of friendship with others, only to be met with fearful expressions and repeated assertions that no such boy ever existed beside her. In the end, Wenqing's insistence earned her nothing but slander, and she found herself compelled to defend her only friend through physical confrontation. This resulted in her being taken to the hospital for treatment, and thereafter, she never saw that little boy again. Consequently, the young Wenqing came to believe that Song Huai was merely a figment of her lonely imagination. Years later, their reunion unfolded in such a poignant manner that tears choked her throat, rendering her voiceless. So many questions lingered unasked, and an abundance of apologies yearned to be expressed. Upon witnessing her current state, Song Huai, fully aware that she had recalled him, felt no joy in her eyes. Instead, he was filled with a deep sense of compassion as he gently wiped away Wenqing's tears, soothing her with tender words, "Sister, do not weep." Wenqing would never fathom that behind Song Huai's simple acknowledgement of their encounter 15 years ago lay countless sacrifices. The passage of time in this peculiar world flowed differently than in reality. From Wenqing's perspective, they seemed to frolic together nearly every day. Yet for Song Huai at that time, their meetings occurred only once every 6 months. In the days devoid of Wenqing's presence, he could only strive desperately to survive, clawing his way up from one battle to the next. Only by living to earn his father's approval could he attain that fleeting respite to reunite with the girl he cherished. During their final meeting, he mentioned that his birthday was approaching, and Wenqing promised to bring him a gift next time. Yet, that promise remained unfulfilled. In exchange for the opportunity to wait for her, he forfeited every chance he could have requested from his father. However, that enchanting figure never appeared again. At this moment in the live broadcast room, the focus of the audience's discussion shifted from their relationship to another intriguing topic. Wait, did the host enter this world as a child? How is that possible? She was so young, surely the game wouldn't invite her. Could she be some innate divine being who accidentally wandered in? If that's true, it only proves that reality is indeed more dramatic than online melodramas. Faced with the audience's inquiries, Wenqing felt equally perplexed. What she had perceived as dreams during that period was, in fact, her entry into another realm. No wonder those around her remarked on her excessive sleepiness at that time. But why? In this moment, Wenqing gazed up at Song Huai. Much like the little girl she once was, unrefined by the world and still prone to tears. Why did I come here in the first place? The expression on Song Huai's face spoke volumes. He too was uncertain. From his perspective, Wenqing seemed to have materialized out of nowhere, her bright eyes sparkling with an exquisite beauty, as if they contained all the wonders of the world. Lacking answers, Wenqing did not dwell on her confusion. She leaned against Song Huai, listening to him recount events since their last encounter in a light-hearted tone. I managed to gain recognition and oversee the operation of the instances. But this meant I couldn't frequently return to wait for you. I worried you might suddenly find me, and wandering could be perilous. So I divided a fragment of my awareness within each instance. However, as Song Hui reached this point, his voice faltered slightly, an air of awkwardness enveloping him. The passage of time had been extensive. His consciousness, long detached from its original form, seemed only to remember that it was waiting for someone, yet could not recall her visage. When Qing feigned annoyance, her eyes reddening as she shot him a playful glare. So, you mean to say you never remember me? You nearly frightened me to death this time. Song Hui lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, offering a small defense for himself. But every version of me still loves you, does it not? As when Qing gazed into his profound eyes, her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Curse it. Song Hui was truly irresistible. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck her, intensifying the blush on her face. During the previous instance, had they encountered any significant events that her original self could not sense? At first, Song Hui did not dwell on it, responding to Wen Qing's inquiries in a straightforward manner. It was not that. Rather, he had been preoccupied, and the monitoring here was not timely. Your earlier incident prompted me to activate my original abilities, which alerted me to come and check on you. Upon finishing his words, Song Hui suddenly paused, as if comprehending the underlying meaning behind Wen Qing's gaze, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Regarding those matters, I had previously recalled other consciousness entities and synchronized with them. My dear sister is truly remarkable. Wen Qing. The live stream erupted in merciless mockery. Ha. The host has gone mute. Oh, really remarkable? Do elaborate. In what way is it remarkable? I am so frustrated. I was absent during the previous instance. Just the audio alone is impressive. You lad are fortunate. Follow for more. Treasure host. Investing here is worthwhile. Abundant benefits await. The girl he had loved for so many years was finally in his arms again, stirring Song Hui's already impure heart into a frenzy. The lingering gaze between them grew longer, and Wen Qing could distinctly detect a hint of desire in Song Hui's eyes. Simultaneously, feeling a firm object pressing against her lower back, Wen Qing's body stiffened in an instant. Just as Wen Qing was about to speak, she was interrupted by Song Hui, who wickedly scooped her up and carried her into the room. Wife, the mountain deity has arranged our marriage. You must heed this. Wen Qing felt an overwhelming urge to curse. This insufferable man clearly knew her far too well, dropping any pretense of acting. She had wondered why the mountain deity's attitude had shifted so drastically, appearing not as one who was reluctant to marry her, but rather as one who was too timid to dare. It turned out that it was due to an edict from above. Realizing escape was futile, Wen Qing, clinging to her last vestige of professionalism, managed to pose a serious question before being pressed onto the bed. The plot of the instance is all in disarray. Is that acceptable? Song Hui, unable to contain himself, gently kissed her cherry lips, his tone a mix of exasperation and flippancy. No problem, dear. You do have quite a few questions. The coolness of his fingertips sent shivers down Wen Qing's spine. Song Hui's sultry voice whispered in her ear, unabashedly laced with desire. Wife, focus. Just as Xiao Shi was about to adjust the camera angle, Song Hui swiftly covered the lens with his hand, plunging the screens of all viewers into darkness. In the live stream? No way, you're hogging all the fun. Damn. If your wife weren't receiving our donations, she might not even be here now. How can you be so inconsiderate? My joy has vanished. Xiao Shi, hee, a break is in order. Currently, the happiest person was undoubtedly Xiao Shi. Initially, I believed myself fortunate to be associated with a player of remarkable talent. However, I soon discovered that this individual was not merely skilled, but rather a formidable master. Now, I realize that this master is none other than the wife of my superior. This sensation encapsulates the true essence of aligning oneself with greatness, soaring to new heights. Little Eleven's privileges have now been elevated to their utmost capacity. Thus, a legend within the realm of the system is born. Chapter 47. The cost of recklessness without external distractions. Song Hui embraced Wen Qing with no semblance of tenderness. His ferocity left her defenseless as she grasped the bedding tightly. Tears swallowed down in exchange for the sensation of her waist sinking, once again drawn into his embrace. Song Hui. Wen Qing gasped, her fragmented breaths tinged with a sobbing plea. Call me husband. His voice, low and husky, bore an authoritative tone that made her body tense involuntarily. With a sense of grievance, she wept, husband, it hurts. At last, the rigidity of Song Hui's mind allowed reason to assert itself, prompting him to cease his reckless actions. Wen Qing was bleeding, delicate strands of crimson illuminating the pristine white sheets like blossoming red plums. Upon meeting her resentful gaze, the remnants of his desire evaporated instantly. I will leave. Though her body still trembled instinctively, her tone was undeniably serious. Wife, Song Hui, wished to explain, he began, but when Qing, consumed by anger, was like a volatile gas canister, ready to explode, unwilling to heed his words. For the first time, she fixed him with a stern expression, raising her voice to declare, "Get out." Like a child caught in wrongdoing, Song Hui hung his head and descended from the bed, exiting the room. He had envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with Wen Qing, even conjuring various delightful ideas and activities to share with her. Yet, he never anticipated that upon their reunion, she would already be his wife. The rapid progression of their relationship had thrown him into disarray, resulting in her injury. For years, he had cautiously guarded his feelings, only to find that reclaiming them had led to this turmoil. Tears of self-reproach welled in Song Hui's eyes, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Ultimately, the environment in which he resided was entirely dissimilar to the human world. He had never experienced love, and thus did not understand it. His care for Wen Qing stemmed purely from his heart. However, when it came to the delicate art of soothing a wife, he was utterly at a loss. Consequently, Song Hui departed his home, resolved to seek counsel from others in the village. Meanwhile, Wen Qing remained at home, quietly embracing herself while shedding silent tears. In truth, upon reflection, she could fully comprehend Song Hui's actions. Yet, understanding did not equate to acceptance. Wen Qing found herself ensnared in a perplexing cycle of thought. She was elated to be in a romantic relationship with Song Hui, even as his wife, for he was the boy she had adored since childhood. Having entrusted her entire being to him, she bore no grievances. In a certain sense, today marks their first encounter. There are still countless words left unspoken and myriad deeds yet to be accomplished, yet she finds herself so casually entangled with Song Hui. Wen Qing inwardly chastises her own lack of restraint. Suddenly, the screen before her magnifies, revealing a character representation of her, a charming little serpent named Xiao Shiri, adorned with resplendent white scales that captivate the gaze. The little serpent flicks its tongue, gazing sympathetically at Wen Qing through the screen. "Let Xiao Shiri assist you with your wounds," it suggests. Wen Qing buries her head in the crook of her arm and murmurs in response. Xiao Shiri taps on a healing function, and the charming serpent image on the screen mimics the gesture, raising its tail to point at the empty space before her. A gentle, refreshing sensation envelopes her, soothing her wounds while also tidying up the chaos around her. Although she should have resumed her live stream, Xiao Shiri, understanding that in such moments when Qing craves solitude, refrains from further action. Time passes slowly as the little serpent quietly accompanies Wen Qing. Gradually, her emotions stabilize. And propping her head on her knees, she gazes at Xiao Shiri, letting out a soft sigh. "What kind of person do you think Song Hui is?" Xiao Shiri pauses for a moment, tilting its head in contemplation. As a system of modest rank, it initially lacked the opportunity to interact with high-level game personnel and internal codes. However, its apparent affinity for human emotion garnered the attention of the higher-ups, who granted it additional permissions. Initially, Xiao Shiri believed it was merely a recognition of its capabilities, but now, understanding the connection between Wen Qing and Song Hui, it begins to grasp the underlying truths. With a sudden smile, Xiao Shiri earnestly responds to Wen Qing's inquiry. The boss possesses remarkable leadership skills. He may appear stern and unyielding, yet he genuinely cares for everyone. I find him quite gentle, although his punishments for those who break the rules can be rather intimidating. The reason Song Hui granted her permissions beyond her original duties was to ensure that she could react swiftly whenever Wen Qing was in need. Xiao Shiri had been elated after witnessing Wen Qing's performance in her introductory tasks, never anticipating such fortune in aligning with a talented newcomer. In retrospect, what seemed like mere coincidence was indeed a meticulously orchestrated arrangement by Song Hui, designed to ensure that, should Wen Qing enter the game in his absence, she would be safeguarded. When Qing pouts, he is your boss, so naturally, you would defend him. Catching a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, Xiao Shiri realizes that she is not truly displeased with its answer, and playfully continues, "Then what does the player think of the boss?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Qing succinctly replies, "A beast." Xiao Shiri stifles a laugh, nodding in agreement. The boss's conduct has consistently been brutish, and this time it has merely escalated to a more egregious level. Beep, beep. As Wen Qing and Xiao Shi were engrossed in their conversation, a prominent warning sign abruptly appeared on their screen. The alarm blared, leaving Xiao Shi no chance to ascertain what had transpired. As the surveillance footage of Wen Qing vanished into thin air, "What is happening? Wen Qing, can you still hear me? Wen Qing." The lack of synchronization on Xiaoxi's screen indicated a high likelihood of her losing connection with Wenqing. Her desperate calls were met with silence. After a moment of stunned disbelief, a message materialized on the screen. System number 0911 has been detected with multiple violations and is entering the suspension verification phase. Xiaoxi trembled as she attempted to scroll down the pop-up, revealing the signature below. System 000. Upon recognizing the number, darkness enveloped her vision, and all strength seemed to drain from her body. The very scenario she had dreaded had come to pass. System 000 represented the main system, directly overseen by Song Huai's father. The suspension warning had been issued personally by him, and while it could not be definitively concluded that their activities had been entirely exposed, it at least indicated that they were under close surveillance. At this moment, Wenqing sat in bewilderment on a metal-framed bed, her nostrils assaulted by a foul odor. Confronted with the sudden change of scenery, she instinctively called out for Xiaoxi. Again, no response came, which inexplicably stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Without the system or the barrage of comments, Wenqing felt as though she had been thrust back to the inception of the game. She awoke in her home, a place both familiar and alien. Wenqing attempted to sit up, only to discover that her feet were shackled by a chain, the other end embedded deeply into the wall beside her, rendering any attempt at escape utterly futile. Rising to her feet, she tested her range of movement, unsurprisingly confined to the dimensions of the cell. After pacing around, she returned to her bed, for with Xiaoxi absent, there was no one to elucidate her circumstances or the reason for her presence there. All she could do was wait and see what would unfold next. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the wall. Wenqing turned to face the source of the noise. It appeared to emanate from behind her. Kneeling on the bed, she pressed her ear against the wall for confirmation. Run. Just as the cold, hard sensation registered, a low, tearing sound emerged from within the wall. Startled, Wenqing fell back onto the bed, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at the discolored wall before her. In that tense silence, one could hear a pin drop. Aside from Wenqing's pounding heart and quickened breaths, there was a faint voice calling from beyond the wall. Though it sounded subdued, the recent tremor had nearly ruptured her eardrums. Wenqing dared not approach any closer. She merely raised her hand to tentatively tap against the wall, her voice trembling as she inquired, who are you? The figure opposite her seemed oblivious to Wenqing's question, continuing to speak urgently about running. The mechanical repetition of those words gradually transformed the already tense atmosphere into something sinister. Tormented by the sound, Wenqing could no longer remain in bed. She slid off and moved to the iron bars, pressing her face against them in an effort to look beside her. However, that fleeting glance shattered the already taut nerves within her. Next door was a wall. Her cell was situated at the innermost part of that side, indicating that there could not possibly be anyone next to her. Turning her gaze back toward the wall, the voice abruptly ceased. Before she could exhale a sigh of relief, the sound erupted once more. This time, it came from all directions, the incessant running resembling a death knell, compelling Wenqing to crouch down. Her head cradled in her arms as she helplessly trembled in the corner. Wenqing, can you hear me? Wenqing. Suddenly, Xiaoxi's voice rang out in her mind. Like a beam of light dispelling darkness, Wenqing, pale-faced, lifted her head in joy. Unfortunately, there was no luminous screen before her, nor did she see the reassuring little white snake she had imagined. Xiaoxi's voice echoed again. It seemed she could see the scene where Wenqing was. Yet Wenqing could not see her. Wonderful. We've finally connected. Don't rush. Listen to me. The main system discovered my attempt to restart the instance, and we are both now confined in a small dark room, awaiting the results of the review. The boss has gone to handle it, if all goes well. Just wait a few minutes longer, and you should be able to leave. As Xiaoxi's words faded, a weight settled in Wenqing's palm. The pendant of Song Huai appeared, the miniature figure cradling a vial of restorative potion. Previously, Wenqing had been unable to sense the aura attached to this pendant. Yet, her emotions were now highly unstable, rendering her perception exceptionally acute. The unique essence of her beloved emanating from the pendant significantly alleviated her tense state. Taking the restorative potion, Wenqing inhaled deeply a couple of times to calm her racing heart before consuming the potion in one swift motion. Slowly rising to her feet, she prioritized the concern for Xiaoxi amidst the crisis. Is it all right for you to contact me like this? Xiaoxi's tone was clearly nonchalant. There is a problem, but it's not a significant one. Xiaoxi lacked the ability to contend with the main system. Her swift location of Wenqing was solely thanks to the positioning provided by Song Huai. In other words, Song Huai's current directive was for her to disregard the rules and ensure Wenqing's safety. noting Wenqing's worried expression. Xiaoxi did not withhold the instructions given by Song Hui prior to his departure. Do not worry, there will be no issues. This doll and the potion are specifically entrusted to me by the elder, who also sent word for you to remain untroubled. He will handle everything. Wenqing gently caressed the doll named Song Hui, its cotton fabric soft to the touch. Suddenly, as if triggered by some unseen mechanism, the doll's arm twitched, startling Wenqing to the point where she nearly dropped it. The doll's arm slowly raised, and a shard of light, reminiscent of obsidian, flickered and pierced through the adjacent wall. Xiao Shiyi's tone was laced with surprise. This doll seems to desire to guide you. From Xiao Shiyi's tone, Wenqing discerned that Song Hui had certainly not disclosed the doll's true purpose. Given that it was a guide from Song Hui, she was inclined to believe it. However, she found herself confined and unable to leave her cell. Clutching the doll, Wenqing resignedly approached the wall illuminated by the light. A sudden thought struck her. She raised her hand and tapped on the area where the light penetrated, then on other spots as well. Indeed, the sounds differed. The location indicated by the light produced a crisp sound, while the areas behind were hollow. Energized by this revelation, Wenqing swiftly scanned the cramped room for any tools that might assist her in breaking through this spot. Her gaze settled on one of the bed legs, which was already decayed and on the verge of breaking. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to act. She lifted one corner of the bed, wrapped the iron chain around the weakened leg twice, and forcefully kicked it, pulling with all her might. The part embedded in the wall resisted her efforts, tightening under pressure, until finally, bang, the rickety iron bed collapsed. Wenqing was unable to withdraw in time, resulting in the fallen bed frame crushing her ankle bone. While it was not enough to incapacitate her, the momentary sharp pain caused her to gasp. She pulled her foot free and gently rubbed it, waiting for the pain to subside before hastily retrieving a broken iron pipe. Limping towards the wall, she began to dig. Fortunately, the prolonged dampness had already softened the thin wall. Within minutes, a concealed pull ring emerged before her. Glancing at the shackles on her feet, and then at the corresponding connection on the wall, she surmised the purpose of the pull ring. The beam of light emanating from Song Hui, which hung at her waist, continued to illuminate the pull ring without any sign of change. It was time to test it. Taking a deep breath, Wenqing raised her hand and tugged forcefully at the pull ring, with each clank of her foot chain. The heavy creaking of the iron gate accompanied its gradual ascent. The bindings were released, and at last, Wenqing could leave this place. Wenqing cautiously lifted the doll, peering ahead, as the air was suffused with a damp and moldy odor. The cold red brick walls appeared mottled under the faint flicker of candlelight. Pressing closely against the wall, she moved forward with utmost care. Her shadow elongated in the candlelight, intermingling with the surrounding darkness. In this confined space, time seemed to freeze. Enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of her footsteps and breaths, Xiaoxi's voice resonated with unusual clarity in the stillness, emanating through the cold digits, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Here once lay the confines for those who dared to rebel. Yet with the evolution of the game and the rewriting of its underlying code, these places gradually faded into obscurity, the dungeons slowly forgotten. Wenqing was filled with perplexity regarding this world that was both tangible and ethereal. She voiced her inner queries, asking, Xiaoxi, what are the father that Song Hui mentioned and the master system you speak of? Xiaoxi's reply was simple yet profound. For the players, this is a game. For us, this is reality. The creator has fashioned everything, including the master system. A torrent of complex emotions surged within Wenqing. Why would he draw us into this game? To her, it seemed like an immense conspiracy. However, Xiaoxi's response plunged her into silence. Perhaps it is merely out of boredom. Merely boredom? To him, was human life merely a triviality to be squandered at will? Humans can exhibit compassion towards their pets. Yet this being indulges in various forms of torment against them. This rationale ignited a fear and fury within her that was difficult to articulate. Reluctant to delve deeper into these thoughts, she shifted her focus ahead. As her hand grazed the iron door at the end, a force pulled her into a blinding white light, and the scene abruptly transformed. She found herself in a nocturnal graveyard. The waning moon hung high, resembling a sharp silver hook, casting a cold luminescence upon the desolate burial ground. Under the moonlight, the mounds of earth rose and fell chaotically, encircling Wenqing like scars upon the earth. Before some mounds lay offerings, yet they had been pillaged by nocturnal rodents, leaving only fruit cores forlornly resting in dilapidated plates, evoking a profound sense of desolation. Standing amidst this profound silence, a chill crept up from her feet. She had never encountered such a barren resting place, devoid of tombstones. Names, only these haphazardly piled mounds, and the exposed white bones from shallow excavations. She swallowed hard, an indescribable shock and sorrow swelling within her as she softly murmured, "Not even a single stone." Her voice echoed in the quiet night, laced with a tremor. In the graveyard of the deep night, when Qing's footsteps became exceedingly cautious, fearing to disturb the resting souls, and even more so, dreading to inadvertently tread upon those fragile remains. She navigated through the graveyard, her heart laden with uncertainty and dread. As she reached the midpoint of the graveyard, when Qing suddenly halted her steps, summoning her courage, she crouched down to scrutinize the skeletal remains. In the moonlight, the contours of the bones appeared exceptionally distinct, revealing the scars of a life marked by abuse and torment. As a medical student, when Qing was adept at discerning the gender of these remains, the female pelvis was low and wide, while the male bones bore a rougher texture. Yet, all she observed here were the remains of women and children, devoid of any male skeletons. Why are there only corpses of women or children here? Her voice carried a hint of anger and confusion. She understood that these bones concealed the dark secrets of the village, lives that had been mistreated, neglected, and abandoned. At that moment, Xiaoxi's voice emerged, attempting to maintain composure, yet when Qing could detect the underlying sorrow and indignation. "Congratulations, player, you have uncovered a crucial clue. The narrative exploration is being refined. In this village, ancient prejudices intertwine like vines, deeply rooted in this land. Here, the notion of male superiority and female inferiority is entrenched, akin to an invisible shackle that confines the value of women to the expectation of bearing sons. Driven by such beliefs, women who fail to produce male heirs are regarded as burdensome and worthless." Xiaoxi's words resonated with profound sorrow, her voice nearly choking. As if compelled by that invisible weight to pause momentarily, her words stirred tumultuous waves within when Qing, deepening her understanding of the village's darkness. Clenching her teeth, a piercing chill seeped into her voice. "They have slaughtered those so-called incapable women, along with the children born of the wrong gender. Is such barbarity the tradition of this village?" Xiaoxi fell silent for half a second before softly affirming with a gentle, adding a final remark. The fire to the south was intended to conceal that massacre and fabricate a natural disaster. This statement struck Wen Qing like a sledgehammer, instilling within her a profound sense of helplessness and rage. The secret of the mountain deity should have been a quest for Wen Qing to explore herself. However, the current disposition of the mountain deity rendered normal exploration impossible, prompting Xiaoxi to reveal the truth directly to her. The mountain deity did indeed exist, but the one enshrined in the temple now is a monster tainted by resentment. The village chief's insistence on unconditional worship of the mountain deity aims to harness the pure belief of later generations, using it as the final shackle to seal away that resentment. Upon hearing this, as when Qing recalled the visage of the so-called mountain deity, clarity dawned upon her. The multitude of faces engulfed in flames, the mountain deity, once the guardian of this land, had now become a prisoner of resentment, trapped within the shadows of its own temple. The mountain deity was both fortunate and unfortunate. In the realm where he existed, a group of intruders arrived, who subsequently became his devoted followers. The village chief, accompanied by the townsfolk, worshipped him with deep reverence, even erecting a temple in his honor. Though modest in appearance, the mountain deity felt immense satisfaction and devoted himself wholeheartedly to protecting his believers. Yet, his capabilities were limited, rendering him unable to ensure favorable weather during calamities. Ultimately, the mountain god discovered that his followers were conspiring a shocking plan of eradication. When the flames ignited, he exerted all his efforts to intervene. But having lost the ability to summon good fortune, he could not extinguish the inferno either. The mountain deity resembled a doting mother, whose boundless love led to her own misfortune. Human nature remained a sight too painful to behold. Wen Qing stood upon this cursed land, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of powerlessness that nearly suffocated her. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails dug deep into her palms, her breath quickening and growing heavy, her body trembling slightly as waves of anger surged within her, difficult to contain. The actions of these people were beyond the reach of any precise term in the dictionary. To call them beasts would risk an insult to the animals. To label them scum would evoke a fear of their self-destruction. Anger gnawed at her rationality, and suddenly, when Qing spoke, her eyes glinting with a cold light tinged with murderous intent. "Xiaoshi, please tell me what items are available in the marketplace that can be manipulated." Chapter 50, Negotiation, Revised. Within Wen Qing's heart, a bold plan was brewing. After a brief inquiry, Xiao Shuri responded with the results. Yes, who do you wish to control? Let me check the required potion level. A faint smile graced Wen Qing's lips, embodying a calm yet resolute decision, the mountain god. Xiao Shuri paused momentarily, but promptly replied to Wen Qing's inquiry. Yes. The obedient potion advanced, with a control level of 100, effective for 10 minutes, though it is somewhat costly. Wen Qing was unfazed by the price. Do I have enough money? She asked directly and confidently. Xiao Shuri's response came as no surprise. Of course. You can purchase any item in the marketplace at your discretion. However, Xiao Shuri hesitated, cautiously inquiring, what do you intend to make the mountain god do? Taking a deep breath, Wen Qing concealed her fury beneath a calm facade. She poured herself a cup of tea and replied slowly, of course, to kill. This statement pierced the air like a chilling winter wind, resolute and unyielding. Wen Qing had never envisioned herself harboring such a ruthless thought, yet in this peculiar world, her mindset had irrevocably shifted. A sense of unease washed over Xiao Shuri as it sensed the oppressive aura that Wen Qing inherited from Song Huai. While apprehensive about Wen Qing's transformation, Xiao Shuri felt compelled to respect her determination. Just a reminder, you currently cannot purchase any items, Xiao Shuri stammered. Wen Qing collapsed onto the bed with a soft murmur, indicating that she would wait for the right moment to speak. Her tone exuded an air of calm confidence, as if she had everything under control. Time trickled by, and when the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the space before Wen Qing's bed, the light screen flickered to life once more, displaying the cheerful figure of Xiao Shi spinning joyfully on the screen. The audience in the live stream, having experienced an unexpected disconnection, remained undeterred, their enthusiasm only intensifying. Wife, it's such a relief to see you safe. Well, let us sleep together. Let us sleep. I can finally snuggle with the beauty again. Sister, look at me. Yet to fully awaken. Wen Qing found Xiao Shi had already posted an announcement on her behalf. System announcement. Due to a reboot of the instance, some data anomalies occurred, causing disconnection issues. We sincerely apologize for the unsatisfactory viewing experience. By the time Wen Qing awoke, the sun was high in the sky, heralding noon. After exchanging a brief greeting with her viewers to assure them of her well-being, she caressed the silky fabric of her qi-pao, shaking off her earlier languor. Her expression returning to one of cool detachment. She parted her crimson lips, her voice resonating softly in the tranquil room. Tinged with an imperceptible chill, let us depart. The weather is splendid today, perfect for settling some old scores. Stepping through the doorway, sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows around her. The audience in the live stream, taken aback by her sudden proclamation, was flooded with queries. Huh? Did I miss something? Wait, what happened? Hee, is something about to go down? Wen Qing glanced at the barrage of comments without rushing to respond, merely smiling gently, her lips curving upward. As if to say, you will soon find out. Internally, she signaled to Xiao Shi to prepare the obedient potion. Xiao Shi replied, received. This was a tacit understanding, a prelude to the impending action. Just as Wen Qing stepped over the threshold, a figure clad in red, resembling a phoenix of flame, suddenly lunged toward her. Instinctively, she caught the newcomer, only to find Jiang Yao's tears flowing freely in her embrace. Wen Qing tenderly stroked her hair, and after a brief moment of surprise, the reason dawned on her. It must be that a new bride had been captured, and this time it was Jiang Yao. Seeing Jiang Yao in such distress made it clear that she had endured quite a shock the previous night. Wen Qing understood that she could not bring Jiang Yao inside, as Song Huai was absent, and the village chief and villagers could arrive at any moment. A plan had already formed in her mind. Perhaps we should eliminate them together. Jiang Yao's tears abruptly ceased as she looked up, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Yet her subsequent reaction epitomized absolute trust. Wiping away her tears, she grasped Wen Qing's hand tightly, wordlessly conveying her agreement. The viewers in the live stream witnessed this poignant moment, their comments brimming with astonishment and admiration. As Jiang Yao observed the comments in the live stream, she pouted and softly defended herself, stating that she could only trust Sister Wen Qing. Wen Qing's choice had proven her wisdom. Shortly after their departure, the village chief arrived with a group of people, only to find the room utterly deserted, yielding nothing. Before the mountain goddess temple, Wen Qing briefly outlined the challenges they were about to face. The moment they stepped into the temple, a chilling gust of wind swept forth from the depths, bearing an unsettling aura. The red mist surged in the wind, as if possessing a life of its own, slowly coalescing into a blazing fire. With the figure of the mountain god flickering within, Jiang Yao's heart raced, fear causing her legs to tremble slightly. Yet she mustered her courage and positioned herself protectively behind Wen Qing. The gazes of the three converged in the air, each glance akin to a sharp blade, probing the intentions of the others. The mountain god's eyes darted between Wenqing and Jiang Yao, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He contemplated whether to adhere to his role and devour these daring intruders to preserve his authority, but these two players appeared to be of little consequence. Meanwhile, Wenqing pondered her choice of words. Jiang Yao's mind was in disarray. She imagined the worst possible outcome, and, should death be inevitable, she wished for a swift resolution. At last, Wenqing broke the silence, her voice calm yet powerful. Do you harbor hatred for those villagers? This question landed like a stone cast into a still lake, sending ripples throughout the atmosphere. The flames enveloping the mountain god flared violently in response to her words, causing the temperature within the temple to soar. Unfazed, Wenqing gently urged Jiang Yao to step back, maintaining a safe distance from the mountain god. His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating within the temple. My followers, depart at once. His tone conveyed urgency, yet the flames began to shift from red to black, revealing his inner turmoil. Wenqing remained steadfast, retrieving a vial of potion from her sleeve. She presented her proposition to the mountain god. Shall we strike a deal for mutual benefit? Her words were laced with temptation, underscored by a profound confidence in her own power. The mountain god's flames gradually stabilized at her suggestion. His voice tinged with a raspy quality. What is it that you seek? Wenqing offered a slight smile, sensing the mountain god's wavering resolve. What I desire is merely the peace of the innocents. Her words conveyed a sense of compassion, yet were imbued with unwavering determination. The mountain god fell silent, his flames slowly subsiding, and ultimately, he acquiesced to Wenqing's terms. Wenqing handed the potion to the mountain god, and as it vanished, the voice of Little 11 echoed throughout the temple. Congratulations, player, you have successfully administered the obedience potion to the mountain god. Wenqing turned, her silhouette illuminated by the flames, her hair dancing in the wind, and her gaze resolute and profound. She pointed towards the north, her voice imbued with an irresistible force. Divine retribution is imminent. Chapter 51. The disappearance of the village, completion of the instance, revised, moments later. Wenqing and Jiang Yao sat atop a platform in the village center, each holding a popsicle, exchanging casual anecdotes from their lives in the real world. The fiery glow reflected in their eyes mingled with the splattering blood, which evaporated before touching their garments due to the intense heat. Wenqing cast a disapproving glance at the fleeing villagers, her tone laced with dissatisfaction as the popsicle melted rapidly. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement, licking the syrup that dripped onto her fingers. Aren't we going to help? Wenqing gazed at the mountain deity, now fully consumed by malevolent intent. Her form engulfed in flames that took on the shape of a graceful woman, surrounded by sparks that resembled red lotuses. An aura of resentment entwined around her, akin to a dark mist, interweaving with the flames, rising with an insatiable fury and wailing. I feel we should be concerned if she is not satisfied after her rampage. Might she not turn her wrath upon us? Jiang Yao's smile faltered. Wenqing glanced at the countdown, calmly adding, time is running out. At that moment, Wenqing was unaware that her deliberately intimidating demeanor mirrored that of Song Hui from the past. The audience in the live stream voiced their thoughts unabashedly. What a shame. Such a beautiful woman led astray. Has the host awakened her dark side? I love her even more. Crazy, wicked older sister, mine. Fortunately, I have no principles. I adore the host in any form. Wenqing caught sight of the comments in her peripheral vision and noticed Jiang Yao's reddened eyes. Realizing too late that her jest may have gone too far, she hurriedly reassured her. It's all right. Look, it's already over. In a mere 10 minutes. The once peaceful village had transformed into a sea of flames, thick smoke enveloping the sky, buildings collapsed, sparks flying, the inferno raging like a ferocious beast, mercilessly obliterating everything in its path. Amidst this towering blaze, the resentment within the mountain deity was also unleashed. The deity's form began to change, the flames that had possessed her gradually extinguishing, leaving only faint embers. As the fire subsided, her true visage was finally revealed. Her skin exhibited a unique deep green hue, her petite figure radiating an aura of resilience and strength. Thank you. A voice as pure as a clear spring rang out. This sound seemed to emanate from another realm, so crisp and melodious that it captivated the heart. Wenqing and Jiang Yao's bodies stiffened momentarily, slowly leaning forward as if caressed by a gentle breeze, succumbing to an irresistible slumber. In the distance, Wenqing faintly perceived the emotionless voice of Xiaoxi reporting. Congratulations to the player for completing the Dungeon of Joy. Returning to the rest hall. Upon opening her eyes once more, Wenqing found herself once again upon that familiar grand bed, the linens freshly changed, exuding the warm scent of sunlight. Before her, The indigo-hued screen displayed a somewhat altered summary of her dungeon completion due to numerous unforeseen circumstances. Much of the content appeared as garbled text, with only the rewards section intact. Rewards: Blessing of the Mountain God, Spirit Exploration, Rest Days, 1, total, 2. The Blessing of the Mountain God, Spirit Exploration? With a thought, the details of the rewards materialized. Blessing of the Mountain God. All attributes increased by 10 points. When Qing summoned her character panel for review, Health, 110,110, Stamina, 40,100, Mentality, 25,100, Intelligence, 92100. The other values remained within normal parameters. Yet her health had astonishingly surpassed its maximum limit. Curious, when Qing inquired of Xiaoxi, is there a difference with 110? Xiaoxi, having never encountered such a scenario, replied, I don't know. Perhaps we should wait for the boss to return and ask. When Qing nodded in resignation, accepting the situation as it was. As for Spirit Exploration, upon confirming its binding usage, countless strands floated from her palm, maneuvering in accordance with her thoughts. Spirit Exploration, current level 1, fragile, can only be used for probing. Incapable of inflicting any damage. To her astonishment, this was indeed an upgradable weapon, and the description indicated it could eventually deal damage. Overwhelmed with excitement, when Qing trembled with joy, the strands in her left palm coalescing into a heart shape, swaying gently. In the live stream, viewers erupted with enthusiasm. My goodness! The streamer's luck with this system is phenomenal. She actually drew a high-level weapon. Is this not a shady operation? I'm so envious. I wouldn't dare dream of this. A legendary gaming life that seems to have come to fruition. This weapon is perfect for the streamer. Compact and portable. Wow, does anyone understand the value of an upgradable item? Rare among the rare, exquisite among the exquisite. When Qing took a deep breath to steady her nerves, attempting to manipulate the strands to retrieve a water bottle from the nearby table. The strands moved swiftly, akin to hands, wrapping around the handle and bringing it closer. Controlling it is easier than I expected, she mused, although the scoring was not visible. Judging by the one rest day, it appeared she had indeed leveled up. With a yawn and a stretch, when Qing flopped back onto the bed, preparing to end the stream and enjoy a restful break, the viewers in the live chat began their familiar chants. Don't go, don't go. Let us do another dungeon. Please give us a preview. Could you at least provide a hint? I'm so reluctant. I don't want to leave. Having learned from past experiences, this time when Qing was resolute, no amount of persuasion would sway her. The rewards from the dungeon are so enticing that she finds herself in a rare good mood, yet she does not wish to invite trouble upon herself. When Qing merely thinks about it, if she were to draw now and encounter some nightmarish horror, she would undoubtedly weep. Resting her chin on her hand while lying on the bed, she waves at the camera, urging viewers not to rush, promising to see them the day after tomorrow. With an abundance of farewells filling the screen, the live stream concludes. When Qing flips over to lie flat on her back, fiddling with the doll of Song Huai, her eyes inevitably tinged with concern. She murmurs to herself, wondering if anything will go awry. Rest well, my dear. I shall seek you in the next dungeon. When Qing, the sudden response to her soliloquy is startling. She sits up abruptly, scanning her surroundings for Song Huai's presence. Yet, there is none. Gradually, her gaze returns to the doll in her hands, which now seems to be gazing up at her with an eerie expression. When Qing swallows hard, unable to suppress her inner commentary. Such dolls only appear appealing when they are lifeless. Previously, she found it quite charming, but in the cramped, dark space, she was too anxious to observe it closely. Now, under the influence of her mind, the more she looks, the more it sends shivers down her spine. Quietly, she sets it aside and prepares to rest. In her dreams, when Qing finds herself back at the place where she first encountered Song Huai, the lush green grass sprawls like a vast verdant carpet, the gentle breeze rustling the blades with a soft whisper. This place remains etched in the depths of Wen Qing's memories. Looking down, she realizes she is clad in the same floral white dress she wore back then. Her low ponytail secured with a daisy hair tie. As she strolls through the scene, her previously vague memories sharpen into clarity. Hurry, we're running out of time. Suddenly, a boyish bright voice calls out from behind her, and when Qing turns to see, her pupils dilate in shock. Chapter 52, The Place of First Encounter. New Dungeon, The Eerie School. It is Song Huai. More precisely, it is the younger version of him, dressed in a light blue t-shirt and white shorts. His cherubic face exudes none of the distance found in his present demeanor, appearing soft and inviting, almost irresistible to pinch. Quickly, Song Huai waves her over. And as when Qing glances around, not spotting anyone else, she hesitantly responds, coming. Wenqing strides toward him, and he immediately takes her hand, pulling her into a run. The height difference compels her to bend slightly, her steps faltering, yet she follows him in a daze. A gust of wind, fragrant with flowers, sweeps by, lifting her long skirt, prompting her instinctively to lower her head and hold down the hem. At that moment, Song Hui releases her hand. When Wenqing lifts her head after adjusting her hair, she finds that Song Hui has vanished, and the once unchanging grassy landscape begins to transform. Before Wenqing stood a long flight of stairs. Suddenly turning her head to look back, the path she had taken had vanished. At that moment, she found herself inside an aged school, seemingly forgotten by time. Its walls displayed a desolate gray hue, marred by mottled stains and peeling paint, surrounded by dense weeds and thorns. Wenqing swallowed hard, yearning to escape. She had never been one to indulge in curiosity. Yet, her feet seemed to possess a will of their own, leading her step by step up the stairs. The iron chain hanging from the teaching building's door snapped open automatically, and the door swung wide without a breeze, revealing a pitch-black entrance that resembled an abyss, sending chills down her spine. A cold, sinister aura emanated from within, permeating the air, causing her heart to race. Her body instinctively recoiled, yet her feet remained steadfast in their forward march. Ultimately, Wenqing's figure vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, the live stream room, which was supposed to remain closed for 2 days, unexpectedly sprang to life. Can people really enter? Can you see me speaking? Yes. But what is this? Why is the screen black? Can this program update? It keeps malfunctioning. Here I come. The picture is up. It's up. As more and more viewers flooded in, the barrage of comments quickened. Gradually, the screen began to display an image. Wenqing, still clad in her previous floral white dress, slowly opened her eyes, her expression a blend of confusion and fear as she scanned her surroundings. The host looks so beautiful. Wow, she has so Forest Girl style. This outfit is so sweet. My heart is melting. Why did the instance open early? Poor host. The main system is a scoundrel, surely capitalizing on the host's popularity. Despite the enthusiastic comments, the Wenqing on screen remained unresponsive, cautiously standing still without rushing to act. It wasn't long before viewers began to notice something amiss. Can she not see our messages? That is possible, and this time even the instance information hasn't appeared. This looks like a school, right? There are only 2 schools in the game, either that Women's Academy or the Day of the Dead instance. But don't you think this school doesn't resemble either of those? Could it possibly be a new instance? Seems like the host has used all her luck on romance and dross. Why is she always so unlucky in instances? At that moment, Wenqing truly could not see the comments. The lower left corner was bare, devoid of even the small figure of Xiaoxi. Just as she prepared to raise her hand to see if she could use her spirit-sensing ability, a light screen suddenly popped up before her, revealing the long-awaited instance information. Title: The Sinister Academy. Description: This is an eerie institution, where you, as a player, have inadvertently stumbled in. In 7 days, a collective health examination will occur. If you cannot escape beforehand, well, objective: within 7 days, discover a means to flee from this place. In addition to the players, there are 35 other humans in this scenario. Wenqing attempted to close the luminous screen before her, but it appeared to be frozen, refusing to diminish. Furrowing her brow, she suddenly found a yellow bean-shaped smiley face popping up on the screen, its eyes gradually oozing blood, coalescing into ominous words. You will die here. This bizarre scene seemed visible to Wenqing alone. To the audience in the live stream, everything appeared normal. Why isn't the host moving? Is she too scared to react? It's indeed a new scenario. What kind of perilous tale is this? My goodness, a sinister school. What kind of courses do they teach? Cannibalism? Frightening? Dismemberment? Damn, this is bound to expose everything. I'm truly at a loss. How do we play this? Pretend to be sick to skip class. But the monsters can't fall ill, can they? As the barrage of comments fervently debated potential solutions, Wenqing found herself bereft of the opportunity to ponder. Knock. Knock, knock. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. A woman in high heels, clutching a textbook, appeared at the corner, preparing to ascend the stairs. She immediately spotted Wenqing, who stood dazed at the doorway. Her neck elongated like a rubber band as she leaned in closer, her tone somewhat displeased. Why aren't you in class? Just as Wenqing managed to close the screen, she was confronted by the sinister entity, nearly fainting from fright. Fortunately, her mental fortitude had recently improved slightly, leaving her with just 5 points remaining. Her heart raced like a drum, pounding so fiercely that her ribs ached. What to do? What should she say? At that moment, Wenqing was utterly clueless and dared not speak recklessly. Noticing the teacher's lips curling into a grin, she hastily summoned a stray thread, pulling down a nearby trash bin. Feigning surprise as she pointed behind the teacher, her voice urgent, "Hey, don't run away." Wenqing's reaction was akin to someone trying to sneak upstairs to evade punishment, only to inadvertently knock over a trash bin in their nervousness. The teacher instantly turned her head and hurried upstairs, muttering curses under her breath. "You little brat. Don't let me catch you." As her figure began to vanish around the staircase corner, she suddenly craned her neck back down to glance at Wenqing. The look in her eyes clearly conveyed, "Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to meet your demise?" Wenqing promptly bowed in gratitude and swiftly darted up the opposite staircase. Halfway up, she abruptly halted. She still had no idea where her classroom was. Chapter 53. Wenqing, Learning How to Endure, revised. With class time fast approaching, Wenqing anxiously stood on the staircase, at a loss for her next move. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps sounded behind her, as a girl who appeared to be merely in her teens dashed up the stairs. The moment Wenqing laid her eyes on the girl, it felt as though she had encountered a savior. "How wonderful! My dear friend is truly considerate." Upon hearing this, Wenqing's joy intensified. It seemed that this girl was indeed in the same class as her. Without further ado, she reached out to pull her along, urging, "Let us hurry, or we'll be late." "All right." The two of them clasped hands and dashed upward, with Wenqing deliberately lagging slightly behind to allow her companion to lead the way. They ascended 2 more floors and halted on the 4th. Entering the stairwell classroom at the far left. The advantage of attending a large lecture hall is that slipping in through the back door is less likely to attract attention. The girl appeared to be a habitual offender, skillfully unlocking the door while the teacher was preoccupied with the presentation. She crouched and slipped inside. Wenqing dared not breathe too loudly, quickly following suit. There were ample empty seats in the back, and Wenqing found a spot nearby. However, before she could settle down, the teacher suddenly looked up, their penetrating gaze locking onto Wenqing's. Feeling guilty, she hastily averted her eyes. Yet she could not escape the fate of being called upon. The teacher's chilling voice resonated through the microphone, the student in the last row wearing a skirt. "What is your name?" Wenqing contemplated feigning ignorance, but a glance revealed that she was indeed the only one in that row wearing a skirt. With a resigned sigh, she accepted her fate. "I have no choice," she thought, standing up obediently to state her name. "Teacher, I am Wenqing." The teacher nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Wenqing, let us see if you can recall what we discussed in the last class." With that, the teacher returned to fiddling with the presentation. The audience in the live stream, their hearts rising and falling, now felt a renewed tension. "Ah, this streamer must be a top student. Don't be nervous. Considering their age, it should be high school material." It's been said that classes held in such lecture halls are usually not focused on subjects like math or English, but rather on moral education. So it shouldn't be too difficult. "You can do it, streamer. I believe in you." Wenqing lowered her gaze, taking shallow breaths to ease her anxiety while mentally reviewing key concepts across various subjects. Fortunately, her memory was quite good, as long as the content wasn't too obscure. She should manage. Just as she finished her silent self-reassurance, the teacher addressed her, pointing to the screen. "Let us take a look at this image." Looking at the picture, Wenqing's heart, which had been in suspense, began to settle. If there was an image, even if she had forgotten some details, it could at least aid her recollection and analysis. She lifted her gaze, only to find herself frozen in place. The image depicted a harrowing scene. A person was struggling to crawl out of a heating incinerator, their palms charred and bloodied, every detail vividly clear, as if she could feel the searing heat and excruciating pain. In such a situation, what measures should be taken? The teacher posed the question. Among the students present, some turned back with curiosity to await Wenqing's response, while others engaged in contemplation, and a few whispered mischievously the answers to her, though those answers were evidently inconsistent. Wenqing stared at the image suffused with an atmosphere of horror and tragedy, remaining silent for a long while. Each time she locked eyes with the man in the picture who was gazing back at the camera, she could discern the emotions he felt at that moment and the message he wished to convey. This had become a professional habit of hers after she became a psychologist. When faced with depressed patients, she could adeptly read their unspoken thoughts through their eyes. Yet now, this ability had become an impediment to her contemplation. The overwhelming despair, the intense feelings of hopelessness and fear almost crushed Wenqing. In this moment, she wished to acknowledge her own inadequacy. Such emotions were beyond her capacity to alleviate. The audience in the live stream urged anxiously, offering various possible answers. "This is obvious. Just bring him back. Why not block him at the other end?" "Hey, Isn't this the one from the morgue instance? I remember not. This player is suspected of providing information about other instances. This comment has been muted. Regardless of how the viewers in the live stream attempted to provide insights, Wenqing found herself unable to absorb any of it. Logically, she should have been able to express her apologies for forgetting and ask the teacher to repeat the question. However, the nature of the question made it abundantly clear to Wenqing that this was no ordinary school setting. Naturally, she could not think in conventional terms. Wenqing lowered her gaze, took a deep breath, and forced herself not to look into the man's eyes, instead surveying the entire background. The teacher's patience had worn thin. The smile on his face had vanished entirely. "My class does not welcome you," he stated, dismissively. Wenqing interrupted him, and her response exceeded everyone's expectations. An outcry erupted in the live stream. "You truly are my sister. Do you even hear what you're saying? Huh? Very good. I'm impressed. The host must be unwell. This answer is worse than simply saying I don't know. I'm genuinely curious. I was just anticipating something." Wenqing's response was incorrect. Yet the teacher did not immediately impose a punishment. Instead, he granted her the opportunity to explain. From the amused expressions of her classmates, Wenqing already sensed her error, but steadied her resolve to provide an explanation. With utmost conviction, she asserted that the place the man exited was certainly not an exit. Although she had never seen that particular style of incinerator depicted in the image, upon careful observation of the door the man had opened, she noticed some block-like objects protruding from behind it, which she surmised to be coal. The teacher remained silent for a moment before signaling for Wenqing to take her seat. In that instant, Wenqing nearly slumped back into her chair. Cold sweat had thoroughly soaked her thin gauze dress, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. The teacher offered a commendatory remark. "Classmate Wenqing, you have discovered a detail that even the instructor overlooked. This is worthy of praise. However, the students must also remember that in this type of scenario, if a player exhibits signs of evasion, it can be interpreted as a refusal to cooperate with treatment or work, thereby permitting us to launch a direct attack. Do you understand?" "Understood." The resounding reply echoed in Wenqing's ears, reigniting her cold sweat. She clenched the hem of her dress tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of fear yet compelling herself to focus intently on the lesson. Suddenly, a realization struck her. The lessons taught by the teacher were all about how to target players, implying that if she studied diligently, she might one day leverage her acquired knowledge to secure her own survival. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Chapter 54. The first time learning feels so difficult. Revised. This theoretical lesson was destined to cast a long shadow over Wenqing's life. Although each class lasted for 45 minutes, Wenqing perfectly exemplified the notion that differing mindsets yield vastly different experiences. The teacher had just introduced a single concept when Wenqing began to gag, her pallid complexion resembling that of someone who had lost half their life. Indeed, the imagination can be rich, but reality is often stark. Witnessing her own demise proved to be overwhelmingly intense. Fortunately, the teacher was merciful and did not call upon her to answer questions. The bell, the sound of the dismissal bell, was like celestial music to Wenqing's ears. She lifted her bleary eyes, filled with anticipation, and gazed toward the door. "Class is dismissed. Tomorrow afternoon we will discuss." The teacher's voice faded into the distance as Wenqing could no longer contain herself and bolted from the classroom, locking herself in the innermost stall of the restroom, where she began to vomit. The good news was that she had succeeded. She had discerned the classification of types. There were three main categories. The students in today's class belonged to the most common type, neutral. Under normal circumstances, they could not directly attack players and required appropriate circumstances and justification. Moreover, if they failed to eliminate a target within 30 minutes, their status would revert to neutral. The other two types, which were quite rare, were friendly and hostile. The friendly type was exceedingly scarce and could offer assistance if their demands were met. Conversely, the hostile type, as the name suggests, harbored a natural animosity towards players and were typically unable to communicate. Additionally, there were some insights into how to lure players into triggering kill rules under specific scenarios. In summary, the knowledge gained was immensely beneficial for Wenqing, albeit it inflicted significant psychological distress. "Wenqing, are you all right?" came the worried voice of Mao Xiaoxia from outside. Mao Xiaoxia was the girl who had attended class with Wenqing that day. She had also been called upon in the previous lesson, and Wenqing had made a point of remembering her name. "Today, it seems the milk I consumed has expired. Alas, this must be the reason for my tardiness." Wenqing stepped out, articulating the excuse she had meticulously crafted. Approaching the sink to rinse her mouth, Mao Xiaoxia suddenly leaned in conspiratorially, whispering in Wenqing's ear. Wenqing, I'm actually a player. Wenqing. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished, yet they swiftly began to analyze the situation. Is it true or false? It feels genuine. She has been quite friendly towards the host. Indeed, while caution is advisable. I tend to believe she is a player. Wasn't it mentioned in class that those attending are neutral? Her overly amicable demeanor raises suspicions. However, the pressing issue remains. How can we verify this? While the viewers continued to deliberate on methods of validation, Wenqing had already reacted. She instantly pivoted, commanding the ethereal threads of her palm to lift a shard of shattered mirror from the corner, while her other hand firmly grasped Mao Xiaoxia's neck. Pinning her against the sink, her gaze coldly amused. Are you truly a player? Mao Xiaoxia, quick to respond, urgently twisted her head 180 degrees to apologize. I am not. I am not. Sister Qing, I was wrong. Wenqing clicked her tongue, releasing her grip with a feigned look of regret. The live stream audience reacted. Sister, you are truly ruthless. This is the mark of a true warrior. A strong individual never complains about their circumstances. It seems the host is indeed a formidable opponent. This probing tactic is exceptionally hardcore. This development was unexpected, yet undeniably effective. Had it been me, I would have perished by now. As Mao Xiaoxia straightened her head and noticed Wenqing's somber expression, she assumed her friend was still upset. Grasping her hand, she gazed earnestly into her eyes. I was wrong, right? How about I treat you to lunch at the cafeteria today? Please don't be angry. Mao Xiaoxia was attempting to be endearing. But Wenqing only wished to escape. She was not angry. Rather, she had yet to recover from the fright. The visual impact of that twisted neck had been overwhelming. Wenqing's previous intimidation was merely a bluff. The threads were exceedingly difficult to detect, especially in such dim lighting, crafted to project an aura of special abilities. However, she had not anticipated Mao Xiaoxia's hardcore response to her skepticism. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. The two exited the restroom. Wenqing, listening to Mao Xiaoxia recount her amusing experiences of the day while internally reassuring herself to remain strong. The thought of a brief 15-minute respite after class nearly brought her to tears. For the first time, she felt that studying was the most arduous task in existence. With a furrowed brow, she followed Mao Xiaoxia out of the classroom building, and as the gymnasium drew nearer, Wenqing felt an impending sense of doom. If the theory class had been this intense, the physical education class was bound to be her undoing. At this moment, Wenqing suddenly realized that Xiaoxi's unusual silence was somewhat alarming. She attempted to call out internally, Xiaoxi, what activities do they typically engage in during physical education class? Under normal circumstances, such information would be readily divulged by Xiaoxi. However, this time, the response she received was as cold and mechanical as that of a machine. Apologies, I cannot disclose that. Wenqing was taken aback. She called out to Xiaoxi once more, but lacking a query, there was no reply. A chill surged from her soles to her brain. The peculiar disconnection from the live broadcast room, along with Xiaoxi's unusual demeanor, filled Wenqing with a sense of despair and unease. She recalled Xiaoxi's earlier mention of the main system, and a hypothesis sparked in her mind. If it were not the worst-case scenario, then perhaps Xiaoxi had merely been reset, causing her to forget Wenqing. However, the most ominous possibility loomed. The main system might now be controlling Xiaoxi. And she was wholly targeted. A puppeteer of the game aimed to eliminate a player. Regardless of the numerous survival tools at her disposal, escaping death seemed futile. Wenqing, are you listening to me? Mao Xiaoxia's voice abruptly pulled her back to reality. Huh, yes, Wenqing replied, momentarily dazed, nodding in acknowledgement. Mao Xiaoxia pouted, clearly displeased with Wenqing's distraction. Never mind, let us head in. Class starts in 5 minutes. Wenqing glanced up at the grand letters spelling gymnasium. The warm sunlight illuminating the rounded script, which should have exuded vitality. Yet, to Wenqing, it felt like a blade suspended above her head, poised to strike and pierce her through. The tension in her body led to a slight stomachache, prompting her to visit the restroom before entering the gymnasium alongside Mao Xiaoxia. It was there that she encountered Chu Wei. Chapter 55. Targeted. Though Wenqing was aware that characters could seemingly respawn, given Chu Wei's time of death and her utterly depleted state, it was improbable for her to resurrect so swiftly, especially in the same instance, and particularly as she was clad in sports attire. The attendance sheet on the nearby sink suggested that their teacher was present. If her earlier suspicions were mere inklings at this moment, Wenqing had confirmed it. She was being targeted. Chu Wei glanced at Wenqing, her expression surprisingly normal this time. As she dried her hands, she reminded Wenqing, "It's almost time for class, hurry up." Wenqing quietly exhaled, pushing open the door of a stall, acknowledging with a murmur, "At least this time. She's managed to forget me quite thoroughly." In a life that was far from joyful, Wenqing had cultivated a knack for finding humor amidst hardship. Rather than fret over the fact that she was being targeted, she pondered what methods could permanently eliminate Chu Wei. With a soft sigh, she realized she could have directly inquired with Xiao Shi, but now that was unnecessary. What a predicament! The audience in the live broadcast room, clearly lacking Wenqing's optimistic outlook, exclaimed, "Is she Chu Wei? Didn't she die? If this is not targeted, then I must have my head buried in the sand." The blatant nature of this targeting is evident. The speed of rebirth is even mentioned in the announcement. In the case of Chu Wei last time, it took at least a week. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Have you forgotten that Chu Wei was never meant to be here? It was a system error that has now been rectified, so she should have perished outright. Ah, you have pinpointed the issue upstairs. Indeed, how could she have truly survived? It is clear that the audience, having witnessed numerous live broadcasts, possesses a greater understanding of the situation. Nonetheless, the conclusion remains the same. Wenqing is being targeted. As Wenqing emerged from the restroom, Chu Wei had already begun calling names. Just as Wenqing stepped in, her name was mentioned, narrowly avoiding disaster. Chu Wei glanced at her, confirming it was not a substitute response, and proceeded to announce the next name, Song Hui. Wenqing's heart fluttered as she eagerly looked around. No one answered, so Chu Wei repeated, "Is Song Hui present?" Here came Song Hui's voice from behind Wenqing, startling her and causing her to tumble into his embrace. "Did you miss me?" Song Hui chuckled mischievously, evidently pleased by Wenqing's affectionate gesture. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated through the gymnasium. Wenqing turned to see Chu Wei had snapped her pin in half with a single hand. It dawned on Wenqing that Chu Wei's call of Song Hui's name had been different from that of others. She seemed not to have waited for a response, merely marking it down in her notebook. The stroke was unmistakably a strike. Furthermore, Chu Wei exhibited no dissatisfaction towards a potentially late student. To Wenqing, it appeared as if Chu Wei already knew Song Hui would not appear, or perhaps that he should not have been there at all. Hence her furious reaction upon seeing him. However, Wenqing was now aware of the rules. Song Hui was present and had not been late, leaving Chu Wei powerless to act against him. Indeed, Chu Wei merely shot a few fierce glances at Song Hui, then bent to pick up her broken pin. Continuing with her announcements. With another class concluding physical education, the total number of students reached around 40. Wenqing guided Song Hui to the back of the line. In a hushed tone, he praised, "When I returned, the instance was completely rebuilt. You are quite impressive, my dear." Wenqing felt her ears flush, but suddenly recalled something and hesitated to respond, her expression revealing her inner turmoil. Little 11 was acting strangely, meaning that everything she said to Song Hui was under surveillance, making her reluctant to express concern for his situation. Yet, Song Hui seemed to sense her apprehension and continued to smile, praising, "Have you already figured it out? My wife is truly brilliant." Having never received such compliments throughout her life, Wenqing felt warmth in her heart as her face flushed a deeper shade of red. She shyly shot a glance at Song Hui, hesitated for a moment, and finally voiced her discovery. This scenario has been awry from the very beginning. The implication in Wenqing's words was clear. Song Hui's expression turned serious, his eyes clouded with inscrutability as he cast a sidelong glance at Chu Wei, who had been fixated on them. He spoke softly, "Do not worry. Your little 11 has merely been reformatted, her code adjusted. She is now directly under my command, though she is still in the adaptation phase, which accounts for her somewhat dazed demeanor." No sooner had Song Hui finished speaking than the previously silent little 11 suddenly interjected. "I'm not dazed." Wenqing exclaimed, "Ancestors, could you refrain from speaking abruptly in my mind?" Little 11 now spoke in a dispassionate, mechanical tone, and her sudden utterance was indeed startling. However, the assurance that little 11 remained herself eased some of Wenqing's anxiety. At least the worst-case scenario had yet to transpire. Wenqing glanced at Chu Wei and shuddered silently. She had previously thought Chu Wei's hostility was minimal, but it had now intensified considerably. Chu Wei was glaring at her, as if wishing to enact immediate retribution. Observing this, Song Hui moved closer to Wenqing, positioning himself between her and Chu Wei while engaging her in conversation to shield her from Chu Wei's gaze. "I do not yet possess the highest authority in this scenario, and you have fortuitously been drawn into it. It seems I must guide my wife through this process in a more conventional manner." "Conventional?" Wenqing pondered. Does this imply you had considered an unconventional approach? Song Hui smiled non-committally, responding with casual ease. Indeed, for instance, eliminating them all outright and ensuring your safe passage through the proceedings to secure a high score. When Qing remarked, the audience in the live stream, very well, very well. Is life not precious? Thank you for being there. Your presence means a lot. Here's a live demonstration of how my boss is love-struck. A potential death sentence for the employees. Quite well, it seems some individuals are already on the verge of shattering. How to articulate this? Everyone is merely a cog in your machine. The students nearby, though having heard nothing, instinctively shuddered. An inexplicable discomfort settled over them. You two, come here. Chu Wei, unable to endure the intimate exchange between the two any longer, gestured for them to approach. When Qing hesitated, but Song Hui grasped her hand firmly, providing her with a modicum of reassurance amidst her anxiety. As Chu Wei observed the two standing before her, an involuntary thought crossed her mind. They truly seemed well-suited for one another. Yet, this notion only served to fuel her ire further. Random inspection. Have you practiced the movements I taught you in the last lesson? When Qing wondered how to respond to this familiar yet vexing question. But before she could articulate her thoughts, Song Hui spoke up. MHM. As the response was received, a hint of relief washed over Chu Wei's expression, prompting her to shift aside and make room. You too, demonstrate, she instructed. When Qing found herself momentarily bewildered, still trying to comprehend what the demonstration entailed, when suddenly, Song Hui turned to her, his eyes narrowing ominously, glinting with a chilling light. Had Song Hui just expressed murderous intent toward her? At that instant, a timely warning echoed in her mind. Alert. Danger detected. Please evade. Repeat. Danger detected. Please evade. Song Hui, observing the stunned Wen Qing, arched an eyebrow and smirked, mouthing a single word, run. Without further thought, when Qing's instinct kicked in, she truly wanted to flee. With a swift motion, she lifted her skirt and dashed away. The low-heeled shoes she wore transformed into the lightness of specialized running footwear as she sprinted. Her long hair cascaded behind her, gradually unraveling in the hair tie. Threatening to slip away, was deftly caught by the pursuing black mist. At that moment, Song Hui appeared utterly unrecognizable. A formless mass of black mist extending tendrils of varying thickness, relentlessly pursuing Wen Qing, so close that she could feel the ends of her hair being stirred. This is life-threatening. Life-threatening. Viewers in the live stream reacted with shock. If this isn't some form of entertainment, I'm going to lose it. I swear I didn't miss a single moment. I'm completely dazed. Is this suddenly a case of attempted murder? Wen Qing aimed to escape outside the gymnasium, but upon reaching the door and pulling the handle, her heart sank. The door had been locked unbeknownst to her. Mao Xiaoxia. The terrifying sense of pressure from behind bore down on her, and she urgently reached out toward her. Instinctively, Mao Xiaoxia raised her hand, only to feel an invisible force pulling her forward, causing her to instinctively pull back to steady herself, with the silken thread entwined around her waist as leverage. When Qing executed a desperate sidestep, the black mist tendrils brushing perilously close to her nose, severing several strands of hair. As she turned gracefully, her skirt fluttered like a delicate butterfly, her hand nearly grasping Mao Xiaoxia's, only to become ensnared by a tendril. Ah! With Mao Xiaoxia's startled exclamation, both were simultaneously dragged toward the black mist. Just as Mao Xiaoxia's body was about to plunge into the embrace of the darkness, a tendril disdainfully shoved her aside. Mao Xiaoxia? Though uncertain, she felt an undeniable sense of being rejected. Meanwhile, Song Hui, having successfully seized his wife, took advantage of the black mist's concealment to indulge himself. Numerous cool tendrils of the mist caressed Wen Qing's fair, smooth thigh. Ugh! Wen Qing's startled cry took on a peculiar tone. The flush creeping across her cheeks seemed to affirm that she was indeed undergoing something ineffably unsettling. However, from the perspective of the live stream, Wen Qing's appearance was somewhat terrifying. The half-revealed sight suggested she was being dismantled, gradually consumed as if she were mere sustenance. Amidst her inner turmoil, Wen Qing was apprehensive about whether Song Hui might become increasingly excessive. Just as she was about to utter a warning, Song Hui halted his actions. The dark mist dissipated, revealing his true form. With a playful smile, he encircled Wen Qing's waist, pulling her into his embrace while raising an eyebrow to glance at Chu Wei. Are you satisfied? Wen Qing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she alternated her gaze between Song Hui and Chu Wei. Did these two truly need to engage in such a subtly charged dialogue? She felt rather sullied, convinced that her prolonged association with Song Hui had influenced her demeanor. Yet, more than this, She was curious about the actions Chu Wei had alluded to. Initially, Chu Wei had assumed that the two were merely simulating how a player should capture an escaping opponent. She had intended to commend Wenqing for her quick response and Song Hui for his agility, but upon witnessing Song Hui lifting Wenqing into his arms, she sensed something amiss. Chu Wei remarked, "I live solely to witness such displays of affection." She had even contemplated suggesting that Wenqing reciprocate by capturing Song Hui. But upon reflection, she realized she was not particularly hungry for more of such displays. Faced with the pair who seemed inseparable, Chu Wei felt a surge of frustration yet remained composed. "All right, let us return to our positions," she declared, relieved to escape the situation. Wenqing returned to the rear of the team, exhaling quietly with relief. Mao Xiaoxiao approached with a curious glint in her eyes. Fixated on the clasped hands of the couple. "You two are quite bold," she remarked. Wenqing smiled awkwardly, discreetly squeezing Song Huai's hand as a form of complaint. Mao Xiaoxiao glanced at Chu Wei before continuing. "The school just announced a crackdown on campus romances yesterday, and here you are, being so overt today." "Yesterday? A crackdown on romances?" Wenqing now recognized that her anxiety was somewhat paranoid. While such rules are commonplace in any institution, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The audience in the live stream shared varied opinions. "It's quite normal. One could say the streamer is just unlucky. This likely isn't directed at them. It's merely coincidental. It's hard to say. Regardless of coincidence, I'm starting to feel sympathetic, uncertain." Wenqing instinctively looked towards Song Hui. His expression was dark, which caused her heart to skip a beat, instilling a sense of foreboding within her. Chapter 57. How thrilling. Are we about to be silenced? After Mao Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Chu Wei called her over. Once Mao Xiaoxiao departed, Song Hui took a deep breath and, with a hint of irritation, stated, "There has never been a prohibition against romance here." It was evident that this new rule had been hastily implemented in response to Wenqing's presence. Song Hui disdainfully glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner, contemplating a discussion with the principal after class. Suddenly, he turned to Wenqing with a smile, asking, "Would you like to join me?" Wenqing shook her head, suddenly recalling the hint that there were several players still within the school. She felt compelled to search for them. Remembering the ominous phrase at the end of the dungeon information sent a shiver down her spine, yet she nodded in agreement. It would be wise to venture together. Under normal circumstances, the mere knowledge of Song Hui's presence would provide her with a sense of security. However, given the peculiar situation, Xiaoxi seemed to have developed a more devious side after the reset, even resorting to intimidation, which made her reluctant to stray too far from Song Hui. She consoled herself with the thought that there was still time, as not even a day had yet passed. As if awakened by a fleeting memory, another piece of information surfaced in Wenqing's mind. She gently tugged at Song Hui's hand and quietly inquired whether the male and female dormitories were separated that night. Understanding the underlying concern in her words, Song Hui reassured her, "Fear not. With your little husband by your side, there shall be no issues." Little husband? Ah. Song Hui must be referring to that somewhat unsettling doll. The morning had consisted of merely 2 classes, followed by an afternoon break. Wenqing accompanied Song Hui to the cafeteria, where she experienced the dubious delights of self-service dark cuisine, resulting in a successful bout of nausea. Famished, her stomach now felt even worse. Ultimately, Song Hui managed to sift through a variety of side dishes to procure a plate of decorative greens, supplemented by a nutritional drink, allowing Wenqing to, after considerable effort, finally satiate her hunger. In the live stream, viewers commented, "It feels like a college student entering society, brutally battered by reality. Don't even mention it. My liver hurts just thinking about it. I will never complain about the food at our school again, although it's not delicious. At least it's edible. Actually, I'm a bit curious about the taste of that brain dish. You're truly a weirdo." Perhaps it was psychological. But after her meal, Wenqing felt a persistent discomfort in her stomach. Upon entering the teaching building, she asked Song Hui to wait for her and hurried off to the restroom. No sooner had she closed the door than she heard a woman's shy exclamation from the adjacent stall. "Oh dear, quiet down, someone else next door." The voice was high-pitched, almost dripping with allure. Wenqing could tolerate doll-like voices, but this sounded as if someone were being choked, which she found unbearable. Shuddering, she pursed her lips, eager to resolve her business swiftly and leave, but the couple next door showed no signs of restraint. The sounds of fabric rubbing and heavy breaths intertwined with the shameless moans of pleasure filled the air. The woman kept breathlessly praising her partner, spurring him on to greater efforts. Amidst this cacophony, Wenqing's focus shifted to the food she had just consumed, and her stomach discomfort seemed to dissipate. With a weary expression, she glared at the flimsy partition separating her from the ruckus. She was no longer a child, harboring naive curiosity about such matters. With no interest in being an audience to their antics, Wenqing resolved to leave. A dramatic scene unfolded as Wenqing opened the door to her cubicle. The partition beside her, unable to bear the burden, collapsed. Fortunately, Wenqing reacted swiftly, pushing it aside and quickly darting out of the stall. Otherwise, she would have been crushed. The three of them exchanged glances, creating an atmosphere laden with awkwardness. The audience in the live broadcast reveled in the spectacle, particularly exhilarated upon discovering the identity of the female lead next door. Wow, what a small world. Indeed, it's Chu Wei. She seems to attract trouble even when no men are around. She truly seems to devour everything. Isn't that man practically her grandfather? His health is remarkable. Ugh. Wenqing was momentarily speechless by the scene before her. The female lead next door was Chu Wei, while the male lead appeared to be a frail, balding elderly gentleman wearing glasses. From the textbook resting on the toilet seat, it was evident that this gentleman taught chemistry. This fellow seemed earnest, attempting to explain something to Wenqing while fastening his belt. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Chu Wei suddenly erupted. Literally, her head grotesquely expanded. Her features stretched to an extreme, and with a resounding pop, it burst into 4 segments, splitting open to her chest, splattering Wenqing with blood. Kill her, or we will all perish. Chu Wei's chilling voice resonated, urging the man to take action. This time, Wenqing was quick to respond. She did not give the man a chance to react. She swiftly closed the stall door, manipulating strands of silk to drag a mop and secure the door. Although her actions seemed composed, a crimson pool had already formed at her feet, her mental state dangerously low, with alarms blaring incessantly. Desperately, she called out to Xiao Shi in her heart, restorative potion. Received, came Xiao Shi's swift yet icy response, which was enough to satisfy Wenqing. Hearing the monstrous roars and the encroaching footsteps behind her, she shouted urgently, Song Huai, help. She had never claimed to be a strong woman who could shoulder everything alone. She recognized her need for her husband's support in this dire moment. Song Huai, sensing something amiss from the hall, appeared before Wenqing in the next instant. Unable to halt her momentum, she plunged headlong into the encroaching darkness. In an instant, silence enveloped her, and Wenqing found herself sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Here, nothing existed but darkness and stillness. So quiet it felt as if time itself had ceased to exist. Wenqing's racing heart gradually calmed, and she found herself at peace. In the live broadcast, the spectators did not follow Wenqing into the void. They bore witness to everything transpiring outside. When Wenqing vanished before their eyes, Chu Wei and the man were momentarily taken aback, then halted in their tracks. Chapter 58. Another Song Huai. Upon recognizing Song Huai, the man's fear was evidently greater than that of Chu Wei. The older gentleman abruptly fell to his knees, sobbing and lamenting, placing the blame squarely on Chu Wei. You must listen to me. This woman seduced me. I truly had no intention in response to the man's tearful outburst. The audience in the live stream appeared somewhat perplexed. I mean, there's really no need for such an exaggerated reaction. I was just about to say, this response feels a bit excessive. We're all adults here, not children. While it is indeed rather distasteful, we can only condemn it on a moral level. Typically, Song Huai maintained a stoic demeanor when confronted with those who sought to harm Wenqing, yet this time he displayed an unusual smile, seemingly in particularly good spirits. His smile, however, did not reach his eyes as he spoke, as if conducting a routine inquiry before sentencing. Could you explain why you attempted to kill my wife? This query was evidently unanswerable, as both parties seemed eager to bury their heads in the ground like ostriches. Song Huai continued to smile, inhaling the scent in the air, then lowered his gaze, concealing his grin. It appeared they had engaged in some profound exchange. Chu Wei and the man, their legs giving way, were so frightened that they could scarcely rise again. Amidst the barrage of question marks flooding the live stream, Song Huai's expression turned icy, and he scoffed, stating that violations of the rules would result in permanent erasure. As his words fell, a dense black fog enveloped the two individuals, their forms compressing and vanishing from sight like tightly folded bedding. The audience in the live stream reacted. I think I understand why they are so terrified now. I feel their reaction is still too composed. If it were me, I'd be kneeling and banging my head. So, if someone violates the rules, they will be utterly erased just like the players. Wenqing, unable to see the events unfolding outside, could only speculate through the barrage of comments. Upon reading that rule violations would lead to erasure, she was left in shock. Before she could contemplate further, A rift opened in the space before her, revealing a corridor. Stepping out of the darkness, she found the corridor empty, devoid of Chu Wei and the man. When Qing turned to look at Song Hui, her eyes inquiring about the situation, Song Hui said little, simply smiling as he took her hand. Come, it's all over now. Uncertain if she was overthinking, she sensed that Song Hui was reluctant to let her delve too deeply into the matter. As they ascended the stairs together, a unique sense of reassurance enveloped her. When Qing stole glances at her beloved's profile, the gentle sunlight softening the sharp edges, his starry eyes shimmering with hidden galaxies. How beautiful he was, she mused, only to notice the barrage of comments in the stream, all remarking on her dazed, infatuated expression, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze and regain her composure. The principal's office was situated on the 5th floor. Voices could be heard through the slightly ajar door, suggesting someone was reporting on their work progress. Song Hui and Wenqing waited outside for a while. When the teacher finally emerged, Wenqing instinctively greeted him. Hello, teacher, initially oblivious to their presence. The teacher suddenly looked up, his expression shifting dramatically. He hurried away, glancing back in fear. Wenqing was left perplexed, turning to Song Hui with a look of confusion. The terror displayed by the teacher clearly stemmed from Song Hui, who, at that moment, appeared quite handsome, with no discernible flaws on his visage. With a sense of bewilderment, she followed Song Hui as they knocked on the principal's office door, where the source of the teacher's fear became apparent. The man seated behind the desk in a suit was none other than Song Hui himself. The audience in the live stream grew increasingly intrigued. Come on, come on. Spot the differences. I'll go first. The principal wears glasses. Not entirely sure, but the principal's eye color seems slightly brownish. Oh, the principal is single. All right. You really know how to point that out. The comments began to veer off course. Yet, it was hardly their fault, as aside from the eye color and glasses, Wenqing could discern no other significant distinctions. Wenqing had assumed that Song Hui was already aware of this. But a quick glance revealed that he too was taken aback. She gently tugged at his sleeve, bringing him back to the moment. With a stern expression, he fixed his gaze upon the principal and spoke tersely. We would like to inquire about the new school regulations. The principal's response was formal, aimed at fostering a better learning environment. During their exchange, Wenqing noticed a plaque casually placed on the desk, bearing the name Song Shi. How intriguing that their surnames were identical. Wenqing's mind wandered to those uncanny lookalikes in reality. When genetic sequences reach a certain complexity, the probability of duplication arises. Yet this was an uncanny coincidence. Suddenly, with little patience for someone who mirrored his appearance, Song Hui's pupils narrowed, and in that instant, the ink bottle on Song Shi's desk exploded. The splattered red, ink-coated Song Shi, whose expression darkened, a palpable fury emanating from him. Yet, he managed to remain composed, responding calmly, regardless of who you are, I am in charge here. A voice echoed in Wenqing's mind, a friendly reminder. If he completely provokes the principal, you may find yourselves expelled from the school. He will be fine, but you may not. Wenqing was taken aback. Such critical information could have been shared sooner. As Song Hui prepared to speak again, she knew all too well the venomous words he could unleash. It was imperative to intervene. In a moment of desperation, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist, the sudden pain effectively interrupting his tirade. Chapter 59. Song Hui's jealousy. Wenqing stepped forward and gracefully bowed to Song Shi. Her eyes filled with remorse and guilt. I apologize, Principal Song. I shall persuade my brother again. Please do not be angry. The moment Song Shi caught sight of Wenqing, his eyes sparkled with interest. The striking resemblance he bore to Song Hui spoke volumes. It was a testament to the fact that a fraction of Song Hui's genetic data had been utilized in his creation. This genetic connection rendered his infatuation with Wenqing akin to an instinctual selection. The earlier tension surrounding Song Shi dissipated entirely. He paid little heed to Song Hui's actions and instead focused on the underlying message in Wenqing's words. His forward-leaning posture and intense gaze conveyed his eagerness for clarity on the matter. With a teasing tone, he inquired, He is your brother? Wenqing, burdened by the weight of Song Hui's scrutinizing gaze, nodded in acknowledgement. The viewers in the live stream empathized with her plight, expressing their sentiments in the chat. Haha. Tonight she is definitely losing her composure. From this distance, I can already sense the fragrance of jealousy. Well, it's unavoidable. She can't exactly declare in front of the principal that he is my husband, can she? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Alas. Some manage to save their lives, but lose their dignity. I'm already looking forward to it. At that moment, Wenqing felt utterly despondent. Meanwhile, The gradually recovering Xiaoxi coldly added fuel to the fire with his indifferent remarks. It seems the player won't survive this. Wenqing, I know, thank you. Just as Song Hui was about to correct her, Wenqing hurriedly interrupted. Principal Song, we shall take our leave. Song Shi nodded with a smile, his tone softening considerably as he spoke to Wenqing. If you have any issues, feel free to reach out. I am always here. Wenqing did not dare to respond, hastily pulling Song Hui out of the office. On the return journey, regardless of what Wenqing said, his responses were limited to a single phrase, I am always here. Wenqing, darling, please don't be angry. What happened earlier was unavoidable. I don't wish to perish. Song Hui nodded, his tone neutral. I am always here. Wenqing, beloved. May I have a kiss to ensure you're no longer upset? Song Hui halted, his expression stern as he pressed a kiss to her lips. I am always here. Wenqing, wonderful. Today, she had witnessed how a man could be petulant, and it was indeed quite exasperating. Song Hui himself was perplexed. He felt strangely conflicted. Although he rationally understood the reasons behind Wenqing's words and endorsed her actions, a voice deep within him seemed to have split into a separate persona, continually fanning the flames of jealousy. Your wife does not acknowledge you in front of others. Ah, he is merely my brother. Today he is her brother. What will he be tomorrow? A friend. While Song Hui dismissed the notions these voices presented as unlikely to occur, he found himself unable to disregard them entirely. Trapped in an odd cycle of torment and irritation. More importantly, Song Hui was not fond of this version of himself, particularly when he observed Wenqing's earnest attempts to bring him joy, while he remained incapable of feeling happiness. A grown man, utterly unable to manage his emotions, found himself spiraling further into despair. As they approached the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Song Hui suddenly pulled her into the enveloping darkness, severing the connection to the live stream. In the profound silence of the obscurity, his unstable emotions disrupted the gravitational equilibrium of the space around them, rendering them as if they were adrift in the cosmos, their bodies suspended in weightlessness. Song Hui encircled Wenqing's waist, capturing her lips in a fierce kiss, his sharp canines grazing her skin. Instinctively, she sought to pull away, yet Wenqing pressed forward, matching his fervor. Having spent considerable time with Song Hui, they were both acutely aware of each other's vulnerabilities. Every seemingly accidental touch was laden with intent, each caress deliberate in its weight. The flames of passion began to engulf them, consuming all in their path, and time slipped away unmeasured. In that moment, Wenqing felt as though she was a drifting entity, swirling languidly, her essence blooming like a flower. The hem of her dress cascading from her shoulders, brushing against her elbows, while the gentle rise and fall of her breath enveloped her like a soft embrace. Struggling to focus her gaze, she lifted her eyes, half-dazed, and whispered, Little 11, are you there? The response from Little 11 was prompt. I'm here. Wenqing, assist me in changing my attire and tidying up, she requested. Understood. A brief moment later, Song Hui appeared in her dormitory, cradling Wenqing, who was adorned in a delicate pink and white gown. Just then, they encountered Mao Xiaoxia, who was in the midst of changing into her nightwear, her dress still not fully donned. Upon turning, she was startled to see Song Hui materialize in their dormitory like a specter, nearly giving her a fright. Mao Xiaoxia hurriedly completed her outfit, gazing at Song Hui in panic. I thought I locked the door, without acknowledging her. Song Hui carefully laid the slumbering Wenqing upon her bed, demonstrating through his actions how he had entered, shifting into dark mist and dissipating into thin air. Mao Xiaoxia's excitement was palpable as she looked at the dreaming Wenqing, exclaiming, she really has been swept off her feet. When Wenqing finally awoke, her other two roommates had returned. One was a girl from her class, whose distinctive jellyfish hairstyle left an impression. She introduced herself as Yaya. The other roommate, whom Wenqing had not met before, appeared to be the most introverted of the trio, yet sported strikingly vibrant pink hair, an incongruous contrast to her diminutive stature, coupled with a rather masculine name, Zhao Guoqiang. The audience in the live stream was nearly struck dumb. I suddenly wonder, did they choose their names themselves? Are these names for real? This demure girl has a name that could uproot willows. Zhao Guoqiang, indeed. Wenqing was momentarily taken aback, yet out of respect, she maintained a composed demeanor, betraying no obvious reaction. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone rapping on the door echoed through the room. Several individuals glanced at the clock hanging above the entrance, which indicated that it was precisely 11 o'clock in the evening. It was likely the dorm supervisor conducting a routine check. Wenqing and her companions quickly settled into their beds, while Yiya, who occupied the same bed, rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, they indeed found the dorm supervisor standing there. However, her first words were directed toward Wenqing. "Is Wenqing here?" Wenqing, peering out from her bed, replied, "Yes, I am." The supervisor beckoned her, stating, "There is someone named Song Hui at the door looking for you." Song Hui? Why would he seek her out at this hour? As Wenqing followed the dorm supervisor out, the viewers in the live stream began to speculate about the situation. At this hour, could it be that he has found a way to leave? Humph. I suspect that man has had enough of her. If that is the case, he must truly be a scoundrel. I think he probably discovered some useful clue and is eager to share it with her. Didn't they say that little Song Hui was with her before? Wenqing couldn't fathom what could possibly be the matter, but like most viewers, she assumed it must be significant. Upon exiting the dormitory, the supervisor reminded her, "It's getting late. The dormitory doesn't lock its doors, so make sure to return early." Understood, Wenqing replied sweetly. A gentle smile spread across the supervisor's face. She was quite fond of Wenqing, appreciating her obedient and sweet demeanor, which suggested she would not cause trouble. At that moment, Song Hui stood beneath a street lamp, the light casting shadows that obscured his expression. While his elongated silhouette melted into the darkness behind him, a gust of night wind swept by, bringing a slight chill that made Wenqing shiver. Song Hui approached her, thoughtfully draping a jacket over her shoulders. "It's chilly tonight. Please don't wear so little." Wenqing acknowledged him with a murmured response, her senses enveloped by the fragrant scent of ink that lingered in the air. She furrowed her brow as she regarded Song Hui. The night was devoid of moonlight, rendering the sky unusually dark, and Song Hui's cold eyes held an inexplicable depth, concealing all emotions, leaving Wenqing unable to decipher them. "Come, follow me," he said, naturally taking her hand. This seemingly instinctive gesture only deepened Wenqing's confusion. She tentatively asked, "Aren't you angry anymore?" After all, during their previous encounter in the dark mist, she had responded to him in a rather provocative manner. His subsequent reply had been a rather unsatisfactory, "I need to calm down." Such a response had left Wenqing feeling despondent for quite some time, leading her to doubt whether Song Hui had indeed lost faith in her. It was only after he clarified that his words were meant in their literal sense, devoid of any ulterior motives, and reassured her that he had no intention of abandoning her, that Wenqing finally felt a sense of relief. Observing Song Hui's demeanor now, it seemed he had successfully resolved his emotions. Yet, his reaction only intensified the peculiar sensation stirring within her. As he held her hand, she could faintly detect a momentary stiffness, before he instinctively performed an action that appeared to be an unconscious adjustment of non-existent glasses. When individuals find themselves in moments of tension, perspiration often ensues, particularly upon the nose, causing spectacles to slide down. This is a common occurrence among those who wear glasses. However, Song Hui does not don spectacles, it is Song Shi who does. The mere mention of Song Shi's name detonated within Wenqing's mind like a cannonball, striking her heart with precision. A tumult of emotions, surprise, fear, and unease collided, overwhelming Wenqing's senses. The alarm blared unexpectedly, and the little 11, unaware, instinctively commenced restoring Wenqing's mental energy. With her vitality plummeting to a mere 4 points, Wenqing felt as if she were intoxicated, her head spinning and legs weak, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as Song Shi turned to assist her, a shadow suddenly emerged, seizing Wenqing and yanking her away in the opposite direction. Seizing the moment, Wenqing hastily conveyed a silent message to little 11, "Restore my mental energy." Received. The ingrained understanding between them remained intact, allowing for a swift recovery that enabled Wenqing to regain her footing and create distance from Song Shi. Upon focusing her gaze, she realized that the entity that had rescued her in that crucial moment was none other than a replica of the floating Song Hui doll, clutching her pinky finger. Clutching the small Song Hui, Wenqing dashed toward the dormitory. The man behind her, unable to maintain his disguise, revealed a sinister smile, his gaze fixed on her retreating figure like a wolf locking onto its prey. Wenqing dared not glance back, her eyes locked on the dormitory door. Barely 3 meters away, safety lay just beyond that threshold. She was nearly there, as her hair whipped wildly in the wind. Beads of sweat mingled with fear on her face, her heartbeat echoing like a drum, each pulse propelling her forward. Yet, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. What should have been a mere 20 steps felt interminable. Her concentrated gaze finally fell upon the barrage of comments she had overlooked. Spatial leap. How does this person possess the ability to manipulate spatial scenarios? Goodness, this imitation of Song Hui is something else. I feel utterly outmatched. The Song Hui Unit 1. Dude, you've inexplicably made me chuckle. What on earth is Unit 1? When Qing's heartbeat quickened, a chill ascending from her feet to her head. Why run, dear? Song Shi's voice, low and enticing, resonated like a devil's whisper in her ear, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Turning her head, she beheld Song Shi's amber eyes glimmering with a cunning light, akin to a predator toying with its prey. Filled with mockery and cruelty, an unprecedented fear gripped her. Song Shi's breath brushed against her neck, sending a shiver down her spine, yet her body quaked in response. She felt ensnared by an invisible force, rendered immobile and unable to escape. Before her lay the threshold of life, a beacon of hope, yet at this moment, when Qing felt utterly powerless, despair engulfed her like a relentless tide, draining the vibrancy from her surroundings, rendering everything gray and indistinct. The only sound piercing the silence was the thunderous rhythm of her own heartbeat, echoing like a war drum in her ears. Song Shi's hand slowly rose, imbued with a covetous yearning, seemingly intent on caressing Wen Qing's delicate cheek, gently smoothing the strands of hair that clung to her face in fear. Clutching the doll in her arms as if it were her sole refuge, Wen Qing desperately closed her eyes, seeking solace in the enveloping darkness. Her heart pounded fiercely within her chest, each beat conveying her helplessness and trepidation. In the village of marriage, even when confronted with humiliation and challenges, Wen Qing had possessed the strength to fight back. However, now she was crushed beneath an overwhelming despair, akin to a colossal weight pressing upon her heart, threatening to obliterate her at any moment. The anticipated loathsome touch did not manifest, leaving Wen Qing with a flicker of surprise and relief. She gradually lifted her gaze, only to find Song Huai's solid and broad chest before her, a wall that shielded her from all fear and unease. It dawned on her that the doll she had tightly clutched had somehow transformed into the real presence of Song Huai. The strong heartbeat that resonated through the thin fabric felt remarkably clear and melodious at that moment, akin to a beautiful melody soothing her soul, bestowing upon her a sense of comfort and tranquility. Dear Wen Qing, she began, her voice trembling with a hint of sorrow. Song Huai held her tightly, his cold gaze sharp as a blade, fixating on the severed hand of Song Shi. Gently, he stroked Wen Qing's hair, murmuring reassurances that all was well. Song Shi bent down to retrieve the severed hand from the ground, aligning it with practiced ease. His face remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were merely attending to a mundane task. This excessive emotional stability evoked a more profound fear than those who were overtaken by their emotions. One couldn't help but question whether true feelings resided within Song Shi, as he seemed entirely indifferent to Song Huai, his focus solely on Wen Qing. As if she were the only catalyst for his emotions, Song Shi retrieved a pair of glasses from his pocket and donned them, his gaze through the lenses appearing even more profound and frigid. His tone was calm and detached, as if discussing a trivial matter. I thought you had no intention of keeping her. Song Huai's expression darkened, his voice deep and forceful, commanding, cease your conjecturing. To Song Huai, the discord between him and Wen Qing was merely a trifling awkwardness, a manifestation of his own emotional turmoil rather than any fault of hers. The bond between them would not waver due to such trivial disputes. Song Shi let out a scoff. He had no desire to engage in lengthy discourse with Song Huai. He turned his gaze toward Wen Qing, his eyes brimming with unadulterated desire. Yet, his tone bore no semblance to the turbulent emotions swirling within. He maintained a calm demeanor, suggesting that today's interruptions were inconsequential, for they had ample time ahead. The words of Song Shi exuded an undeniable confidence and poise. He appeared unperturbed by the current circumstances, showing no concern for Song Huai's presence. His focus was solely on Wen Qing, captivated by her enchanting figure. Wen Qing stood to the side, observing the two men before her, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. She felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness, mingled with a profound dread. Unsure of how to confront the unfolding situation, she recalled the dire news that Xiao Shi had just imparted. Song Shi had intertwined himself with the underlying code of this narrative. Such a revolting maneuver was designed to render Song Huai powerless against him. Should Song Shi perish, the entire construct would collapse instantaneously, leaving no hope for salvation, and all souls within would be obliterated. Perhaps Song Huai held a glimmer of hope, but Wen Qing was unequivocally doomed to escape. No wonder he spoke of having time ahead. Song Huai's tardiness was due to his investigation into this matter. Fully aware of Song Shi's manipulations, he had restrained his wrath and refrained from acting. The two men watched as Song Shi hummed an unknown melody, his graceful steps leading him around the corner and out of sight. Wen Qing finally discerned the true nature of Song Shi. He was a genuine psychological deviant. What he felt for her was not love. Rather, it would be more accurate to assert that he was utterly ignorant of love's essence. Song Shi possessed a morbidly obsessive possessiveness. He merely sought to wrest her away from Song Hui. Should she find herself unfortunate enough to fall into Song Shi's clutches, the likely outcome would be a torturous demise. When Qing had encountered numerous individuals akin to Song Shi, those with milder afflictions were already challenging to rehabilitate, let alone him. At this moment, she felt utterly exhausted. The precarious situation involving Song Shi weighed heavily upon her, inducing an unprecedented strain. She felt akin to a doll on the verge of losing its charge, devoid of vitality and drive. When Qing tightly embraced Song Huai's waist, resting her head against his muscular chest, finding solace in his warmth and strength, she yearned to remain in this tranquil state, unwilling to move, to speak, or to ponder. Song Hui gently caressed her hair, the dampness brought on by her earlier exertions gradually dissipating under his tender touch. "Are you tired?" His voice was soft, akin to the gentlest breeze in the night sky, brushing lightly against Wen Qing's ear. She shook her head gently. Her eyes still held a trace of fatigue, yet, predominantly, they reflected her concerns regarding Song Shi. The original weariness that had enveloped her had long since vanished, disrupted by Song Shi's interference. Song Hui gently took her hand, which was warm and strong, as if it could dispel all anxiety and fear. He led her slowly towards the back of the girls' dormitory. The moonlight, like flowing water, bathed the tranquil campus, while the shadows of trees swayed gently in rhythm with their footsteps. Wen Qing held tightly onto Song Hui's hand with one, while clutching a doll resembling him with the other. They strolled along the serene pathways of the campus, enveloped in a peaceful silence, occasionally punctuated by the chirping of insects and distant lights. In this moment, they resembled a pair of college sweethearts, reluctant to hastily conclude this beautiful interlude before nightfall, eager to leave traces of their love in every corner of the school. Song Hui guided Wen Qing along the winding bluestone path, taking deliberate steps towards the tranquil back lake behind the dormitory. They climbed the steps to the pavilion at the summit, a sanctuary seemingly distanced from the clamor of the world. Standing in the pavilion, they gazed down at the pond below, where the water glimmered silver under the moonlight, and the surrounding low shrubs swayed gently in the night breeze, creating an atmosphere of serene harmony. "Wife," Song Hui softly called, his voice trembling slightly, infused with profound affection. "Hmm?" Wen Qing responded, turning her head. Her gaze was clear and tender, reflecting the figure of Song Hui. In that moment, she felt a coolness on her right index finger as a ring quietly slipped onto it. It was a ring adorned with a pigeon blood ruby that radiated a soft yet brilliant glow under the moon's embrace, with intricate engravings on the band and setting, as if harboring endless stories and deep sentiments. A soft splash shattered the night's tranquility as a koi fish leaped from the water, sending out ripples that gently stirred Wen Qing's heartstrings. The depths of Song Hui's eyes sparkled with deep emotion, and the koi, seemingly sensing this profound feeling, swam gracefully, their tails flicking in a harmonious dance through the water. In that moment, their two hearts gradually drew closer, their unspoken affection intertwining into a singular bond. Song Hui's voice resonated once more, this time filled with tenderness and anticipation. "Do you like the engagement ring I had custom-made?" Although Song Hui claimed to be unromantic, he had unreservedly offered Wen Qing all that he could give. His love was as pure and steadfast as the gemstone on the ring. Wen Qing had never experienced such a poignant moment. Her heart was enveloped in this sudden happiness. Tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop imbued with profound love. She leaped into Song Hui's embrace, and without the need for words, a passionate kiss conveyed all her emotions. In the presence of the man who filled her heart and mind, she found herself utterly captivated. The man, who always appeared somewhat awkward yet profoundly affectionate, evoked within her an immense sense of cherishment and adoration. "I love him dearly," Wen Qing silently professed in her heart. Her emotions shimmered like the moonlight in the night sky, pure and radiant, illuminating their shared world. The tranquility of the campus and the gentle caress of the moonlight became witnesses to their feelings, eternally preserving the beauty of this moment in their memories. In the live broadcast room, the audience synchronously showered gifts, each firework blooming and each blessing uttered a testament to their shared excitement. The scenes of Ho Hai unfolded like a silent drama, all captured by Song Shi from afar. He had once confidently proclaimed this place as his dominion, naturally. Song Hui's flamboyant display of affection could not escape his discerning gaze. At that moment, the glass in Song Shi's hand shattered in a fit of anger and agitation, the fragments scattering like the shards of his fractured emotions. A tumult of complex feelings surged within him, amidst the fury, there lingered an inexplicable thread of regret. In Songsher's mind, he had never anticipated that such a scene would unfold so swiftly. He began to ponder whether, had he not been so eager in his pursuit of Wenqing, or had his disguise been more meticulously crafted, remaining undiscovered, the outcome might have diverged. Perhaps the bond between Song Hui and Wenqing would have frayed due to misunderstandings, leading them to part ways. Yet now, his impatience seemed to have catalyzed their relationship, rendering it even more robust. This realization elevated Song She's possessiveness towards Wenqing to unprecedented heights. His heart brimmed with reluctance and defiance. He could not accept that there existed an indestructible love in this world. He resolved to learn from this experience, to seek opportunities with greater caution and patience, and to wrest Wenqing away from Song Hui. Song She's gaze grew resolute and profound, penetrating the night sky, fixated unwaveringly on the direction of Hohai. Wenqing, you can only belong to me. His voice resonated, deep and powerful, each word imbued with determination and fervor. His heart was prepared. Regardless of the time required or the price to be paid, he was determined to possess Wenqing, making her an inseparable part of his life. On this tranquil night, Song She's vow resonated like an invisible force, traversing the vastness, echoing above Hohai. Song Hui gently lowered his gaze, holding Wenqing closely in his embrace, his eyes coldly sweeping over the direction where Song She stood. His lips curled slightly, revealing a sneer of triumph, a silent mockery directed at his challengers. My dear, one must focus during a kiss. At that moment, Wenqing seemed transformed into a delicate woman nurtured by love. She cradled Song Hui's face, ensuring that his gaze was solely hers. The words flowed like a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, creating ripples of warmth and affection. Their lips met in a tender embrace, their breaths and heartbeats intertwining to compose a wordless love song. Song Hui escorted Wenqing back to her dormitory, their reluctant farewell marked by lingering kisses. As he watched her figure vanish down the staircase, the smile faded from his face, and he blended into the shadows of the night. As Wenqing ascended the stairs, passing the restroom, she was suddenly called out to. Qingjie, you're back. Wenqing's body froze. The restroom at this late hour exuded a chilling aura. When that unsettling voice pierced the silence, her mind seemed to trigger a mechanism, flooding with vivid, high-tension scenes from countless horror films she had watched, causing her fear to surge. With trembling eyes, Wenqing slowly turned to look. It was Yaya, engaged in her nighttime routine. Perhaps wishing to avoid an early morning shampoo, she opted to wash her hair before bed. However, her washing was quite literal. She was indeed washing her hair. Under the dim, yellow light, the restroom appeared particularly gloomy. Beside the sink, Yaya stood clad in a white spaghetti-strap nightgown. In the sink, a red basin quietly sat, within which lay a head, Yaya's head. Her hair, resembling jellyfish, floated in the water, covered in a frothy layer that spilled over the shallow basin, reminiscent of some ritualistic offering. Bubbles obscured one of her eyes, leaving only the dark pupil visible, which fixated intently on Wenqing, betraying an inexplicable surprise. This scene, even in daylight, would send shivers down one's spine. How much more so at midnight? In an instant, Wenqing's legs went weak, and she pressed her back against the wall, the cold surface keeping her somewhat alert. Xiaoxi, recalling Wenqing's previous words, swiftly responded to restore her composure, bringing her rolling eyes back to focus. The viewers in the live stream, however, were not so fortunate. What the hell? That scared me to death. Is the perspective shift here intentional? Oh my god. Suddenly switching from a romance to a horror game. I need to change my pants. Yaya wiped the shampoo from her eyes, her movements deft as she began to rinse the bubbles away. Just wait a moment. Let us go back together. Wenqing truly wished to decline, but her legs felt as if they had turned to jelly, rendering her immobile. She could only nod, too frightened to step into the restroom, waiting for Yaya in the hallway. The good news was that Yaya's actions reassured her that she was definitely not the player, eliminating yet another possibility. The unfortunate news is that the methods of identifying oneself remain rather stringent. Wenqing felt a pang of bitterness within as she tightly clutched the doll of Song Hui in her arms. Let us hurry back, she said. Since Yaya's hair was still damp, and she wished to avoid wetting her pajamas, she decided to hold the basin while resting her head in it. Making her way towards Wenqing. Chapter 63, A Disturbing Dormitory. This night is too difficult. What should one do when confronted by a headless girl in white? The answer is undoubtedly to flee. In an effort to rationalize her escape, Wenqing, clinging to the remnants of her sanity, concocted a plausible excuse. Suddenly, my stomach hurts. I need to fetch some tissue. Without looking back, she dashed into the dormitory, slamming the door behind her. Qing Jie is back, a calm voice greeted from behind her, causing Wen Qing to instinctively respond. Upon turning, she was startled and stumbled back a step, slapping her palm against the door to prevent herself from collapsing. Zhao Guoqiang stood behind her in a rather peculiar state. His face was directed towards her while his body faced away, yet unlike Mao Xiaoxia, who would twist her head around to achieve a similar effect, Zhao Guoqiang's neck remained in a normal position, indicating that he possessed another identical face on the back of his head. Indeed, Wen Qing's overtly startled reaction made Zhao Guoqiang awkwardly smooth his hair, while Shan Shan explained, "Apologies, it's a bit warm here." Wen Qing's lips twitched. The continuous onslaught of shocking stimuli rendered her somewhat numb. Suddenly, a force from behind propelled her forward, causing her to tumble into Zhao Guoqiang's embrace. It was Yiya returning. Observing the two tightly entwined, Yiya appeared momentarily taken aback. "Is your stomach no longer hurting?" she inquired. Wen Qing, already tucked in bed, heard Mao Xiaoxia mention her stomachache and immediately poked her head out from behind the curtain, offering her remedy for such discomfort. This time, Wen Qing reacted swiftly, resolutely declining her kind offer. Who knows if that medicine is even safe? Her heartbeat raced like a drum, fear coiling around her heart like a chilling serpent. In a state of extreme panic, Wen Qing moved with remarkable speed and precision. She grasped the bed's railing with one hand, executing a graceful roll, and landed lightly on the bed. Upon reaching the bed, she immediately burrowed into the warm quilt, wrapping herself tightly within. The audience in the live stream was left in awe. Lightness skill. Goodness, the host possesses such extraordinary abilities. Did she just leap up there? Indeed, you all are skilled martial artists. Ha ha, I knew this rumor could not be easily explained. What was even more alarming for Wen Qing was the realization that her bed lacked curtains, which did little to instill a sense of safety. Seeing Wen Qing hastily climb into bed, Zhao Guoqiang and Ye refrained from further conversation. One settled into bed to rest, while the other finished drying her hair and turned off the lights before joining her. Initially believing that the night's terrors would culminate here, Wen Qing, though utterly sleepless, compelled herself to close her eyes and attempt to rest. 20 minutes later, a voice broke the silence. "Are you all asleep?" It was Mao Xiaoxiao. Two hushed responses followed. No. Wen Qing hesitated briefly, opting to remain silent. Mao Xiaoxiao sat up, and Wen Qing felt her probing gaze, clutching the corner of her blanket, striving to calm her breath to appear as if she had entered a profound slumber. After an agonizing 5 seconds, the scrutiny dissipated. Mao Xiaoxiao's voice emerged, tinged with a hint of resignation. "Sigh, I can't sleep." Ye and another companion echoed her sentiment with a soft mm. The audience in the live stream collectively exhaled in relief. "Oh, it turns out she just wanted to initiate a night chat. I thought something else was afoot." "Indeed. I was under the impression there might be some mysterious ritual at the school tonight. Alas, the anchor has to endure this with such a group. Just thinking about it is tormenting." Just as Xiaoxi was about to inquire if Wen Qing needed assistance in inducing sleep, Mao Xiaoxiao's suggestion abruptly shifted the tone of their nocturnal conversation. "By the way, have you heard about the incident that occurred last semester?" Wen Qing's heart suddenly tightened. This topic felt ominous. Ye and her companion responded with an enthusiastic clearly eager to discuss it as well. At that moment, Wen Qing felt her heart plummet. This reaction essentially confirmed the theme for the evening: campus ghost stories. Mao Xiaoxiao animatedly recounted the tale, while Wen Qing, eyes closed, was forced to conjure vivid imagery in her mind. The protagonist of the story was a senior, a stunning beauty who had been pursued incessantly since her freshman year, reigning supreme in beauty contests. Her name was Yin. It was said that she was on the verge of graduation, yet during the last holiday, she was brutally murdered, her dismembered body discarded in the sewers. Given that the girls' dormitory was deserted during the holiday and the sweltering summer heat reached over 40 degrees Celsius, one could only imagine the scene awaiting the first wave of returning students. The entire female dormitory was swarmed by a legion of flies, with countless maggots and unidentified carrion insects wriggling through the cracks in the walls. The stench of decay mingled with the foulness of blocked sewage, and merely envisioning it made several of them retch uncontrollably. Wen Qing quickly turned over, facing away from the others, biting into her blanket to stifle a gag. Ye continued from where Mao Xiaoxiao left off. "I've heard about this too. A senior I know told me she used to live next to Yin and suspects it was a crime of passion." At this moment, Zhao Guoqiang expressed his thoughts, though his tone bore an undertone of jealousy. For someone like her, being a victim of a crime of passion seems rather typical. The conversation then spiraled into speculations about who could be the murderer. Countless names, entirely unfamiliar to Wenqing, spilled forth from their lips, and the discussion grew increasingly fervent. The audience in Wenqing's live stream also joined in the fray. Wow, this girl indeed seems to be quite charming. I have already heard no fewer than 10 names in just a short while. Perhaps this is the daily life of a campus belle. Always either on a date or in the process of turning others down. I'm a bit curious about what a yin truly looks like. Regardless, she surely cannot compare to the streamer. That is undoubtedly the case. However, I must say, they seem to belong to entirely different realms. Yin is likely the vibrant and flamboyant type, while the streamer embodies a more innocent charm. Wenqing, feeling a bit frightened, glanced at the bullet comments to ease her trepidation. Surprisingly, after a few minutes, she drifted off to sleep despite the terrifying story. The dream settled into a stable state. As the scene mirrored Wenqing's current bed, her position still that of lying on her side, with the time synchronously deep into the night. This directly led to Wenqing not realizing that she was, in fact, dreaming. Noticing that the conversations among her roommates had ceased, she turned over to squint and observe. No one was there. With suspicion, Wenqing sat up. She was certain she hadn't heard anyone leave. Chapter 64. Thoughts by Day, Dreams by Night. Wenqing initially intended to lie back down and continue resting, but she dared not seek her roommates. The instant she lay down, she instinctively turned over, only to suddenly freeze. She instinctively reached to brush her hair, only to discover that her once chestnut-long hair seemed to have transformed into shoulder-length locks. Shocked, Wenqing sat up again, silently calling out to Xiaoxi, what has happened to my hair? No one responded. Her peripheral vision quickly searched for the bullet comments in the lower right corner, only to find it void of any responses. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of unease compelled her to cautiously lift the covers and get out of bed to look in the mirror. The previously bare dormitory door had, unbeknownst to her, been adorned with a dressing mirror. As Wenqing stepped down from her bed, she found herself directly reflected in the mirror. In the mirror, Wenqing appeared tall and slender, her silhouette strikingly clear against the glass. She stood sideways at the center of the mirror, behind her a row of garments, illuminated by moonlight, swayed gently in the breeze. However, as the night wind blew, the motion of those garments began to take on a sinister quality. Their shadows elongated and twisted on the wall, resembling the hanging forms of dismembered corpses. Wenqing's complexion turned pale, her eyes flashing with a hint of terror. She could sense an ominous presence creeping from behind her, as if something was lurking within the mirror, waiting for the opportune moment. More importantly, the figure reflected in the mirror was not Wenqing. The girl in the mirror stood at approximately 177 centimeters, with a slender waist and long legs. Her figure more voluptuous than Wenqing's. She sported shoulder-length black hair, sleek and neat, with features that conveyed a mixed heritage, naturally exuding an air of depth without the need for embellishment. Wenqing swore she had never seen that face before, yet it inexplicably felt somewhat familiar. This sense of familiarity suddenly struck a chord within her. This is precisely the senior named Yin that Mao Xiaoxia mentioned tonight. At this moment, Wenqing realized that she might still be dreaming, as it is quite natural for one's thoughts during the day to manifest in dreams at night. She began to employ mental suggestions in an attempt to awaken herself, but to no avail. Determined, she sought to introduce external stimuli by opening the window, hoping the cold breeze would dispel the stuffiness of her dormitory, utilizing the change in temperature to rouse her senses. Unfortunately, this effort also proved futile. Taking a deep breath, Wenqing focused intently on recalling various academic concepts to maintain her composure, consciously forcing herself to refrain from dwelling on terrifying thoughts. She had once conducted an intriguing experiment, observing hundreds of individuals entering sleep, and discovered that when brainwaves reached a particular frequency, one could manipulate the elements of their dreams, a phenomenon commonly referred to as the state of wish fulfillment. If Wenqing happened to be in this frequency range now, the likelihood of her conjuring frightening images becoming a reality was alarmingly high. She certainly did not wish to perish from her own fears. Suddenly, a peculiar sound shattered the tranquility of the night, accompanied by something rolling to her feet. Instinctively, Wenqing recoiled, swiftly reaching for the switch by the door. Illumination was the most comforting presence at that moment. Thankfully, the light was functional, shielding her eyes momentarily from the harsh brightness. She gradually lowered her hands and glanced towards the chair beside her. There lay a stone, with a pink envelope tied to it, adorned with a prominent red heart. A slight sigh of relief escaped her. Given her current identity as Yin, receiving a love letter seemed entirely plausible. Wenqing relaxed her tightly held legs, exhaling softly, and bit down to retrieve the envelope, only to instinctively mutter, "How impressive, someone threw it up from the 6th floor." Wait a moment, an involuntary chill crept back up her spine. If her memory served her correctly, Senior He-Yan's dormitory was indeed on the 6th floor. The height was approximately 18 to 21 meters. Scientifically speaking, it is impossible for someone to accurately throw an object from such a height using only one's hands or basic tools like a slingshot. Terrified, Wenqing turned her gaze towards the window. Outside, all was eerily quiet, devoid of any anticipated commotion. She inhaled deeply and cautiously approached. She needed to close the window. Just as her hand was about to grasp the window handle, an unexpected pair of hands emerged from below the windowsill, gripping the frame tightly. The hands were long and slender, the veins on the back prominent with exertion. Objectively, they were quite unattractive hands, but Wenqing had no time to appreciate them. She seized a utility knife from her desk and plunged it towards the intruder. Climbing to the 6th floor by hand was certainly not the act of an ordinary person. Wenqing adhered resolutely to the principle of preferring to misstrike than to show mercy. She vividly recalled the fate of He-Yan, shattered and discarded into the sewers. Mingling with refuse, the mere thought sent a shiver through Wenqing. Her blade had penetrated deeply into the palm of the assailant, yet he emitted not a single sound. This only reinforced Wenqing's conviction that he was no ordinary human. His grip showed no sign of loosening, leaving her unable to close the window. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from below, filled with fervor and obsession, clearly a suppressed emotion erupting at that moment. "I truly love you, He-Yan, my darling, he." Accompanying his words were heavy, labored breaths, brimming with an overwhelming excitement, akin to a reaction only experienced in the throes of exhilaration. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through Wenqing's veins. Another pair of hands had now reached up, and her heart constricted violently. She stepped back, nervously scanning her surroundings. There was nothing to shield her from this madman. With no time to lose, she turned and fled the room. The sound of her hurried footsteps echoed through the desolate corridor, amplifying her feelings of dread and panic that filled her chest. Suddenly, fragments of He-Yan's past flickered in Wenqing's mind. Undoubtedly, it was the torment inflicted by this deranged suitor. From the initial innocent love letters to orchestrating serendipitous encounters in He-Yan's life, his pursuit had escalated into an obsession bordering on madness. He-Yan had been resolute in her rejections, convinced that denying him any glimmer of hope would prompt him to relinquish his pursuit. However, reality proved far more brutal than she had anticipated. His advances not only continued unabated, but also spiraled beyond acceptable bounds. He began to create perilous situations, only to subsequently don the guise of a hero, attempting to win He-Yan's affection through such theatrics. When she ultimately saw through his charade, he failed to recognize his own misdeeds, instead perceiving He-Yan's resistance as cruel, compelling him to resort to desperate measures. He-Yan tried every conceivable means to extricate herself from this man, yet regardless of her efforts, she seemed ensnared in his relentless grasp. A profound sense of impotence and despair enveloped her, as if he were omnipresent, perpetually lurking in the shadows of her life. Chapter 65. A game of cat and mouse. Ultimately, He-Yan made a harrowing decision. She feigned returning home while secretly residing in her school dormitory, hoping to evade his relentless pursuit. Over a month passed, and her life appeared to regain a semblance of tranquility. She began to lower her guard, believing she had finally escaped his clutches. However, just a week before the new term commenced, he found her once more. The images flashed rapidly before Wenqing's eyes, each frame like a bolt of lightning, radiant with blinding truths that she could not escape. The rapid succession of images almost prevented her from capturing every detail. Yet the oppressive despair they evoked weighed heavily upon Wenqing's heart. Suddenly, she felt fortunate. Once, she had been the belle of the school, pursued by ardent admirers. Yet the delicate balance of her circumstances had never left her feeling overwhelmed. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in her ears like the relentless beat of fate, striking her taut nerves. In that moment, her heart pounded like a drum, and she sensed she was ensnared in a deadly game of cat and mouse, with herself as the cornered mouse. Wenqing dashed down the corridor in her slippers, the sharp clacking resonating through the empty hall, a jarring sound that threatened to betray her location. Without hesitation, she discarded her slippers, clutching them in her hand, continuing barefoot. She endeavored to summon her thread, which would aid her in pinpointing the man's position. The thread, akin to her shadow, silently weaved through the air, providing her with invaluable information. The man pursued her without haste, yet his search was meticulous. Beginning from the floor where Wenqing's presence had vanished, he scoured each dormitory, leaving no potential hiding place unchecked. Utilizing the locating capabilities of her thread, Wenqing stealthily returned to room 601 via the opposite staircase. She quickly donned her socks, which not only dampened the sound but also protected her feet against the cold floor. The man was now on the 4th floor, and her current position remained relatively secure. However, she understood this was merely a temporary reprieve. She had more pressing matters to attend to. Wenqing retracted her thread and redirected it to investigate the lower 2 floors for any unlocked dormitories. She could not remain hidden in the dormitory building indefinitely. Capture was only a matter of time. She needed to devise a plan to thoroughly evade the man before seizing an opportunity to strike back. This game, she must win. Closing her eyes, the world seemed to vanish, leaving only the delicate connection between her and the thread. She concentrated, attuning herself to every subtle shift it conveyed. She had found it. The door lock of room 205 on the 2nd floor appeared faulty, slightly ajar, with the latch half hanging, presenting her with a rare opportunity. Next, she needed to ascertain the man's whereabouts once more. Commanding her thread, she glided silently through the corridor. However, when her thread detected the man's position, a chill enveloped her entire being. He was now on the 6th floor staircase, mere 3 steps away from the same level. How could he have arrived so quickly? Wenqing's gaze trembled, cold sweat instantly soaking her attire. It dawned on her that she had underestimated this man's intellect, initially believing him to be merely a lovesick lunatic. However, the crux of the matter is that the man's fervor for love is indicative of his profound logical acumen. He must have perceived the unusual stillness below, leading to the singular conclusion that his quarry had retreated. Time was of the essence. With a sound, the man had barely set foot on the final step when a brief, abrupt noise emanated from the staircase beneath him. It resembled the sound of a slipper inadvertently dropping. Ha. Dear Hien, I have arrived. The man's voice echoed with excitement as he leisurely turned to descend. Wenqing had long been prepared, hiding at the door, tightly covering her mouth and nose, and moderating her breath. Her body pressed against the wall, her heart raced within her chest, as if it would leap from her throat at any moment. It was only once she received feedback through her thread, confirming that the man had left the 5th floor, that Wenqing dared to breathe deeply. That moment had been perilously close. Utilizing the thread, she entered the room on the 4th floor, tugging at a slipper left behind to create a sound, successfully misleading the man. This minor stratagem afforded her precious time. Wenqing dared not linger. She stood up, took a deep breath, and flung open the door, sprinting towards her target room via the opposite staircase. The thread, light and imperceptible, continuously assisted her in tracking the man's position, making her silent departure a mere formality. As Wenqing successfully slipped out of the dormitory building, using the low bushes below as cover, she straightened her posture and inhaled deeply, as if releasing a prolonged tension that had been pinned up. However, her face did not reveal much joy. Beneath the relief of having narrowly escaped, a deeper contemplation lingered. What profound despair had Hien, the one directly involved, felt in that moment? Wenqing turned, coldly gazing in the direction of the girls' dormitory. In this place, justice was non-existent. Necessary acts of personal heroism were indeed commendable. Since she was now assuming Hien's role, it was her duty to rid society of its scoundrels on behalf of her senior. Wenqing narrowed her eyes, her focus honing in on the nearest 2nd cafeteria. The cafeteria, particularly the kitchen, with its array of knives. Perhaps she could locate some useful tools there. Having already suffered once, Wenqing would not underestimate the man's intellect again. If he was unable to find her in the dormitory, he would undoubtedly deduce that she had fled. Given his tenacity, he would certainly scour every corner of the school. With this thought in mind, Wenqing hesitated no longer and swiftly made her way to the 2nd cafeteria. Climbing through the broken window of the men's restroom, she couldn't help but reflect on how this marked her first foray into a men's restroom under such circumstances. Casting a quick glance around, she did not linger, hastening towards the kitchen. In the 3-story cafeteria, Wenqing rapidly retrieved all the knives and forks available. During this process, she unexpectedly discovered a remarkable utility of the thread. Chapter 66, The Limit of Counterattack. Although the current resilience is insufficient to serve as an offensive weapon, the finely woven, nearly transparent state can be crafted into an invisibility cloth akin to a magical artifact. When draped over the object she wishes to conceal, it becomes exceedingly difficult to detect unless scrutinized from a close distance. This revelation significantly facilitates Wenqing's subsequent arrangements. The sound of footsteps approached, much later than Wenqing had anticipated. She took a deep breath. It was now the moment to rely on her acting skills and a stroke of fortune. Pretending to swipe her card, She feigned an attempt to dial for help. "Hello? Is anyone there? Please, I beg you, someone come to my aid." Her voice trembled. As if tears were on the verge of spilling, she clutched the telephone receiver tightly, her fingers turning pale from anxiety. Her eyes mirrored those of a startled doe, darting around, brimming with unease and dread. In this moment, when Wenqing appeared exceptionally vulnerable, anyone witnessing her would perceive her as a girl on the brink of mental collapse, desperately in need of assistance and solace. "I have come to save you," the man's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, echoed in her ear. Wenqing's body froze instantly, the phone slipping silently from her grasp. Her gaze trembled as it turned toward the source of the voice, filled with terror and despair. Her eyes fixated on the severed telephone line in the man's hand, that broken cord symbolizing the last shred of hope within her, mercilessly torn apart. "Adu!" The girl's scream shattered the silence, a culmination of repressed fear finally unleashed. Wenqing clasped her head and dashed frantically up the stairs. In that fleeting moment of turning around, she could distinctly feel the man's fervent and frenzied gaze, akin to a beast's greedy fixation on her exposed, fair calves. A shiver ran down her spine, involuntarily quickening her pace. Finally, Wenqing laid eyes on the man. His appearance was utterly unremarkable, not the kind that would inspire immediate infatuation. Yet, his features were well-defined, and with a touch of refinement, he could easily attract the attention of the opposite sex. Alas, he had chosen a different path in life, transforming himself into a frenzied hound, discarding any semblance of normalcy. His hair was so greasy that it reflected light, his bangs nearly obscuring his eyes. Through the disheveled strands, one could glimpse his eyes, dull and lifeless, as if he were perpetually hunting for his prey. At the moment the man's gaze locked onto Wenqing, he erupted with the speed of a cheetah, closing in on her in a blur of short, rapid movements. "No, too close," Wenqing's mind screamed. She sensed the imminent danger approaching. At such a close range, even if she could manage to lure him into a trap, the very instant the trap was triggered, she too might suffer harm. This is not the realm of reality. And Wenqing cannot ascertain what fate would befall her physical form should she perish here. Unless absolutely necessary, she is unwilling to wager her life. "Run. Do not look back." A soft, ethereal female voice suddenly resonated deep within Wenqing's consciousness, as if it were a summons from another world, both illusory and surreal. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, her gaze regained its resolve. She had no reason to trust this voice, yet an instinct deep within her urged her to believe. "My dear, you have disappointed me greatly. I have done so much for you. Why do you not understand me?" The man's voice echoed behind Wenqing, akin to a devil's whisper, laden with temptation and resentment. Yet, the footsteps pursuing her seemed to slow, lacking the man's physical prowess. Wenqing could not maintain a steady breath while fully sprinting and conversing with him. Observing her silence, the man's feigned calmness morphed into escalating fury. "Do you know that on your birthday, my mother passed away, and I did not even care?" He spoke with bitterness, lamenting his sacrifices for Hien. "Hien, you can only belong to me. Do you remember the diamond ring I gifted you on your birthday? Worth 300,000, it embodies all my love for you." He prided himself on his devotion, yet it was utterly absurd. At last, she could endure no longer. Wenqing abruptly whirled around, bracing herself against the railing, and kicked at the man, who stood merely half a step below her. He raised his hand to seize her ankle, his eyes gleaming with excitement, while the other hand prepared to embrace her. "Is your ridiculous love truly more important than the gratitude for life itself?" Wenqing hissed softly, her furious visage magnifying in the man's gaze. Gripping the bone-slicing knife tightly, she aimed it at the man's eyes, which were now blind as a bat. With a thrust, the blade pierced through, and Wenqing twisted it sideways, stirring the wound further. After all, there was little of value in his mind. She might as well cloud it further. At that moment, a shaft of morning light streamed through Wenqing's hair, faintly outlining a translucent silhouette behind the man. The shadow mirrored Wenqing's own, yet the difference in their movements allowed her to instantly recognize the identity of the figure. It was the true Hien. No wonder the pursuit had lagged. Someone had been assisting her from the shadows, impeding the man's advance. Wenqing was not naive enough to believe that this injury would prove fatal, yet such excruciating pain would challenge even the most resilient skin and muscle. The man emitted a piercing wail of agony, releasing his grip on Wenqing's ankle, clutching his eyes as he toppled backward, writhing in torment upon the steps. Wenqing stood resolutely on the staircase, her gaze as piercing as the biting winter wind, imbued with disdain and determination. As she looked down upon the man who had fallen, the morning light cascaded upon her, casting an elongated shadow. while He Yan's graceful figure stood like a guardian at her side. Return to hell. Wen Qing's voice resonated with icy resolve, imbued with an undeniable command. She raised her hand, retracting the meticulously arranged threads. In that fleeting moment, the once pristine white wall above the man's head began to peel away, revealing a myriad of shimmering strands that, like summoned sprites, floated back into Wen Qing's palm, exposing the concealed secrets behind the wall, an array of sharp blades. As the threads withdrew, these glistening edges cascaded like raindrops, pinning the man's body firmly to the floor, rendering him immobile. He Yan's figure danced lightly like the wind, infused with a hint of playfulness as she kicked at the man sprawled on the ground, her actions revealing a childlike fury. Though unable to inflict any substantial harm now, Wen Qing had no intention of intervening. Originally, Wen Qing aimed to swiftly end the man's life, yet He Yan's sudden antics compelled her to alter her course of action. Her primary objective shifted from extinguishing the man's existence to assuaging the resentment simmering within He Yan. Wen Qing opted not to approach the man directly, instead. With her nimble fingers, she gently extracted the fork that had pierced his cheek, restoring his ability to speak. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a barrage of unembellished reprimands, favoring bluntness over finesse. You, worthless creature, do not deserve the judgment of any animal. What are you trying to intimidate with that brain of yours, which resembles a malfunctioning organ? With hands on her hips, Wen Qing berated him with an imposing presence, eliciting fervent applause from He Yan at her side. Chapter 67. Wen Qing transforms into the ultimate mouthpiece. Wen Qing glanced at He Yan, concluding, "Splendid, it felt delightful to stand up for my senior." The man seemed unwilling to yield, attempting to argue. "I did all this for you." Silence. "It is not your turn to speak." Wen Qing hurled the fork once more, sealing his lips. She was acutely aware of every word he wished to utter, which would inevitably revolve around his supposed devotion to He Yan. While the extent of his dedication and financial investment was indeed astonishing, it was a sentiment born from a relationship that had never truly existed. He could not even be classified as a simp. In Wen Qing's perspective, a simp at least receives some semblance of kindness or acknowledgement in return, albeit in a misguided manner. Yet, from Wen Qing's recollections, He Yan had never bestowed a single thought upon the man before her. Thus, he was not a simp, but rather an unwelcome entanglement. Wen Qing inhaled deeply. Attempting to rouse someone with such a warped sense of love was unrealistic, but certain truths needed to be articulated. She gently swept her hair aside, her voice soft yet powerful enough to dismantle the man's defenses. With a slight tilt of her head, infused with sincerity and a touch of confusion, she inquired, "I've been curious. What is your name, by the way?" As Wen Qing concluded her words, the man on the ground writhed in agitation like a fish gasping on a cutting board. With a disdainful curl of her lips, Wen Qing spoke in a tone that was both calm and indifferent. "Since you deem me so perfect, you ought to understand that the moment you disregarded your mother's death, our fates became irrevocably entwined. Such a callous individual, unworthy even of the title of son, could never be deserving of me." Beside her, He Yan momentarily froze before nodding frantically, as if struck by a sudden revelation. Wen Qing continued, "Thus, did you ever consider this when you rejected him, senior?" The man's body suddenly stiffened, as if jolted by an electric shock, his eyes wide with disbelief, as though he had only just grasped the absurdity of his actions. Wen Qing let out a soft sigh, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness and disappointment, as if lamenting the man's foolishness. Indeed, when one becomes ensnared in the throes of love, their thoughts can narrow, blinding them to reality. Gently, Wen Qing raised her hand, withdrawing the fork from the man's cheek. Her gaze was resolute and grave, locking onto his eyes, which were now filled with pain and fear, and she coldly inquired, "Now, tell me, how did you procure the funds for that ring I returned?" From the images etched in her memory, it was clear that the man's family background could not possibly support the extravagant cost of a 300,000 yuan diamond ring. The man opened his mouth to speak, but when Qing's expression turned serious, her voice imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. "I value honesty. Do not attempt to deceive me." A flicker of trepidation flashed across the man's eyes, his voice muffled as air escaped from his mouth. Yet Wen Qing distinctly heard his response. I sold the house." A wave of anger and disappointment surged within Wen Qing as she grappled with the incredulity of this man's decision, made in pursuit of fleeting vanity. She had envisioned countless possibilities. Perhaps he had resorted to theft or some reckless crime. But never did she imagine he would make such an absurd choice as to sell the family home. As a common worker at the lower rungs of society, Wen Qing understood all too well the arduous and precious nature of owning a place to call home in this world. A house is not merely a structure of bricks and mortar, It embodies security, warmth, and a sense of belonging. In Wenqing's heart, home was the final sanctuary, a sacred space that provided refuge against the storms of the outside world. It was a sacred and inviolable possession, a bottom line that would never be crossed, even in dire straits. Yet here was a man who, in the wake of his mother's passing, hastily liquidated this invaluable inheritance, merely to satiate his transient vanity and desire. A fierce flame of anger ignited within Wenqing's chest, her eyes shimmering with barely contained rage. Her tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, as if struggling to suppress the impending eruption of her emotions. At this moment, Wenqing found herself at a loss for words to accurately convey her emotions. As if all language had become utterly inadequate, Hien appeared blissfully unaware of the man's frenzied actions. Initially, she was merely taken aback by the extravagant value of the gift, and out of instinctive caution and discomfort regarding such a lavish offering, she promptly returned it. Wenqing cast a sidelong glance at Hien. Although she could not discern her expression, she could sense the tumult within Hien's heart. The air around them seemed to freeze in response to the sudden revelation, with only the sound of their breathing echoing starkly in the silence. The man's eyes were filled with fear and anguish, desperately gazing at Wenqing as if seeking a final redemption. Yet, when he spoke again, his words merely reaffirmed Wenqing's assessment that his infatuation had reached a point beyond verbal awakening. His body writhed in despair, every muscle trembling as he attempted to crawl toward Hien, his voice tinged with pleading and hopelessness. I realize my mistake. Dear, grant me one more chance." Hien instinctively recoiled at the man's contorted movements. Wenqing's countenance was as cold as ice. Her voice was resolute and unwavering as she echoed the answer Hien had uttered countless times before. "No, you scoundrel." As Wenqing's words fell, the man's body began to disintegrate, transforming into countless specks of dust that slowly dissipated in the warm sunlight of the corridor, as if his existence had never left a trace. Hien stood there, her eyes brimming with disbelief. The devil that had entangled her for 3 years, even robbing her of her life, vanished before her eyes. Wenqing's voice resonated in Hien's ears, gentle yet firm, like a spring breeze caressing the heart, turned to ashes, with no chance of reincarnation. "Fear not, Senior, you are safe now." This was Wenqing's dreamscape, a realm under her dominion. She had once stated that when brainwaves reached a certain frequency, she could manipulate her dreams. And just moments ago, she had accomplished that. Chapter 68. Songsher's weakness. Hien seemed unprepared for Wenqing to see her directly. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. When she turned her head, her gaze collided with Wenqing's identical visage, and guilt swiftly washed over her, causing her to lower her head nearly to her chest. A faint, trembling voice echoed deep within Wenqing's mind, carrying an almost imperceptible quiver. "I'm sorry, I actually intended for you to be the scapegoat." Hien had long steeled herself for Wenqing's wrath and reprimand. Her form appeared almost translucent, floating before Wenqing in a posture of utmost humility. However, as time ticked away, the anticipated tirade did not materialize. Instead, Wenqing's laughter rang out, light and indifferent. "I know." Hien, taken aback, lifted her head in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. She gazed at Wenqing, seeking answers within her eyes. With a resigned shrug, Wenqing allowed a self-mocking smile to grace her lips. It was hardly a mystery. After all, isn't this how films typically unfold? Pausing momentarily, Wenqing continued, "Not wanting to perish is a natural instinct. Besides, you did save me later, didn't you? Had it not been for you, I might have truly met my end." Their gazes intertwined in the air, and after a fleeting silence, they both erupted into laughter, shattering the surrounding stillness. Wenqing's words made Hien acutely aware of how absurd yet amusing the current situation was. The malevolent spirit, initially intent on causing harm, was swayed by the heroine's compassion, ultimately coming to a revelation at a critical moment, and together they vanquished the true villain. With tears welling in her eyes, Hien reached out, yearning to embrace Wenqing, yet her ethereal form simply passed through her. Turning around, Wenqing gently opened her arms, attempting once more. This time, Hien moved slowly and cautiously, and at last, she enveloped Wenqing in a tight embrace. In that moment, she felt a long-lost sensation of tangible warmth, the rhythmic heartbeat echoing with vitality and hope. In their brief embrace, they exchanged neither spoken blessings nor farewells, yet the profound emotion and understanding flowed between them, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the heart, warm and tender. A flicker of longing danced in Hien's eyes. How she wished for Wenqing to stay with her a little longer, even if just for a moment. Wenqing discerned this yearning in her gaze. Yet the harshness of reality compelled her to shake her head with a bittersweet smile. Honestly, I wish I could stay with you longer. But there are many matters awaiting me outside. Her voice bore a hint of helplessness and regret. Ian nodded in understanding, striving to conceal her reluctance, unwilling to let this emotion burden Wenqing. However, Wenqing suddenly grasped her hand, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. By the way, senior, how much do you know about the affairs at this school? The abruptness and directness of Wenqing's question caught Yin off guard momentarily. I know quite a bit. What do you wish to ask? Though taken aback, Yin responded truthfully, her tone laced with curiosity. Wenqing pondered for a moment. About the principal. Having weighed her circumstances, Wenqing realized that, with Song Huai's protection, aside from the potential threat posed by Song Shi, other issues within this scenario seemed rather inconsequential. Her limited understanding of Song Shi kept her in a passive position. Wenqing recognized that she needed more information to gain the upper hand when next confronting him. As soon as the question left Wenqing's lips, excitement flickered in Yian's eyes. This sudden interest reminded Wenqing of Yi and her companion, and she immediately understood that this topic was indeed ripe for discussion. On the second floor of the campus cafeteria, the two sat side by the window, each cradling a cup of warm milk tea. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a gentle glow on the table, adding a touch of warmth to this leisurely afternoon. Yin was immersed in her memories, her voice soft and tinged with nostalgia. I recall that many female teachers and students at the school were quite infatuated with him. He indeed possessed a captivating charm. Even I, in my youth, found myself drawn to him. However, I have never endorsed teacher-student relationships, thus I never expressed those feelings. She continued, recounting a particular young teacher whose pursuit of Principal Song was nothing short of fervent. There was even an incident where she unwittingly caused quite a stir. The teacher had gifted Principal Song a cake, only for it to nearly cost him his life. It later came to light that it was Principal Song's first encounter with cake, and he discovered he was allergic to eggs. An egg allergy? Wenqing's heart fluttered. This information could be crucial for her. She concentrated on the knowledge she had acquired and pondered thoughtfully. It could be an allergic reaction caused by a component in egg whites known as ovomucoid. A spark of insight gleamed in Wenqing's eyes. This allergen was rather uncommon, making it a fascinating discovery. Just as she was about to delve deeper into her inquiries, the space around her began to distort, the scenery rippling like water and gradually becoming indistinct. A sudden tightness gripped Wenqing's heart as she abruptly stood, panic evident in her gaze. Yet Yin merely gazed at her calmly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly uttered, "Goodbye." This unexpected farewell instantly alerted Wenqing to the impending conclusion of her dream. Before everything dissolved into a blinding white light, her consciousness began to wane, ultimately plunging her into darkness. Upon reopening her eyes, Wenqing found herself lying on her dormitory bed. Sunlight streamed through the unshuttered curtains, unabashedly flooding her face. That dazzling light was the very alarm clock that roused her. Perhaps due to the vividness of her dream, the typically serene sleeper, Wenqing, now appeared somewhat disheveled. The morning puffiness had yet to fully recede, leaving traces of saliva on her face. Her usually smooth chestnut hair had become tousled during her slumber, resembling the aftermath of a fierce battle. Wenqing sat up, rubbing her drowsy eyes, her tone laced with languor. "Good morning." The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted instantly, the audience's reactions fervent and animated. Ha ha ha, so realistic. So the streamer drools in her sleep. How adorable. Wow, I'm utterly captivated. In stark contrast to the viewers' enthusiastic responses were Wenqing's roommates, who remained decidedly composed. Zhao Guiqiang, still groggy, mumbled a greeting. "Good morning," Yaya yawned, her voice elongated with sleepiness. As for Mao Xiaoxia, she seemed to still be engaged in a dream duel with the god of dreams. It was safe to predict that she would be late upon waking. After Wenqing finished her turn in the bathroom, she stepped out only to find the dormitory matron reappearing at their door. Chapter 69. Song Huai, why does my wife want to drive me mad? Upon seeing Wenqing, the dormitory supervisor's face illuminated with a smile. "Your young boyfriend has come to pick you up." The dormitory supervisor, an unassuming yet emotionally rich middle-aged woman, accompanied Wenqing downstairs, her eyes reflecting a sense of envy for youth and nostalgia for bygone days. "Ah, youth is truly beautiful," she mused softly, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Having your young boyfriend come to escort you to class was something unimaginable in our time." In that moment, Wenqing's thoughts drifted, and she felt as if she had become a child encircled by a throng of concerned relatives, subjected to their inquisitive gazes. Yet, in truth, she had never experienced such an embrace of familial concern. She smiled faintly. A smile that conveyed both acknowledgement of the supervisor's words and a guardedness regarding her own emotional landscape. Adopting the demeanor of a listener, she quietly absorbed the supervisor's reflections, refraining from divulging the intricacies of her relationship with Song Hwai. In her heart, she believed that some stories were meant to be savored alone, and certain emotions were best kept hidden away. As Wenqing's light footsteps graced the ground of the first floor, her gaze effortlessly found Song Hwai, who sat peacefully in the corner of the security room. His figure appeared especially serene in the morning light, cradling a breakfast that seemed like a precious gift, emanating an enticing aroma and warm steam. A knowing smile blossomed on the supervisor's face as she concocted an excuse and quietly slipped away from the security room, leaving the small space for the two of them. Wenqing's eyes fell upon the steaming buns, yet her thoughts swiftly returned to yesterday's scenes in the cafeteria, where the vivid memories stirred a flicker of resistance within her. It seemed that Song Hwai had anticipated her hesitation. He smiled gently, his tone imbued with confidence and warmth. "Don't worry, enjoy your meal. I specially returned to Qingchuan Manor to have the butler prepare this for you." His words elicited a chorus of envy from the viewers in the live stream. "Oh, how enviable. I would describe this scene as a science fiction film. Food prepared for the host from other dungeons. This treatment is beyond my wildest dreams. Which fan eats state banquets daily? Oh, it's me." The playful banter and envy woven through the comments caused a flush to rise in Wenqing's cheeks, deepening her inner turmoil. She had intended to speak with Song Hwai today about her plans concerning Song Shi. This plan was inherently sensitive and complex, enough to unsettle Song Hwai. And now she found herself even more reluctant to broach the subject. Wenqing took a bite of the bun, her gaze lowered in contemplation. "Is it not to your liking?" Song Hwai's voice carried a note of concern. In his eyes, Wenqing's expression seemed fixated on the table before her, her intense focus leading him to wonder if the breakfast was indeed not to her taste. Wenqing withdrew from her reverie, her gaze shifting from the steaming buns to Song Hwai. A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes, swiftly replaced by a warm smile. "They are delightful." She gently shook her head. "I was pondering matters concerning Song Shi." Song Hwai's expression darkened slightly as he spoke with unwavering resolve. "I will handle him." Wenqing gazed deeply into Song Hwai's eyes, where a steadfast light shimmered. After a brief silence, she let out a soft sigh. She undoubtedly believed in Song Hwai's capabilities to address the issues with Song Shi. However, she was acutely aware that his methods would likely be far more intricate than her own. After all, Song Shi's desire was directed towards her, implying a rivalry between him and Song Hwai. Any action Song Hwai took would undoubtedly raise Song Shi's vigilance. Taking a deep breath, Wenqing resolved to candidly share her plan with Song Hwai. "My dear, regarding Song Shi, I actually have a scheme." Song Hwai furrowed his brow, seemingly inclined to refuse outright, yet ultimately chose to listen. "Please, go on," he replied calmly, without urgency. The audience in the live stream began to dissect Song Hwai's inner thoughts. Song Hwai, not particularly eager to hear, but I must respect my wife. Song Hwai, why can't my wife just obediently listen? It's infuriating, yet I still need to hear her out. Song Hwai, why must we discuss Song Shi during our precious moments alone? I'm frustrated, but I want to voice it. Wenqing glanced at the barrage of comments. Each one vividly painted a picture of Song Hwai's demeanor, making it even harder for her to speak. Nevertheless, having already revealed half of her thoughts, she steeled herself to continue. Wenqing slowed her pace, delicately articulating her idea. "I have learned from others that Song Shi has a severe allergy to eggs." She hesitated for a moment, then summoned her courage to proceed. "If I could make him consume food containing eggs, would that mean you could take me away directly?" She concluded in a rush, her words tinged with a sense of reckless abandon. Carefully, she observed Song Hwai's expression, yet he remained impassive, his cold eyes betraying no emotion. His silence instilled a sense of unease in Wenqing. She could not discern whether he was angry or merely contemplating. All she could do was wait quietly, hoping for some reaction from him. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, with only their breaths audible. Wenqing's heart raced as she anxiously awaited Song Hwai's response. At last, he broke the silence, but his question left her bewildered. "My dear, have I faltered in some way?" he inquired, a hint of uncertainty lacing his tone. "Wenqing?" This question was entirely outside her anticipated realm, leaving her utterly perplexed as she shook her head in confusion. "Certainly not. My husband is impeccable in every aspect. It seems that this is merely a straightforward denial, as if he fears that Song Hwai might perceive him as being dismissive." Wenqing even offered Song Hwai an exceptionally high evaluation. However, Song Hwai's subsequent remark left Wenqing both amused and exasperated. He gazed at her earnestly and calmly inquired, "Why does my wife wish to drive me to despair?" In the silent exchange that followed, Wenqing finally realized that Song Hui genuinely believed she intended to infuriate him. This absurd notion left her momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream had erupted into laughter. Screenshot taken. Henceforth, grievances have found their most vivid expression. Song Hui feels wronged. As the first person shared the image, others quickly followed suit. And Wenqing's live stream was soon inundated with this humorous picture. Wenqing felt overwhelmed. She had never anticipated that such a serious topic would devolve into this. Oh, the perils of a love-stricken mind. Chapter 70. This love-stricken mind is not an ailment. It is a malignancy. Knowing that Song Hui had completely misunderstood her intentions, Wenqing realized her explanation could not appear overly frivolous. She gently set down her cup, the warmth of the soy milk lingering on her fingertips. Adjusting her posture to face Song Hui directly, her gaze brimmed with sincerity as she vowed, "I have never thought of it that way." Her voice was clear and resolute. "I love you, and that will not change before your betrayal. So rest assured." A flicker of emotion passed through Song Hui's eyes. He nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from retorting. Wenqing took a deep breath and continued, "Therefore, my dear, while I do not wish for you to encounter any trouble, I also hope you would not put yourself at risk. The risks of this plan are minimal and quite manageable." Song Hui stood quietly, his expression still impassive. Yet Wenqing sensed the tumult within him. After a brief silence, it seemed he had finally reconciled himself to the situation. He exhaled a weary sigh, his tone mingling resignation with genuine concern. "What exactly does my wife intend to do?" This time, Wenqing did not hasten to respond. She gazed at Song Hui, a warm tide swelling within her heart. She understood that his pride was deeply ingrained, shaped by an upbringing where few dared to challenge his authority. Such individuals are often obstinate, resistant to others' opinions. Yet, in Song Hui's eyes, Wenqing discerned something different. He was willing to set aside his pride to respect her and even attempt to comprehend and accept her thoughts. In that moment, Wenqing experienced an unprecedented sense of emotion. When one who is expected to be devoid of love begins to feel affection, that sentiment is so pure and profoundly moving. However, this realization made Wenqing acutely aware that what she was about to say next felt exceedingly cruel. What to do? At this moment, I feel like inflicting harm upon myself. May the heartless woman be damned. Within, a tempest raged, yet outwardly, I maintained a facade of calm. You feigned departure from the instance, while I pretended to be disheartened, leading Song Shi to believe we had quarreled. Wenqing's voice was gentle, yet each word struck Song Hui's heart like a hammer. I was certain he would seize the opportunity to come forward and offer his attentions. It should not be difficult to persuade him to share a meal with me. Wenqing's plan was lucid. She understood that Song Shi was a man driven by ambition and would not let such an opportunity slip by. However, Song Hui interpreted the situation entirely differently. The original intent was to create an opportunity for Song Shi to approach Wenqing, employing the allure of beauty as a strategy. In contrast, Song Hui perceived it as his wife pushing him away, only to dine with Song Shi. Tears shimmered in Song Hui's eyes. Though he was a man of great strength, in that moment, Wenqing glimpsed his inner fragility and unease. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart as she realized Song Hui had misconstrued the situation once more. Just as she was about to clarify, Song Hui nodded with difficulty, forcing out a single word, "Okay." His expression resembled that of a man making a monumental sacrifice. The comments in the live stream reflected the viewer's sympathy and jest. "My goodness. It seems he's about to shatter. I know he shouldn't, but why is it somewhat amusing? Dude, others have love-struck minds. Yours is akin to a disease. Ha ha ha. I'm truly astonished. This successful love-struck mind is indeed a rarity. Perhaps you should give him a hug. He might genuinely be on the brink." Wenqing gazed at Song Hui, feeling a surge of guilt and helplessness. She gently approached him, extending her arms to envelop him in a tender embrace. "My dear, do not overthink. I am yours, now and forever." Song Hui clung to Wenqing tightly, as if seeking solace. "I know." After a brief embrace, having soothed Song Hui's emotions, Wenqing watched her beloved depart. Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly to regain her composure. She was aware that the forthcoming performance was of paramount importance. In this scenario, Song Shi was undoubtedly the orchestrator, and Song Hui's departure would certainly draw his attention. Wenqing needed to swiftly immerse herself in her role, evoking the feelings of heartbreak. However, for a woman currently basking in the sweetness of love, portraying the anguish of a breakup proved to be a formidable challenge. Wenqing was not a professional actress and harbored little confidence in her performing skills. Ultimately, she resolved to adopt a more straightforward approach. She instructed Xiaoxi to lower her spirit level, thereby creating an air of despondency. Under the influence of diminished vitality, Wenqing's demeanor became listless, her eyes reddened deliberately, emanating an aura of fragile beauty. With a slow, deliberate motion, she rose and exited the guardroom. Wenqing felt a disconcerting lightness beneath her feet, and as she walked, her spine struggled to remain upright. This despondent demeanor inevitably evoked sympathy in others. Before she had taken 10 steps, she caught a glimpse of Song Shi approaching her. The audience in the live stream was abuzz with astonished remarks. Indeed, specialization breeds excellence. The host's psychological tactics are truly impressive. He has already caught in her web. Just look at that worried expression. He really shows no promise at all. I had just presumed he would wait until the afternoon to find an opportunity to approach the host. If it weren't for the hostess profession, I would doubt he was TA plant. The viewers' comments brimmed with both mockery and admiration, utterly captivated by Wenqing's performance, while also finding amusement in Song Shi's response. Yet, within Wenqing's heart resided a tumultuous mix of anxiety and anticipation. She was acutely aware that this theatrical performance was merely beginning, and she must remain vigilant, ensuring that Song Shi detected no flaws. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions. Undoubtedly, both individuals harbored their own thoughts in this moment, neither being entirely genuine. Song Shi hurried forward, firmly supporting the faltering Wenqing, his eyes brimming with concern. "Where are you off to in this state?" Wenqing's voice was faint and trembling. She attempted to push him away, but misjudged her strength, causing herself to stumble instead. She understood that accepting Song Shi's kindness too readily would appear disingenuous, especially since just yesterday, she had felt a strong aversion towards him. Song Shi, undeterred by her rejection, seemed to anticipate her responses, inquiring about Song Y's whereabouts with an undertone of reproach and tenderness. "Where is Song Y? Why has Ti come to see you?" As the conversation veered toward the crux of the matter, Wenqing instructed Xiaoxi to amplify her momentary pain to enhance the authenticity of her performance. However, her nerves caused her to neglect specifying the intensity of the pain to Xiaoxi. Out of goodwill, fearing the effect might not appear convincing, Xiaoxi inadvertently allowed Wenqing to experience the excruciating agony akin to that of a compound fracture. Initially, Wenqing had intended to maintain an elegant facade of sorrow. But at that moment, all her plans crumbled. Her body softened, collapsing partially to the ground, trembling uncontrollably as she wept, her tears flowing freely. Unable to articulate a single rehearsed line, this scene not only astonished Song Shi but also took the live stream audience by surprise. "My goodness, what acting! I give it full marks. The host's performance is divine. It breaks my heart to watch." Song Shi's expression clearly shows he has taken aback. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 71. Two types of people cannot share a bed. Wenqing's voice was as delicate as a whisper, laden with powerless pleading as she internally beckoned Xiaoxi, gently, softly. Her voice faltered, struggling to convey her request in its entirety. Fortunately, Xiaoxi was perceptive enough to notice Wenqing's condition and wisely reduced the pain level. Wenqing's complexion gradually regained some color, yet the atmosphere became exceptionally delicate. Song Shi felt somewhat at a loss, gently supporting Wenqing, while her ears flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing fervently to find a place to hide and escape the awkwardness of the moment. Nevertheless, Wenqing was aware that she must persevere. She could not allow this performance to be interrupted. She diligently wiped away the tears before her, her eyes still glistening with unshed droplets. Raising her head, a flicker of resolute light shone through her. "I apologize, but could we refrain from mentioning him any further?" Observing Wenqing's facade of strength, Song Shi felt a surge of tenderness and protectiveness within him. As the principal, the architect of the rules, he possessed the authority to grant Wenqing a reprieve today. It was merely a matter of uttering a single phrase. He intended to feign indignation towards Song Y once more, yet as the words escaped his lips, he noticed Wenqing on the brink of tears again, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. "Let's have breakfast. I shall excuse you from class today." Wenqing nodded through her sobs, gazing at Song Shi with gratitude. "Thank you, Principal Song." He smiled gently. "Coincidentally, I am also heading to the cafeteria. Shall we go together?" After a moment's hesitation, she softly replied, "All right." Song Shi maintained a gentlemanly distance, keeping a comfortable half-step away from Wenqing. He entertained her with amusing anecdotes from campus life, his affectionate gaze fixed upon her, watching as her smile gradually blossomed. The morning light enveloped Wenqing, transforming her into a faded masterpiece that regained its hues under the sun's embrace, revealing a breathtaking side. Her infectious smile stirred a profound excitement within Song Shi's heart. In that moment, his affection for Wenqing seemed to transcend mere competitiveness and possessiveness, blossoming into something pure and sincere. He yearned to safeguard that smile, ensuring it would forever illuminate Wenqing's face. In the live broadcast room, the audience, akin to emotional detectives, perceived the shifts in Song Shi's demeanor. "You've fallen in love? Haven't you? What expression is that? Oh, what is that look on your face? Goodness, the anchor's acting surpasses countless young idols. I adore you even more. Xingjia, you are my goddess. I finally understand why it's said that heroes struggle at the hands of beauty. Who can withstand this?" In contrast to the barrage of comments, Wenqing, who was acutely attuned to Song Shi's emotional shifts, harbored slightly different thoughts. As the direct recipient of these emotions, she could perceive Song Shi's changes with clarity. Yesterday, he was the eager suitor yearning for her heart, yet today, in the face of her isolation, he exhibited a rare sense of boundaries. At that moment, Wenqing's feelings grew complex. Indeed, Song Shi had exerted considerable effort to win her affection. However, from the outset, he had chosen the wrong target, rendering his endeavors ultimately futile. Suddenly, the image of Senior He Yin surfaced in Wenqing's mind. Her gaze momentarily faltered, as if lost in recollection. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she inwardly questioned, "It's quite similar, isn't it?" If she were to remain as aloof towards Song Shi as the senior did, the outcome would likely mirror that of He Yin. Each harbored their own secrets as they made their way to the second cafeteria. Song Shi's actions only served to corroborate Wenqing's suspicions. There was no need for her to utter a word. Song Shi had already instructed the chef to prepare other dishes. When the food was served, each dish was one that Wenqing favored. He even pretended to casually remark, "I only ordered some of my favorite dishes. If you have any cravings, I can ask the kitchen to whip something up." Wenqing lowered her gaze, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. It was evident that Song Shi had conducted a thorough investigation into her preferences. While one might consider this normal, being scrutinized so meticulously by a man for whom she felt no affection induced a sense of discomfort akin to being exposed in public. Yet, given the circumstances, she had to feign delight. Raising her head once more, she wore a mask of innocent surprise, as if oblivious to Song Shi's inquiries about her. Her voice carried a hint of joy. "That's unnecessary. I enjoy all of these." Song Shi's smile was warm and inviting as he gently used serving chopsticks to offer her some food. "Try this." Wenqing stood, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. "Wait for me a moment. I'll go get a drink." Song Shi, unsuspecting, nodded in agreement. As she turned to leave, her smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold indifference. She walked expressionlessly toward the milk tea shop downstairs. Upon seeing the staff, Wenqing immediately recognized the person, Song Hui. Song Hui was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wenqing would recognize him so swiftly. In his mind, he believed he had disguised himself thoroughly, even covering his face. However, from Wenqing's and the audience's perspective, Song Hui had merely changed his attire and donned a black mask. His imposing presence, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, was difficult to overlook, even with such a lackluster disguise. Doubtful that Wenqing genuinely recognized him, Song Hui preferred to believe that she, like him, missed one another so profoundly that anyone could resemble their beloved. He coldly shook his head. "You must be mistaken, classmate." He then handed her 2 cups of milk tea, one of which was her favorite, topped with a red tea cream, adorned with a small heart sticker. Wenqing felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, suppressing her urge to reveal his identity as she took the 2 cups. "Thank you. I appreciate it." Once she left the second floor and prepared to ascend to the third, she could no longer contain herself and burst into soft laughter. The audience in the live stream had already succumbed to fits of laughter. "Ha ha ha. I just want to know who he learned this disguise from. He surprisingly possesses such a foolishly endearing side. I am utterly astonished. I can hardly contain my laughter." "Oh, dear host, are you still jesting at his expense? Should I remind you that, firstly, he never placed an order, and secondly, he merely dashed off without paying? My friend, you have uncovered a gem. These 2 delightful fools are indeed the source of my daily joy." As she observed the rolling comments, Wenqing's smile gradually faltered. She mused, "Oh, I forgot to mention that I didn't specify what I wanted to drink." The diligent Xiaoxi's reminder chimed in, detected trace amounts of egg whites in another beverage. Before Wenqing could respond, Xiaoxi calmly and objectively added, "Do not worry. You two are quite compatible. He won't even notice." Xiaoxi remarked, "Both possess an equal measure of intellect. convinced that they complement one another splendidly. Wen Qing retorted, "Wait. It feels as though you are criticizing me." Chapter 72. Absolute Trust. Departure from the instance when Qing returned to Song Shi's side with a conflicted heart. Her movements were natural and fluid as she handed him the beverage he had meticulously prepared. Song Shi, caught off guard, accepted the drink, continuing to shower her with compliments. Praising the alluring color of the beverage she had chosen, claiming that merely gazing at it was enough to make one's mouth water. A complex emotion surged within Wen Qing. Song Shi's current demeanor reminded her of an old adage: in love, trust is the most precious treasure. Though she herself lacked extensive romantic experiences, she had witnessed, firsthand, numerous tragedies born from trust. Unconditional trust is both fragile and resilient. It is resilient enough to lead one to believe in the most obvious lies, yet fragile enough that even when confronted with evidence, it is challenging to restore faith. As Wen Qing sank deeper into her thoughts, Song Shi had already gently inserted a straw and taken a sip. "Delicious," he smiled, his brow arched. Wen Qing could discern that he genuinely enjoyed it. She smiled softly, thinking that as long as he liked it, they should eat before the food gets cold. With graceful ease, she gathered her long hair and began to savor the culinary delights before her. Song Shi seemed entirely absorbed in the beverage handed to him by Wen Qing, his face radiating satisfaction and joy, as if that drink constituted his entire world at that moment. The audience in the live stream began to murmur among themselves. Is he trying to stave off Wen Qing's hunger? What's going on? I find myself oddly fond of the current Song Shi. Indeed, the present Song Shi is rather likable, resembling a love-struck puppy. Forget it. If you ask me, such a person is the most terrifying, able to express affection while simultaneously inflicting profound torment. Be cautious. Encountering such a person is perilous. Even when inebriated, do not soften your heart. Wen Qing's gaze lightly traversed the comments in the live stream, and she was somewhat taken aback by the audience's awareness and insight. To her, their observations were undeniably accurate. In essence, Song Shi's perspective on love is fraught with significant issues. Such a degree of psychological distress cannot simply be remedied by affection alone. Suddenly, as if he had choked on something, Song Shi began to cough. Wen Qing paused momentarily, her peripheral vision swiftly scanning Song Shi, and a flicker of complex emotions flashed in her eyes. If she was not mistaken, Song Shi's neck had begun to take on an unnatural hue of red. His cough echoed through the tranquil restaurant, and despite his efforts to suppress the itch in his throat, he felt the rising temperature and difficulty in breathing. Quickly realizing that something was amiss, he abruptly stood up, his movements tinged with urgency. Wen Qing, feeling anxious, set down her chopsticks, her gaze fixated on Song Shi. The words of concern she had prepared vanished from her mind in that instant. As their eyes met, Wen Qing's heart raced like a drum, sending tremors through her chest. The viewers in the live stream, as bystanders, immediately sensed the unusual tension. Your eyes betray you. Come on, your expression screams guilt. This is it. The truth is bound to be revealed. Oh, poor host. After all, they are not a professional actor. Their psychological resilience must be lacking. At this moment, Wen Qing felt a wave of panic wash over her. Her gaze inadvertently darted over the well-meaning reminders in the comments, further complicating her emotions. She wished to regain her composure, yet the more flustered she became, the more elusive control felt. Song Shi's voice was hoarse, laced with a hint of regret. I have some matters to attend to. I must leave for now and cannot accompany you back to the dormitory. Wen Qing, momentarily dazed, responded softly. Before departing, Song Shi even remembered to take the empty cup with him. Despite the tension in his hand resting on the table, visible veins straining, the grip on the cup remained gentle. As Song Shi's figure gradually receded, Wen Qing fell into profound silence. Logically, he should have first questioned himself. Yet Song Shi never suspected that there was anything amiss with the drink. Taking a deep breath, Wen Qing smiled bitterly, preparing to pick up her own drink to leave when she heard Song Huai's voice. Are you feeling sorry for him? Song Huai's tone carried a hint of amusement. Startled, Wen Qing turned sharply, meeting Song Huai's dark expression. No, she quickly asserted, urgency lacing her voice. Song Huai smiled slightly, raising an eyebrow, as if to say, let us see how you explain this. Wen Qing felt a flush of embarrassment but mustered a somewhat hesitant explanation. I was just a bit astonished that the plan went so smoothly. He completely trusted me. Song Huai's amusement faded, and his tone grew serious. If it were my wife who provided something, I too would not question it. Wen Qing smiled delicately, nodding, I understand. This trust, which Wen Qing has now fully embraced, is surely not beyond Song Huai. After all, they have endured so much together, without absolute trust. They could not have reached this point. The notification from Xiaoxi chimed in. Data anomalies detected. Repairs are underway. Having nearly perished after consuming a small amount earlier. Song Shi's condition would certainly not improve after downing an entire cup. When Qing raised her gaze to meet Song Huai's eyes, her tone filled with delight as she declared, Xiaoxi says it's successful. Let us proceed. Song Huai nodded. Though he appeared somewhat perturbed by Wen Qing's prior expression, and with a hint of jealousy, he inquired, Are we not going to wait to see how he fares? Wen Qing could not help but roll her eyes at him. Why would I want to increase the risk unnecessarily? She had exerted considerable effort, employing her first-ever charm tactic. All for the purpose of leaving the dungeon with Song Huai as swiftly as possible, now that they were on the brink of success. To indulge in self-sacrificial compassion seemed rather foolish. Her disdainful retort effectively dispelled the gloom on Song Huai's face as he scooped her up in his arms, a triumphant smile gracing his features as he descended the stairs. The audience in the live stream reacted with fervor. So this is the extent of your cunning. Utterly cringe. You're happy now, huh? From now on, I'll just call you Happy Brother. Only in a world where Song Shi is injured. Allow me to express my sharp enthusiasm once more. This awake, unselfish streamer is simply delightful, amidst the jubilant atmosphere of the live stream. Song Huai carried Wen Qing to the lakeside of the Hohai. Before Wen Qing could utter a word, he plunged her into the water. Everything transpired too swiftly. The live stream chat fell into a prolonged silence, with each viewer acutely aware of the enticing sin of their own burnt brains. It was not until Xiaoxi's announcement echoed that the stillness was broken. Congratulations, player, you have cleared the dungeon Eerie School, returning to the rest hall. As Wen Qing lost consciousness beneath the water, she instinctively struggled to break free from the binding force around her. However, the surrounding currents, gentle yet powerful, enveloped her, rendering her incapable of exerting any strength. Her struggles gradually waned, her awareness slowly fading until she succumbed entirely to darkness. When Wen Qing next opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a soft and comfortable bed, surrounded by familiar decor. Song Huai was not by her side. She understood that. As a player in the resting area, his frequent presence might destabilize the spatial environment. Xiaoxi had already compiled the dungeon clearance data, presenting it on the screen. Dungeon, Eerie School, clearance data as follows. Companions found, 0. Overall suspicion level, 0. You're not truly a monster, are you? Eerie creatures defeated, 1. Killing someone at school without raising suspicion, impressive. Time taken, 37 hours, 12 minutes, and 6 seconds. Clearance method, through the front door, indeed formidable. Unlocking achievements, 1. Self-preservation in turbulent times, unlocked after finding 0 companions in the mystifying school dungeon, 2. Bewitched, unlocked with a probability when the favorability rating in multiple dungeons exceeds 90 points, 3. The enigmatic creature, unlocked with low overall suspicion in the mystifying school dungeon, 4. Homeward bound, unlocked by exiting through the front door in the mystifying school dungeon. Overall rating. Rewards obtained. Weapon upgrade card, 1. Initial favorability increase of 10 points. Additional rest days, 2 in total. When Qing meticulously examined each reward, her heart brimming with anticipation, she applied the weapon upgrade card to her spirit-seeking weapon. And as she observed the enhancement in proficiency, excitement sparkled in her eyes. Spirit-seeking, current level 2, flexibility. Capable of inflicting cutting damage on low defense enemies. When Qing pondered to herself that in the next dungeon, her spirit-seeking weapon should reach level 3. Her gaze shifted to the next reward. An initial favorability increase of 10 points? It appeared to be more than a mere direct reward. With a flicker of thought, she opened the description. Initial favorability increase of 10 points. When multiple dungeons generate affection, there is a probability of triggering this effect. Congratulations, player. Now all low-level entities in any dungeon harbor a certain goodwill towards you. As when Qing read the text, an electrifying sensation coursed through her, rendering her momentarily dazed. What was this? This was truly remarkable. The audience in the live stream, having thought they had grown accustomed to Wen Qing's luck, found their perceptions continually challenged. What is this? What on earth is happening? Something fresh. Something new. The moment I saw the golden text for Bewitched, I knew things were getting serious. Sister, Song Huai, the mountain deity, Song Shi, the multiple mention must refer to these 3, right? Indeed. It must be. It's astonishing. Doesn't this mean we can stride confidently from now on? The streamer hardly ever courts danger. When Qing's excitement was palpable, and Xiaoxi sent her congratulations via the screen, a small snake curling in delight to form a heart. Congratulations from now on. The difficulty of dungeons will be significantly reduced. However, in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere surrounding Wenqing. Song Shi in the mystifying school dungeon was enveloped in tension. After teetering on the brink of life and death, he returned to the dungeon and immediately sought out Wenqing. Upon learning that she was not in her dormitory, a pang of anxiety gripped his heart. While perusing the list of enrolled students in the office, he witnessed Wenqing's name gradually fading until it vanished entirely. She had departed. Song Shi's peripheral vision fell upon the beverage cup he had cautiously placed under the glass cover, emotions swirling in his eyes. A knock at the door jolted him from his thoughts. Initially inclined to ignore it, a single utterance from the person outside compelled Song Shi to reconsider. Outside, a timid student hesitated to speak. Principal Song, a student named Wenqing left you a letter. Wenqing, come in. Principal Song's tone conveyed anticipation. Upon receiving the letter, he noticed the student stood awkwardly, unsure of whether to leave, thus encroaching upon his precious time alone with Wenqing. Coldly, he inquired, is there anything else? And no, that's all. Goodbye, Principal Song. The student promptly nodded and scurried away. Once outside the principal's office, he murmured to himself, why didn't the senior come over to deliver it himself? Inside the office, the envelope was carefully opened, revealing a sheet of pink stationery. The moment Principal Song unfolded the letter, the smile on his face froze. The words on the page were like sharp blades, mercilessly slicing through his heart. Principal Song, even a tofu has a brain, yet you do not. As a failed being, you are remarkably successful. Listen, stop dreaming. Song Hui. This letter from Song Hui was undoubtedly a precise strike to Principal Song's psyche. By addressing him as Principal Song, it enhanced the letter's credibility, while the subsequent content and signature were devoid of pretense. Only upon reaching the end of the letter did he realize he had been duped. Calmly, he tore the letter to shreds, but outside, the sky had begun to darken, with thunder rumbling and fierce winds howling. Song Hui stood beneath the teaching building, hands clasped behind his back, smiling contentedly as he admired the sudden change in weather. How wonderful! This time, it should be fatal, he leisurely concluded, his figure vanishing into the backdrop. In stark contrast, Principal Song, from behind the glass, tenderly caressed the cup that had been touched by Wenqing. His eyes burned with jealousy, yet his tone was laced with affection. Wenqing, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? To his surprise, Song Hui's obsession led him to doubt the sincerity of Wenqing's displayed tenderness. He even imagined how shamelessly Song Hui had forcibly taken Wenqing away from him. Wenqing must need me right now. She certainly does. Meanwhile, embracing a Song Hui doll and immersed in happiness, Wenqing suddenly sneezed several times, feeling a chill. Why am I feeling so anxious all of a sudden? Xiaoxi responded calmly, perhaps it's because you are. Wenqing. After a brief update, Xiaoxi had indeed become increasingly sharp-tongued, resembling Song Hui more and more. Wenqing began to reminisce about the once adorable little girl. Before she could dwell on her thoughts, she felt a touch on her lower abdomen. Looking down, she saw the Song Hui doll lifting its little hand to pat her belly. The comments in the live stream had already begun suggesting names for a second child. Wenqing's lips twitched, mercilessly shattering everyone's dreams. Stop dreaming. It's not happening. I just visited last week. Everything is normal. Chapter 74. New Instance. The Undead Ball. A large unit drama instance. As the farce of the live broadcast came to a close, Wenqing pressed the shutdown button, restoring tranquility to the chaos. She reclined upon the soft bed, acutely aware of the passage of time, akin to fine sand slipping through her fingers, irretrievable. A mere fleeting respite had allowed 2 days to silently elapse. With sleepy eyes, Wenqing rubbed away her drowsiness and posed a seemingly trivial inquiry to Xiaoxi. In such a user-friendly game, do they not provide meals? Amidst the busyness and tension, one often begins to notice the minutiae of life that have long been overlooked during moments of leisure. She realized that it had been far too long since she had savored the delights of gourmet food, relying solely on virtual metrics to sustain her vitality, which left her feeling an absence, a yearning for happiness. Xiaoxi's response was swift and straightforward. No player has ever made such a request. Hence the game has not made provisions for it. A flicker of disappointment washed over Wenqing as she reminisced about the spicy aroma of a hot pot. However, Xiaoxi's subsequent words elevated her spirits from the depths to the heights. But if players have such needs, arrangements can be made. Overjoyed, Wenqing unabashedly praised Xiaoxi. I adore you immensely. Taken aback, Xiaoxi blushed behind the screen, closing the dialogue with a soft reply, I feel the same. Moments later, everything was set. A table laden with an abundance of dishes. Surrounded by the enticing aromas, Wenqing contentedly concluded her break. When she resumed her live stream, viewers beheld her akin to a satisfied seal, half reclining at the edge of the bed, gently patting her belly. It was a feeling of fullness, joy, and contentment. The live stream erupted in a flurry of excitement. Other streamers are beautifully composed, but our host is genuinely carefree. Wow, hot pot. I'm drooling. I see tripe. Question. Does the host prefer spicy sauce or sesame paste? I can't handle spice, but I crave it. Tears streamed from the corners of my mouth. When Qing read through the barrage of comments while maintaining her relaxed posture, greeting her audience. After 2 days apart, she missed them dearly. Xiaoxi sighed helplessly. Reminding Wen Qing, there are 10 minutes left in the break. Shall we draw for this dungeon now? Yes. As the topic of drawing for the dungeon arose, the tone of the live stream chat shifted to a more serious note, prompting Wen Qing to compose herself and sit upright. Nervousness lingered, despite the numerous enhancements she had gathered. The blue screen before Wen Qing displayed the message loading. 3 seconds later, the screen revealed the name of the next dungeon, New Dungeon, the Ball of the Undead. Wen Qing scrolled down to read the dungeon's description. Title, The Dance of the Undead, description. In an ancient castle, the annual masquerade ball is about to commence. Participants must assist the count in ensuring that the guests on the invitation list arrive punctually. Failure to do so will result in dire consequences. Type, large-scale roleplay, player role, butler, completion method. Successfully organize the ball and ensure its smooth operation to depart after the event concludes. Wen Qing's anxious heart gradually found some solace, although she understood that the task was unlikely to be as straightforward as it appeared. At least the description of the scenario did not seem overly daunting. However, the moment she glanced at the comments on the screen, her smile abruptly faded. Well, let us just say it's a normal performance. I am at a loss for words. I'm utterly exhausted. Ah. The good news is that the danger level is low. The bad news is that time is extremely tight, and thus far, no one has successfully organized it. I recall that very few have perished at the hands of others. Most have met their demise at the count's hands due to failing to complete the task within the allotted time. Indeed, Wen Qing, in a state of complex emotions, inquired of the others whether the number of guests to be invited was excessively high. Immediately, viewers in the live stream chimed in. Not necessarily. Typically, if luck is on your side, you only need to invite 3 or 4 individuals. At most, it might be 7 or 8. And they will bring their partners or friends along. How can I explain this to you? Can you guess why it's called the Dance of the Undead instead of simply the Masquerade? As Wen Qing considered the implications of the title, a chill ran down her spine. She trembled and turned to Xiaoxi for confirmation. How she wished for Xiaoxi to deny her fears. Yet the response was regrettably affirmative. In this scenario, aside from the players, all the guests are souls of the deceased. After a brief pause, Xiaoxi added, if the mission fails, the player will remain trapped in this ball for eternity. Wen Qing's spirits plummeted, the earlier sense of joy evaporating entirely. Xiaoxi did not afford her much time to dwell in sorrow. The countdown for the scenario had already begun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As Wen Qing's gaze sharpened, she found herself standing within a magnificent castle, the air thick with the faint dust and scent of bygone eras. Looking down at herself, she noted the exquisite butler attire. A well-tailored black tailcoat complemented by a white bow tie and gloves, exuding an air of elegance and professionalism. Turning around, she surveyed every corner of the grand hall. Crystal chandeliers hung from the vaulted ceiling, casting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire space. Towering above her was a high dome adorned with intricate murals depicting scenes from mythology. The ancient furniture was meticulously arranged, each piece bearing the marks of time. With Wen Qing's salary, it seems improbable that she could ever afford such exquisite furniture. One cannot help but admire the impeccable taste of this earl. The audience in the live stream is indeed treated to a visual feast, fortunate enough to glimpse the interiors of an authentic noble castle. One can almost sense the confidence emanating from the rich cultural heritage, affirming that a noble home could never be mundane. Such a lifestyle, cultivated over generations, is undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. It is undeniably pleasing to behold. Ah, how enviable it is to live a day in the life of the affluent. As Wen Qing and the viewers, like a tour group, earnestly appreciate the surroundings, a familiar voice suddenly resonates from behind her. If there is anything you dislike, just say so, and I shall have it changed. Turning around, she finds Song Hui standing behind her, a tender smile gracing his features. Wen Qing exclaims, "You look so handsome." Dressed in a tailored black evening suit that perfectly accentuates his broad shoulders and tall frame, he wears a delicate family crest at his collar. With jewels adorning his cuffs and bow tie, shimmering with a subtle glow that complements his demeanor. Indeed, Embracing a touch of superficiality can be quite delightful. Finding such a handsome husband makes it difficult to grow weary of the sight. As Song Hui approaches Wenqing, her smile, which was poised to bloom, abruptly freezes into an expression of rigid emptiness at the moment he draws near. An indescribable premonition washes over her, a chilling tremor that stirs unease within her. As if an invisible thread tugs at her heartbeat, heightening her instincts at this very moment. As their distance diminishes, Song Hui's deep brown eyes meet Wenqing's gaze. Her heart feels as if pierced by the winter's chill, and she realizes that the man before her is not the familiar Song Hui, but rather Song Shi. A tide of confusion washes over her. Her first concern is not for her own safety, but for the peril that Song Hui may face. Her beloved, the ever-gentle Song Hui, would never depart from her silently. Suddenly, Xiao Shi's voice echoes in her ear. Stay calm. I detect that Song Shi's demeanor towards you remains amicable. Amicable. A wave of incredulity floods Wenqing's mind. Having poisoned Song Shi and abandoned him to follow Song Hui, does he truly harbor no resentment towards her? In the live stream, the barrage of comments flows relentlessly. How did Song Shi end up in this scenario? Aren't they supposed to handle their own affairs? Why is Song Shi involved in two stories? Song Hui has never taken on dual roles. He merely accompanies as a standard identity. What gives him the right? Wenqing scans the screen filled with comments, and she begins to grasp the underlying truth. With years of experience as a wage earner, she knows there must be someone orchestrating all of this behind the scenes. A figure of higher status and authority than Song Hui is all too apparent. The appearance of Song Shi is no mere coincidence. The main system's targeting is evidently far from over. Wenqing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Song Shi's voice seemed to deliberately mimic that of Song Hui, his intention being to scrutinize Wenqing's attitude towards Song Hui. What brings you here? Wenqing's tone was tranquil and indifferent, betraying no emotion. At this moment, both individuals were probing one another. Yet it was clear that Song Shi lacked the composure exhibited by Wenqing. Having witnessed Wenqing's prior demeanor towards Song Hui, Song Shi perceived the current aloofness as indicative that the two had not reconciled. This reinforced Song Shi's conviction that Wenqing had been abducted by Song Hui. A list. Song Shi produced a sheet of gilded stationery from his pocket and handed it to Wenqing before turning to depart without further words. His current guise was that of Song Hui. Although he yearned to converse more with Wenqing, he knew that such engagement would only expedite the deepening of their bond. Thus, in the interest of securing Wenqing for the long term, Song Shi chose to exercise restraint. Wenqing lowered her gaze to the list in her hands. Just as she was about to open it, when Song Shi's voice resonated once more, "There's still time. You may finish your meal first." This expression of concern was rendered as bland as possible by Song Shi, yet Wenqing could still discern the restrained emotion reflected in his eyes. Nodding in acknowledgement, they both turned and departed in opposite directions, their once intertwined shadows gradually separating. Wenqing cautiously entered her room, sitting at her desk, her heart racing as she delicately tore open the envelope. As the number of names on the list came into view, a wave of cheers erupted in the live stream. How splendid, only 4. The host is truly fortunate. I just reviewed when Song Shi presented something to the host. It seemed he had 2 envelopes. I bet that other one has a plethora of names. The host's would have saved her life. Wenqing's gaze swept across the comments. Yet she felt a chill surge up her spine. Had she not sensed the anomaly and treated Song Shi with unreserved enthusiasm, what kind of hellish beginning awaited her? In truth, as the audience speculated, after departing, Song Shi casually tore up the other letter he had prepared. Sunlight filtered through the fluttering scraps of paper, revealing a dense array of names, at least 30. Within her room, Wenqing discovered a booklet that recorded the current residences of various individuals in the town. She meticulously verified the details of the 4 individuals and, having confirmed their addresses, ventured out into the bright sunshine. Under the sun, the small town lay eerily still. Its streets immaculately clean, doors and windows tightly shut, devoid of any signs of life. The once warm sunlight grew increasingly frigid as Wenqing ventured deeper. Unable to resist pausing, she turned her gaze towards the castle. How peculiar. The castle appeared to possess at least a century of history. However, upon exiting the fortress, the town gave her the impression of a newly crafted miniature architectural ornament, flawless yet devoid of the vibrancy of life. She swallowed hard, and as she withdrew her gaze, her eyes fell upon a pristine poster. An art exhibition was being held in the town? As Wenqing examined the description on the poster, she noted that the organizer was none other than Zhou Zimo, a name listed among the attendees. Xiao Shi marked the location of the exhibition on the map. Let us proceed and take a look. Wenqing said, her face lighting up with a sweet, gentle smile once more. The town's intricate pathways had bewildered her moments ago. But now with the map, navigating would be straightforward. The town was expansive, despite not straying far off course. It took Wenqing nearly an hour to reach the designated point. There was no ticket booth. The gate stood wide open, seemingly allowing free admission. Cautiously, Wenqing peered inside, and unsurprisingly, it appeared devoid of visitors. The sound of her footsteps echoed crisply in the vast, empty gallery. Eerie artworks hung on the walls, their colors distorted and forms abstract. The dim lighting created an unsettling atmosphere, casting elongated shadows, while an air of unease lingered. Xiaoxi activated the automatic perspective for the viewers in the live stream, facilitating their appreciation of the artworks they favored. Very well, I cannot appreciate this. I simply wish to know what mental state led the artist to create this. So abstract. They say those who study art often have their quirks. I once thought that was mere prejudice, but now I concede. I need to see the host cleanse their eyes. What a value drop. The air conditioning in the exhibition hall was excessively cold, resembling an ice cellar, chilling to the bone. Wandering alone within. Had it not been for the thousands of viewers accompanying her remotely, Wenqing might have fled the moment she confirmed the absence of others. Oh. After a brief circuit and preparing to depart, she was suddenly captivated by an easel standing in the corner. What a peculiar form of expression. Amidst countless bizarre yet complete artworks, there lay an unfinished piece. In the dimness of the studio, this painting shone like a solitary beam of light, quietly blossoming. On the canvas, sunlight caressed the golden wheat fields, the sky a boundless cerulean expanse, and wildflowers dotted the stream's edge, contrasting starkly with the surrounding gloom. Wenqing's gaze pierced through the hazy light, resting upon the unfinished section, a stark void that ought to have been the silhouette of the subject. The edges of that emptiness were graced by a few strands of hair, gently swaying in the breeze. Delicate lines suggested a flowing texture. Yet they only deepened her curiosity as to why the artist chose to halt their brush at this juncture. Wenqing contemplated this blank space, her mind swirling with countless speculations. Was it the artist's inner hesitation, or some unspoken emotion, that compelled them to remain silent at the very moment when their pen should have danced? The audience in the live stream was captivated by the unfinished painting, their comments flowing like whispers, each expressing their own conjectures and sentiments. Perhaps the artist has yet to decide on a specific subject, leaving merely an impression. I beg to differ. The colors are applied so thoroughly that the entire composition must surely be established. Could it be a depiction of a girlfriend, interrupted by a quarrel and subsequent breakup, leading to its abandonment? Honestly, in standard painting, one does not intentionally leave out the main subject. Doing so complicates the proportions. I am baffled, yet I find this incomplete work rather appealing. Perhaps the artist intended it to be just so. It is possible. But my obsessive nature longs to see it completed. Wenqing's peripheral vision scanned the rolling comments, and she instinctively moved closer, eager to uncover the secrets untouched by paint. Standing before the canvas, light streamed in from the high window, casting faint shadows upon the blankness. In that moment, Wenqing felt as though she could sense the artist's emotional state, a complex interplay of anticipation and hesitation. Suddenly, a bone-chilling gust of wind swept through the studio, leaving her dizzy, as if the world were spinning around her. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp the easel for stability, only to unexpectedly feel the tangible texture beneath her fingers, startling her. Looking up, her gaze met a pair of blood-stained eyes. Wenqing recoiled, her body involuntarily stumbling backward, her heart racing wildly within her chest. A deafening crash, akin to thunder, echoed as a shell whizzed past her ear, bringing with it a searing heat that severed several strands of her hair. The wave of heat felt like the fires of hell, searing her senses and inflicting a branding pain upon her spine. With a scream, Wenqing lunged forward, even with one eye blown away. The man amidst the chaos reached out, steadying the faltering Wenqing, pulling her into a relatively safe corner. Crouched in the corner, her mind was a blank slate, unable to comprehend the sudden upheaval before her. Just a second ago, she had been immersed in the tranquility of the art exhibition, and now she found herself amidst a battlefield shrouded in smoke. Her emotions surged like the tides as she gazed at the man teetering on the brink of death, his pale visage bearing a hint of familiarity. "Are you Zhou Zimo?" Wenqing's voice held a note of inquiry. The man nodded faintly, retrieving a delicate box from within his coat, and with the last vestiges of his strength, he gently brushed away the dust upon it, presenting it to her with an almost sacred demeanor. As the box passed into Wenqing's hands, the man's grip tightened around her wrist, a fierce and desperate hold. as though clutching the final flicker of light in his life. The man trembled, his voice faint yet imbued with longing. This is entrusted to her, I beseech you. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the flame of life within him flickered out. Yet his eyes remained alight with unfulfilled desire. Wenqing gently closed the man's eyes, whispering a promise, I shall do my utmost. The man's grip gradually loosened, as if he had found a flicker of solace on the precipice of death. With utmost care, Wenqing withdrew her hand. Yet before she could unveil the contents of the box, a familiar wave of dizziness overwhelmed her once more. As she regained her senses, she found herself back at the art exhibition, standing before the incomplete painting. A box stood silently upon the easel, identical to the one the man had given her, exuding a faint metallic scent reminiscent of blood. The audience in the live stream seemed oblivious to this peculiar scene, their concern and curiosity swirling through the comments. What happened to the host? Why did she suddenly stop moving? Is she entranced? My wife can even critique artwork. Is she discovering something serious, given her intense focus? She hasn't blinked once. It's quite eerie. Wenqing blinked, pulling herself together, and offered a faint smile to the camera. I am fine. She lifted the small box. And at that moment, Xiao Shi's voice rang out, delivering an announcement. Congratulations, player. You have successfully unlocked the side quest, Unfinished Love. Assist the spirit in fulfilling their wish, and they shall agree to attend the ball on the appointed day. Wenqing stood in stunned silence, gazing at the box in her hands. Her already heavy heart weighed down further with anxious anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of many, she opened the box to reveal a yellowed photograph and a handwritten letter. The girl in the photograph had cascading long hair. Though time had blurred the image, her gentle aura still resonated deeply. The handwriting on the letter was shaky, yet brimming with emotion. I am sorry, I may not return. I had intended to wait until I came back to reveal the answer to you, but it seems I shall have no chance. So, I shall say it here. You asked where my pen's most beautiful scenery lies. It is you, the wheat field of our first encounter. Your smile is the eternal masterpiece of my quill. Wenqing's fingertips delicately traced the letters, feeling the profound emotions and regrets emanating from afar. This was not merely a letter, but an unfinished love, a heavy entrustment. In the tranquility of the art exhibition, her dialogue with the soul stirred her heart more than ever before. Amidst her emotional turmoil, an inexplicable anxiety surged within her. It suddenly dawned on her that the list song sure had given her bore no specific timestamps. This implied that the ball could be set in the distant future or could be imminent. Faced with this uncertainty, Wenqing realized her understanding of the girl was still but a blank slate. Drawing a deep breath, she carefully stowed the box away and resolved to return to the castle. Wenqing understood that in such moments, maintaining composure was paramount, no matter how urgent the situation. One must proceed step by step. She planned to first locate Song Hui, ascertain the remaining time, and then endeavor to investigate the whereabouts of that girl. By the time Wenqing returned to the castle, dusk was approaching. Without a map for her journey home, she lost her way on the winding paths and took a longer route. As she stepped into the castle's grand hall, she was preparing to mentally rehearse her forthcoming words when a sudden, crisp shattering sound echoed from above. A cup had fallen to the ground. Chapter 77. The husband has arrived. Wenqing's heart tightened abruptly, an ominous premonition surging within her. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and dashed towards the study upstairs. Just as she ascended the staircase, another thunderous sound burst forth like an explosion in the air, shaking the entire corridor. Immediately after, Song Hui's voice pierced through the cacophony. Cold and clear, you have abandoned your post, get back. The authority and power in that voice instilled a sense of fear, compelling obedience. Wenqing's heart raced like a drum, and her steps involuntarily slowed. Her gaze fixated on the crack beneath the study door, where tendrils of inky black mist slowly seeped out, each wisp exuding a suffocating aura of menace. Her body tensed, palms slightly sweating. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions, and cautiously approached the study, step by step. As she neared the door, the black mist seemed to sense her presence, swirling around her feet, brushing against her, entwining her. Wenqing gently knocked on the door, her voice soft yet probing. Song Hui, it's me. Her call pierced the silence, seemingly summoning the soul hidden in darkness. The door opened silently, and the black mist surged forth like a living entity, completely obscuring her vision. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside. As her sight gradually cleared, the dark mist receded like a retreating tide, revealing the full view of the study. There was no one else present. Song Hui stood alone by the window, his back to her, as if awaiting her return. Wenqing's gaze lingered on Song Hui, a warm current surging within her heart. The viewers in the live stream were still analyzing whether this Song Hui was real or not. After all, with identical attire and strikingly similar features, it was indeed challenging to discern. My dear. Wenqing's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement, her eyes sparkling like stars. She rushed to Song Hui's side, throwing herself into that familiar embrace. His arms were warm and expansive, and Wenqing held him tightly. Feeling his warmth and inhaling his scent, an overwhelming sense of security enveloping her. The speculations in the live stream abruptly halted, replaced by envious yet congratulatory remarks flooding the screen. How wonderful. As soon as you two meet, you shower us with dog food. Thank you for the hospitality. I am well fed with dog food. It seems I have been overly concerned. After all, one can distinguish their own husband without our assistance and analysis. Ah. Witnessing this makes me yearn for love. Youth is indeed a splendid phase. Oh, how I desire a sister's embrace. Song Hui returned her embrace. His gaze tender yet filled with worry as he looked at her, his tone tinged with self-reproach. I arrived late. Wenqing shook her head earnestly. Not at all. It was just right. As Wenqing gazed into Song Hui's profound eyes, she saw a yearning and possessiveness that seemed as if it could consume her very soul. The intense emotions emanating from him quickened her heartbeat, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. Out of the corner of her eye, she instinctively glanced at the comments. And in an instant, her composure returned. Wait a moment, I just remembered that Song sure left. When is the ball? Ah, yes. We forgot to ask about the important matter. Ha ha ha. Well, now we can only hope Song Hui knows. Can you imagine if Song Hui is also unaware? That would be amusing. Indeed, this live stream is quite entertaining. The time for the ball. It was indeed a case of distraction by handsome men. She had completely forgotten the reason for her urgent return. Wenqing had intended to ask Song Hui if he was aware, but upon meeting his smoldering gaze, she felt that interrupting him would be rather cruel. In a moment of hesitation, Wenqing rose onto her toes and initiated a kiss to offer reassurance. Darling, hold on. I wish to ask. As she parted her lips to speak, Song Hui's kiss sealed her words once more. His kiss was fervent and profound, imbued with an irresistible force. Her hands instinctively climbed onto his shoulders, yet she hurriedly reminded herself to remain composed. Just wait. Song Hui's palm glided gently along Wenqing's back, each touch sending shivers across her skin. His fingertips traced her curves, igniting a fire deep within her. Wenqing's breath grew rapid, enveloped by a potent desire. As Song Hui's kiss traveled lower, his lips brushed against her neck, nibbling her earlobe as he whispered, I can't wait for my wife. You smell divine. His voice was hoarse and laced with temptation, each word tantalizing Wenqing's heartstrings. Overwhelmed by intense emotions, her body became fervent in his embrace, and her rationality was entirely consumed in that moment. In the live stream, I knew it. Excellent. The host's 21st resistance has failed. I love this assertiveness. 5 hours of revelry approached its conclusion. Wenqing lay there, her eyes devoid of their usual brilliance, reduced to a hazy veil. Her breath faint. Only the multitude of kiss marks adorned her body, bearing witness to the events that had transpired. Her hair, damp and clinging to her neck and shoulders, exuded an aura of desire. Song Hui, Wenqing, spoke in a faint voice, tinged with a hint of weakness. Song Hui immediately leaned closer, enveloping her in his embrace, and softly urged, Call me husband. Wenqing lacked the strength to retort, merely casting him a sidelong glance. Yet within her gaze lingered a trace of affection. Husband, I am quite hungry. No sooner had she uttered her words than Song Hui's body pressed down upon her once more, and she instantly recognized the ambiguity of her statement. Wenqing bent her knees, playfully nudging him away, and firmly corrected, my stomach is hungry. A flicker of disappointment crossed Song Hui's face, clearly indicating that he was still not fully satiated. Wenqing shook her head in resignation, attempting to shift her body as she readied herself to wash up. She cautioned Song Hui, I hope that once I am done, I will be treated to a delicious meal, rather than being devoured. With a cheerful nod, Song Hui watched as Wenqing's silhouette disappeared through the bathroom door. Unbeknownst to Wenqing, her earlier tone carried a subtle hint of threat and command, devoid of the reverence one typically holds for a player of her caliber. However, the viewers in the live stream felt a sense of comfort. Did you not find that scene incredibly sweet? Indeed, it exuded the essence of a normal couple. Yes, my darling is finally embracing this love wholeheartedly. Oh, the satisfaction of a maternal figure. Soaking in warm water, Wenqing initially contemplated how to discuss the day's events with Song Hui. But upon seeing the barrage of comments, A blissful smile involuntarily graced her face. She probed her heart. She had once harbored reservations due to the disparity of their identities. Yet now, such feelings had dissipated. Chapter 78. Is this the steward? Is this the countess? Wenqing stepped lightly out of the bathroom. Her silky nightgown gliding over her skin, her damp hair glistening with droplets, subtly revealing her jade-like fair complexion and the graceful contours of her back. Inside the live stream, the audience's comments surged like a tidal wave. Hee, a feast for the eyes. I confess I am. But this beauty leaves no room for improper thoughts. Love it even more now. Passing by, I'm firmly anchored here. Following for life as a loyal fan. Slurp. Legs climb. Wenqing expressed her gratitude for the gifts from the audience before heading to the dining room in search of Song Huai. In the castle's dining hall, the flickering flames of the fireplace cast a warm glow upon the intricately carved wooden chairs, while the golden-edged tablecloth adorned the table and the silverware shimmered in the candlelight, creating an ambience of ancient opulence. The scene captivated the viewers in the live stream, prompting sincere admiration. I can hardly imagine sipping a bowl of plain rice porridge here. It would feel utterly bizarre. Ha ha ha, buddy, your imagination is truly wild. Yet I suspect the dishes in such a place ought to be beautifully plated, though served in meager portions and lacking in flavor. It's clear you've been influenced by those faux socialites and unscrupulous merchants. Indeed, I believe that dining in such a setting necessitates a more formal attire. Donning slippers and a tank top would be rather peculiar. Wenqing glanced at the comments on the screen, then at herself, and could not help but let out a resigned sigh, despite her merely natural appearance. With damp hair and clad in a simple nightgown, she felt somewhat out of place in this refined atmosphere. Just as she was about to greet Song Huai, she was interrupted by the butler. What do you intend to do dressed like that? The butler's tone was fraught with urgency and indignation. Unable to comprehend why a steward would present themselves in such an informal manner at such a solemn occasion, Wenqing was momentarily taken aback. Recalling Xiaoxi's earlier reminder, to others, the player's identity is that of a steward. A sudden realization dawned upon her, and she hastily explained. This was prepared for me by the Count. My steward's attire has been confiscated. The butler's eyes widened in disbelief. In this narrative, although the Count possessed both beauty and wealth, along with a title, his eccentric nature rendered the daughters of true nobility wary of approaching him. Those who dared to draw near were often driven by greed for wealth and status. Seated at the head of the table, Song Huai's gaze, initially as tranquil as still water, betrayed a flicker of resentment. This person brings his wife over, buzzing like a cricket for ages, he remarked. His voice laced with a barely perceptible annoyance, yet softening to a gentle murmur as he called out to Wenqing, "My dear, come closer, or the food will grow cold." Wenqing responded cheerfully, "I'm coming," her voice sweet, fresh, and melodious. Within the dining hall, the gazes of the onlookers seemed frozen. Astonished by this extraordinary scene, a steward approached the Count with an air of natural ease, devoid of any pretentious nervousness, gracefully pulling out a chair and sitting beside him, as if she inherently belonged there. The Count, with a face reminiscent of an old tree blossoming anew, appeared entirely unperturbed. The butler, along with the servants and chefs, exchanged glances filled with bewilderment and astonishment. Is this truly a steward? How could she be afforded such treatment? She is clearly the Countess. Have you seen the Count's gaze? It's positively enraptured. As the butler, it was imperative to read the room. Under his subtle cues, the servants moved swiftly and efficiently into action. As Wenqing's hand was about to touch the chair, a maid appeared like a wraith, pulling it open for her. This unexpected display of ceremony made Wenqing feel a twinge of discomfort, yet she quickly composed herself, seated with grace, and turned to the maid with a smile of gratitude. "Thank you." The maid's ears flushed with crimson, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar flutter in her heart. Others around her felt a twinge of envy, lamenting their missed opportunity to bask in the radiance of such a captivating smile. The chefs began to unveil their culinary masterpieces, each dish an exquisite work of art. Wenqing's gaze wandered amidst the dishes until the names were called out, at which point she realized that these seemingly fresh delicacies were, in fact, her usual favorites, merely presented differently. Her eyes instinctively sought out Song Huai, meeting his smiling gaze, which stirred ripples of emotion within her heart. The butler, possessing keen insight, promptly gestured for everyone to leave the dining room, granting Wenqing and Song Huai a moment of intimacy. The air was rich with the aroma of spices as the two dined and conversed, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Wenqing recounted the events of the day to Song Huai, yet she had not inquired about the specific timing of the upcoming ball. Song Huai remained silent, He did not share with Wenqing that he was currently bound by numerous restrictions imposed by his father. Although he still retained the authority to manage the copy and could visit Wenqing at any time, he was no longer permitted to alter the rules at will. With a soft sigh, he chose not to burden Wenqing with his worries, refraining from directly answering her question. With fewer people around, I shall accompany you. Let us take our time, he assured her. Wenqing sipped her orange juice, nodded in understanding, and continued with her previous train of thought. My dear, I suddenly thought. Should we perhaps seek out that wheat field? From the letter, it appears the girl has feelings for Zozimo as well. From a psychological perspective, to feel closer to one's beloved, one often returns to the place where their most cherished memories were forged. Very well. A wife requires companionship, Song Hui replied readily. Without objection. He pondered for a moment and added, the nearby wheat fields are vast, with many scattered residents. We may need to set off early tomorrow. Indeed, Wenqing was not one to linger in bed, and waking early posed no difficulty for her. The meal passed in a gentle exchange of laughter between Wenqing and Song Hui, and under his company, she strolled through the castle's long corridors and ancient murals, feeling the history whispered by every brick and tile. Subsequently, they returned to their room, embracing as they drifted into slumber. Time slipped away quietly in their dreams. And after an indeterminate period, Wenqing awoke in a half-dream state, sensing a pressing need. Groggily, she sat up and inadvertently glanced out the window. A vivid crimson caught her eye, reminiscent of dawn's first light, dispelling the darkness of night. It must be around 5 or 6 in the morning, she mused, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she prepared to rise and head to the bathroom. Just as she was about to step out of the room, an overwhelming sense of disbelief washed over her, compelling her to turn back and look out the window once more. She then realized with shock that she had overlooked the time displayed in the lower left corner, 3 o'clock in the morning. How could it be so bright outside? As her awareness sharpened, Wenqing hurried to the window and pulled back the curtains. The fiery glow outside was not the rosy light of dawn, but the fierce flames beneath thick billowing smoke. The blaze raged so intensely that even from a considerable distance, it illuminated the night sky as brilliantly as day. Chapter 79. The girl in the firelight. Song Hui awoke from a nightmarish slumber, his hand instinctively grasping at an emptiness, his mind in disarray. In his dreams, his beloved had once again departed from him, leaving him ensnared in an endless solitude and anticipation. It was only upon seeing Wenqing peacefully beside him that his trembling gaze began to settle. Dearest, look outside. Wenqing's voice quivered slightly as she pointed towards the window, her pupils reflecting the distant flames. Song Hui furrowed his brow and approached the window, wrapping his arms around Wenqing's waist as they both gazed upon the blaze. His voice was heavy yet resolute. It seems the fire has ignited from the direction of the wheat fields. The night owls in the live broadcast room immediately began to speculate, debating the origin of the fire. This is clearly arson. What are the odds? The streamer just settled in the wheat field at night, and it catches fire in the early hours. I find this hard to say. Have you forgotten that there are no living souls here? Prepare to speak of the castle. The entire town is deserted. Who set the fire? With the intensity of this blaze, it might be too late to rush over now. Wenqing, filled with urgency, grasped Song Hui's hand. Can you take me there? She recalled his words about the residents' hardships. This sudden inferno could spell disaster for them. Song Hui did not respond, merely tightening his grip on her hand. In the next instant, their figures dissipated like mist by the window. They materialized on a path 100 meters away. Though still distant from the source of the fire, the heat waves had already enveloped Wenqing, clad in her light attire. As the audience had remarked, the blaze had completely spiraled out of control. On this summer night, a luminous moon hung in the sky, with stars scattered about. A time that should have been tranquil and serene. Yet, flames began to spread from one end of the wheat field, resembling a fire dragon. The tongues of fire, fanned by the wind, voraciously devoured the golden stalks like a wild beast. The outlines of the distant village and the wheat fields blurred, with only the conflagration and smoke intertwining in the night sky. At that moment, the insignificance of human power was starkly illustrated. Amidst the raging inferno, the faces of the crowd were illuminated with anxiety and helplessness as they wielded various tools in a desperate attempt to extinguish the relentless flames. Water droplets evaporated instantly under the high temperature, dissipating into steam. Strangely, despite the flames licking at their bodies, they seemed impervious to pain, as if the fire could not reach their souls. Wenqing, in a state of frantic urgency, yearned to rush forward to assist, yet was firmly held back by Song Hui, who spoke in a calm, yet resolute tone. Do not go. It is deadly. She was momentarily taken aback. gazing into his eyes, which were as still as a stagnant pool, devoid of any ripples, even the firelight failing to stir them. In that fleeting moment, Wenqing felt an unfamiliarity in Song Huai, but soon realized that perhaps this was his true nature, an indifference befitting one of high standing, who only revealed tenderness to her. As Wenqing was about to speak, Song Huai's gaze fell upon her chest, where she instinctively raised her hand to shield the kiss mark. Her ears flushing a deep crimson. "My dear, your nightgown is made of silk. A mere spark could turn you into a little fireball," Song Huai remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. Wenqing lowered her eyes, only then realizing that Song Huai's attention was directed at her nightdress, not at her. How embarrassing. With her head bowed, the tips of her ears, peeking through her hair, had turned a vivid shade of red. In the flickering firelight, Song Huai's vertical pupils were profound, rendering the flames powerless under his gaze. Harnessing the forces of nature, he commanded the earth to rise and fall like a meteor shower across the night sky, moist soil extinguishing the flames and swiftly averting disaster. Such power was awe-inspiring yet fearsome, offering a glimpse into his solitude. Turning his gaze towards Wenqing, Song Huai's pupils remained elongated, instinctively wanting to avert his eyes from her, fearing he might startle her. However, Wenqing, filled with delight, drew closer, standing on her tiptoes to kiss the corner of his lips, exclaiming, "Darling, you are incredible." Song Huai wore a dazed expression, this being the first time he had ever experienced such admiration. Wenqing's smile was radiant, her hair aglow in the orange-red light, her eyes solely focused on Song Huai, brimming with affection and intensity. The fluttering of her heart was both fierce and genuine. Just as Song Huai intended to embrace her, Wenqing gracefully turned and darted away, her purple gown swaying under the moonlight, blooming like an iris, light and enigmatic. With a tender smile, Song Huai followed her, heading towards the now-quenched fire, playfully warning her, "There might still be hidden embers. Do not run so fast." In the live broadcast room, the audience's comments burst forth like a joyous celebration. Indeed, the sweetness from the main couple is always the best. With just one shot of insulin, who is afraid of whom? I can handle it. I've even thought of names for the third child. My heavens, how can this be so sweet? How can anyone still see this as a horror game? Horror game? No, this is a romance live stream. As Wenqing turned, her smile faded, her expression growing serious as she regarded the farmers approaching her with gratitude. "Little girl, thank you. You are such a good person. Thank you so much. You are our savior." The heartfelt gratitude, laced with accents, was sincere and fervent, each person grasping her hand, tears brimming in their eyes. Wenqing found herself somewhat overwhelmed and could only smile gently, explaining that the true hero of the moment was her beloved. However, when she turned to indicate that it was Song Huai who had acted, the previously enthusiastic crowd suddenly fell silent, their expressions cooling, leaving her in an awkward silence. The atmosphere shifted to one of subtle tension, leaving Wenqing momentarily at a loss. Quietly, she inquired of Xiaoxi, "What is happening?" Xiaoxi, browsing through the records, replied with a tone of resignation, "In the original setting, they were driven out of the town by the Count, which is why they live here." Wenqing was bewildered, questioning why they were being driven away. Xiaoxi sighed, explaining, "Because they are impoverished farmers, the Count refuses to share the same air with them." Wenqing thought to herself that if the Count were not Song Huai, she would be inclined to impart a harsh truth, as long as one exists on the same plot of land, regardless of distance. The air they breathe is fundamentally the same. However, the immediate priority was to alleviate the crowd's disdain for Song Huai. Otherwise, they would likely reveal nothing further. Chapter 80. Even the esteemed have their dependence on their wives. Wenqing was quite adept at mediating relationships, for as a psychiatrist, she often intervened to control her patients during moments of agitation to ensure the safety of others. When faced with the dissatisfaction of family members, she skillfully navigated the situation, balancing compassion with a sense of security. During these mediations, Wenqing would always set aside reason momentarily, employing empathy to gain their trust, allowing the family to feel that she was on their side rather than a cold adjudicator. After swiftly grasping the circumstances, she turned to the assembly, gently articulating her intentions. Her voice was soft, imbued with sympathy and regret. "The esteemed Count has come here today to ask you to return." Her words elicited surprise among those present. But after a brief exchange of glances, their eyes were filled with anger. "Absurd. How could this be?" One retorted furiously. "It appears the Count has taken us for fools." Another angrily concurred. "What a joke. You set the fire, and now you wish for us to return?" The atmosphere was thick with indignation. Wenqing felt a tightening in her chest. She knew immediate action was necessary to prevent the impending conflict. Her voice took on a note of urgency. If it was indeed the Count who ignited the flames, why would we have come here? Her question plunged the gathering into a momentary silence, which she seized to press further. You claimed the fire was unquenchable. If we had come merely to observe, why would we have sought to rescue you? Her words flowed like a refreshing stream, gradually calming the crowd's tempers. Rather than reproach, Wenqing patiently guided their thoughts, prompting them to consider the nature of the arsonist that led them to believe it was the Countess' doing. As their emotions stabilized, the assembly began to cautiously verify their information, until an elder among them described the suspect as characteristics to Wenqing. The individual wore simple linen garments, devoid of embellishments yet neat, and departed in a carriage. Such attire was typical of the castle's servants, with the means to hire a carriage. It was no wonder they would suspect the Countess' involvement. Turning to Song Hui, Wenqing softly inquired, her tone tinged with reliance, "My dear, may I suggest that those who have encountered the perpetrator attempt to identify him?" The term "my dear" momentarily stunned those present, and they soon realized that this elegant young lady, willing to advocate on their behalf, was none other than the Countess. In a moment, their belief in the Count's benevolence deepened. With such a gentle lady by his side, perhaps the Count truly had undergone a transformation. However, the prospect of them being granted entry into the castle remained utterly implausible. They ought to heed the lady's directives. Song Hui's response was swift and composed, as though this were merely a trifling matter. This astonished the crowd, who nearly doubted their own hearing. Yet, upon realizing the truth, gratitude overflowed, and they gathered around Song Hui to express their thanks. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream fixated on another aspect. Goodness, even a dignified man has a day when he relies on his wife. Haha, this wave of resolving public grievances is entirely thanks to his wife, isn't it? Wenqing glanced at the barrage of comments before turning her gaze to Song Hui. Although he was being praised by the multitude, he maintained an aloof demeanor, his ears slightly reddening, prompting a tender smile from Wenqing. As the situation seemed to be nearing resolution, Wenqing produced a photograph of a young girl and inquired, "Has anyone seen this girl?" She had anticipated that no one would recognize her, yet to her surprise, everyone was familiar with the girl named Tang Xian. "Isn't that Tang Xian? I believe I've seen this photo before. She was Zimo's fiancée, right? I think her name is Tang Xian. I know her. She lived next door to me a few years ago. Tang Xian is a lovely girl, just like the lady here." Wenqing swiftly grasped the critical information from their responses. The widespread recognition indicated that her analysis was correct. The girl named Tang Xian had indeed resided there for a considerable time. However, she had moved away a few years ago. Wenqing hastily pressed further, "So, she no longer lives here?" The crowd responded in a chorus. "Yes, she moved away 2 or 3 years ago. It was quite sudden. I remember a rather handsome young man came to pick her up. She looked very happy that day. She must have been getting married." Upon hearing that she had been taken away, Wenqing frowned, her emotions becoming somewhat complicated. It seemed that her search for the girl would not proceed as smoothly as she had hoped. Moreover, from their remarks, it appeared that the young man was likely Tang Xian's new boyfriend, and if it had been 2 or 3 years ago, he must now be her husband. In the live stream, some discordant voices began to emerge, revealing a narrow and extreme understanding of loyalty. Another love story, a fickle woman. Oh my, such a wonderful boy. And she just forgets him for a new romance? Haha, she has gone off to live a happy life. Well, I feel that if the host were to pursue this, she might even face criticism. Wenqing took a deep breath. Although she had no intention of providing an explanation, as a woman herself, it was difficult to remain unaffected by such remarks. Wenqing, with an expression devoid of emotion, calmly interjected, "Zhou Zimo has been deceased for over a decade. She has merely begun to reclaim her life in the past 2 or 3 years. Is 7 years of mourning not sufficient?" She took a deep breath, her tone softening slightly. "Love is merely an embellishment of life, not its entirety. We ought not to deify love. It should not become the shackles that bind us." The barrage of comments appeared taken aback by Wenqing's profound reaction. Although some remained discontented, the fervor of the comments had notably diminished. Wenqing quickly quelled her agitation and turned back to the crowd, smiling sweetly as she inquired, "Does anyone know her current residence?" The group exchanged glances, none stepping forward to answer. Just as Wenqing was about to seek an alternative approach, someone suddenly spoke up. "Madam, wait for me. I remember now." A young man in his 20s exclaimed before dashing towards his home. Shortly thereafter, he returned, holding a small box with charred edges. When Tang Xian left, she mentioned that if anyone came looking for her, to give this to them. When Qing took the metal box, noticing that its lock had melted away. As she opened it, she found a beautifully crafted brooch neatly folded inside, and nothing else. The brooch appeared to be a flower. Yet its unique design left Wen Qing momentarily perplexed. At that moment, Song Hui leaned in, glancing at it before promptly providing an answer. This flower is called the Bird of Paradise, symbolizing free love and eternal commitment. Chapter 81. Love in the Morning Light. Everlasting warmth in the live stream. The voices of doubt regarding Tang Xian gradually fell silent. Yet, Wen Qing's heart remained tethered to the elusive figure of Tang Xian. However, Song Hui's subsequent words felt like a ray of hope, illuminating her heart. This style of brooch is sold at only one shop nearby. His words were concise yet powerful, causing Wen Qing's heart to race. She recognized this could be the crucial lead in her search for Tang Xian. Song Hui's gaze swept across the crowd. It was still early, and the store had yet to open. Let us return home first, ascertain the identity of the arsonist, and then we shall each head to our residences. His voice carried an authoritative tone that compelled obedience. The crowd's emotions were complex. They were filled with curiosity about the castle yet felt embarrassed by their disheveled appearances. They wished to change into clean clothes to enter the castle with greater dignity. However, just as they hesitated, a mysterious black mist enveloped them. In an instant, the mist dissipated, revealing that they now stood within the castle's grand hall. Wen Qing had grown accustomed to such occurrences, but the others were utterly terrified. They instinctively huddled together, standing rigidly. Overwhelmed by tension and fear to the point of forgetting how to breathe, only gasping for air. Sensing that if she did not intervene, this group might inadvertently harm themselves. Wen Qing gently approached, soothingly saying, "Do not be anxious. Wait here for a moment while I summon the servants to gather, even if they fail to recognize her. It matters not. They are simply here to observe, are they not, my dear?" Her tone carried a hint of playfulness, attempting to alleviate the tension in the air. Song Hui echoed her sentiment, his voice deep and resonant, affirming, "I shan't harm you." His words, though straightforward, instilled a sense of reassurance. With Wen Qing's soothing presence and Song Hui's assurance, the crowd gradually calmed. Their faces, once ashen, began to regain their natural hue, and their breathing steadied. Noticing that Wen Qing intended to ascend the stairs to summon assistance, Song Hui swiftly pulled her close, lifting her in front of everyone as he strode towards the bedroom. "Madam, please return to rest. It is but a trifling matter for me to handle." Wen Qing gasped, wrapping her arms around his neck, whispering, "My dear, I am concerned for their safety." Song Hui reserved his smile solely for Wen Qing, which inadvertently rendered his solitary stance somewhat intimidating. A small boy, hidden among the crowd, mustered his courage and called out, "Madam, you have worked hard. We are fine." With the boy's brave declaration, others joined in expressing their gratitude and trust. "Madam, please rest well. We have faith in the Count." Their solemn pledges left Wen Qing blushing, rendering her speechless as she buried her face in Song Hui's embrace, allowing him to carry her back to bed. A gentle kiss graced her forehead before he turned to leave, quietly closing the door behind him. The soundproofing was excellent. Wen Qing heard nothing. Little 11 thoughtfully kept the live stream visible in the hall, ensuring that the viewers were not deprived of the outcome while allowing Wen Qing to rest undisturbed. Lying on the bed, she savored the softness and cocooning warmth, quickly drifting into slumber. When she awoke again, it was past 10 in the morning. Leaning against the bed, she watched the scrolling comments sharing the previous night's events. Last night was truly hilarious. Haha, there was nothing to worry about. Yet their psychological fortitude crumbled at the mere mention of Song Hui bringing people to identify the culprit, sending them fleeing. Indeed, they couldn't even recognize him. When so many similarly dressed servants appeared, they were utterly bewildered. I was in stitches, and then when they checked, they found one person missing and went to search. They brought him back, and before he could utter a word, he spilled everything. As Wen Qing read the comments, a smile tugged at her lips, though a tinge of complexity lingered in her heart. Human psychology is truly intricate. Despite their evident fragility, they dared to undertake such actions. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as she inquired of the comments, did he provide any explanation? The responses she received were unexpected. He said nothing. He didn't even have the chance to speak. He was utterly terrified. With his cowardice, he began to tremble mid-sentence, and then just collapsed. Terrified? Wen Qing understood the humor others found in this, yet she felt unable to share in their laughter. The prisoner, gripped by fear and a desire to flee, may have been intimidated by the capricious nature of the Count. However, to claim that he was frightened to death seems a bit exaggerated. After all, Having served the count in the castle for many years, if one were truly cowardly to such an extent, they would have resigned long ago. A sense of doubt enveloped Wenqing. She understood that this matter was far more complex than it appeared. Drawing upon her previous experience, she could easily deduce who was orchestrating the events without much contemplation. With a sigh, she acknowledged how tormenting it was to be the object of someone's fixation. Wenqing rose and made her way to the dining hall to have lunch with Song Hui. From Song Hui's evident reluctance to discuss the arson incident, she discerned that he was also aware of the puppet master behind the scenes. Their meal unfolded in a somewhat heavy atmosphere. After dining, Wenqing changed into a light summer gown, the delicate green chiffon fluttering in the breeze, adorned with exquisite lace at the hem. Song Hui escorted her to the front of the castle, where a luxurious carriage awaited them. With a graceful lift of her skirt, she stepped into the carriage. Sunlight filtering through the sheer fabric, casting a soft glow upon her face, an elegant embodiment of summer's freshness. As she climbed aboard with eager anticipation, the bumpy ride rendered her pale, transforming excitement into embarrassment, and the first thing she did upon disembarking was to expel her surging emotions. The live audience, of course, was quick to tease Wenqing during such moments. It seems like someone had thoughts while in the carriage but was met with merciless rejection. How outrageous. Acting flirty at a time like this could be fatal for the host. I just tried switching to first-person perspective. It's quite a jolt. There's no helping it. Old-fashioned carriages are just like that. Much like how ordinary people can't endure long bouts of bumpiness on horseback. Ha. One can only say that fantasies are beautiful, but reality is stark. With Song Hui's company, Wenqing took her time to recover. She would soon meet Tang Xian and could not afford to appear despondent. Once she composed herself, she instructed Song Hui to wait outside as she lifted her skirt and approached the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 gentle taps echoed, followed by a low, clear male voice from within. Who is it? Wenqing steadied her thoughts. On her way here, she had contemplated several possibilities, including the chance that Tang Xian was indeed married. She replied softly, Hello, may I ask if Miss Tang Xian resides here? Chapter 82. Trapped in memories. The man paused, his gaze lingering on Wenqing's impressive attire, a wave of tension and uncertainty washing over him. He seemed concerned that Tang Xian might have inadvertently offended someone of high status. Sensing his unease, Wenqing offered a gentle smile and softly explained, I am here on behalf of a friend to seek Miss Tang Xian. The mention of a friend appeared to illuminate the man's eyes. His earlier hesitation and anxiety dissipated, replaced by an unmistakable excitement. Please wait a moment. The audience in the live broadcast room remained in a state of confusion when the man turned around and called loudly into the house, Sister, my brother-in-law's friend has arrived. A wave of surprise washed over Wenqing. She had never mentioned the name Zhou Zimo, so how could he be so certain? Please follow me, the man said, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he led Wenqing inside. Song Hui silently followed, his heart filled with caution. When the man's gaze fell upon Song Hui, he was taken aback and respectfully bowed. Song Hui nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As they stepped into the living room, Wenqing's attention was captured by the myriad of paintings adorning the walls. Xiaoxi's voice, tinged with uncontainable excitement, rang out. These paintings were all personally crafted by Zhou Zimo. Initially unnoticed by Wenqing, she reevaluated the artwork upon Xiaoxi's reminder and indeed recognized those familiar brushstrokes. The live broadcast room was engulfed in astonishment. My vision seems to be blurred by tears. Without him, the world has become dull and lifeless. The colors he used for Tang Xian's paintings are so vivid. Just these paintings allow one to feel the joy they once shared. Oh heavens! Why can't they be together? So many unfortunate lovers in this world. Facing these paintings every day, how could one forget him? Wenqing was deeply captivated by the paintings before her, yet her heart grew heavier, filled with sympathy and sorrow for Tang Xian. It had been 10 years. Tang Xian's heart had departed with her beloved, her soul forever imprisoned within those memories. Tap, tap, tap. Wenqing turned her gaze expectantly toward the staircase, eager to see what this mysterious Miss Tang Xian looked like now. Tang Xian appeared in a long, yellow dress, her pale cheeks revealing signs of weariness. A hint of melancholy lingered in her eyes as her fingers gracefully caressed the wooden handrail, her movements slow and elegant, reminiscent of a somber elegy, narrating untold stories. Tang Xian's countenance, as cold and clear as moonlight, possessed a gentle beauty akin to blossoming pear flowers, evoking a sense of pity. The man quietly introduced Wenqing to Tang Xian before discreetly exiting the living room. Wenqing tenderly presented Tang Xian with a box, a significant item entrusted to her by Zhou Zimo. As Tang Xian took the box, her hands trembled slightly. She placed it on her lap and slowly unveiled it. The letter, now easily unfolded due to Wenqing's prior touch, revealed lines of text that brought forth silent tears, soaking the paper. Suddenly, Tang Xian clutched her chest, coughing softly in distress. Wenqing furrowed her brow and moved closer, sitting beside Tang Xian, gently taking her hand to check her pulse. Although Tang Xian was puzzled by the gesture, she dared not move recklessly in the presence of the Earl. After a moment, Wenqing released her hand. Tang Xian's pulse was rapid and forceful, revealing signs of external pathogens and an indication of lung qi rebellion. With a gentle sigh, as soft as willow catkin swaying in the spring breeze, Wenqing addressed her, "Miss Tang Xian, you are suffering from pneumonia. It appears to have persisted for some time." Tang Xian offered a bittersweet smile and gently nodded. Wenqing instructed Song Hui to fetch paper and pen, swiftly inscribing a list of medicinal herbs, meticulously detailing their dosages and preparation times. She handed the prescription to Tang Xian, her expression grave as she urged, "Please adhere strictly to this formula. Take the medicine daily to alleviate your symptoms. Be obedient, for otherwise, your ZMO will be heartbroken." Tang Xian promptly tucked the prescription away, nodding earnestly. "I will," she replied, her words trailing off as she lowered her gaze, fingers caressing the iron box, tears once again brimming in her eyes. Wenqing understood the question lingering on her lips. Her beloved had been absent for many years, and with this letter, the fate of Zhou Zimo was all but certain. Yet, hope is a stubborn companion, and Wenqing empathized with that sentiment. A reminder from Little 11 echoed in the air. The player simply needs to inform Tang Xian of Zhou Zimo's condition, and then relay the message back to Zhou Zimo to complete the task. Is that all? Wenqing felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. Such an ending was far too cruel. Perhaps this was merely a trivial task for her. But she recalled the words Little 11 had once shared. For players, it is a game. For us, it is reality. After a moment's hesitation, Wenqing raised her gaze again, yet refrained from voicing the answer outright. "Shall we go see him?" Wenqing gently invited. Tang Xian trembled with excitement, gazing at Wenqing in disbelief. "Is that possible?" "Of course," Wenqing replied warmly, nodding reassuringly. "Could you wait for me a moment? I want to." Tang Xian was acutely aware of Wenqing's kindness, and to make another request seemed somewhat ungrateful, yet she yearned to prepare herself before encountering her beloved. Wenqing discerned her thoughts and chuckled softly, urging, "Why not hurry along? We will wait for you." "All right." A long-lost sunny smile illuminated Tang Xian's face. Moving even Wenqing, watching Tang Xian ascend the stairs with a fluttering skirt, Wenqing mused, "She is truly beautiful." Song Hui nodded but added, "Yes. The second most beautiful. My wife is first." Wenqing was taken aback, turning to Song Hui with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Her remark had unexpectedly ignited Song Hui's fervent desire for survival. Moments later, Tang Xian descended the stairs with graceful steps, and in that instant, Wenqing's gaze froze. Tang Xian's long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her white gauzy dress billowing, accentuating her elegant, slender figure. A decade seemed to have left no trace upon her. Tang Xian remained the unparalleled beauty etched in Zhou Zimo's memory. The yellowed photograph within the box, at that moment, appeared to transcend the dust of time, becoming vivid and clear, as if yesterday had returned. "Let us go," Wenqing softly urged, stepping forward to support the slightly weakened Tang Xian as they exited the dwelling. However, the smile on Wenqing's face vanished upon seeing the carriage. The live stream audience, having long buried past memories, found themselves awakened once more. "Ha ha, help. How can that expression be so amusing? All right. With all this laughter and tears, I feel as though I might topple over. Darling, please don't vomit on someone else's dress, or the kind-hearted will become the guilty." A subtle twitch of Wenqing's lips revealed her discomfort as she silently called upon Xiaoxi for motion sickness medication. "I admit my weakness, but I have my pride." Chapter 83. The clouds part, colors emerged. The carriage sped forth, transforming what should have been a 3-hour journey into one of less than 2. In stark contrast to Tang Xian, who was eager to disembark, Wenqing appeared more unwell, her complexion pale and requiring assistance. Tang Xian, filled with concern, gently patted Wenqing's back to ease her discomfort, her eyes filled with apologies. "Madam, I am truly sorry." Wenqing waved her hand, mustering a faint smile. "It's all right, I'll manage." Ultimately, it was not Tang Xian's fault. It was she who insisted on bringing someone along to see the exhibition. Taking a few deep breaths to calm her racing heart, Wenqing felt a sense of accomplishment that she hadn't succumbed to nausea. "Let us go inside and take a look." Now more composed, Wenqing resumed her smile and took Tang Xian's hand, guiding her into the art exhibition. Under the gaze of the crowd, a genuine miracle quietly unfolded. The moment Tang Xian stepped into the exhibition, the harsh white light gradually softened into a warm yellow glow. The previously cold air began to warm, and the rising temperature seemed to imbue the space with a newfound sense of warmth. The paintings, once shrouded in gloom, remarkably shed their heavy hues as Tang Xian's gaze and footsteps traversed the room. Each stroke and line gradually revealed their original beauty and vitality under her watchful eyes. Each artwork reflected Tang Xian's grace, whether amidst blooming flowers or under the moonlight. Her image vividly leapt from the canvas. Each painting bore witness to love. In that moment, the power of love took form, altering not only the light and temperature but also awakening the very soul of the artworks, allowing each piece to bask in the warmth of love, showcasing an unprecedented vibrancy and aesthetic beauty. Wenqing gently released Tang Xian's hand, pausing to watch her figure retreat deeper into the exhibition. Tang Xian was utterly captivated by this world where love and art intertwined, oblivious to everything around her. Song Hui seemed surprised that Wenqing had emerged so quickly. Upon meeting his gaze, Wenqing offered a self-deprecating smile. Thinking it best not to intrude upon the affectionate couple, they strolled back to the carriage, Wenqing leaning against the window, gazing at the entrance of the exhibition, her heart swelling with a mild curiosity and anticipation. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream expressed their blessings and curiosities. I cried like a fool. Let us make a toast to a former lover for fun. Honestly, if that scene were filmed and placed outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, would we even need to worry about anyone getting married? Whoa. Let us seal this. May the next generation be together. I beg you. How I long to witness her reaction upon seeing that unfinished painting. I share the sentiment. The excitement in the live stream escalated, prompting Xiaoxi to initiate the broadcast. Through the screen, Wenqing and the audience together beheld that final, breathtaking moment of miraculous revelation. At this instant, Tang Xian, reminiscent of the past Wenqing, was deeply captivated by the incomplete artwork, gradually drawn closer. Unlike Wenqing's previous direct immersion into the painting, this time, the brushes and palette beside the artwork appeared to come alive, dancing with a vibrant energy of their own. Tang Xian stood still, observing as the brushes soared through the air, swiftly capturing her likeness upon the canvas. Each stroke was executed with astonishing precision, a testament to the countless iterations and visions conceived by Zhou Zimo in her heart. As Tang Xian's image gradually took form on the paper, the suspended brushes began to manifest the shape of hands. The Tang Xian within the painting became increasingly complete, while the Zhou Zimo in reality simultaneously coalesced into corporeal existence. Xiaoxi's announcement resonated at the moment Zhou Zimo set down her brush and embraced Tang Xian with heartfelt affection, the sound reverberating through the air. Congratulations, player. On completing the side quest Unfinished Love, you have unlocked the hidden ending. Clouds disperse, colors resurge, rewards have been dispatched. Please check your inventory. Wenqing, upon hearing the news of the hidden ending's unlocking, did not display much surprise. After all, it seemed only natural that deviating from the conventional path would trigger such an outcome. However, the nature of the reward indeed caught her off guard. She quickly opened her backpack and discovered an additional painting titled Gratitude. Curiously, she reached out to inspect it, instantly finding herself holding an enormous frame, so large that an unprepared Song Hui nearly toppled from the carriage. Oh no, I forgot to check the dimensions first, she exclaimed, hastily stowing the artwork away before stepping outside with Song Hui to take another look. Before her lay a grand painting measuring 120 by 160, depicting Wenqing and Song Hui clad in exquisite attire, seated side by side as though captured in a hand-painted wedding portrait. Inside the live stream, an eerie silence enveloped the audience, who collectively chose to remain mute, instinctively taking screenshots to preserve the moment. The Wenqing in the painting exuded elegance and grace, her eyes sparkling with a hint of playfulness, while Song Hui appeared dashing, his gaze filled with profound affection for her. Wenqing felt her ears flush with warmth, yearning to retract the painting, only to turn and find Song Hui regarding it with utmost seriousness, seemingly dissatisfied. My wife should look even more stunning. It's almost there, he mused. His remarks were overheard by the two accompanying them, causing the blissful smile on Zhou Zimo's face to falter as she hurried over, offering her apologies. I sincerely apologize. My painting skills are limited. The Earl and the Countess were left in a state of disarray, while Tang Xian approached, her eyes reddened, embodying the visage of someone on the brink of losing her beloved once more. Wenqing observed the audience in the live stream, who were torn between sympathy and amusement. I can't hold back any longer. This is utterly hilarious. Is it just me, or do I sense one of them will soon be apologizing? Am I mistaken? Or does Song Hui appear bewildered? Are you certain his expression denotes confusion and not secret delight? This makes me question the Earl's original character design. At such a moment, all attention turned to Wenqing. She took a couple of steps towards Song Hui, pinched the soft flesh at his waist, and shot him a glare when he looked her way. Song Hui understood. His wife was displeased. He composed himself, initially wishing to express that his comment was merely offhand, that the painting was quite beautiful, yet the words morphed into something entirely different as they approached his lips. With a stern demeanor, devoid of any discernible emotion, he remarked, "Well, it is what it is. It's fine as it stands. Even if you redraw, it won't capture the essence." Wenqing rolled her eyes dramatically, finally grasping why the character setting described the Earl as peculiar. He was the very definition of a tsundere, oscillating between flattery and intimidation. She swiftly shifted the conversation, tugging at Song Hui's sleeve. "My dear, let us stroll back. We shall let the carriage take them home." The audience in the live stream swiftly discerned Wenqing's clever maneuver. Ingenious, a twofold achievement. She avoids the carriage while rendering a personal favor. Indeed, her emotional intelligence is remarkable. Chapter 84. The unrevealed truth as Tang Xian and her companion faded into the distance, Wenqing and Song Hui strolled hand in hand, leisurely making their way home. The castle's grand doors gradually closed behind them, as if sealing them away from the clamor of the outside world. Upon crossing the threshold of the castle, a maid hurriedly approached, clutching a sealed letter. "Madam, this is for you." Wenqing paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. A letter addressed to her? She exchanged a puzzled glance with Song Hui before accepting the missive and retreating to her chamber to read it alone. As she unfolded the paper, elegant handwriting revealed itself, clearly penned by a woman's hand. The letter read, "Dear Countess, I beg your pardon for my presumption in writing to you, but this matter pertains to my life and the Earl's reputation. I earnestly request that you find time to visit Lanyu Town. This is of great significance and cannot be elaborated upon in this correspondence." The signature at the end bore an air of mystery. Yet Wenqing's keen intuition quickly connected it to a name on her mental list, Chiu He. A sense of urgency gripped her. This letter not only involved a matter of life and death, but also implicated Song Hui's honor. A fleeting thought of emotional entanglements crossed her mind, but she swiftly dismissed it. As dusk descended, Wenqing handed a letter to Song Hui. "My dear, do you know of Chiu He?" Song Hui took the letter, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "Lanyu Town? Chiu He? I have never heard of it." Just then, a voice chimed in from Shaoxi. "Congratulations, player, you have successfully activated the side quest, The Unrevealed Truth. Assist the spirit in fulfilling their wish, and they will agree to attend the ball." Wenqing sighed inwardly. This indeed seemed part of the quest. She nodded, choosing not to delve further into the matter. However, Song Hui appeared to perceive her reaction as somewhat indifferent, assuming she was still bothered. Hastily, he added, "We shall go tomorrow. I want to confront her directly." Wenqing replied, "That may not be necessary. You would surely frighten the poor girl." Realizing that Song Hui might be overthinking, Wenqing gently caressed his cheek, soothingly saying, "I trust you. There must be some misunderstanding. But given the gravity of the matter concerning another's life, we should indeed hasten our visit." Song Hui leaned in, nuzzling his face against her palm with a hint of discontent. "You should rest early tonight." Wenqing interjected, "Wait, your reaction is peculiar. So, you originally intended to." The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. "You must be hungry again. Can't resist. This is your level of ambition. At least you have some conscience. Otherwise, I would truly scold you. You're getting quite adept at charming your wife, pretending to be aloof before outsiders. But here you are, dropping the act. I've had my fill of dog food. Dinner can be skipped." Song Hui, now increasingly skilled in the art of tea, blinked innocently, making it seem as though he were the one being lewd. Wenqing shot him an exasperated glance, and they continued their meal in silence. Afterward, they strolled through the castle to digest before retreating to their chambers. The night passed in rare tranquility. On the following morning, since Wenqing was unaccustomed to riding in a proper carriage, Song Hui simply carried her through the mist, bypassing the arduous journey. They arrived early at Lanyu Town. The morning sun filtered through the treetops, casting golden rays upon the cobblestone paths, where dewdrops sparkled, birds serenaded, and the air was infused with the fragrance of flowers and freshly baked bread. Suddenly stepping into such an ordinary setting left Wenqing momentarily at a loss. As Chiu He had not provided a specific address in her letter, the pair had to inquire as they wandered. "You look unfamiliar." A friendly male voice unexpectedly greeted Wenqing. She turned to find a vendor selling cold beverages. Feeling parched in the heat, Wenqing led Song Hui over to order 2 frozen treats resembling popsicles and inquired about Qiu He's residence. "We're here to find someone. We're looking for Qiu He. I don't know her. You must have the wrong place." The once affable vendor's demeanor shifted instantaneously. Had it not been for Song Hui's quick reflexes in pulling Wenqing away, she might have been unceremoniously shoved aside. With furrowed brows, Wenqing scrutinized the vendor. Noting the man's evasive gaze and the anger stemming from his guilt, an ominous feeling washed over her. As time progressed, Wenqing swiftly uncovered the unsettling truths concealed within this seemingly ordinary town. The name Q loomed over the inhabitants like a dreadful plague. Upon hearing it, anyone's prior warmth dissipated, driving them away as if they were pests. After a round of inquiries, not only did Wenqing fail to locate Q's residence, but she also managed to evoke outright disdain from the townsfolk. Standing in the street, subjected to scornful glances, Wenqing felt a mix of indignation and confusion. She had anticipated the challenges to arise during the process, not at the outset. She was at a loss for whom to seek. The town, though small, was densely populated. After dragging Song Hui around for a while, they stumbled upon an unusual house. On the outskirts of the town stood a small dwelling, its windows partially ajar, with curtains swaying gently in the breeze. Inside, chaos reigned, a scattering of shattered pottery and furniture in disarray. Initially hesitant to enter, Wenqing circled the vicinity a couple of times, confirming the absence of any occupants before cautiously bringing Song Hui inside. The door, locked tight, barred their entry. As Wenqing leaned closer to the window, the interior remained eerily silent, void of life, save for the clock on the wall persistently ticking away. Dressed in a skirt, Wenqing found it impractical to climb through the window, so she requested Song Hui to enter and unlock the door from within. "My dear, you ought to brace yourself," Song Hui warned, his countenance darkened, evidently having encountered something unsettling while approaching the door. Instantly, a knot formed in Wenqing's stomach as she swallowed hard and nodded. Following Song Hui into the house, the living room bore clear signs of a struggle. Remnants of shattered pottery were stained with blood. Venturing further inside, they reached the bedside table in the bedroom, where a photograph lay, and Wenqing's heart sank. The silver lining was that they had indeed located Qi's home. The grim reality, however, was that this was unequivocally Qi's abode. Judging by the severity of the scene and the quantity of blood, if it all belonged to Q, her survival was highly unlikely. Reflecting on the life-threatening concerns expressed in Qi's letter, coupled with the townspeople's aversion towards her, Wenqing couldn't shake the feeling that a deeper conspiracy was at play. With a deep breath, she silently inquired of Xiaoxi if a blood analysis could be conducted. Xiaoxi responded promptly, "Yes, but you currently lack blood for comparison." Wenqing shook her head, indicating that comparison was unnecessary. She merely needed to ascertain how many individuals the blood belonged to. "This is simple," Xiaoxi assured. "Please hold on." In the ensuing silence, the screen flickered with the cold white glow of the 3 words, "Testing in progress." When the results finally emerged, those cold, hard numbers struck each heart like a hammer. The blood test revealed 13 individuals. Memories of past patients flooded Wenqing's mind. Children who had suffered cruel violations, their spirits shattered, their eyes brimming with fear and helplessness. Most of them still blossoming adolescents. A flicker of rage flashed in her gaze, her tightly clenched fists trembling with indignation. The voice urging her to search for clues quivered slightly, betraying the turmoil within her. Song Hui stood beside her, hesitating to speak, ultimately offering a soft acknowledgement before turning away to the living room, meticulously searching for potential evidence. In the bedroom, Wenqing stood alone, gazing at the disheveled bed, her mind conjuring scenes of possible tragedies. Despair seeped into her heart until the voice of Xiaoxi shattered the silence. "It has been detected that Qiu He is still alive." Still alive? A glimmer of hope flickered in Wenqing's eyes. She gathered herself, surveying her surroundings, her gaze finally resting on the dressing table, where the key to unraveling the mystery might lie hidden. Taking a deep breath, Wenqing approached the dressing table. Beginning her meticulous inspection, her fingers glided gently over each item within, but apart from the usual cosmetics, nothing seemed amiss. A wave of disappointment washed over her. She sighed softly, preparing to close the drawer. The faint yet distinct sound of a click echoed, as if signaling the activation of some mechanism. Wenqing's heart skipped a beat, her gaze sharpening as she reopened the drawer to scrutinize it more closely. Yet, aside from the bottles and jars of makeup, there was still nothing of interest. Refusing to yield, she understood that secrets often reside in the most inconspicuous places. She cautiously pushed the drawer back in. The sound resonated again. This time she was certain it emanated from a specific part of the drawer. This handcrafted box had layers that could be disassembled. Wenqing delicately removed the cosmetics, asking Xiaoxi to record a video for future reference. Layer by layer, she dismantled it until only the framework remained. At last, she detected something unusual. The bottom layer of the framework was thicker than expected, producing a hollow echo when tapped. Wenqing's heartbeat quickened. She sensed something was concealed within. Reversing the framework, her fingertips gently explored until she discovered a tiny protrusion in an inconspicuous corner. Applying pressure, a concealed compartment sprang open with a soft click, revealing a trove of papers within. With utmost care, Wenqing extracted the documents, unfolding each letter one by one. Dear Countess, I beg your pardon for my audacity in writing to you, but this matter pertains to my very existence and the reputation of the Count. Each letter is addressed to her, and the content is astonishingly uniform. A chill coursed down Wenqing's spine as she struggled to fathom why Qiuhe would pen so many identical missives. What secrets lie hidden behind these letters? The correspondence Wenqing retrieved from the concealed compartment felt like a heavy stack of secrets, which she clutched tightly as she made her way to the parlor. Song Hua was meticulously manipulating the dark mist, probing every corner. He took the letters from her and shared his findings. There were 8 listening devices in the room, 4 of which had been destroyed, while 3 remained operational. 8. Wenqing's eyes widened in disbelief. The sheer number left her breathless. Did this not mean that Qiuhe's every move was under someone else's scrutiny? She wished to speak but hesitated, ultimately opting for sign language. Let us not speak for now. Let us leave after we've reviewed everything. Unsure if Song Hua could comprehend her, she noticed him pause momentarily before nodding. Lowering his gaze to scrutinize the letters were neatly restacked and returned to Wenqing's hands. She placed them back in their original spot. And together with Song Hua, they departed from Qiuhe's home, heading towards the lakeside, distancing themselves from the house laden with surveillance. At the lakeshore, Wenqing finally voiced her thoughts, laced with confusion. One only prepares for contingencies when lacking confidence. Her sentence trailed off. But the onlookers had already grasped her implication. The audience in the live stream began to speculate vociferously. I initially thought, could it be she is refining her wording? After all, it's a letter to the Countess, and careful consideration is warranted. Yet, the content is all too similar, which seems illogical. I'm starting to suspect she might be practicing her handwriting. I feel the letter she sent was somewhat more aesthetically pleasing. That stationery doesn't appear cheap. Who practices handwriting on nice letter paper? Following the host's train of thought, writing so many copies suggests a considerable lack of confidence. Would the host agree with that? Are we to assume that if the host disagrees, she would just resend the letter after a while, effectively harassing her? Why does this seem absurd yet somewhat plausible? Wenqing shook her head, dismissing these conjectures. She analyzed. They likely began with the assumption that the other party would certainly agree, never contemplating the possibility of rejection. Hence, their inability to accept a refusal, leading them to repeatedly write and urge for a response. The letters Qiuhe sent me contained no overtly aggressive or threatening language. And all subsequent letters were identical in content, which is illogical. After a moment of contemplation, Song Hua proposed, the post office has yet to close. Shall we inquire further? As Wenqing's eyes sparkled momentarily, they soon dulled with the thought that mentioning Qiuhe's name would inevitably lead to their expulsion. Song Hua remarked calmly, this time, I shall inquire. Although Wenqing initially intended to refuse, she eventually nodded in agreement, recognizing that sometimes a more assertive approach might be more suitable for Song Hua. Very well, then, I shall trouble you, dear. A hint of sweetness graced Wenqing's smile. It was comforting to feel someone steadfastly supporting her from behind. As dusk fell, the sky was painted with a delicate hue of golden red. Wenqing and Song Hua walked side by side along the cobblestone streets of the town, their shadows elongated by the setting sun, intertwining like a captivating silhouette in a painting. Upon arriving at the post office, they found the staff already tidying up. Wenqing released Song Hua's hand, casting a worried glance at the post office before looking back at him, softly advising, if you cannot get any answers, it is best not to press too hard. Chapter 86. The Duke is nobler than the Earl, but I am more formidable. Song Hua nodded, his demeanor convincingly earnest. Yet as he turned, his gaze instantly transformed into one of icy resolve. Just as the postman was about to leave for the day, he stepped outside and was met with the chilling intensity of Song Hua's eyes, causing his legs to weaken as he nearly collapsed. Watching from the side, Wenqing silently scoffed. A man's words are but deceptive phantoms. While the viewers in the live stream continued to speculate, Wenqing, resembling a fortune teller, theatrically calculated and then softly counted down, 3, 2, 1, call. Before the audience could comprehend the situation, a scream erupted, piercing the air louder than a slaughtered pig, startling even the horses by the roadside. Wenqing shook her head with a sigh, lifting her gown gracefully as she entered the post office. At that moment, Song Hui sat there, his expression grave as he asked the staff, "Do you truly not recall Chiohe?" Nearby, the strange apparitions hung like laundry, ensnared in a web of dark mist. Suddenly, one of the apparitions, unable to contain itself, began to weep profusely, exclaiming, "We cannot speak." Before the creature could finish its lament, Song Hui abruptly stood, a look of panic washing over his face as he turned to Wenqing. "My dear, I am merely asking them questions." His guilty demeanor was so palpable that even he did not believe it. The viewers in the live stream were on the verge of hysterics, the comments scrolling rapidly. "Haha, your acting needs practice. Your composure is hardly that of a married man." If the host were to ask him now what the string of apparitions is for, he would undoubtedly panic. I could genuinely die laughing. The man who had appeared so imposing a moment ago had transformed into a dutiful husband, eliciting stifled laughter from the apparitions, who, despite their tight entanglement, could only widen their eyes in disbelief. Wenqing inhaled gently, her gaze unwavering, devoid of any tumult. Without further inquiries, she turned her attention to the still sobbing staff member, her eyes seemingly concealing a subtle, yet perceptible sharpness. She gracefully twirled a strand of hair, approached, and knelt down. A gentle smile blooming on her face like the cherry blossoms in spring, beautiful and innocuous. "My husband can be rather blunt, and I apologize on his behalf. However, we must ascertain the truth regarding Chiohe's letter." Her voice was soothing, instinctively putting others at ease. The staff member who had been sobbing earlier seemed about to speak, but was silenced by an elbow from an older employee beside him. Wenqing lowered her gaze with a soft sigh, as if lamenting, and extended her hand, her slender fingers gently pressing against the older employee's wound. The older employee's scream shattered the tranquility of the post office, yet Wenqing maintained her enchanting smile, as if nothing had transpired. She delicately wiped the blood from her fingers onto his clothing, and then turned to the young staff member, her tone still soft and courteous. "Excuse me. Could you kindly tell me?" The crowd present, along with the viewers in the live stream, were momentarily taken aback. "I almost forgot. The sister is quite formidable." "Indeed." After spending so much time with Song Hui, I instinctively thought she was just a pretty face. How mistaken I was. So charming. Wow, that look she just gave was deadly. The employees finally snapped out of the illusion Wenqing had cast upon them. How could a woman who could collaborate with a lunatic like Song Hui be anything but extraordinary? The hall was enveloped in a profound silence, as if even breathing had become a luxury. The young postman trembled, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. "The letter from Chiohe was personally requested to be kept by the Duke. We were merely following orders." His words echoed in the vast hall, each syllable striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. Wenqing exchanged a glance with Song Hui, and after confirming the Duke's residence, they departed the post office together. As they made their way to the Duke's estate, Wenqing's mood grew heavy and oppressive. A Duke ranks above an Earl, occupying the pinnacle of nobility, second only to the king. Her worried gaze fell upon Song Hui, who merely smiled faintly. "He was a Duke, but he could not overpower me." In the live stream, the comments flooded in rapidly. "Just imagine it, when the Duke meets them, all pompous, only to be knocked down by a punch from Song Hui. Ha, that would be art. If anyone else said that, I would definitely call them pretentious. But when he says it, I just find it incredibly cool. Having strength is no fault at all." Wenqing's lips twitched slightly. She wanted to persuade him. But the desolate scene of Chiohe's home and the townsfolk's indifference loomed unbidden in her mind. Her gaze hardened, though her voice remained eerily calm. She would compel him to reveal Chiohe's whereabouts before taking action. Song Hui paused in his steps, lifting his gaze towards the imposing Duke's residence, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes before he nodded in understanding. The doorbell rang, and shortly thereafter, a sharply dressed butler in a tailcoat, standing tall and dignified, appeared at the entrance. "Do you have an invitation?" the butler inquired in a deep, courteous tone. Unfamiliar with the customs of the nobility, Wenqing chose to remain silent, quietly observing how Song Hui would engage with the butler. Song Hui remained mute, merely lifting his hand to reveal the signet ring adorning his pinky finger. The ring gleamed with a cold brilliance under the sunlight, its ancient and mysterious emblem signifying the extraordinary status of its wearer. The butler's gaze swept over the ring, and his expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly opened the grand door, his voice now laced with greater respect. I was unaware of the Earl's esteemed presence. Please, follow me. Witnessing this scene, Wenqing couldn't help but marvel internally at the wisdom of that era. The signet ring served as a portable form of identification, its engraved emblem confirming the social standing of its bearer. As they traversed the rockery and pond, the two were ushered into the main residence's reception room. Seizing the opportunity, Wenqing finally voiced her lingering curiosity. My dear, why does this duke's abode appear less grand than your castle? Song Hui chuckled lightly, his response imbued with both confidence and a hint of irreverence. It's quite normal. After all, I am far more formidable. Wenqing was momentarily speechless, having never before encountered someone who spoke of the abuse of power so refreshingly. Just then, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, approaching steadily and powerfully. The duke, accompanied by the butler, was making his entrance, prompting Wenqing and Song Hui to rise in greeting. However, as the door slowly opened to reveal the duke's true visage, Wenqing was utterly taken aback. Chapter 87. Familiar faces, an unexpected revelation about the purple mist forest. The duke, with his golden hair and striking blue eyes, exuded a carefree charisma, leading Wenqing to instantly recognize him as Xiong'er. Song Hui was also momentarily stunned, having intended to engage in a cordial manner, but now retracting his hand from an offered handshake. Xiong'er's hand hovered awkwardly in the air, leaving the atmosphere somewhat uncomfortable. Observing the tension, the butler hastily stepped forward to alleviate the situation, beginning to introduce Xiong'er's role in this narrative. This is Duke Xiong'er. These two are, however. Before the butler could finish, the sound of Wenqing's laughter rang out, bright and unexpected, capturing everyone's attention. She struggled to suppress her amusement, yet the slight twitch at the corners of her mouth betrayed her inner thoughts. The phonetic coincidence of Xiong'er and Xiong'er was simply too humorous for her to contain. The duke's attachment to this name was both amusing and admirable. The live stream audience joined in the jesting. Help? I might laugh my head off. It's evident he truly loves this name. I genuinely wonder what expression he will wear when he discovers the name he shares with someone. I now realize that my earlier anxiety on their behalf was entirely unnecessary. Xiong'er, it has been a long time, I remarked, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the live broadcast room. The reception hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Xiong'er's brows were furrowed, his expression displeased, as he coldly gestured for the steward to take his leave. As the steward departed and the door gently closed, only the three of them remained in the room. It dawned on Wenqing that even if the dungeon replayed, the reset of memories would render previous experiences forgotten. In other words, to Xiong'er, she was merely a disrespectful countess. Realizing this, before either of the two could speak, Wenqing gracefully lifted her skirts and bowed deeply, humbly expressing her apologies. Please forgive my rudeness. Upon witnessing Wenqing's contrition, the duke's frosty demeanor began to thaw, and he was about to respond when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, causing his body to involuntarily fly sideways, crashing heavily against the corner of the table. The force of the impact was such that it seemed even those beyond the screen could feel the pain. Song Hui's sudden kick came without warning. Wenqing blinked in astonishment, as if a large black rat had swiftly darted past her, leaving her momentarily stunned. The most bewildered of all was Xiong'er himself. He braced himself against the table, his legs trembling, clutching his waist as he struggled to stand. His gaze toward Song Hui filled with agony and rage. Yet, the anger was soon supplanted by a sense of grievance, and he instinctively exclaimed, his voice tinged with a familiar rural accent, Xiongda, why did you kick me? Wenqing's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Song Hui, on the other hand, wore a satisfied smile, a glint of amusement reflected in his gaze as he regarded Xiong'er. Xiong'er seemed taken aback by his own words. Standing there in a daze, staring at Song Hui, his face a canvas of confusion and bewilderment. The live broadcast chat was already inundated with laughter. I never knew that when a person's emotions reach a critical point, they truly reveal their true selves. Xiong'er, is that you? I am Bald Shang. Xiong'er is indeed the life of the party, no matter where he is. Laughing until I can't breathe, feels like the child has a fever. Following Song Hui's unexpected kick, Xiong'er fell into a prolonged silence. Time seemed to freeze until a glimmer of bewilderment began to flicker in his eyes, as if the memories of the purple mist forest dungeon started to ripple in his mind. He lifted his head, his gaze filled with confusion, first directed at Song Hui, then shifting to Wenqing, his voice tentative and uncertain. "Brother, how did you get here?" Xiong Er vaguely recalled embarking on a journey to find Song Huai. The air thick with the scent of blood guiding him until he found Song Huai, who had lost his sanity, his eyes bloodshot. Before he could utter a word, Song Huai's wild, vertical pupils had already fixed upon him, coldly commanding, "Follow me." In that instant, Xiong Er's consciousness seemed to be swallowed by darkness, plunging him into a void. As for what transpired thereafter, he remained blissfully unaware, his memory abruptly ceasing at that point. Wenqing never anticipated that after such a long time, she would unexpectedly glean details of Song Huai's peculiar behavior within the purple mist forest. This matter had never been broached by her, nor had Song Huai ever mentioned it to her, but now, an opportunity had presented itself. Wenqing turned her gaze towards Song Huai, her eyes probing. His expression was grave, and the depths of his eyes were shrouded in ambiguity, seemingly reluctant to delve into that chapter of the past. Ultimately, he could not withstand the fervent stares of both Wenqing and Xiong Er. Taking a deep breath, he succinctly filled in the details. At that time, his intention was merely to eliminate the surrounding monsters, never contemplating that excessive consumption could lead to a loss of control over his powers. The three of them then engaged in a narrative relay, each contributing a segment, gradually piecing together the entire tale. The final gaze rested upon Wenqing, for neither an uncontrolled individual nor a manipulated one could possibly comprehend what followed. Wenqing did not wish to portray the ordeal as overly perilous. Instead, she adopted a light-hearted tone and remarked, "We were all set to leave smoothly, only to be led astray by someone charging ahead. Fortunately, I was clever enough, and we ultimately made our escape, encountering no real danger." The audience, who had witnessed the scene, could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. "You really won't mention being nearly strangled at all. You truly won't mention almost being left there forever. You really indulge him. Are you afraid he'll feel guilty? Go ahead and spoil him. It will end badly eventually." "Oh, I feel for you, sister." Reflecting back, it truly drove me mad. Now that I think about it, it's all a matter of long ago. Wenqing observed the barrage of comments, momentarily struck by a sense of melancholy. Indeed, the passage of time resonates most profoundly in the act of reminiscing. However, since they were familiar acquaintances, there was no need for oblique inquiries. Wenqing averted her gaze to Xiong Er, straightforwardly asking for the whereabouts of Qiuhi. She assumed that even if Qiuhi was not with Xiong Er, she might at least obtain some useful clues. Yet, Xiong Er blinked his large, bewildered eyes in response, asking, "Qiuhi? Who is that?" Wenqing furrowed her brow, prompting Song Huai to prepare to resort to forceful interrogation, which frightened Xiong Er into hastily adding, "Brother, please remain calm. Sister-in-law, let me explain." Only then did Song Huai halt, his cold gaze fixed upon him. Xiong Er swallowed hard, clutching his still aching side, and settled onto the sofa to recount his tale. "This Qiuhi you speak of worked as a maid in my household for a time, but her incessant eccentricities disrupted the entire household's peace, and within a few days, I had to let her go." Chapter 88. Suspicious Behavior. Qiuhi, eccentric? It is evident that Xiong Er's assessment of Qiuhi starkly contrasts with the impression Wenqing held of her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. The postal worker inquired, "Did you intercept Qiuhi's letter?" "Why?" Given the current inability to locate Qiuhi, it seemed prudent to address the pressing questions at hand. A flicker of confusion crossed Xiong Er's gaze, as if taken aback by the sudden inquiry. His eyes darted between Wenqing and Song Huai, ultimately forming an innocent retort. "Why would I intercept her letter?" Upon hearing this, Wenqing felt a chill run down her spine. The image of the postman's terrified expression flashed in her mind, seemingly genuine, yet Xiong Er's bewilderment and innocence made it difficult to believe he was involved in this matter. The air around them appeared to thicken, enveloping the space in a profound silence. Wenqing took a deep breath, striving to shatter the suffocating stillness. She turned to Xiong Er, urgency tinging her voice. "Who else in the household has interacted with Qiuhi?" Having lost the trail to Qiuhi, returning to the post office to inquire further would likely be futile, as those individuals had probably left for the day. Only tomorrow would provide another opportunity. Time was of the essence. Wenqing understood she could not afford to squander moments here. She needed to uncover any clue regarding Qiuhi, no matter how minuscule. Observing Wenqing's apparent anxiety, Xiong Er quickly offered, "Sister-in-law, please feel free to ask. Most of the servants in the household have worked alongside Qiuhi." A slight smile graced Wenqing's lips as she nodded to both Song Huai and Xiong Er before swiftly departing the parlor. It was also a good moment for the brothers to reminisce. When Qing first ventured into the kitchen, where the air was infused with the aromas of various ingredients, the chef beamed with pride, his words resonating with admiration for Qiuhe. Her culinary skills are truly exceptional. During the last banquet, there was a minor mishap. But had she not intervened in time, I would have certainly struggled alone. When Qing listened attentively, jotting down this invaluable information in her notebook, Qiuhe was not only a culinary virtuoso but also a warm-hearted individual. Next, she sought out the steward who had guided them to the parlor. Upon hearing Qiuhe's name, the steward's demeanor visibly darkened. Despite his efforts to maintain politeness, his words betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. "Madam, are you inquiring about Qiuhe? She possesses her own convictions. I have advised her multiple times on how to display the Duke's newly acquired paintings, but it seems my suggestions have fallen on deaf ears." When Qing expressed her gratitude for the steward's cooperation, watching as he resumed his busy tasks, her emotions grew more complex. Having only spoken to two individuals, she had received two entirely disparate evaluations. Qiuhe's image, rather than becoming clearer with additional insights, only deepened when Qing's confusion, suppressing her inner uncertainties. She continued her inquiries throughout the estate regarding Qiuhe. The maid's comments, akin to fragments of a puzzle, gradually began to assemble a portrait of Qiuhe. The maid spoke in a soft whisper, her eyes glimmering with admiration for Qiuhe. "Ah, Qiuhe, she is a vibrant young woman, always efficient in her tasks." The second maid, with a hint of anxiety, expressed her apprehensions. "Qiuhe is indeed a good person, but I can't shake the feeling that her demeanor is somewhat peculiar. The books she reads are quite unsettling." The third maid's words were laced with fear and anger. "She is nothing short of a lunatic. Last time, she nearly harmed me with a knife, which is precisely why the Duke had to dismiss her." When Qing's thoughts spiraled like a whirlpool as she endeavored to untangle the chaotic information, Qiuhe's mysterious actions, her unsettling reading material, and that near-tragic incident involving a knife, these threads of time began to crystallize in Qing's mind. She realized that the letters Qiuhe had written to her were sent just weeks after her expulsion. The events that transpired during that period were undoubtedly key to unraveling the enigma. As Qing meticulously pieced together the clues in her mind, she retraced her steps along the corridor, unwittingly losing her way. This level was unusually quiet, with doors firmly shut, and the only adornments were the abstract paintings on the walls, presumably the very ones the steward had mentioned. Walking along the serene corridor, Qing felt an unusual chill, as if this floor was colder than the others. A shiver ran down her spine as an inexplicable unease welled within her, summoning her courage. Qing attempted to push open a few doors. In one of the vacant rooms, she discovered several books on a table, their presence starkly incongruous. The tomes lay face down, their black covers appearing particularly enigmatic in the dim light, as if concealing some unspeakable secret. Her heart raced like a drumbeat as she approached the desk, and just as her fingers brushed the spine of the top book, a voice suddenly called from behind her, "Madam, what are you doing here?" Startled by the unexpected voice, Qing dropped the book, which fell open to a certain page. As if guided by fate, she bent down to retrieve it, her gaze landing on the pages filled with esoteric knowledge, rich with mystery and allure. The maid who had nearly fallen victim to Qiuhe's blade approached, her expression tinged with disdain as she explained, "These are the very books Qiuhe was reading, and they even contain her annotations." Qing's attention refocused on the pages, casually flipping through them. Each page bore Qiuhe's meticulous notes and markings, revealing her thirst for knowledge and profound concentration. Qing casually posed a question, "Now that she's gone, why do these books remain?" Her tone was nonchalant. Yet the maid's erratic gaze and flustered movements piqued Qing's suspicion. The maid hurriedly gathered the remaining books, explaining, "These are what I found while tidying up the room today. I haven't had the chance to sort them out yet." With unwavering resolve, Qing declared, "These books, hand them over to me." The maid hesitated for a moment but ultimately handed the books to Qing, as she walked towards the parlor alongside the maid. A flurry of speculations and analyses from the barrage of comments intertwined in her mind like an intricate web. Could Qiuhe be suffering from a split personality? A bright and cheerful girl, yet fascinated by the arcane, the contrast is indeed striking. I fear she might resort to violence. Could she truly be possessed by some malevolent force? If you ask me, the maid seems rather peculiar. I find the credibility of her words questionable. Upon returning to the parlor, Qing presented the information she had gathered, along with the enigmatic books, to Song Hui and Xiong Er. A single remark from Xiong Er ignited a spark in Qing's eyes. "Goodness, what a lovely girl, secretly indulging in such literature." Qing pressed on, "Did you not say she was constantly spouting nonsense? Were you unaware of this?" Xiong'er casually perused the books in hand, replying, "I was on a business trip at the time. I only heard about it from others." He had been preoccupied with other matters. And having never encountered such a large-scale complaint, he dismissed Qiuhe without a second thought. Chapter 89. The Enemy in the Shadows. When Qing fell into deep contemplation, her emotions a tumultuous blend of darkness and complexity. From Xiong'er's perspective, his actions seemed justifiable, yet considering Qiuhe's subsequent misfortunes, she felt an indescribable chill. Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm the turmoil within her and articulated her analysis and suspicions with clarity. Qiuhe's work performance should be acknowledged. The peculiar incident of hanging the painting appeared to be an anomaly, for she generally excelled in her duties. When Qing's gaze fell upon the books, purportedly those that Qiuhe had once read, yet her words lingered in the air for a moment, her brow furrowing involuntarily as the persistent doubts loomed over her mind like a shroud of mist. There were too many uncertainties surrounding these books. When Qing inhaled deeply again, striving to maintain a steady voice. Firstly, if Qiuhe truly valued these volumes, why did she not take them upon her departure? Why deliberately leave some behind? A glimmer of inquiry shone in her eyes. Secondly, if she had inadvertently forgotten them, how could the maid, responsible for daily organization, only now be discovering them? When Qing's pace quickened, her thoughts igniting like a lit fuse. Furthermore, should such books be uncovered, would they not feel a sense of panic and wish to destroy them immediately? Why, then, were they simply left on the table as if? Her words echoed in the room, and she felt an unprecedented clarity wash over her. After sharing her reasoning, the previously nebulous strangeness now crystallized into something tangible and precise. She paused momentarily, a tinge of disbelief in her voice, realizing that someone had intentionally placed them there, awaiting her discovery. As when Qing's words lingered in the air, her heart had already devised a clear plan for the actions that lay ahead. She fixed her unwavering gaze upon Song Hui, her voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. "My dear, I wish to return and retrieve the letter from Qiuhe." The night had deepened, and the moonlight spilled into the room. It was evident that Song Hui was reluctant to let Wen Qing venture alone. Frowning slightly, a flicker of concern danced in his eyes. "My love, do you not already possess one of her letters? They are essentially the same, are they not?" Wen Qing gently shook her head, her eyes shimmering with earnest determination. "I wish to conduct a handwriting analysis. If there is only this one letter, there may be discrepancies." Their gazes met in a silence that spoke volumes. A fleeting struggle crossed Song Hui's expression, but upon witnessing the steadfastness in Wen Qing's eyes, his attempt to dissuade her transformed into a soft sigh. "Very well, I shall accompany you." As Song Hui rose, Xiong'er followed suit. "You two should make haste and return swiftly. I shall inform the servants to prepare a room for you." Song Hui nodded, gently clasping Wen Qing's hand, and together they departed from the Duke's residence. On their way back, Wen Qing quietly shared her analyses with Song Hui, each detail receiving his attentive consideration and affirmation. "My dear, I suspect the handwriting in these books has been deliberately forged to mimic Qiuhe's style." A hint of uncertainty colored her voice, her brow furrowing as she endeavored to piece together the enigma that plagued her mind. Yet, if this is indeed the case, imitating someone's handwriting requires considerable time. The intent cannot merely be to instill fear in Qiuhe. Her voice gradually softened, each word laden with contemplation. The townsfolk and the household maids might all be manipulated by the same group, and Xiong'er may simply be a pawn in their scheme. The pressing issue is that we cannot locate Qiuhe. I genuinely cannot fathom whom she might have offended or what secrets she may have uncovered that warrant such a meticulously crafted conspiracy against her. A trace of helplessness tinged her voice, but more so, it was filled with sympathy for Qiuhe's plight. Song Hui gently tightened his grip on Wen Qing's hand, his tone soothing and calm. "There is still time. Do not rush. Take it slowly." Wen Qing lifted her gaze, admiring the twinkling stars in the night sky, feeling the cool evening breeze caress her skin. With a soft sigh, she nodded slightly. "I hope so." Their strides quickened, and soon they found themselves once more at Qiuhe's doorstep. However, this time, an unusual air seemed to envelop the surroundings. Just as Wen Qing was about to push the door open, she was gently restrained by Song Hui. Under the dim moonlight, his eyes were inscrutable. "There is someone inside." Those two succinct words sent a chill coursing through Wen Qing, causing her to shiver involuntarily. They had thoroughly searched Qiuhe's home earlier that day, and now someone was visiting in the night. Clearly, the other party was genuinely fearful of Qiuhe's secrets being revealed. With a serious expression, Song Hui's gaze became steely. Wen Qing assumed he intended to confront the intruder. Yet, moments later, he turned and tugged Wen Qing away. Let us go back. Song Hui spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of any discernible emotion. Although Wenqing was filled with doubts, she chose to trust Song Hui and followed in his footsteps. What is it? She asked softly. A hint of exasperation tinged Song Hui's voice as he replied, We cannot capture them. Otherwise, Chiu Hua will be in danger. In an instant, Wenqing grasped his concern. If these individuals were commissioned to seek something, a failure or unforeseen incident could prompt the puppet master to feel threatened, potentially leading to extreme measures against Chiu Hua. She suddenly realized that their current task was to make the other party believe they were still being manipulated, still investigating the Duke and Chiu Hua's affairs. A faint smile graced Wenqing's lips, as the tension within her seemed to dissipate. In response to the curious inquiries from the live-stream audience, she simply smiled and said, Dear, let him go. Surely there is a way to track him. The other party's current actions were, in fact, presenting them with an opportunity. Upon hearing her words, Song Hui smiled as well, acknowledging his wife's intelligence. In this contest of hidden versus revealed, the best strategy was to compel the adversary to reveal their flaws. Only when the other side began to act would they have a chance to seize upon a weakness and unveil the truth. Wenqing suddenly spoke again, framing her query with certainty. So he took the vanity away? Although the situation seemed to suggest as much, she asked for confirmation. Song Hui nodded, affirming, yes. And he also retrieved the listening device. Wenqing pursed her lips, choosing not to speak further, yet internally agreeing that the other party's actions were indeed cautious. With the extraneous markings eliminated, they could only proceed with the current identification. In her heart, Wenqing called upon Xiaoxi, directing him to authenticate the notes on the letter and the books. Xiaoxi promptly replied, received. Chapter 90. The dawn that dispels darkness. The results of the authentication swiftly emerged, akin to a lightning bolt shattering the tranquility of the night sky. The handwriting analysis results are inconsistent. Wenqing's eyes narrowed slightly as she murmured, Indeed, should one deride their folly or commend their caution? They had gone to great lengths to obscure the truth. Initially, Wenqing had nearly been swayed by the evaluations, beginning to doubt whether Chiu Hua was genuinely engrossed in the occult, perhaps even descending into madness. However, this authentication result acted as the first light of dawn, dispersing the fog and allowing the truth to gradually clarify. Someone was attempting to convince her that Chiu Hua's sanity was unraveling. Upon returning to the Duke's estate, Wenqing wasted no time and immediately demanded that the maid display her handwriting. The maid's panic was palpable. Her hands trembled as if ensnared in a mental trap while writing. She attempted to produce an unsightly script but did so with such intentionality that the resulting letters appeared stiff and contrived, as if crafted by a child just learning to write. Even so, Xiaoxi's detection capabilities remained formidable, even though the maid's handwriting had twisted beyond recognition. The test results mercilessly revealed the truth. In that moment, the maid appeared utterly drained of strength, her body collapsing to the ground, trembling in fear and despair. Wenqing slowly crouched down, gently lifting the maid's chin with her fingertips, compelling their gazes to meet. A faint smile graced her lips as she urged, You should speak up. These two are not as accommodating as I am. The corners of the maid's lips quivered slightly, her eyes darting between Song Hui and Xiong Er, as if searching for a glimmer of escape. Yet ultimately, her pleas and tears fell helplessly upon Wenqing. I don't want this either. But if Chiu He does not die, I will. This revelation completely surpassed everyone's expectations. They had thought her merely an informed party, not someone with such a profound connection. With the maid's confession, Wenqing gradually unveiled the hidden truth. The maid was, in fact, the illegitimate daughter of the mayor, the mayor's legitimate wife. A woman of noble birth with a fierce disposition commanded such authority that the mayor dared not defy her, let alone publicly acknowledge the maid as his illegitimate child. Nonetheless, the bond of blood is difficult to sever, and the mayor secretly arranged for the maid to work at the Duke's residence. However, secrets inevitably come to light. The maid, in a drunken slip of the tongue, inadvertently revealed her connection to the mayor, overheard by Chiu He. Chiu He's close relationship with the mayor's wife instilled an unprecedented sense of threat in both the mayor and the maid. They transitioned from mere surveillance to coercion, attempting to silence Chiu He. Although Chiu He feigned disinterest, her shock and unease coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent, denying her peace. Ultimately, driven by fear and suspicion, they resolved to take more drastic measures against Chiu He. This marked the beginning of a carefully orchestrated conspiracy, unfolding with sinister precision. As the maid's voice dwindled, Xiaoxi's voice resonated clearly in Wenqing's ears like the ringing of morning bells. The player has uncovered the truth of the incident and now only needs to inform the mayor's wife for Qiu He to gain protection. As the announcement concluded, Xiaoxi added, with a hint of resignation, "This is the original plot. Currently, you may need to rescue Qiu He first." Wenqing nodded gently, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Song Huai, only to find him enveloped in a shroud of mysterious black mist, with only his eerie, glimmering eyes visible. The maid, struck by this sudden turn of events, fainted, and Xiong Er personally took her away for safekeeping. Wenqing slowly rose, settling onto the sofa, patiently awaiting Song Huai's emergence from the dark haze. Soon, the air beside Song Huai suddenly warped, and from within an oval-shaped black mist, a figure stumbled forth. Terror etched upon their face. Wenqing swiftly rose and stepped forward, steadying the figure. Their eyes met, and almost simultaneously, they recognized one another. The Countess, whom they had long yearned for, stood before them. Upon seeing Wenqing, Qiu He unhesitatingly knelt down. With a thud, Wenqing was startled into kneeling as well. Tightly embracing Qiu He, the two women clasped each other on the ground, a scene that was witnessed by a recovering Song Huai, who stood in a daze, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Time was of the essence. Fearing he would be too late to bring his wife, he had brought her directly. Comments flooded in the barrage, aptly critiquing Song Huai's actions. Song Huai Wenqing's strongest weapon. Song Huai Wenqing's ultimate support. Does this count as directly altering the ending? All right. You two truly cherish each other. Wenqing helped the emotionally stirred Qiu He to sit on the sofa, patiently waiting for her emotions to settle before listening to her tearful explanation for her sudden kneeling. "My lady, I apologize. What I mentioned in my letter regarding the Count was all false. I was merely afraid you would not come to rescue me." Upon hearing this, Song Huai's expression darkened instantly, while Wenqing simply smiled gently, shaking her head. Life and death were paramount. The most important thing was that she was safe and sound. Due to the multitude of informants on the opposing side, Wenqing dared not delay the matter. Qiu He, too, was eager to act, and the three promptly set off, heading straight for the mayor's residence. Their movements were swift and decisive. Upon arriving at the mayor's door, they fortuitously encountered an informant rushing to report. The informant's eyes were filled with panic, starkly contrasting with Wenqing's mischievous smile. Unperturbed, Wenqing elegantly gestured for him to proceed, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. "After you." The informant's mouth twitched involuntarily. Under the sharp gaze of Song Huai, he dared not resist, only managing a bitter smile of acceptance. Internally, he chuckled ruefully. "You certainly know how to play the game." Faced with the threat of death, he trembled as he led the three to knock on the door. The late-night knocking displeased the mayor, who, upon opening the door ready to unleash his wrath, was met with the smiling faces of Wenqing and Qiu He, causing his complexion to drain of color. Qiu He spoke, her tone betraying an undeniable sense of triumph and vindication. "We wish to see the lady." Before the mayor could respond, a clear female voice rang out from within. "Who seeks me?" Despair washed over the mayor as he closed his eyes and stepped aside, conceding the path. In that moment, the scales of fate tilted, and Wenqing and her companions emerged victorious in this confrontation. As the first rays of morning light fell, the mayor faced cruel retribution. His legs were broken, and he became a delectable feast for the hunting hounds. The maid was cast out of the town, possessing a modicum of beauty. She soon fell prey to the lascivious gazes of vagabonds, losing her innocence. At that moment, the voice of Xiao 11 resonated, tinged with a hint of joy. "Congratulations, player. You have completed the side quest, the unveiled truth." Just when everyone believed there would be no further rewards, Xiao 11 paused momentarily before continuing. "Qiu He's favorability towards the player is now maxed out. You have received an additional token of gratitude, which has been dispatched to your inventory. Please check." Chapter 91. Wenqing is abducted right before her eyes. Wenqing gently opened her backpack, revealing a resplendent Rococo-style gown that unfolded before her like a blue rose blooming in the dawn, exuding the gentle caress of morning dew and sunlight. The skirt flowed gracefully, swaying like clouds in a soft breeze, while the azure silk, woven with silver threads and pearls, formed a brilliant galaxy that shimmered with an ethereal light. With her heart brimming with anticipation, she cautiously donned the dress. Its fitted bodice and exquisite lace and beadwork artfully accentuated her graceful silhouette, resembling an exquisitely elegant sculpture. With each step, the skirt swayed delicately, layers of pleats revealing a charming little bow that danced like the wings of a fairy from a storybook, fluttering with every turn. Ethereal and enchanting. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a golden halo around Wenqing, as if a deity had descended to earth. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement, their comments flooding in like a tidal wave. Hee hee. Now tell me this is the ending of a real-life fairy tale. And I would believe it. So beautiful it makes me want to cry. Goddess has descended, drooling over the screen. Hee hee. I'm so happy I've worn myself out saying it. Sister, you look stunning. A true dress model, oh my. With proportions like that, and such a long gown. I can't even imagine how short I would look wearing it. The host doesn't seem to be dwarfed by the height. However, this dreamlike moment did not last long. When Qing took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, instructing Xiao 11 to change her clothes back. The viewers in the live stream expressed their confusion with question marks, insisting that the new outfit was far more attractive than her usual attire. When Qing patted her chest to calm her breath, helplessly explaining, this dress was designed solely for aesthetic appeal on the upper body, without any consideration for human anatomy. It is too tight and heavy. If I wear it much longer, I might perish. As the interlude concluded, she initially intended to have Song Hui escort her back to the castle, but the kind-hearted Xiong heir had prepared a carriage for them. With Qiu He and the former Lady Mayor also coming to bid farewell, Wen Qing had no choice but to muster her courage and board the carriage. The coachman cracked his whip, the spirited horses neighed, and the carriage gradually departed the town, embarking on the journey home. As the wheels rolled and dust billowed, Wen Qing sat inside the carriage, gazing at the receding town through the window, her heart a tumult of emotions. This tale is undeniably darker than the preceding one. One wonders what the next story shall unveil. Perhaps sensing Wen Qing's concern, the carriage accompanied by Song Hui fell victim to an ambush. When the carriage was unexpectedly attacked on the narrow woodland path, Wen Qing's sudden disappearance swept away all of Song Hui's composure like a fleeting breeze. He found himself amidst the shattered remnants of the carriage, surrounded by a lang of earthy scents and floral fragrances. Yet he could not catch even a glimpse of Wen Qing. In a desperate attempt to communicate with her through the doll, he discovered that even this last hope had been extinguished. Anguish and fury intertwined within him, coalescing into a dark mist that surged skyward, forming a tornado that connected heaven and earth, swirling up dust and broken branches, as if to obliterate the forest in a cathartic release of his wrath. Meanwhile, Wen Qing, in a state of panic, was transported by an invisible force to an unfamiliar locale. She found herself leaning against a tree, and not far from her, by the flickering fire, sat a figure. The person's skin resembled that of overcooked flesh, seemingly ready to peel away at the slightest touch. And the oozing sores emitted a repugnant stench reminiscent of decaying fish. Despite the grotesque exterior, the individual appeared devoid of pain, radiating an unsettling excitement as they knelt by the fire, murmuring incantations as if engaged in some arcane ritual. Wen Qing, unbound, resolved to seize the opportunity to escape. Yet when she attempted to muster her strength, she immediately sensed a troubling reality. Her limbs felt feeble, as though her bones had been extracted, rendering her immobile. Unable to move, she continued to observe her surroundings. She surveyed the vicinity and discerned that it resembled the camp of some exploratory team, with tents, tools, and medical supplies scattered about. An expedition team? A wave of helplessness surged within her. She could hardly believe it was mere coincidence. She had grown accustomed to the brutal rules of this narrative, which never afforded her a moment's respite. Wen Qing requested Xiao Shi to check the invitation list once more. Upon seeing Lin Diao's name, her heart sank further. Could he truly be Lin Diao? Xiao Shi's response was calm and affirmative. Congratulations, player, you guessed correctly. Wen Qing managed a bitter smile. This was hardly a matter worthy of congratulations. The Lin Diao before her could no longer be deemed a complete person. Despite the turmoil of confusion and dread swirling within her, Wen Qing resolved to attempt communication with Lin Diao. For precaution, she deftly manipulated the thread, cautiously retrieving a folding knife that had been discarded nearby, preparing for any eventuality. Taking a deep breath, Wen Qing reminded Xiao Shi to restore her mental energy should it begin to dwindle. Understood, came the reply, with all preparations in place. She inhaled deeply several times to steady her nerves before daring to speak. However, at the very moment her lips parted, Lin Diao's hollow and profound gaze shifted toward her. His eyes seemingly devoid of pupils, yet brimming with an ineffable depth and emptiness. At this moment, Wen Qing's heartbeat nearly ceased. In that fleeting instant, she felt Lin Diao's gaze upon her, fervent and intensely fervid. Lin Diao swiftly closed the distance between them, their faces merely half a finger's breadth apart. Wen Qing's throat seemed as if it were being constricted, rendering her voiceless. Thump, thump, thump. The resounding echo of her heartbeat grew increasingly pronounced against the crackling backdrop of the campfire. Lin Qiao fixed his gaze on her for a moment, then suddenly opened his mouth, emitting a series of strange sounds. After a prolonged struggle, he finally managed to articulate his inquiry. "Is there anything you wish to ask?" Wenqing was utterly taken aback, unable to comprehend Lin Tiao's train of thought, and the audience in the live stream was equally bewildered. Amidst a flurry of question marks, Lin Tiao reiterated his statement. "You can ask me anything. I know it all." Chapter 92. Unacknowledged validation. Lin Tiao's words reverberated through the air. Yet Wenqing remained ensnared in the depth of their meaning when Xiaoxi's voice, resonant like the tolling of a bell, pierced through the surrounding silence. "Congratulations, player. You have successfully unlocked the side quest, Unacknowledged Validation. Assist the spirit in fulfilling its wish, and it shall agree to attend the ball on that day." In this pressing situation, Wenqing's emotions were tumultuous, making it difficult for her to devise a plan. In a moment of inspiration, she turned to Lin Tiao, her voice trembling slightly. "Please give me a moment. I need to think." Your question came too suddenly. Seeing that Wenqing had not outright rejected him, Lin Tiao's excitement surged, a glimmer of euphoric delight flashing in his eyes. He nodded repeatedly, saying, "Good, good, good. No rush. Take your time. Call me when you're ready." Lin Tiao's demeanor had evidently strayed from the norm. After speaking, he returned to his previous position, kneeling before the campfire and continuing to mutter incantations. Wenqing's garments were soaked with cold sweat, and she took a deep breath, attempting to calm her racing thoughts. As she moved her body, she was pleasantly surprised to find some recovery. She laboriously dragged a nearby folding chair over and casually picked up 2 adventure journals. Lin Tiao appeared entirely oblivious to Wenqing's actions, seemingly unconcerned about her retreat. With focus, Wenqing perused the journals, discerning that they likely belonged to a geological archaeology team, meticulously documenting the terrain, rock classifications, geological structures, interspersed with intricate hand-drawn geological cross-sections. However, due to rainwater erosion, some of the text had become indistinct, and the content was highly specialized, making it difficult for Wenqing to grasp fully. Upon opening the second journal, a bone-chilling aura assailed her, nearly freezing her in place. Her body lost control once more, her gaze forcibly fixated upon the bizarre text. These symbols bore no resemblance to any language she recognized, accompanied by illustrations that were chaotic and haphazard, with some carelessly scrawled over the text like a child's doodle. Yet, both Wenqing and the audience in the live stream found themselves enshrouded in an uncanny focus. Within the vast audience of thousands in the live stream, not a single comment was made. A profound silence enveloped them. Xiaoxi sensed the anomaly and swiftly took action. The screen of the live broadcast was abruptly severed, followed by the forced emergence of a luminous display, which, in the guise of a small serpent, obstructed Wenqing's gaze from the enigmatic script. Like a machine rebooted, her vacant eyes gradually refocused, regaining their former clarity. Her body trembled involuntarily as she swiftly closed the peculiar notebook. What had transpired moments ago? Wenqing swore to herself that she was oblivious to those inscriptions, yet, as her eyes lingered on the pages, unfamiliar images began to surface in her mind. It was akin to the resonant toll of an ancient bell in her ears, the echoes entwined with the whispers of an elder. Although she could no longer recall the specific words spoken by the elder, she had indeed been profoundly captivated by them, believing wholeheartedly in their significance. This experience transcended any known theoretical explanation, with only a belated sense of reason incessantly cautioning her not to gaze upon those texts again. Wenqing's eyes fell upon the luminous display, observing how Xiao 11 gradually restored her mental acuity. She wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. After analyzing the available information, the clues Wenqing could glean were exceedingly limited. Yet a few conclusions had emerged. One, the geological archaeological team had indeed made a significant discovery and had resolved to return. However, months had passed, and they remained absent for reasons unknown. Two, the ancient tome appeared to be the source of Lin Diao's psychological disturbances. The notes indicated that Lin Diao was obsessively fixated on the book, seemingly managing to translate some of its text. 3 other members of the geological team seemed to have perished under various circumstances. Some succumbed to tetanus, others fell prey to wild beasts, all seemingly accidental. The final page of the notes bore a poignant inscription. At last, he comprehended everything, yet he perished. It was all for naught. The final character appeared to be abruptly truncated, followed by a circular bloodstain, which Wenqing surmised was the result of a nosebleed. These clues resembled fragmented pieces of a puzzle, awaiting Wenqing to discern their interconnections. As she pondered deeply, her fingers unconsciously caressed the cover of the ancient notebook, when suddenly a flash of insight illuminated her mind. Unrecognized acknowledgement. These 5 words resonated like the chimes of dawn and dusk, awakening the dormant thoughts within her. Reflecting on Lin Diao's urgent inquiries, she began to grasp a realization. Perhaps this was indeed the key to unraveling the mystery. However, before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, a chilling wind swept through, dark clouds looming overhead, extinguishing the campfire in an instant. In the enveloping darkness, Wenqing felt herself gently lifted by a tender and irresistible force. It was Song Huai. He had come to escort her home. This time, unlike her previous panicked state, Wenqing was enveloped in a sense of security, even reaching out to embrace the darkness tightly. When her vision regained clarity, she found herself back in the familiar castle, lying on her own bed. Song Huai gazed at her with concern, his eyes reddened and swollen from worry, which pierced Wenqing's heart with a pang of sorrow. At that moment, she perfectly illustrated how the fragility of the human heart often reveals itself only when comfort is bestowed. In times of solitude, she could muster the strength to hold back her tears, but upon sensing Song Huai's care, her tears flowed uncontrollably, like a dam bursting. Leaning against Song Huai, her tears intertwined with her words as she sobbed and recounted her fears and everything she had discovered. After listening to Wenqing's narrative, Song Huai fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "What did you say his name was?" "Lin Diao," she replied, somewhat puzzled. Upon confirming the name, Song Huai smiled, gently stroking Wenqing's hair as he began to share an amusing story he had heard from Xiong Air. It turned out that a geological team had brought an unsightly statue to Xiong Air's residence, claiming it possessed omniscient and omnipotent powers, requiring only a drop of blood each night to receive guidance in dreams. Naturally, Xiong Air dismissed such absurd claims and would not allow such heresy to spread, thus expelling them from the town. As Wenqing listened to Song Huai's tale, the fog in her heart gradually lifted, and she understood why the geological team had been wandering outside. They had been banished from their original dwelling. Furrowing her brow, Wenqing, drawing from her extensive gaming experience, realized that those who demanded peculiar offerings were often not benevolent. If she were to acknowledge Lin Diao, she might need to personally offer her blood to that statue, a thought that instilled within her an indescribable fear. Chapter 93. Meeting the father-in-law. Wenqing's thoughts flowed like a meandering stream in the deep of night, as she pondered the possible developments of the entire situation. However, fatigue enveloped her consciousness like the mist of night, and she finally succumbed to a deep slumber in Song Huai's warm embrace. Despite Xiao Shi restoring her vitality, the exhaustion in her heart had seeped to her very bones after a night of sleeplessness and the day's harrowing events. On the other side of her dreams, Wenqing stepped into a wondrous realm woven from data. Against a backdrop as dark as night, countless vibrant green numbers glimmered, dancing in the void like twinkling stars, exuding a stark beauty of future technology. Just as Wenqing intended to rise and explore this mysterious space, an ancient and authoritative voice echoed from above, "Human, this is not a place for you." In this dream, Wenqing was acutely aware of her state. She knew she was dreaming and that she should be cradled in Song Huai's arms at that moment. Her own dream felt menacing. It made no sense. Without raising her gaze, she turned her small hand behind her, showcasing an air of superiority, and boldly declared, "You old scoundrel." As the words fell, the atmosphere grew silent. Moments later, the data stream before Wenqing shifted. From the fissure formed by the bifurcated data, a beautifully carved cane slowly emerged. The elder, with silver hair cascading like a waterfall, donned a deep blue robe embroidered with golden threads that shimmered in the dim light. He held the cane with grace, exuding an air of composure and elegance with every step. When Wenqing's gaze met his face, her heart was struck with profound astonishment. The elder's brow bore the marks of time, yet also sculpted an extraordinary charm. His presence was remarkable, and his demeanor radiated a calm dignity, akin to an ancient pine enduring the ravages of time while still standing tall, evoking a sense of reverence. Wenqing could not help but imagine that in his youth, he must have been extraordinarily handsome, captivating countless hearts. Now, the traces of time etched upon his visage imbued him with an ineffable grace. Wenqing's momentary daze did not escape the elder's notice, earning her only a disdainful snort. Abruptly returning to herself, she felt an embarrassed flush creep across her cheeks. In the silent contest of presence, she found herself at a disadvantage. The almost infatuated gaze she had just displayed now filled her with shame. Confronted by this distinguished elder, the ingrained etiquette within her compelled her tone to soften unconsciously. "I did not mean to offend, esteemed elder. I seek your understanding." The elder remained silent, his expression as frosty as ice, his gaze piercing through Wenqing like a sword, instilling a sense of dread within her. Are you the player that Song Hui holds in such high regard? His voice carried a hint of scrutiny, and though it was a question, it was laced with certainty. Wenqing felt a flicker of surprise at the mention of her name in the outside world. She nodded earnestly. Yes. The elder's gaze scrutinized her once more, slowly. With a hint of amusement, he offered his appraisal, acceptable, but alas, you are ultimately but a mortal. Wenqing understood all too well that in this realm, no matter her efforts, she would always be worlds apart from Song Hui. Yet, to receive such a blunt assessment from a stranger was disheartening. She furrowed her brow, ready to respond, but the elder scoffed, his icy eyes locking onto her expression. Little girl, are you dissatisfied? The invisible pressure he exuded felt as heavy as a mountain, leaving Wenqing at a loss for words. She could only bite her silver teeth and laboriously utter, I dare not. The elder disdainfully snorted, turning to leave. But before he took a step, he delivered a shocking statement that left Wenqing in disbelief. By your human lineage, you should call me father. Call him father? This sudden proclamation struck her like a thunderclap, echoing in her mind and rendering her momentarily frozen, her thoughts a chaotic swirl. The mental jolt made her sit bolt upright in bed, realizing that everything she had experienced was merely a fleeting dream. As Wenqing glanced around, she discovered that Song Hui was no longer beside her for warmth. Xiaoxi softly informed her that Song Hui had personally gone to prepare dinner for her. Sitting on her bed, Wenqing's turbulent emotions remained unresolved, prompting her to seek answers from Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, have you ever encountered the Creator? She inquired softly. Upon mentioning the Creator, Xiaoxi's tone grew solemn and reverent. I have, but each time, their form seems to differ. Wenqing pondered for a moment, slowly nodding in agreement. Indeed, if Song Hui could alter his appearance, the Creator undoubtedly possessed the ability to transform at will. After much hesitation, she decided to recount the fleeting and absurd dream to Xiaoxi. As soon as Wenqing finished her narration, Xiaoxi fell into silence, while the live chat erupted in a frenzy. Did you meet your father-in-law? Oh my, the power of these genes is astonishing. They are all strikingly handsome. Wait, are you sure you weren't deceived? This is astonishing. Don't you think it's too coincidental that she dreamt of her father-in-law right after finishing that book? Could it be that the book summoned her father-in-law? Initially, Wenqing had not considered that angle, but the barrage of comments made her aware of the peculiarities surrounding the situation. She hurriedly leapt from her bed and dashed to the kitchen to inform Song Hui. Clearly, Song Hui's concern lay not in the dream itself, but in Wenqing's encounter with him. His expression revealed profound anxiety. Despite Wenqing's repeated assurances that he had not harmed her, Song Hui's unease gradually led Wenqing to sense that this matter might not be as simple as she had imagined. Urged by her persistent inquiries, Song Hui finally sighed and began to speak. When you mentioned that book and Lin Diao's condition, I had my suspicions. That book is connected to him. Placing his palm on the table, Song Hui lowered his gaze in deep contemplation before continuing. You should know that the human brain is not highly developed, correct? Wenqing nodded. Yes. Song Hui's tone grew grave. The knowledge he possesses exceeds the capacity of the human mind. Therefore, if the connection is too profound, the individual may descend into madness, ultimately becoming his follower. Wenqing's voice trembled as she gazed at him in disbelief, tentatively asking, So Lin Diao is like that because? Song Hui turned to her, nodding in affirmation of her unspoken thought. Lin Diao has repeatedly established contact with him through that book, seeking various secrets of knowledge. This process is akin to gradually infusing seawater into a freshwater lake. Once a certain threshold is reached, the original freshwater characteristics are entirely overshadowed by the seawater, losing their essential traits. For the human mind, when the influx of knowledge surpasses its cognitive limits, it will gradually lose its inherent rationality and judgment, ultimately leading to a mental breakdown and a state of uncontrollable madness. Chapter 94. Dealing with Lin Diao. A wave of inexplicable fear surged within Wenqing, for she understood that Song Hui's concerns were not unfounded. Her voice lost its strength, as if she were trying to comfort herself. Those books, I shall never touch again. Song Hui's gaze was profound. He fixated on Wenqing, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. My dear, once a connection is established, the power to sever it does not lie with you. Wenqing's smile froze upon hearing these words. Did it mean that every time she closed her eyes, she would inevitably confront that unsettling presence? This notion suffocated her, causing an involuntary twitch at the corners of her mouth, and her heart plummeted. Although she had yet to experience the gradual descent into madness, the mere possibility of it was enough to make her feel on the verge of collapse. However, she knew that now was not the time to indulge in emotions. Wenqing lowered her gaze and took a deep breath, ultimately steering the conversation back to Lin Tiao. My dear, do you think Lin Tiao will appear again? Song Huai nodded without hesitation, affirming, he will. At his level, he will always linger in the place most closely connected to him. Wenqing's thoughts swiftly returned to that mysterious bonfire ritual, and she finally grasped the true significance of Lin Tiao's previous peculiar behaviors. Her brow furrowed, filled with confusion and anxiety. How on earth was she to complete this damn task? Wenqing was acutely aware of her own limitations with her mental fortitude. She would scarcely manage a few attempts before becoming more deranged than Lin Tiao was now. Noticing the worry etched on Wenqing's face, Song Huai let out a gentle sigh, turned to wash his hands, and removed his apron, his tone laced with resignation. You're not concerned for yourself, yet you worry about him. Let us return there once more. Huh. Wenqing momentarily failed to comprehend, her brainstorming interrupted by Song Huai's sudden suggestion. She looked up to meet his reproachful yet affectionate gaze, her heart skipping a beat. Song Huai took her hand, walking outward while calmly explaining, human nature is inherently greedy. Lin Tiao cannot be oblivious to the calamities he brings and the changes within himself. Song Huai's tone was placid, yet it conveyed a profound insight into human nature. His continued faith was more a matter of helplessness, a lack of alternatives. Wenqing, an experienced psychologist, was no stranger to patients with abnormal mental states. Yet, in the case of Lin Tiao, she had never regarded him as an ordinary patient, for in her mind, he transcended the boundaries of humanity. Song Huai's words acted as a key, unlocking the door to Wenqing's thoughts and illuminating her mind. She immediately recognized Song Huai's plan. But a tinge of worry crept in. My dear, are you certain you can gain his trust? What Lin Tiao needed most now was undoubtedly a new spiritual anchor, an entity capable of replacing the beliefs that once resided in his heart. Wenqing had anticipated that Song Huai would respond with his usual confidence. However, to her surprise, he expressed uncertainty, stating that if he did not cooperate, he would still have his methods. What methods? A thread of curiosity intertwined with her confusion. Song Huai's smile was gentle, yet it revealed a chilling undertone that made Wenqing shiver. She nearly forgot the man's inherent cunning. He could disrupt his thoughts, rendering him a carefree fool. His tone remained calm, as if recounting a trivial matter. A fool would have no worries and thus could not maintain a connection with him. Wenqing remarked, how ruthless, yet reasonable. With Song Huai's plans in place, her anxieties began to dissipate. She understood that her pity for Lin Tiao would only bring her further troubles. The two traversed the mist, stepping once again into the damp and chilly forest. Not far away, the campfire continued to flicker in the night, while Lin Tiao's figure appeared isolated and twisted, resembling a lifeless sculpture, kneeling in place, becoming his eternal devotee. A wave of trepidation surged within Wenqing, causing her to hesitate in approaching. Song Huai, too, preferred she remain back. He gently turned to embrace Wenqing, softly reassuring her, stay here and wait for me. If he sees you, it may provoke him further against me. Wenqing obediently nodded and found a round stone beneath a tree to sit upon, watching as Song Huai's silhouette vanished into the night. Soon, the wind in the forest picked up once more, and this time Wenqing clearly observed Lin Tiao shielding the campfire with his body. Unflinching, even as sparks landed upon his skin. However, this gust of wind bore a purpose, intent on extinguishing the flame, rendering Lin Tiao's protection futile. At the moment the fire was snuffed out, Lin Tiao's form seemed to lose all strength, collapsing back to the ground, head bowed, silent. Wenqing watched from a distance, a fleeting worry crossing her mind that he might perish in that state. But then, the smoke rising from the extinguished fire began to condense, gradually forming an abstract humanoid silhouette. Song Huai's voice resonated, akin to the deep and sonorous toll of an ancient bell. Although the language he spoke was incomprehensible to Wenqing, the tone of his utterances seemed to possess an innate magic, resonating within the depths of one's soul. Wenqing's gaze became increasingly vacant. She unconsciously rose, compelled to follow the source of that voice. Fortunately, Xiaoxi reacted swiftly, sensing the danger, and promptly muted the live stream, shielding Wenqing's hearing. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the rustle of the wind became inaudible, leaving Wenqing momentarily stunned as she regained her senses. A prompt appeared on the screen, depicting a small white snake wiggling its tail, indicating something was amiss. The screen displayed an explanation. Their language has a strong allure effect on lower-dimensional beings. For the safety of the player, Xiaoxi has muted your hearing. Please rest assured. Wenqing nodded, the panic in her eyes dissipating as she turned to resume her seat. She suddenly pondered, realizing that previously, Song Hui could have manipulated her thoughts through a method akin to a verbal charm, compelling her to fall in love with him instantly. Yet, he had never resorted to such tactics. Despite being an utter fool who did not comprehend the essence of love, every action of his was impeccable. It truly was difficult not to fall in love. As Wenqing's thoughts drifted away, she rested her chin on her hand. Reminiscing about the myriad moments shared with Song Hui, a blissful smile blooming on her face that she could hardly contain, immersed in sweet memories. Wenqing failed to notice that her hearing had returned. The gentle whispers of the wind caressed her ears, accompanied by Song Hui's teasing laughter. Wife. Who are you thinking of? Instinctively, without a second thought, Wenqing looked up and blurted out, my husband. Their eyes met, and her pupils widened in shock. A flush creeping up her cheeks, especially since they were not alone. Lin Tia was also present.